Chapter 1. After getting drunk, he actually had sex with his girlfriend's sister. The afternoon sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the cafe, dyeing the air a warm golden color. Lin Feng carefully selected a location where he could see the street view outside the window, yet was quiet enough. There was a bouquet of bright red roses on the table, and next to it was a velvet jewelry box. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his rapidly beating heart. Suya opposite was stirring the coffee. Her movements were elegant but with a hint of impatience. Lin Feng finally plucked up the courage and pushed the small box in front of her. Suya, Lin Feng, stop talking. Suya interrupted him without even opening the box to take a look. Her voice was calm, but it was like an icicle piercing Lin Feng's heart. We're not a good match. Why? Lin Feng's voice was a little dry. We have been together for 3 years. Am I not good to you? Suya put down the coffee spoon and looked up at him. The eyes that once made Lin Feng obsessed now only showed alienation and reality. Good? Lin Feng, the good thing you gave me is to squeeze into the bus, rent an apartment, and hesitate for half a month for a bag worth several hundred yuan? It's only been a year since I graduated, and I'm working hard. Hard work? Can your hard work allow me to live in a big house and drive a nice car? Can it allow me to afford the latest bags and attend high society parties? Suya's tone was mocking. Lin Feng, be realistic. We are not from the same world. Lin Feng felt that all the blood in his body was flowing backwards and rushing to his head. The faint music in the cafe became extremely harsh at this moment. The whispers of the guests around him seemed to be mocking his arrogance. Just then, a flashy red Ferrari stopped in front of the cafe. The car door opened and a young man with slicked back hair and powdered face and wearing designer clothes stepped out. He walked straight to Suya and put his arms around her waist familiarly. Baby, are you impatient? Suya immediately put on a sweet smile and snuggled into the man's arms. Mr. Zhao, why are you here just now? She didn't even look at Lin Feng again. Young Master Zhao glanced at Lin Feng and a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hey, isn't this Suya's poor boy boyfriend? He deliberately drew out his tone. Why, a proposal? Young Master Zhao picked up the jewelry box on the table and opened it casually. Inside was a diamond ring with a simple design. The diamond was not big, but it was obvious that Lin Feng had put a lot of thought into it. TSK, that's it? Suya, your vision was really not that good before. He casually threw the ring back onto the table, making a crisp clanging sound. That voice hit Lin Feng's dignity like a hammer. Suya pushed Master Zhao coquettishly. Hate it, don't mention him, let's go. Okay, I'll take you to buy a bag. Master Zhao hugged Suya and walked away as if showing off a trophy. The roar of the Ferrari's engine announced the complete death of Lin Feng's love. Lin Feng sat there alone, and everything around him lost its color. The roses were still bright and the coffee was still warm, but his world had collapsed. After an unknown amount of time, he numbly stood up and left the cafe. A neon-lit bar at night. Deafening music, mixed with the smell of alcohol and hormones. Lin Feng mechanically repeated the action of drinking, as if this could numb all the pain. The bar was full of lights, people, and noise, with men and women twisting their bodies and releasing excess hormones. All this noise had nothing to do with him. He seemed to be in a vacuum world, and loneliness overwhelmed him like a tide. He couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. After 3 years of love and sincere efforts, he got such a miserable ending. Could it be that he was just not rich enough? He smiled bitterly, a smile that was uglier than crying. A slender figure squeezed through the crowd and sat next to him. It's Suan, Suya's sister. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with no makeup on, but she looked more comfortable than Suya, who was wearing heavy makeup. Brother Lin Feng, drink less. Suan took the wine glass from his hand, her voice filled with worry. Lin Feng raised his misty, drunken eyes and looked at her. Under the light, Suan's face was somewhat similar to Suya's, but her eyes were much clearer. Yes. Wan, he said vaguely. Why are you here? My sister sent me a message saying she broke up with you. Suwan's voice was a little low. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Are you looking at me like a joke? Looking at me, a loser who got dumped? No. Suan hurriedly shook her head. Brother Lin Feng, you are not a waste, you are very good, it's my sister. She seemed to have no idea what to say next. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Feng's emotions were completely out of control. He grabbed Suan's hand as if it was the last straw. Wan, tell me, what's wrong with me? I love her so much, why does she treat me like this? He poured out all his grievances, all his unwillingness, and all his pain to the only girl who was willing to listen to him. Suan listened quietly, her eyes slowly turning red. She patted Lin Feng's back gently, comforting him silently. Lin Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, and his tears mixed with the wine blurred his vision. He looked at the concerned face in front of him, and in a trance, he seemed to see Suya again. No, she is gentler and more pitiful than Suya. He didn't know how he left the bar. I only remember Suan supporting him as they staggered along the streets late at night. Finally, they went into a hotel. The room was dimly lit. Lin Feng fell on the soft big bed, drunken. Suan took off his shoes, covered him with a quilt, and prepared to leave. Lin Feng suddenly grabbed her wrist. Don't go, he muttered. Suya, don't leave me. Suan's body stiffened. In the darkness, Lin Feng pulled her into his arms. Warm breath, with a strong smell of alcohol, sprayed on her neck. His lips kissed hers randomly. Suan wanted to struggle, but Lin Feng was very strong and had a desperate stubbornness. Alcohol numbs reason and also amplifies hidden emotions. She looked at Lin Feng's painful and confused face, and an indescribable bitterness and pity surged in her heart. Perhaps, there is also a hint of subtle joy. She gave up resisting. The clothes were taken off and the skin was touching. The temperature in the room rose suddenly. Panting and moaning sounds intertwined together. Lin Feng's movements were rough due to being drunk, but also mixed with a hint of instinctive tenderness. He called Suya's name over and over again, as if he was confirming something, or as if he was saying goodbye to something. Suan closed her eyes and tears fell silently. She didn't know what this was, a substitute, or something else. But at this moment, she had him. Just when Lin Feng's consciousness was in a state of confusion and he was about to sink completely, he suddenly felt a slight pain in his mind, as if something had drilled into it. Then, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in my mind like an illusion, with a hint of metallic texture and no human emotion at all. Beep, a deep link between the host and the person they love is detected, meeting the system activation conditions. The sound was intermittent, as if it was disturbed by something, but then it became clear again. Wife-loving system, starting, binding successful. Host, Lin Feng. Lin Feng's movements paused, and his chaotic consciousness became a little clearer. What sound? Wife-loving value, 0. Newbie task released, register for marriage with Suan. Task reward, unknown surprise gift package. Tip, you can get a lot of wife-loving points by completing the task, and the wife-loving points can be exchanged in the system mall. Lin Feng was completely confused. System? Pamper your wife? Get married? With whom? Suan? He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the girl beneath him. In the dim light, the tearful face came clearly into view. Not Suya. It's Suan. He was actually with Suan. The huge shock and confusion instantly washed away the drunkenness. The next morning. The sunlight shines into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Feng woke up with a splitting headache. The aftereffects of the hangover made him feel as if his body had been taken apart and reassembled. Memories of last night came flooding back to my mind like fragments. The proposal was rejected, they got drunk at the bar, Suan's comfort, and a ridiculous night in the hotel. And that inexplicable system sound. He sat up suddenly and looked around. Suan curled up with her back to him, her long hair scattered messily on the pillow, revealing her white neck. The quilt slipped off, revealing her smooth shoulders, which still bore traces of last night's madness. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What did he do? Just then, Suan moved and slowly turned around. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes, containing shyness, panic, and a hint of imperceptible grievance. Brother Lin Feng. Her voice was hoarse from waking up from sleep. Lin Feng's throat tightened and he didn't know what to say. Apology? Explanation? They all seemed pale and powerless. He subconsciously pulled up the quilt to cover Suan's shoulders. Ding, a behavior of doting on the wife is detected, covering the lover with a blanket. The host has not yet married the target character Suan, so he cannot obtain the wife-loving value. The system's voice sounded again, clear and unmistakable. Lin Feng was sure that he was not hallucinating. He really is bound to some kind of wife-loving system. Moreover, the system seemed to determine that Suan was his wife. Why? Is it because of last night? Lin Feng looked at Suwan's evasive eyes, and a thought popped up in his mind uncontrollably. Could it be that Suan? Thinking of Suya's ruthlessness, Lin Feng felt a pang of pain in his heart. The woman he had loved for 3 years had never truly loved him. And this girl in front of me. He looked at the glaring, wife-loving value, 0, on the system interface, and then looked at the task, register for marriage with Suan, in the taskbar. An absurd yet tempting idea began to grow in his mind. Chapter 2 Newbie Gift Pack. The air in the room was heavy, and the sound of their breathing was amplified in the silence. Lin Feng's throat was dry and many words were stuck in it, unable to come out. Suan raised her head and looked at him. Brother Lin Feng, you don't blame yourself. Her voice trembled. She lowered her head and her eyelashes fluttered. Actually, I've always liked you. Lin Feng's body froze. A long time ago. Suwan's voice was very low. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were different from my sister. You were kind to people and took care of them, unlike my sister. She paused and continued, but my sister knew you first. I told myself that I couldn't like my brother-in-law. But I couldn't suppress the feelings, and they grew out on their own. What happened last night may have been a surprise to him, but to her it was an outburst after long-term repression. Lin Feng's heart tightened and he had difficulty breathing. Suwan's expression made him uncomfortable. He didn't know how to respond. The situation was too chaotic. Ding, the host is detected to be caught in an emotional vortex, and his willpower is weak. The system kindly reminds you, the rewards for novice tasks are generous, so don't miss the opportunity. Novice mission? Reward? Wife-loving value? Becoming stronger? What is this? These thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Registering for marriage with Suan will not only give you a surprise gift pack for beginners, but also unlock the channel to obtain the wife-loving value. The higher the wife-loving value, the stronger the host's ability. You will be at the peak of your life in no time. The mechanical voice appeared again, and Lin Feng forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. Abandoned by Suya, left with nothing. Now there is a system, a girl who has a crush on him, and a mission. System rewards, wife-loving value, become stronger, and change the status quo. And Suwan's eyes. Compared to Suya, Suwan's confession is like a ray of light. Gambling? For the reward, for the wife-loving points, and for this little warmth. He looked at Suan. Wan. He started, his voice hoarse, will you marry me? Suan looked up, her eyes wide open, full of question marks. Marry him? Now. He had just been dumped by his sister. What happened last night? Getting married? Too soon. Her mind went blank, her heart beat faster, and an uncontrollable emotion was growing. Lin Feng saw her hesitation. He reached out and held her wrist. Her skin felt cold. I know this is sudden and ridiculous. I'm serious. The way you started was not right. I will treat you well and make it up to you, make up for the grievances you have suffered over the years. His tone was filled with sincerity that he himself was not aware of, as well as expectations for the system. Maybe it was for the mission, maybe he was touched by Suan, or maybe he just wanted to say goodbye to the past and grab Suan as a straw. Suan looked at him, the emotions in his eyes, the clumsy look. Her defenses collapsed. Ding, wife pampering behavior detected. Holding the lover's hand and making a marriage promise, it is preliminarily determined that the host has the potential to pamper his wife, but the road to pampering his wife is long and difficult, and still requires hard work. The host has not yet married the target character Suan, so he cannot obtain the wife-loving value. Only Lin Feng could hear the system's sound. Suan bit her lower lip and nodded vigorously. I do. The voice was soft and firm. The two immediately got up, washed, rushed out of the room, hailed a taxi, and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The whole process seemed so fast. While queuing, Lin Feng protected Suan behind him and separated them from the crowd. Suan looked up at him, her cheeks hot and her heart beating faster. Ding, the behavior of doting on wife is detected. Protect your lover from external disturbances. The behavior of doting on wife is evaluated as qualified, but the way of doting on wife is a bit stiff and still needs to be improved. The host has not yet married the target character Suan, so he cannot obtain the wife-loving value. Lin Feng's lips moved. The system's judgment range is quite wide. Take photos, fill out forms, sign, and press fingerprints. Lin Feng felt it was unreal when he got the 2 red marriage certificates. He looked down at the certificate as if he was holding something hot. He got married just like that? To his ex-girlfriend's sister? The day after a breakup? This is outrageous. Lin Feng? A male voice came from the side. Lin Feng turned around and saw a man in a suit with a greasy hair. He had some impression of him. University classmate, Zhang Tao. A woman with exaggerated makeup was standing next to Zhang Tao, looking at him as if she was watching a show. It's really you, Lin Feng. Zhang Tao moved closer, his eyes moving between Lin Feng and Suan, finally stopping on the red book. Have you got the marriage certificate? He looked surprised and his eyes became playful. Yesterday people in the group were saying that you were dumped by Suya, and today. Zhang Tao didn't finish his words, his meaning was very clear: seamless connection, fast enough. The woman next to him covered her mouth and laughed, her voice shrill. Lin Feng frowned. Suwan's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head, at a loss as to what to do. Lin Feng pulled Suan to his side, used his body to block Zhang Tao's sight, and said, "Well, we got the certificate. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Suan." His tone was calm, and even carried a hint of declaration that he was not aware of. Zhang Tao paused, and his smile deepened. Great, Lin Feng, hurry up. Suya's sister? Wow, awesome. He took out his cell phone and took a few photos of Lin Feng and Suan. No, I have to post it in the group for everyone to see. This is big news. It's absolutely explosive. Lin Feng did not stop him. Once the photo was posted, the group would definitely explode. Envy? Jealousy? Ridicule? He didn't care. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Lin Feng took Suan and quickly left the Civil Affairs Bureau without looking back. Zhang Tao looked at their backs, curled his lips, emotions flashed in his eyes, and sent the photos to his university classmates group. Shocked. Lin Feng was dumped by Suya yesterday, and today he got married to Suya's sister Suan. The group immediately became excited. Speculations, discussions, gossip, and all kinds of information flood the screen. Some people say Lin Feng is lucky. Some people say Suan is young and beautiful. Most people are just there to watch the fun, thinking the relationship is messy and ridiculous. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on in the group. He and Suan had just walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission, registering for marriage with Suan. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Wife loving value plus 100. Extra reward, charm value plus 5. Lin Feng's heart moved. Here it comes. He opened the system interface. Host, Lin Feng. Bound to, Suan. Wife loving value, 100. Charm value, 5. System mall, unlocked. Item bar, newbie gift pack 1. Open the newbie gift pack. Lin Feng thought to himself. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1. Consumption rebate card limit, 10,000 yuan, rebate ratio, 100% 1. 2. Business information prediction capsule elementary 1. A consumer rebate card? A 10,000 yuan credit limit and 100% rebate? It's like giving away 10,000 yuan for free. Business information prediction capsule? Just the name sounds useful. A basic combat skills book? Not bad either. He clicked on the Wife Loving Value store. A large number of products appeared. Skills. Combat skills mastery, 1,000 wife loving points. Driving skills mastery, 800 wife loving points. Business negotiation skills, 1,500 wife loving points. Introduction to hacking technology, 2,000 wife loving value. Item category. Physical strength recovery potion, 50 wife loving points bottle. Charm enhancement perfume, 300 wife loving value bottle. Lucky charm lasts 24 hours, 500 wife loving points. Small therapeutic device, 1,000 wife loving value. Special abilities. Danger prediction primary, 5,000 wife loving points. Mind reading basic, 10,000 wife loving points. There are many products with different functions, and Lin Feng is very excited. But the price was very high. He only had 100 wife-loving points, not counting the fighting skills he had just received, so he couldn't afford any skills. The most important thing is to earn points to pamper your wife. The premise is to pamper your wife. Lin Feng looked at Suan. She still had her head down, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers. Oh, right. Lin Feng remembered something. He took out the velvet jewelry box from his pocket. It contained the ring he had prepared for Suya yesterday. He opened the box and took out the diamond ring. Wan. Suan looked up. Lin Feng took her left hand and put the ring on her ring finger. Perfect size. Although it was hasty, this is our wedding ring. The diamond on the ring was not big, and it reflected the light in the sun, setting off Suwan's finger. Suan looked at the ring on her finger and her eyes became hot. She recognized this ring. It was the one that brother Lin Feng prepared for her sister. Now it's in her hands. Fate is so strange. A doting behavior is detected. Giving a wedding ring to your lover, the doting behavior is evaluated as excellent, triggering the surprise effect, and an additional doting value of +20 is awarded. Wife loving value +120. Charm value +1. Unlock new function, love value. You can evaluate the love of your lover for the host. The higher the love value, the closer the relationship between the two parties. Unlock more two-person interactive functions, so stay tuned. Host consumption behavior detected. Give away a diamond ring value, 8,888 yuan. The consumption amount does not exceed the consumption rebate card, limit 10,000 yuan, successfully triggering 100% consumption rebate. Rebate amount, 8,888 yuan has been received, please check it. Lin Feng's phone vibrated. The bank sent a text message notifying me that 8,888 yuan had arrived in my account. Lin Feng's heartbeat stopped for a moment. I really got a rebate. My wife loving value has also increased. Send gifts, gain wife value, and get rebates. This system is too powerful. Lin Feng felt his blood flowing faster. He looked at the girl beside him, who had become his wife, the ring on her finger, the numbers jumping on the system interface, and the extra money in his bank card. A sense of control and anticipation for the future filled his chest. From today on, Lin Feng's life will be rewritten. He held Suwan's hand tightly with his backhand, interlocking their fingers. Come on, Wan, let's go celebrate. Today is a good day. Chapter 3, Making Money from Stocks. The noise of celebration faded away, and only lights and silence remained in the rental house. Suan had fallen asleep, breathing evenly. Lin Feng sat on the edge of the bed and opened the system interface that only he could see. In the inventory, the business information prediction capsule primary lay quietly. He said to himself, use the capsule. A cool stream of information flooded into my mind, dispelling the remaining drunkenness and fatigue. Target, China stock market. Code, 60XXXX, Starlight Technology. The keynote trend chart for the next 3 days has been generated. A clear candlestick chart unfolded in Lin Feng's mind, marking the buy and sell points accurate to the minute. Every turning point, every rise, was extremely clear. The highest point predicted at the end of the chart corresponds to an astonishing increase. 20 times. In 3 days, the funds increased 20 times. Lin Feng's heart began to beat uncontrollably. This was not the small-time consumer rebate from yesterday. This was a prediction that directly affected the capital market and was a true wealth code. He could almost hear the sound of his blood rushing. He opened his mobile banking app and checked his bank account. Yesterday I received a rebate of 8,888 yuan for the ring. In addition, I have worked for more than a year, lived frugally, and saved more than 20,000 yuan by cutting back on every non-essential expense. In total, just over 30,000. 30,000, 20 times, that's more than 600,000. 600,000. This number was circling in Lin Feng's mind. It was enough to change his current poor life, enough for Suan to no longer have to squeeze into this small rental house with him and live a slightly better life. He turned his head to look at Suan, who was sleeping soundly. The girl still had a trace of tiredness and satisfaction on her face. She was sleeping very soundly, with her long eyelashes covering her lower eyelids. This girl, who was just his ex-girlfriend's sister yesterday, is now his wife. She is the one that the system has identified as someone he needs to spoil. He can't let her live a hard life with him anymore. He must seize this opportunity. Lin Feng stood up and walked to the window. The night scene of the city flickered in the distance, and the neon lights outlined the cold prosperity, like countless unattainable dreams. But now, he felt that those dreams were no longer far away. He took out his cell phone and opened the stock trading software. Register, open an account, and bind a bank card. He transferred all his money into the securities account without leaving a single cent. $30,127.50. This is all his possessions, proof of his past efforts, and his entire bet on the future. Wan. He walked gently to the bedside and looked down at Suan's sleeping profile. Thank you. His voice was very soft, but with a solemnity that he himself was not aware of. I will work hard to make you live a good life, he said to himself, as if he was making a promise to Suan. Ding. Wife loving behavior detected, express gratitude and determination. Wife loving value +2. Current wife loving value, 122. The system's prompt sounded cold and mechanical, but at this moment it confirmed his determination. He sat back in front of his computer, opened the trading software, and waited for the market to open the next day. He barely slept that night. Excitement, nervousness, anticipation, all these mixed together made it impossible for him to fall asleep. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning. The stock market opens on time. Lin Feng stared at the K-line chart of Xinghui Technology on the screen. The green opening line pierced his eyes like a needle. His fingertips felt a little cold and his palms were even sweaty. 30,000 yuan is not a small amount for him. It is everything to him. If the prediction is wrong, the system is just an illusion, or the information is biased, he will be left with nothing again, and may even go into debt because of this impulse, completely ruining the life he and Suan have just started. The market has opened. The stock price of Starlight Technology fell slightly, and the numbers on the screen jumped downward. This was exactly in line with the first fluctuation of the trend chart in his mind. This is it. According to the first precise low point given by the system, he placed a buy order with trembling fingers. Buy, Xinghui Technology, price XX.XX yuan, quantity XXX lots, all funds. He pressed the confirm button. Commission submitted. Commission completed. The transaction was completed and a notification popped up. More than 30,000 yuan instantly became the market value of the position. His heart was in his throat and he held his breath. Time passed by minute, and each second seemed as long as a century. The stock price hovered at a low level for a few minutes, and then began to slowly climb. Green turned to red. The numbers started to jump upwards. Then accelerate. Speed up again. The red line on the screen rose steeply, drawing a thrilling arc, unstoppable. Totally consistent. It was exactly the same as the trend chart in his mind. The huge tension was quickly replaced by an indescribable sense of excitement. The blood rushed through the veins, carrying a burning excitement. Adrenaline was soaring. He watched the stock price keep jumping, and every rise made his heart contract and swell. The floating profit and loss figures in the account went from hundreds to thousands, and then to tens of thousands. He forced himself to calm down and perform band operations according to the time points prompted by the system. Although the amplitude was not large, it maximized the utilization rate. 2 days later. On the afternoon of the third day, there was still half an hour left before closing. The share price of Starlight Technology was like riding a rocket, soaring all the way to the highest point predicted by the system. The bright red number on the screen represented a nearly 20-fold increase. The time has come. Don't be greedy any longer. Lin Feng clicked the mouse without hesitation. Sell, Xinghui Technology, price XX.XX yuan, quantity XXX lots, all. Confirm. Commission submitted. Commission completed. Done. He looked at the account balance column. The numbers refreshed rapidly and finally froze. $603,582. After deducting the handling fee, the net profit was close to 600,000. 20 times the profit in 3 days. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, his chest rising and falling violently, and he gasped for breath. Ecstasy overwhelmed him like a tide, impacting his limbs and bones. He did it. The system is real. This is all true. He is no longer the poor boy with nothing. He stood up so suddenly that his chair slid back with a screeching sound and rushed to the bedroom. Suan was sitting on the bed reading a book. She was frightened by his appearance and the book fell to the ground. Brother Lin Feng, what's wrong? What happened? She looked worried. Lin Feng picked her up from the bed and spun her around a few times. Suan let out a small cry of surprise. Wan. We are rich. We are rich. He shouted excitedly, his voice a little distorted with excitement. He handed the phone screen to Suan and pointed at the long number. Look. Over 600,000. I made over 600,000. Suan looked at the long string of numbers, her eyes widened and she covered her mouth with her little hands. So much money? 600,000? Brother Lin Feng, did you see it wrong? Her voice was trembling, with surprise in it, but more of it was disbelief. She stretched out her fingers and carefully tapped the zeros on the screen, counting over and over again. I made the money by trading stocks. Lin Feng explained excitedly, of course hiding the part about the system. I was lucky and caught a wave of market trends. I tell you, I am a genius. After Suan confirmed that she was not mistaken, her eyes lit up instantly, as if there were stars twinkling in them, full of surprise and admiration. She jumped up and hugged Lin Feng's neck. Brother Lin Feng, you are so awesome. Really, so awesome. She praised sincerely, her voice full of joy. Ding detected that the host shared joy with his lover and received praise. Wife loving value +3. Current wife loving value, 125. Lin Feng hugged Suwan's soft body, feeling her body temperature and unreserved joy. This feeling was more satisfying and fulfilling than simply seeing the cold numbers in the bank account. Just then, his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. A name that was deeply engraved in his mind was jumping on the screen. Suya. Lin Feng paused in holding Suan, and the smile on his face faded. He let go of Suan and walked aside to answer the phone. Hello. There was no emotion in his voice. Lin Feng? Suya's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of hesitation and mixed emotions. It's me. Yeah. Lin Feng responded, with nothing to say. I heard from Zhang Tao that you and Wan got the marriage certificate? Suya's voice was a little sharp. Where did you get the money? Suya's voice rose a little, with obvious questioning. Where did you get the money to buy the ring? Zhang Tao said you bought her a diamond ring. Lin Feng frowned. It was Zhang Tao's big mouth again. This is none of your business. Why is it okay? Suya's tone became sarcastic. Lin Feng, you didn't lie to my sister, did you? You are a poor boy who just graduated and has only worked for a year. Where did you get so much money? Did you spend Wan's family's money? Let me tell you, Wan's mother is not as easy to talk to as my mother. She paused, the contempt and sourness in her tone almost overflowing. Can you support her? Can you give her happiness? Do you think you can live off a young girl? Lin Feng, I really underestimated you. Suya's words became more and more unpleasant, each word more harsh than the last. Suya. Lin Feng interrupted her, his voice cold, without any warmth. First, I spent the money I earned myself. It has nothing to do with you or Suwan's family. Secondly, Suwan is my wife now. Please be respectful. Don't call her my sister all the time. Call her Mrs. Lin. Third, we have broken up. It doesn't matter anymore. It's not your turn to comment on my affairs or my wife's affairs, let alone your turn to make decisions. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then came Suya's angry voice, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Lin Feng. What do you mean? Who do you think you are? Aren't you the loser that I dumped? You just got lucky. Just wait for me. I won't let you have it easy. Ding strong jealousy from ex-girlfriend Suya detected. Emotional fluctuation assessment, extremely strong. Wife loving value +10. Current wife loving value, 135. Lin Feng was holding the phone, slightly startled. Envy? Can the jealousy of an ex-girlfriend also increase the value of loving your wife? And he added 10 points at a time, which was more than what he added to make Suwan happy. He glanced at Suwan, who was looking at him while twisting her fingers, looking a little worried because of what she heard on the phone. He took another look at the wife pampering value that had just been added in the system interface. An idea popped into his mind, with a certain kind of evil excitement. Lin Feng hung up the phone directly. Chapter 4 Father-in-law arrives. The call was suddenly hung up. Lin Feng stared at the phone screen, and his wife-loving value increased by 10 points. The ex-girlfriend's jealousy can actually be turned into fuel for the wife-loving value? This system is really unexpected. Suan walked closer and gently held his sleeve. Brother Lin Feng, does my sister have any misunderstandings about us? It's okay. Lin Feng calmed down and stroked Suan's head with his fingertips. Don't worry about that clown. We have more important things to do than those people, right? Suan raised her face. What's the matter? Of course. Lin Feng looked at her. Let you live the best life. He calculated the more than 600,000 yuan in his account. This money was just a starting point. He needed more stable opportunities and more generous returns. He turned on his computer and studied stock market information and market software. Without the business information prediction capsule, he dared not invest rashly. Be prepared for a rainy day and learn in advance. Lin Feng was immersed in research, thinking about how to increase his wealth, but trouble had already arrived. In the evening, there was a deafening knock on the door. Bang! 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 Rapid and brutal knocks hit the wooden door of the rental house. Lin Feng stood up and opened the door. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man with a sullen face, wearing a well-tailored suit and exuding a sense of oppression. Behind him, Suya lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. Dad? Suan walked out of the room quickly and exclaimed. The visitor was Suan and Suya's father, Su Guoqiang. Su Guoqiang's eyes swept across Suan and locked onto Lin Feng, with anger and dissatisfaction mixed in his scrutiny. That sight wanted to devour Lin Feng alive. Are you Lin Feng? Su Guoqiang asked in a low, questioning tone. Hello, uncle, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked calm and met Su Guoqiang's gaze. Suya's speed in making trouble was amazingly efficient. Dad, don't be like this. Suan hurriedly stood in front of Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng is really good to me, between us. Shut up. Su Guoqiang shouted angrily, Wan, come here. Suya told me everything. How could you be so stupid? You just broke up with your sister, and you turned around and got married with him? This is ridiculous. Is this reasonable? He glanced around the cramped rental house with disgust, his brows furrowed. Suan was scolded, her eyes were red, and she stood there stubbornly. Dad. I did everything voluntarily. It has nothing to do with brother Lin Feng. He didn't lie to me. Ding detected that the lover is protecting the host. Wife-loving value +2. Current wife-loving value, 137. A warm feeling surged in Lin Feng's heart. He pulled Suan behind him and faced Su Guoqiang's anger alone. Uncle, I understand your concerns. Suya and I are indeed over. Wan and I are together after careful consideration. I am serious about it and I will be responsible for her to the end and make her happy. His tone was steady and calm. A good life? Just because of you? Su Guoqiang sneered, looking Lin Feng up and down. Lin Feng, I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive my daughter. Our Su family will never allow our daughter to follow you and suffer poverty at the bottom of society. Lin Feng did not argue, and said calmly, Uncle, please give me some time, I will prove it with my actions. Su Guoqiang stared at Lin Feng for a long time. Seeing that he looked frank and did not dodge or fear, the anger in his heart dissipated a little, but the doubts remained. This kid has a calm attitude and does not look like a smooth talker. He finally suppressed his anger, snorted heavily, and pulled Suya away. Before leaving, he said in a stiff tone, Wan, you must go home in 2 days. The door closed, Suwan's eyes were moist, and she said apologetically, Brother Lin Feng, I'm sorry, my dad, his tone was too harsh. Silly girl, this has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng smiled gently and held her in his arms. It's natural for a father-in-law to care about his daughter. Don't worry, take your time, he will understand my true feelings. In the next few days, Lin Feng studied stocks and paid attention to Su Guoqiang's preferences. He learned from Suan that Su Guoqiang had the habit of tasting tea and loved aged pour from a certain origin. Over the weekend, Lin Feng went to a time-honored tea house and spent tens of thousands of yuan to select a cake of top-grade aged pour tea, requesting that it be packaged in a simple and elegant gift box. This money was earned from the last stock market profit, and he spent it without hesitation. To please his father-in-law is also part of his pampering wife plan. Brother Lin Feng, this is too expensive. Suan waved her hands repeatedly when she saw the tea packaging and price. It was unimaginable to spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy a cake of tea. Money is meant to be spent. It's only valuable if you spend it on the people you care about. Lin Feng scratched her nose. Besides, if you want to change your father-in-law's mind, you have to show your sincerity, right? Ding detected that the host bought gifts for his lover's family to express filial piety. Wife-loving value +3. Current wife-loving value, 140. Suan returned home with the tea leaves, feeling anxious. When Su Guoqiang first saw the gift, his face was stern. But when he opened the package and was filled with the rich aroma of aged pu'er tea, and saw the tea cakes with a rich color and a long history, his expression softened. As a senior tea drinker, he knew the value of tea and Lin Feng's intentions. This boy was thoughtful and knew how to please others. He personally boiled water and brewed a pot of tea. He sipped the tea carefully, his frown relaxed, and his expression became much more relaxed. He asked Suan indirectly about Lin Feng's recent situation. Suan carefully mentioned that Lin Feng made a small profit in the stock market last time, and now he is actively learning investment and financial management, hoping to create a life with his ability. After hearing this, Su Guoqiang didn't say much, just a few times, and looked at Suan with more inquiry in his eyes. He noticed that his daughter had a rosy complexion these days, and her expression was more relaxed and happy. Her happiness from the heart could not be faked. This made Su Guoqiang, who originally rejected Lin Feng, start to waver. In the evening, when Suan was about to return, Su Guoqiang spoke for the first time. His tone was gentle. That cake tea is not bad. Tell Lin Feng that it is good for young people to be down to earth and willing to work hard, but they should also guard against arrogance and impetuosity, and not learn superficial skills. The tone was still stiff, but it had obviously changed compared to before. Suan looked at her father in surprise and nodded vigorously. Ding, it is detected that the lover's feelings have been initially recognized by the family, and the mood is happy. Wife-loving value +1. Current wife-loving value, 141. A few days later, Lin Feng took the initiative to invite Su Guoqiang to dinner. At the dinner table, Lin Feng behaved properly, spoke in a measured way, was neither ostentatious nor overly reserved, and showed just the right amount of respect to Su Guoqiang. During the meal, he talked about how he devoted himself to learning financial knowledge, hoping to make achievements in the investment field as soon as possible and create a stable and prosperous life for Suan. He did not emphasize how much money he made, but his serious, down-to-earth, and proactive attitude made Su Guoqiang nod secretly. What moved Su Guoqiang even more was that during the meal, Lin Feng showed meticulous care for Suan, carefully picking up dishes and pouring water, and the tenderness and doting between his eyebrows and eyes could not be presented deliberately. The happiness and satisfaction on his daughter's face gradually replaced the dissatisfaction in Su Guoqiang's heart with helpless and complicated emotions. This boy is sincere to Wan, it seems beyond doubt. As for his future ability, perhaps he can be given a chance and observe. As the dinner was coming to an end, Su Guoqiang glanced at Lin Feng and finally softened his tone. Okay, seeing Wan so happy, I have nothing to say. In the future, treat her well and don't let her suffer any grievances. He did not explicitly express his full acceptance, but he no longer strongly opposed it. Ding, it is detected that the host has obtained significant recognition from the lover's father. Wife-loving value +3. Current wife-loving value, 144. On the way back, Suan snuggled up to Lin Feng, her face filled with a relaxed and happy smile. Brother Lin Feng, my dad's attitude towards you has obviously improved a lot. I knew you could do it. Lin Feng hugged her, feeling the gradually harmonious family atmosphere, and felt at ease. Wealth accumulation needs to be gradual, and family relationships also need to be slowly melted. He glanced at the system interface, and the value of pampering his wife increased steadily. Next, it is time to seriously consider how to convert the account funds into more wealth to surprise Wan. Perhaps, you can study the system store to see if there are any props that can accelerate wealth accumulation. Chapter 5, A Fake Chanel? Really good smell warning. The more than 600,000 yuan in the account, like boiling magma, burned Lin Feng's heart and ignited his infinite expectations for the future. He wanted to give Suan a surprise that was absolutely worthy of her trust and companionship. The next day, Lin Feng took half a day off and went straight to the top department store in the city center. The dazzling array of luxury goods that once daunted him now seemed to him as common as the merchandise on ordinary shelves. He walked straight into the Chanel counter and his eyes fell precisely on the classic black diamond pattern chain bag in the center of the window. The salesgirl had a formal professional smile on her face. When her eyes swept across his slightly worn t-shirt, Lin Feng caught the brief pause and a barely perceptible scrutiny. But he didn't care. This, and that camellia wallet over there, pack them up. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but with unquestionable certainty. He then walked to the Dior counter next door, and tapped a lipstick gift box in essence set through the glass with his fingertips, as naturally as picking out fruit after a meal in front of his own refrigerator. This set, and that one. No hesitation, not even a second glance at the price tag. Swipe the card, sign, the action is smooth and done in one go. Ding! The host's consumption behavior for his lover was detected, purchasing a Chanel bag, wallet, and Dior cosmetics set total value, 85,600 yuan. The credit limit of the consumer rebate card has been used up, and the rebate was not triggered for this consumption. Ding! Wife pampering behavior detected, carefully select and buy high-value gifts for your lover to create surprises. The evaluation of the behavior of pampering wife is excellent, triggering the sweet critical strike effect. Pampering wife value plus 10. Current wife loving value, 145. Although there is no rebate on consumption, the increase in his wife loving value still makes Lin Feng happy. He walked out of the mall briskly, carrying several shopping bags with luxury brand logos printed on them. The afternoon sun shone on his face, setting off the smile that he couldn't suppress, which was his anticipation for the upcoming surprise. In the evening, in the rental house, Suan dragged her tired body and pushed the door open, but was frozen by the scene in front of her. Several shopping bags printed with luxury brand logos almost filled the small corner of the living room. Lin Feng took out shopping bags from behind him like a magician and piled them up in a corner of the small rental house. For you. Suan was stunned. Looking at those familiar brand logos, her eyes slowly widened, as if she had accidentally entered Aladdin's treasure cave. With trembling fingertips, she opened one of the box lids. On the black velvet cloth, quietly lay an exquisite diamond-patterned chain bag. The sheen of the leather flowed under the light, low-key yet captivating. Chanel. She covered her mouth, her voice trembling with disbelief. She picked up the Dior gift box next to her and gently brushed her fingertips over the gold-plated logo. Brother Lin Feng, this is too valuable. Her eyes instantly turned red, not because of grievance, but a complex emotion of surprise and touching. Silly girl, it's worth spending money on you. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. He picked up the bright red lipstick and unscrewed it. Can I help you try? Suwan's cheeks flushed and she nodded obediently. Lin Feng held the lipstick clumsily, imitating Suya's appearance in his memory, and carefully applied it on her soft lips. In the mirror, the girl's cheeks flushed, and her plain face suddenly became lively because of this touch of bright color, like a flower bud covered with dew in the early morning, instantly blooming with breathtaking beauty. Even with that simple home clothes, she exudes an attractive charm. Suan looked at herself in the mirror, then at Lin Feng's gentle and focused eyes, and her heart was filled with a huge sense of happiness. She threw herself into Lin Feng's arms and hugged him tightly. Thank you, brother Lin Feng, I like it so much. Ding detected lover's emotional fluctuations, extremely surprised and touched. Love value increased slightly. Ding host's wife loving behavior detected. Try out cosmetics for your lover in person to create a romantic atmosphere. Wife loving value plus 5. Current wife loving value, 150. Lin Feng held the soft body in his arms, feeling her heartfelt joy, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. This feeling is more satisfying than the jumping of numbers in the stock market account. Go to work the next day. Lin Feng and Suan are not in the same company. Suwan's company is a medium-sized advertising company. She specially carried the new bag that Lin Feng gave her today and put on delicate light makeup. She looked radiant, like a dusty pearl that was polished to a bright luster, confident and beautiful. As soon as I walked into the office, a sarcastic voice rang out. Hey, Suan, you got rich? You're carrying Chanel? The person who was speaking was Lina, who worked at the next workstation. Her family was well off and she loved to compare with others. She couldn't stand others being better off than her. Her eyes were like a searchlight, scanning Suan from head to toe, and the sourness in her tone almost overflowed. This bag, is it a grade? It looks like the real deal. Suwan's cheeks flushed slightly, but thinking of Lin Feng, she straightened her back. It's true. Really? Lina sneered, and her voice suddenly became higher and more sarcastic. Didn't your boyfriend just graduate not long ago? I heard he's still a poor boy. How could he afford this? Could he be hooking up with some rich guy? Several colleagues gathered around, looking back and forth at Suan and her bag, whispering to each other. That's right, this bag costs tens of thousands. Suan is usually very honest, you can't tell. Her boyfriend seems to be called Lin Feng? I heard about him from my cousin. He's just an ordinary employee. He was dumped by his ex-girlfriend yesterday. The rumors were like cold needles that pierced the joy in her heart, making her feel like she was falling into an icy cave, with her hands and feet cold. The sour comments even spread to Lin Feng. Her boyfriend can afford this? I'm afraid he's a gigolo, right? I think so. Suan is pretty, so it's normal for her to find a rich man. But it's hard for her boyfriend, who is a little bit cuckolded. Suan heard these words and was so angry that she was shaking all over. However, she didn't know how to refute for a moment, and tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. On the other side, Lin Feng's company. He was still wearing the slightly wrinkled shirt from yesterday, his hair was a little messy, and he was sitting at his workstation processing emails, forming a sharp contrast with the radiant Suan at the moment. In the office, discussions about him were also going on quietly. Have you heard? Lin Feng was dumped by Suya yesterday, and today he got the marriage certificate with Suya's sister. Is this true? Where did he get the money to get married? And buy a diamond ring for his new wife? Who knows? I guess it was paid by the girl's family. From the way he looks, he doesn't look like a rich man. I think he's just a gigolo. A colleague who usually had a good relationship with Lin Feng came over and whispered. Lin Feng, is what was said in the group true? Are you really married to Suan? Lin Feng raised his head with no expression on his face. The colleague wanted to ask more questions, but was frightened by Lin Feng's calm, even cold eyes. He shut his mouth awkwardly and walked away. Lin Feng didn't care about these comments at all, and even found them a little funny. He opened the photo album on his phone, which contained the photo of Suan he took before going out in the morning. In the photo, Suan is carrying a Chanel bag and has a happy smile on her face. The sun is shining on her, making her so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. Lin Feng moved his fingers slightly, selected the photo, and then opened the company's work group. With just a careless click of the finger, the photo was sent out. Picture. The group was silent for a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng quickly clicked withdraw. Lin Feng withdrew a message. Then he sent a message. Sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. The group immediately exploded. Fuck. Was that Lin Feng's wife just now? It's so beautiful. That bag she's carrying, is it Chanel? Holy shit, is that true? Lin Feng is a good kid. He made a fortune quietly? Where does he get the money? Isn't he said to be very poor? What does this woman want from him? Envy, jealousy, doubt, confusion, all kinds of emotions permeated the group. Lin Feng, who was sitting in the corner, clearly heard the system prompt sound. Ding, jealousy from colleague Wang Chang detected. Emotional fluctuation assessment, medium. Wife loving value +2. Ding, jealousy from colleague Lu Li detected. Emotional fluctuation assessment, strong. Wife loving value +3. Ding, envy, jealousy and hatred from colleague Zhang Wei detected. Emotional fluctuation assessment, strong. Wife loving value +5. A series of prompt sounds rang out. The value of pampering his wife is rising rapidly like a rocket. Current wife loving value, 175. Lin Feng looked at the constantly jumping numbers, and a barely perceptible arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It turns out, this works. Bonus points for jealousy from an ex-girlfriend. The same can be said about the jealousy of co-workers. The low-key and even somewhat sloppy image he deliberately maintained formed a huge contrast with Suwan's glamorous appearance. The impact of this contrast maximized the jealousy of the onlookers. Play the pig and eat the tiger. Show off your wealth in a low-key manner. This feels not bad. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping the tabletop rhythmically with his fingers. He has a clearer vision of the future. If you pamper your wife, you will become stronger. And making others jealous of him for doting on his wife can make him stronger. His self-confidence was also quietly growing as his love for his wife grew. He slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth curled up, and deep in his eyes, there was an undisguised ambition burning. Chapter 6, The Wife Loving Value Skyrocketed, Mysterious Rewards. Lin Feng sat in front of the computer, looking at the number of his wife-loving value that kept jumping on the screen, and the barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. It turns out that it's not just the jealousy of his ex-girlfriend Suya, but even the envy and jealousy of those colleagues who he has never met or are just acquaintances can be transformed into real value of pampering his wife. This discovery was like a flash of lightning that cut through the night sky, instantly illuminating a bright future in Lin Feng's mind. Low profile? That's a thing of the past. It is fun to play the pig and eat the tiger, but the efficiency seems a little slow. Since the system rules are like this, why not make the matter of pampering his wife more high profile and more eye-catching? Let those who once looked down on him and laughed at him watch how he pampered Suan to the sky, and then in the flames of jealousy, add bricks and tiles to his pampering wife value. This feeling, just thinking about it, is quite exciting. The sun is shining brightly on the weekend. Warner, come on, I'll take you to buy something. Lin Feng pulled Suwan's hand in a mysterious manner. What are you buying? Suan blinked her big eyes with curiosity. The luxury goods she received yesterday were still placed on the bedside. She felt like she was living in a dream. A means of transportation. Lin Feng smiled and didn't explain much. The two of them took a taxi and headed straight to the car city on the outskirts of the city. Lin Feng's goal was clear: to go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store first. It wasn't that he really wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz, but mainly, there might be a surprise there. Sure enough, as soon as I stepped into the mirror-like and magnificent Mercedes-Benz showroom, a slightly sharp voice rang out. Hey, isn't this Suan? This is Lin Feng? A young salesman wearing a neat suit and with neatly combed hair, but with a look of contempt, walked over. Suan was stunned for a moment, then recognized him. Cousin Wang Tao? Wang Tao is a relative of Suya's mother, and is Suya's cousin. He has no blood relationship with Suan, but they have met several times because of Suya. Wang Tao's family is well off, and he has always looked down on Suwan's family, not to mention Lin Feng, who was penniless before. Wang Tao looked Lin Feng up and down with a fake smile, as if he was examining a cheap street stall item. I heard that you broke up with Suya so quickly. He, you have a good eye. Suan is much simpler than her sister. His words were full of sarcasm and hints. His voice was quite loud. Several salesmen nearby who were about to step forward to greet them heard this and saw that Lin Feng and Suan were dressed in ordinary clothes. They immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around pretending to be busy. It was obvious that they thought they were just there to look and not buy, or even to use the air conditioning. Wang Tao crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly. Why? Want to buy a car? The cars here are not cheap. Any one of them will be enough for you to work hard for several years. How about looking at second-hand ones? Or I can introduce you to the domestic car next door? Suwan's face turned red with anger. Just as she was about to retort, she was gently stopped by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face remained expressionless, and he even smiled. The service attitude here is indeed not worthy of this brand. Warner, let's go. His tone was calm, but with an unquestionable strength. He pulled Suan and walked straight out of the Mercedes-Benz showroom under the astonished gaze of Wang Tao and the indifferent gaze of the sales staff around him. Brother Lin Feng, he's going too far. Suan stomped her feet in grievance. It's not worth getting angry with this kind of person. Lin Feng patted her hand comfortingly and looked at the equally large BYD 4S store next door. Let's go over there and take a look. In stark contrast to Mercedes-Benz's cold reception, BYD's sales consultants came forward enthusiastically and introduced various car models in detail. Lin Feng's eyes quickly locked on a white BYD Han EV. Its streamlined body and high-tech interior were very consistent with Suwan's temperament. This is the one, white, top of the line. Full payment. Lin Feng pointed at the display car, his tone crisp and clear. The sales lady's eyes lit up and her smile became more sincere. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment, I will process the procedures for you right away. In less than half an hour, all the formalities were completed and the car price of more than 200,000 yuan was paid in one lump sum. When the brand new white BYD Han EV slowly drove out of the 4S store, Suan sat in the passenger seat, looking at the calm and composed Lin Feng beside her, her eyes full of admiring stars. This feeling of being cared for and valued made her heart warm. At this moment, in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store next door, the manager was looking through the huge French window and saw the brand new BYD driving away. He turned around with a sullen face and glared at Wang Tao, who was standing aside and gloating, as well as the salesman who had previously ignored Lin Feng. Wang Tao. And a few of you. Did the couple of customers just now come into our store? The manager's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Yes, manager, but they. Wang Tao wanted to argue. But what? He turned around and picked up a car worth more than 200,000 yuan next door. Pay in full. Is this how you treat potential customers? You guys can forget about this month's bonus. Wang Tao, write me a profound self-criticism and hand it in tomorrow. The manager pointed at the door angrily, feeling very disappointed with his friend. Wang Tao and the salesman turned pale immediately, especially Wang Tao. He could never have imagined that Lin Feng, whom he looked down upon, could actually buy a car in full without blinking an eye. He regretted it so much. Lin Feng was in a good mood driving the new car. He stopped by a roadside with nice scenery, took out his cell phone, and took several photos of Suan in the new car. In the photo, Suan has a beautiful smile as she leans against a brand new car. She is more beautiful than the flower, and the car also looks particularly eye-catching. Lin Feng thought about it, selected the one he was most satisfied with, and with a tap of his finger, sent it to his university classmates group and former high school class group. The caption is still simple: I bought a scooter for my wife over the weekend. Picture. After the message was sent, there was a brief silence in the group, and then it began to boil like boiling water. Fuck. Lin Feng? Is this your wife? She's so beautiful. This car. BYD Han? The top model is worth more than 200,000 yuan, right? Lin Feng, have you made a fortune? I remember he just graduated not long ago. Where did he get the money? Didn't you say last time that he was dumped by Suya and was broke as hell? This license plate, it's a new one. Awesome. At Lin Feng, come out and explain, did you win the lottery? I'm so jealous. My wife is beautiful and I have a new car. All kinds of comments of amazement, questioning, envy and jealousy flooded the screen. In Lin Feng's mind, the system's prompt sounds came like a tide, almost without stopping. Ding, jealousy from college classmate Li Ming detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value +4. Ding, envy and jealousy from high school classmate Zhao Qian detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value +5. Ding, shock and jealousy from my college classmate Zhang Tao, the one I met by chance at the Civil Affairs Bureau detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, extremely strong. Wife loving value +8. Ding, remorse and jealousy from Mercedes-Benz salesman Wang Tao, Suya's cousin detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value +6. A series of reminder sounds made Lin Feng's wife loving value soar rapidly like riding a rocket. 180, 200, 230, 270. Finally, the number stopped steadily at 305. Ding, congratulations to the host. The wife loving value has reached 300 points. System upgrading. Upgrade completed. Unlock new function modules. Special rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious reward. Please check it in the system backpack. Mysterious reward? Lin Feng's heart moved. He had already tasted the sweetness of the business information prediction capsule before. What would be the reward for reaching 300 points of wife-loving value this time? He suppressed the urge to check immediately, turned his head, looked at Suan, who had a happy and sweet face beside him, and reached out to gently scratch her nose. Do you like it? Yeah. Suan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Brother Lin Feng, you are so nice. Ding, lover's emotional fluctuations detected, extreme happiness and satisfaction. Love value increased slightly. Ding, host's wife pampering behavior detected, giving a high-value gift car and gaining high recognition from his lover. The evaluation of doting on wife is excellent, triggering the double love effect. Doting on wife value +15. Current wife loving value, 320. Lin Feng smiled. It seems that the road of pampering his wife and becoming stronger is getting wider and wider. And the mysterious reward lying in the system backpack will undoubtedly be a powerful boost for him to go further on this road. Chapter 7 All In. Gold Futures. The night deepens and the lights come on. Back in her warm little home, Suan was still immersed in the joy of the new car. Like a happy little bird, she chirped to Lin Feng about the envious looks in her colleagues' eyes when they saw the new car, and the cousin Wang Tao's face that turned purple with anger at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Lin Feng listened with a smile, but in his heart he was thinking about the changes after the system upgrade. He opened the system interface and focused his attention on the mysterious reward lying quietly in his backpack. Unlock the mysterious reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of 24-hour accurate trend forecast of gold futures. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of basic financial investment knowledge. Two prompt tones sounded in succession. Gold futures? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Compared to stocks, the leverage effect of futures means higher risks, but also more amazing returns. 24-hour accurate predictions, this is simply a money printing machine. The basic financial investment knowledge was like a timely rain, instantly turning into a stream of information that poured into Lin Feng's mind. Basic concepts such as futures trading rules, leverage principles, and risk control quickly became clear. Although it was only elementary, it was enough to be used with accurate predictions. He glanced at Suan, who was still gesturing excitedly beside him, and a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. He had earned more than 600,000 yuan from the stock market before, and after buying Suan a bag and a car, he still had more than 300,000 yuan left. This money was just the beginning. What he wanted to give Suan was definitely not just a car for transportation and a Chanel bag. He wanted to give her a truly carefree and bright future. At this moment, Lin Feng's cell phone rang at an inopportune time, and the word Suya appeared on the screen. Lin Feng frowned slightly and answered the call. Lin Feng, where did you get the money to buy a car for Suan? As soon as the call was connected, Suya's sharp and harsh voice came over, questioning with disbelief, did you do something shameful? Or did you ask Suwan's family for money? Her tone was full of condescending judgment, as if Lin Feng was born to be poor, and that he must have done something crooked to suddenly buy a car. Lin Feng felt amused when he heard this familiar tone. He could even imagine Suya's distorted expression at this moment because of jealousy. What does it have to do with you? Lin Feng said in a calm tone, even with a hint of laziness, Ms. Suya, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. It seems that it is not your turn to worry about where my money comes from and who I spend it on. You. Suya was choked and her voice became even sharper. Lin Feng, don't be so proud. Isn't it just a broken BYD? You can drive it away without feeling ashamed. But brother Zhao bought me a Porsche. What can you compare it with? Oh, really? Congratulations. Lin Feng chuckled, driving a Porsche really suits you. But I buy my wife a car she likes. Unlike some people, they sit in other people's cars and still think about other people's business. You bastard. Suya was so angry that she said without thinking, just wait, Lin Feng. Do you think this is the end? You will regret it sooner or later. Ding. Strong jealousy from Suya detected, wife-loving value plus 15. Listening to the system prompt sounding in his mind, the curve of Lin Feng's mouth widened a little. Regret? What I regret most is probably knowing you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone neatly. He watched the screen of his phone go dark, and did not block Suya. Although this ex-girlfriend was annoying, her endless jealousy value was a real system resource, and it would be nice to keep it as a wife-loving value cash machine. Is it, my sister calling? Suan looked at Lin Feng with a hint of worry in her eyes. Well, ignore her. Lin Feng put down his phone, walked to Suan, gently put his arm around her shoulders, and his expression returned to calm and gentle. She's just an insignificant person. Warner, I have something to discuss with you. He exhaled and briefly told Suan the gold futures information rewarded by the system and his own plan. He did not explain the system in detail, only saying that the information was obtained through special channels, and there were risks, but the benefits could be very amazing. After I bought a bag and a car with the money I earned from the stock market, I now have about 340,000 yuan left. Lin Feng looked into Suwan's eyes and said in an extremely serious tone, I plan to invest all this money in gold futures with a 10x leverage. This may be the fastest chance for us to change our destiny. 340,000 yuan, all invested in extremely risky futures, and using 10 times leverage. This means that if you make a wrong judgment, the money may disappear in an instant. After hearing this, Suwan's face turned pale, and she was obviously shocked by the huge risk and potential benefits. But she didn't hesitate at all, turned around and ran back to the room, quickly took out a bank card and stuffed it into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, this is the money I saved over the past few years of work. It's not much, just over 50,000 yuan. You can take it all. Suwan's eyes were clear and firm. I believe in you. No matter what the result is, I support you. Lin Feng held the bank card which still had body temperature, and a warm current surged in his heart. This was not only 50,000 yuan, but also Suan's unreserved trust and entrustment. Ding! The host's wife Suan's love value has increased. The current love value is 75 points. Triggering the double love effect, the wife loving value plus 15. Okay. Lin Feng held Suan's hand tightly, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. Wanner, let's win back the future together. He did not hesitate any longer, and immediately turned on his computer and logged into the futures trading platform. He transferred all the remaining 340,000 yuan in his account, and added the more than 50,000 yuan given by Suan, making up a principal of nearly 400,000 yuan. Find the gold futures trading pair and set the buying price based on the lowest point within 24 hours predicted by the system. Then, on the leverage option, he clicked without hesitation 10 times. This means that he mobilized nearly 4 million yuan of funds. The moment he clicked confirm order, Lin Feng's fingers trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because of extreme excitement and anticipation. All in. This time, you will either lose everything or become rich overnight. Looking at the successfully established positions on the trading software, Lin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief, turned to look at Suan, who was also a little nervous, and smiled with confidence. Okay, next, we'll see the result tomorrow night. The night outside the window seemed to become even deeper and more hazy because of this gamble. Chapter 8, Becoming Rich Overnight and Resigning Domineeringly. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched, and every minute and every second was torture. The next day, Lin Feng and Suan were both a little absent-minded. Suan frequently checked her phone while at work, worrying about Lin Feng's operation and looking forward to the amazing result. Lin Feng stayed at home, looking at the constantly jumping K line on the computer screen calmly on the surface, but in fact his heart was already turbulent. He forced himself to review the market according to the basic financial investment knowledge given by the system, analyze the reasons for the fluctuations in gold prices, learn various technical indicators, and strive to make himself look like a real investor rather than a gambler who purely relied on plug-ins. Finally, night fell again. There was less than an hour left until the system predicted the highest point. Suan returned home early, and the two ordered takeout, but neither had much appetite. The air was filled with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Suan sat close to Lin Feng, holding his arm with her small hand, staring at the red K line on the screen that represented the code of wealth without blinking. Half an hour left. Lin Feng's voice was a little dry. Yeah. Suan responded softly, her palms slightly sweating. As time passed, the price of gold continued to fluctuate upward as the system predicted, approaching the preset peak. Get ready. Lin Feng took a deep breath and the mouse pointer hovered over the close position button. At the moment when the K line touched that precise point, without even waiting for it to stay for a second, Lin Feng decisively pressed the mouse. Make a deal. The pop-up prompts on the trading software are concise and clear. Then, the available funds in the account began to jump wildly, and finally stopped at a dazzling number. 4,387,521.35 yuan. After deducting the principal of 400,000, the net profit is close to 4 million. 10 times leverage, 10 times profit. Overnight, the assets increased tenfold. The living room fell into an eerie silence. Suan suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes widened, her long eyelashes trembled violently with excitement, and she was unable to speak for a moment. Lin Feng also stared at the number in a daze, his heart pounding, and the blood seemed to rush to his head instantly. He felt a little dizzy, not because of the loss, but because of this sudden, dreamlike huge success. We succeeded? Suan's voice trembled with disbelief, and her eyes turned red in an instant. We succeeded. Lin Feng turned his head suddenly and hugged Suan tightly into his arms, his voice a little hoarse due to excitement. We succeeded. Wanner. We are rich. He could clearly feel the girl's body trembling in his arms. It was excitement, joy, and the huge impact of dreams coming true. Ding! The host's wife Suan's mood fluctuated violently, and her happiness was overflowing. Love value plus 5. The current love value is 80 points. Triggering the double love effect, the wife loving value plus 10. Ding! The host has successfully completed a high-risk, high-return investment, demonstrating the ability to make decisive decisions and take risks. Personal charm has increased, and the charm value is plus 3. Ding! The host's wealth has increased significantly, causing his wife to strongly admire and love him, and his wife-loving value is plus 20. A series of system prompts sounded in Lin Feng's mind, but he could no longer care about them. He hugged Suan tightly, sharing the ecstasy that could change his fate. That's great. That's great. Suan finally couldn't help herself, tears of joy burst out, but she cried and laughed at the same time. Lin Feng, you are so amazing. She gently punched Lin Feng's back with her little fist, which was more of an outlet for her excited emotions than a reproach. Lin Feng held her and turned around, his heart full of pride and confidence. The previous 600,000 was just an appetizer. These 4 million were the capital that could really change the quality of life and give him the right to choose. He suddenly remembered his job, which paid several thousand yuan a month but still required him to please his boss and be ostracized by his colleagues. Every day I squeeze into the subway, write boring reports, deal with colleagues who shirk responsibility and that boss who is always sarcastic. All of this seems so ridiculous and insignificant compared to the 7-digit balance in the account. Water. Lin Feng let go of Suan, holding her tearful face, his eyes bright and startling. Tomorrow, I will resign. Ah. Suan was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Okay. Quit. It's better not to do that kind of crappy job. You are so capable now, you can definitely do better. She had blind trust in Lin Feng. In her heart, her husband was omnipotent. Lin Feng smiled and scratched her little nose. Yes, I will do better. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was a little after 9 in the evening. He thought about it and decided not to call or send WeChat messages, but to go to the company in person tomorrow. For some things, it's better to settle them face to face, which is more ceremonial and more satisfying. The next morning, Lin Feng did not rush to squeeze into the subway as usual. Instead, he leisurely ate the loving breakfast made by Suan, and then drove the BYD Han EV he had just bought yesterday slowly to the company. He even parked his car in the most conspicuous position downstairs of the company, which attracted a lot of attention. Walking into the office, the atmosphere was the same as always. Several colleagues gathered together and whispered. When they saw Lin Feng coming in, one of them was Lili, the female colleague who mocked Suan for carrying a fake bag last time. She said sarcastically, "Hey, Lin Feng, have you come to your senses today? Do you know how to drive to work? You rented it, right? How much is it per day?" Several people nearby also started laughing. Lin Feng did not stop, but just glanced at her lightly, with an imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth, and walked directly to the supervisor's office. The calmness and indifference in his eyes made Lili and the others feel a little uncomfortable, and their laughter got stuck in their throats. Why does Lin Feng feel a little different today? Knock, knock. Come in. Lin Feng pushed open the door and saw the supervisor sitting cross-legged and looking at his phone. Seeing that it was Lin Feng, he raised his eyelids and said impatiently, "What's the matter? Have you finished writing the report?" Manager Wang. Lin Feng gently placed a printed resignation letter on the table. "I'm here to resign." The supervisor was stunned for a moment, picked up the resignation letter with only a few lines, read it, and sneered, "Resign? Lin Feng, have you thought it through? It's not easy to find a job now. You just got married, why don't you make more money to support your family? Why are you messing around?" His tone was full of condescending concern, as if Lin Feng could not survive if he left here. "Well, I've thought it through." Lin Feng said calmly, "The world is so big, I want to go see it." He used this classic reason for resigning, not because of his literary nature, but because he was too lazy to explain to the other party. The supervisor frowned, thinking that something was wrong with Lin Feng's attitude. He was not as timid or hesitant as he expected. He put down his phone, leaned forward, and tried to use his momentum to pressure him. "Lin Feng, don't act on impulse. Do you think the salary is too low? I can consider it." "No need." Lin Feng interrupted him, "I am not very satisfied with my current job content and salary. The most important thing is that the air here is not very good." He glanced meaningfully outside the office. The supervisor's face darkened. "Lin Feng, what do you mean? Do you think our company is not worthy of you?" "That's about right." Lin Feng shrugged and smiled, looking particularly relaxed. "Manager Wang, please help me with the resignation procedures as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry." "You." The supervisor was annoyed by Lin Feng's stubborn and even contemptuous attitude. "Okay. Okay. Lin Feng, you've got it. I want to see what good job you can find after leaving here." Don't come back crying and beg me when the time comes. Don't worry, that day won't come. Lin Feng smiled. Oh, by the way, that white BYD Han outside is mine. I just bought it and paid in full. It might be inconvenient to park it in the future, so I won't come here. After saying this, he no longer looked at his supervisor's flushed face, turned around and left the office in a cool manner. When passing by the office area, he could feel everyone's eyes were on him, especially Lily and the others. The expressions on their faces were varied, including shock, confusion, and disbelief. Lin Feng ignored him and walked straight out of the company gate, breathing the free air outside, feeling relaxed all over. The humble, depressed, and always considering Lin Feng of the past completely died with the end of this job. The sun is shining and the future is promising. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Amelia Su, wife, done. What kind of dinner do you want to have to celebrate tonight? Soon, Suan sent back a joyful emoji with the following sentence, my husband is the best. I want to have a seafood feast. Lin Feng smiled, started the car, and drove towards a wider world. The more than 4 million in the account is just a starting point. The wife-loving system is his real confidence and trump card. Next, it's time to study the system store carefully to see what good things can be exchanged for the more than 300 points of wife-loving value. Chapter 9, Doting on his wife and shocking his father-in-law. As night fell, Lin Feng drove Suan to a top Chinese restaurant called Yushanfang in the city center. The magnificent decoration, antique screens, and waiters in Cheongsams all demonstrate the luxury and style of this place. Suan held Lin Feng's arm, with a little excitement and curiosity on her delicate face. After last night's ecstasy, she gradually calmed down, but the look she gave Lin Feng was filled with a little more admiration and dependence. Wow, this place is so beautiful. It must be very expensive, right? Suan said in a low voice with a hint of heartache in her tone. After all, in her previous understanding, such a place was out of reach. Lin Feng smiled and scratched her nose, don't worry, my husband is treating us today, order whatever you want, you're welcome. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two of them sat down by the window. Flipping open the gold-plated menu, Suan took a breath of cold air. The prices on it were hundreds or even thousands of yuan, and a bowl of soup even cost several thousand yuan. She quietly closed the menu and looked at Lin Feng, how about we go to another restaurant? This place is too expensive. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Feng handed her the menu again, what's the purpose of making money? Isn't it to give you a better life? Order whatever you want to eat. Eat as much as you want today. Suan couldn't persuade him, and with a red face, she carefully ordered a few dishes that looked good. Lin Feng waved his hand again and added a few signature dishes and a bottle of expensive red wine. The exquisite dishes were served one after another, with good color, aroma, and taste. Suan was dazzled and her appetite was aroused. The two of them tasted the delicious food while chatting softly, enjoying this rare world of two people. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and took a few photos of the table full of dishes and Suan's bright smile. Then he skillfully opened WeChat and sent the photos to his moments, former colleagues and college classmates. The caption on the circle of friends is, celebrate, I got a seafood dinner and a beautiful wife. Heart, rose. The captions in the group of former colleagues and university classmates were more concise and direct, let's have Chinese food on the weekend. Picture, picture, picture. Once the message was sent out, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples. Likes and comments on the moments flooded in, mostly expressions of envy and blessings, but also some inquiries of unknown purpose. The groups of former colleagues and college classmates are even more lively, with all kinds of exclamation marks and question marks filling the screen. Fuck. Lin Feng? Imperial Kitchen? You made a fortune? You've got top-notch Chinese food? Is this a lottery win? This table of food must cost at least several $1,000s, right? Lin Feng, confess and I'll give you some leniency. Are you secretly doing a side job behind our backs? Please take me with you. We are classmates. I will never forget my old classmates when we have a meal together. Lin Feng looked at the messages that kept jumping on the screen of his mobile phone, his mouth corners slightly raised, and he was in a good mood. He did not reply directly, but just sent a smiling emoticon in the group, which aroused everyone's imagination and envy. Ding, jealousy from college classmate Li Ming detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value +3. Ding, envy, jealousy and hatred from former colleague Zhang Wei detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value +5. Ding, jealousy from former colleague Winely detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value +3. Ding, envy, jealousy and hatred from college classmate Sun Pang detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value +5. Ding, jealousy from former colleague Lu Fang detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, very strong. Wife loving value +8. Ding, jealousy from former colleague Xian Jin detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, medium. Wife loving value +3. Ding, envy, jealousy and hatred from former colleague Sun Chang detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, extremely strong. Wife loving value +15. A series of reminder sounds rang out, and the wife pampering value increased steadily again. Lin Feng nodded secretly. It seems that this strategy of low-key showing off wealth is effective. After dinner, the two left the restaurant contentedly. Lin Feng drove his new car with Suan, and instead of going directly home, he drove in another direction. Brother Lin Feng, where are we going now? Suan asked curiously. Go visit my father-in-law. Lin Feng smiled and said, now that I have made some money, I should pay my respects to him. Hearing this, Suan showed a relieved smile on her face. Lin Feng's father-in-law Su Guoqiang runs a small restaurant on his own called Lao Su's Home Cooking, which is located on a slightly shabby street in the old city. The restaurant is not big and its decoration is very simple, but the food is very authentic. It barely makes ends meet thanks to the word of mouth from regular customers. When Lin Feng and Su Wan arrived at the restaurant, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. There were only a few customers in the restaurant, and it seemed a bit deserted. Su Guoqian was sitting alone behind the counter, staring at the account book, with a trace of fatigue and sadness on his face. Seeing Lin Feng and Su Wan coming in, Su Guoqian forced a smile on his face. Wan, you are here, have you had dinner? Dad, we've already eaten, and we came to see you. Su Wan walked to Su Guoqiang obediently and took his arm. Dad, I came here specially to bring you something today. Only then did Su Guoqiang notice Lin Feng standing behind Su Wan. He looked at him with complicated eyes and nodded as a greeting. Lin Feng walked up with the gifts he had prepared in advance, placed a bottle of exquisitely packaged liquor and a box of high-end tea on the counter, and said with a smile, Dad, I just made some money and bought some as a small token of my appreciation. You can try it. This wine is a limited edition, and I heard that you like it. You kid, you're here, why bring anything with you? Su Guoqiang said polite words, but his eyes unconsciously swept over the gifts, especially the bottle of expensive-looking liquor. His eyes moved slightly. Suan pulled Lin Feng to sit down at the only empty table left in the restaurant and asked with concern, Dad, how is business today? Su Guoqiang sighed and shook his head. It's the same as always. It's getting worse day by day. Nowadays, young people like to go to those internet celebrity restaurants with fashionable decorations. Who would come to an old little restaurant like ours? He paused and said helplessly, besides, I heard that this street is also going to be demolished. I'm afraid this store will really not be able to continue operating. Suan heard this, and a worried look appeared on her face. Then, Dad, what are you going to do in the future? Su Guoqiang smiled bitterly and frowned even more tightly. What can I do? The money I've saved over the years is barely enough to make ends meet. How can I find a new place to open a store? The rent for a decent store is shockingly expensive now, plus the renovation and equipment purchase. I estimate that it will cost at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Sigh, where can I get the money? He kept complaining. Lin Feng understood what Su Guoqiang meant after listening to his complaints. My father-in-law has encountered a big problem, and because he is a tenant, the situation is worse than he imagined. As a wife-loving man who is determined to give his wife and family a good life, this is the time for him to show his strength and responsibility. Dad, actually, Wan and I have a little more money recently. If you don't mind, maybe I can help you. Su Guoqiang was stunned when he heard this. Are you well off? 200,000 or 300,000 is not a small sum. Lin Feng spoke sincerely. Dad, I know you've always wanted to run a good restaurant, but you just don't have enough money. Let me give you $500,000, and you can use it first. Find a better location, renovate the store, and open the new store in a grand manner. 500,000? Upon hearing this, Su Guoqiang suddenly stood up from his chair, his voice changing in tone due to shock. Are you serious? 500,000? He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. 500,000. This amount of money could not only solve his current predicament, but it would even be enough for him to open a new restaurant that would be several times better than the current one. But after the shock, he hesitated again. This is not good. Suan also covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Lin Feng. Although she knew that Lin Feng made money from futures trading, the shock of him casually giving away 500,000 yuan in cash to his father to open a store was still too great. An indescribable warmth surged in her heart, and her eyes became a little moist. Of course it's true. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. His tone was relaxed as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Dad, you are Wanwan's father, which means you are my father, and we are family. Besides, this money is not given to you for free, just think of it as my investment. When the restaurant makes money in the future, you can give me some dividends. He deliberately used this half-joking tone in order to dispel Su Guoqiang's concerns and make him feel at ease to accept the money. Su Guoqiang looked into Lin Feng's clear and sincere eyes. He turned his head and looked at his daughter Suan again. She was looking at Lin Feng with happiness and pride. That look could not lie. The doubts, uneasiness and pitiful self-esteem in his heart gradually disappeared in the face of Lin Feng's sincere attitude and his daughter's happy smile. He was silent for a long time before he let out a long sigh. He sat back in his chair, his voice choked and hoarse. Lin Feng, you are such a good kid. Dad was a little prejudiced against you before. I'll take this money first. I'll definitely find a way to pay it back to you later. Dad, you're here again, and the family still says something about not paying it back. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Just treat this money as startup capital. Don't think about anything else. Get the new store ready first. Running the restaurant and making it a booming business is better than anything else. That's what I want to see the most. Hearing this, Su Guoqiang could no longer control his emotions and raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder hard, his voice trembling with excitement. Okay. 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 I feel relieved when you say this. Ding, it is detected that the host generously donated money to help his lover's father solve his urgent needs, and he was highly recognized and appreciated by his father-in-law. His wife-loving behavior was evaluated as perfect, triggering the surprise effect, an additional wife-loving value of plus 20. Wife-loving value plus 40. Current wife-loving value, 445. Chapter 10 Meet again, conflict escalates. Since he made a fortune in the futures market last time and solved his father-in-law's urgent need, Lin Feng has more and more money on hand. Seeing Suan driving the white BYD Hani V to and from get off work every day, although it is also very good, he always feels that his wife deserves better. Moreover, now that I have some wealth, I can't always take a taxi or use my wife's car when I travel. It's time to buy myself a car so that we can travel together. Wan, let's go buy another car. On the weekend, Lin Feng hugged Suan and whispered in her ear. Suan looked up in surprise. Buying another car? Isn't that BYD pretty good? You can drive that one, and I'll buy another one for myself. Lin Feng said with a smile, I can't always let you be my driver, can I? Besides, it will be convenient to have a decent car for social events in the future. He was calculating in his mind. If he changed to a good car, he would be more face-saving when taking his wife out, and maybe he could reap some wife-loving points. Then, what car should I buy? Suan was a little hesitant. She felt that BYD was already very good, and buying another one seemed a bit extravagant. Let's buy the recently popular M9. It has a large space, high intelligence, and is comfortable to drive. Lin Feng had already done his homework. This car is positioned as high-end and expensive, which just meets his current need to show off his wealth in a low-key way. Although Suan felt that it was a bit too fast, she nodded when she saw Lin Feng's enthusiastic look. She knew that Lin Feng was capable now, and she was happy to see him getting better and better. The two drove to the largest automobile experience center in the city center. In the spacious and bright exhibition hall, several M9s of different configurations were parked quietly. The high-tech appearance and luxurious interior attracted many customers to stop. Lin Feng and Suan were looking at a display car carefully and discussing the details of the interior when a slightly sharp female voice suddenly sounded not far away. Hey, isn't this Lin Feng? What a coincidence, you're here to see the car too. Lin Feng frowned slightly, turned around, and saw Suya and the rich second-generation man who was holding her waist and had an arrogant look on his face. Jaolong. What a narrow road the enemy meets. Suan also saw Suya, and subconsciously leaned closer to Lin Feng, with a hint of unnaturalness on her face. Suya was dressed up in jewels and carrying a limited edition Hermes bag, but when she saw Lin Feng, her eyes still held that familiar contempt. She looked up and down at Lin Feng's ordinary clothes, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, when her eyes fell on Suan beside Lin Feng, her eyes paused and a hint of complexity flashed across them. Today, Suan wore the Chanel dress that Lin Feng bought for her, and put on light makeup, which made her originally beautiful features more delicate, and her temperament was much more confident and calm than before. She looked radiant, and standing there, she had a tendency to overshadow her. Suya was surprised to see Lin Feng actually looking at the Wenjie M9, which cost 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. She was even more disdainful and scrutinizing, and she muttered in her heart, "You are just pretending, can you afford it?" Jaolong obviously recognized Lin Feng, and he tightened his arms around Suya, looking at Lin Feng with hostility and vigilance. When he saw Suan, his eyes lit up, and then his alarm bells went off. This Suan seemed to be more beautiful and more attractive than the last time they met, which made him, who already had a grudge against Lin Feng for snatching away the Su sisters, instantly burst into jealousy. What? Lin Feng, dumped by Suya, found a cheap sister, and now wants to learn how to drive a luxury car? Jaolong took the lead, and deliberately mentioned Suya in a frivolous tone to provoke Lin Feng. He glanced at Suan and added in a sarcastic tone, "This sister has a good eye. She knows that following Lin Feng has a money future? She hooked up with a rich man so quickly?" He deliberately pointed the finger at Suan, implying that she was attracted by Lin Feng's sudden money. When Suya heard what Jaolong said, instead of stopping him, she joined in and sneered at Suan, "Wan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but girls should love themselves and don't follow just anyone for money. Some people look so glamorous, but you never know what kind of people they are behind the scenes." When she saw how glamorous Suan was now, she felt a surge of anger in her heart and her words became harsh, directly targeting her sister. Suan's face turned red with anger at the two people's concerted efforts. She was about to retort but was gently pulled back by Lin Feng. There was no expression on Lin Feng's face. He looked at Jaolong and Suya calmly, as if he was looking at two clowns. "Mr. Zhao, you are joking." Lin Feng said calmly, "A car is just a means of transportation. If you like it, buy it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. It has nothing to do with others. Don't be like some people who regard cars as a symbol of status, as if they can't walk without four wheels." He paused, then turned his gaze to Suya, with a faint smile on his face. "As for Wan, she is my legally married wife, so whether our relationship is good or not, don't worry about it. After all, it was who gave up her true feelings for the so-called money prospects, and now she is making sarcastic remarks here. We all know it." Lin Feng's words were silent, but like a sharp knife, they accurately stabbed the pain points of Jaolong and Suya. He deliberately emphasized Suwan's status as a legally married wife and pointed out Suya's original choice. His words were full of protection and cherishment for Suan, which made the already jealous Jaolong even more furious. "You!" Jaolong's face instantly turned pale, and he pointed at Lin Feng, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Suya's face turned red and white. She was speechless after being retorted by Lin Feng and could only glare at him hatefully. "Why are you so angry, Mr. Zhao?" Lin Feng remained calm. "This is a public place. Shouting and yelling will have a bad impact. Instead of wasting time on making harsh remarks here, you might as well pay more attention to the person next to you. Don't let him kick you out if he sees someone with more money prospects one day. You're looking for death." Jaolong was completely enraged. He felt the loving and trusting look in Suwan's eyes when she looked at Lin Feng. He had never seen such sincere emotion in Suwan's eyes before, which made him jealous to the point of losing his mind. He took a step forward, almost sticking to Lin Feng's face, lowered his voice, and threatened viciously, "Boy, don't think you're great just because you've made a few bucks. In Ninghai City, I want you to be unable to survive. It's easier than crushing an ant to death. Just wait." Faced with Jaolong's naked threat, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He looked back at him sharply, and his aura was not inferior at all. "Really?" Lin Feng sneered, "Then I'll wait. But I remind Mr. Zhao that we live in a society ruled by law now. Before you do anything, you'd better consider the consequences. Don't end up getting yourself into trouble instead of killing an ant." After saying that, he ignored Jaolong, who was shaking with anger, and Suya, who looked grim. He took Suwan's hand, turned around and said to the sales consultant who had been watching all this with an embarrassed expression, "This top-of-the-line M9, black exterior, orange interior, is available? If so, I'll order it now." The sales consultant was stunned for a moment, then reacted and nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Sir, please wait a moment, I will handle the procedures for you right away. Lin Feng paid and signed the bill quickly. In less than half an hour, he had completed all the formalities and received the keys to the new car. He held Suan's hand and got into the brand new Wenjie M9. The car started and drove out of the experience center smoothly, leaving behind Jaolong and Suya with sullen faces and resentful eyes. Ding, strong jealousy from Jaolong detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, very strong. Wife loving value plus 20. Ding, jealousy and regret from Suya detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 10. Listening to the prompt sounds from the system in his mind, Lin Feng's mouth curled up with satisfaction. The more Jaolong was furious, the more Suya regretted and envied, the faster his wife loving value increased. He glanced at Suan, who was still a little nervous because of the previous conflict, but was more moved by Lin Feng standing up for her, and his heart became more determined. Let Suan shine brightly, and make all those who look down on them jealous, envious, and regretful. This is not only to satisfy his own bad taste, but also the most effective catalyst on his road to pampering his wife and becoming stronger. Wife, hold on tight, we're going home. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He stepped on the accelerator and the brand new QX9 merged into the traffic. When he got home, the first thing Lin Feng did was to take out his mobile phone and take a few photos of the new car from various angles, and then carefully selected a photo of him and Suan in front of the new car. He opened WeChat skillfully and edited the content. Moments, a new member has been added, and it will be more convenient to go out in the future. Picture, group photo, #M9 ##. University classmates, high school classmates, former colleagues, I just bought a QX9, I drive it around. Picture. After the message was sent, the group exploded again. Fuck. M9? Lin Feng, you are really going to make it. Didn't you just mention the BYD Han a few days ago? And you mentioned the M9 just a few days ago? Are the mine owners not as arrogant as you? The top of the line M9, the price is about 600,000, right? Brother Feng, please take it with you. At Lin Feng, Godfather, there are a lot of people outside. People kneeling on the ground. JPG. I'm so jealous. I'm still squeezing into the subway while others are already on the M9. Ding, envy, jealousy and hatred from my college classmate Wang Chang detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 5. Ding, jealousy from high school classmate Lu Bo detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 3. Ding, envy and jealousy from former colleague Li Mei detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, extremely strong. Wife loving value plus 8. A series of notification sounds of wife loving points being credited to his account made Lin Feng feel more relaxed. He seemed to have seen the angry face of Jaolong, the idiot, when he found out that he had picked up another M9. Conflict? Threat? Lin Feng sneered. In the face of absolute strength, these were just nutrients that accelerated his growth. He was looking forward to what Jaolong would do next. Chapter 11, Exchange Skills, Father-in-law's New Shop. After returning home, Suan was still immersed in the joy of the new car and the touching feeling of Lin Feng defending her just now. Her cheeks were slightly red, her eyes were moving, and her gaze towards Lin Feng was full of dependence and admiration. Lin Feng looked at her little girl's demeanor, and his heart softened and warmed. He pulled Suan to sit on the sofa and opened the system interface. After the last car buying incident and the bombardment from his friends and classmates, his wife loving value has increased a lot, and has now accumulated to more than 500 points. System, open the wife loving value store. Lin Feng said silently in his heart. A dazzling list of products appeared in front of him again. In addition to the previous, consumer rebate card, business information prediction capsule, etc., there were many new options. His eyes quickly scanned the area and finally stopped at a skill called Basic Business Sense. Primary Business Sense, passive skill that increases the host's sensitivity to business opportunities and enables a preliminary assessment of a project's feasibility, potential risks, and profit margins. Required wife loving points to redeem, 150 points. That's good. Lin Feng nodded secretly. Now that he has some funds on hand, he will definitely get involved in more fields in the future. Simply relying on the short-term information provided by the system is not a long-term solution. Improving one's own business judgment ability is the fundamental. Moreover, this skill seems to be helpful to his father-in-law in opening a new store. Exchange, basic business acumen. Ding consume 150 points of wife-loving value, basic business knows, has been equipped. Current wife-loving value, 395 points. A gentle warm current flowed into his brain, and Lin Feng felt that his thinking seemed to become clearer, and his perspective on the problem had some new dimensions that he had never had before. It seemed that many previously unclear business logics had become clear at this moment. Brother Lin Feng, what are you thinking about? Suan looked at him curiously. Lin Feng came back to his senses, smiled and pinched her cheek. I'm thinking about how to help our dad open the new store. When talking about her father's restaurant, Suan's smile faded a little, with a hint of worry. Dad called yesterday and said that he looked at several places, but he was not satisfied with any of them. Either the rent was too expensive, the location was too remote, or the layout was not good. He was very worried. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lin Feng said confidently, it just so happens that I'm free these few days. Let's go take a look together tomorrow and help Dad with some advice. The next morning, Lin Feng drove his newly bought Wenjie M9 and took Suan to the community where Su Guoqiang was temporarily renting. When Su Guoqiang saw the two of them, especially when he saw the brand new luxury car driven by Lin Feng, his eyes were complicated again, but more of it was gratification and steadiness. He knew that this son-in-law was really capable, and his daughter would not suffer any loss if she followed him. Dad, let's go with you to look at the shop today. Lin Feng took the initiative to speak. Okay, that's great. Su Guoqiang was just worried that there was no one to discuss things with, so he immediately became excited after hearing this. I saw another place yesterday, a newly built food street in the east of the city. It's said to be very popular. Shall we go take a look? The three drove to the East City food street. It was indeed lively here, with people coming and going, and all kinds of trendy restaurants next to each other, with different decoration styles. The store that Su Guoqiang liked was in a good location, facing the street, and the area was large enough. Dad, what do you think of this place? Suan asked. Su Guoqiang was somewhat tempted, but hesitated. The location is good, and there is a lot of traffic, but the rent is 150,000 a year, which is a bit high. Lin Feng activated his primary business sense and carefully observed the surrounding environment and the flow of people. He found that although this food street looked lively, the customer group was mostly young people who pursued novelty and the internet celebrity effect. They were impulsive consumers but not very loyal. Moreover, the stores here were highly homogenized and the competition was extremely fierce. Traditional restaurants like Lao Su's home cooking, which focused on taste and cost effectiveness, might not be popular here. Dad, I think this place may not be suitable. Lin Feng said. Oh? Why? Su Guoqiang was a little surprised. Look, Lin Feng pointed at the surroundings. Most of the stores here sell milk tea, snacks, and internet celebrity creative dishes, and their target customers are young people. Our home-style restaurant focuses on repeat customers and word of mouth. The atmosphere and consumption habits here may not match our positioning. Moreover, the competition is too fierce, the rent is high, and the risk is not small. Su Guoqiang listened to Lin Feng's analysis and felt that it made sense. He nodded and said, now that you put it that way, it seems to make sense. So, what kind of position do you think is good? Lin Feng thought about it, and another area came to his mind. I remember there is a newly built residential area in the south of the city. The occupancy rate is very high, and there don't seem to be any decent Chinese restaurants nearby. There are many residents there, and their spending power should be good, and it is mainly family consumption, which just fits the positioning of our home-cooked dishes. We can go there and take a look. Su Guoqiang's eyes lit up. That Jinqiu Jiangnan community in the south of the city? I know that the environment there is really good, but I don't know if there are any suitable shops for rent. You'll find out when you go and see. The three drove to the south of the city. Sure enough, near Jinqiu Jiangnan community, they found a shop that was looking for rent. This shop was located on a commercial street next to the main entrance of the community. It was of moderate size and square layout. The key point was that the rent was nearly one-third cheaper than that of the East City food street, only 100,000 yuan a year. Lin Feng once again used his primary business sense to analyze that there is a large permanent population here, consumption is stable, and there is a lack of strong competitors in the surrounding area, making it very suitable for a home-style restaurant. Dad, I think this place is great. Lin Feng said affirmatively, it has a good location, reasonable rent, and precise target customers. It's much more reliable than the food court. Su Guoqiang was more and more satisfied, and immediately decided, okay. This is it. Lin Feng, you still have a sharp eye. Ding the host used the skill, primary business nose, to successfully help his father-in-law choose the address for the new store and solve his problem. He was highly praised by his father-in-law and his wife-loving behavior was evaluated as excellent. Wife-loving value plus 30. Current wife-loving value, 425 points. Having solved the biggest problem, Su Guoqiang was in a good mood. He contacted the landlord on the spot and agreed on a time to sign the contract. Suan watched Lin Feng and his father talking happily. The sadness on his father's face disappeared, replaced by a vision and enthusiasm for the future. Her heart was filled with happiness and gratitude. She quietly held Lin Feng's hand, and the love in her eyes almost overflowed. Ding detected that my lover Suwan's happiness and admiration have greatly increased. Love value plus 5. Triggered the love feedback effect, wife loving value plus 10. Current wife loving value, 435 points. After deciding on a store location, Lin Feng also plans to participate in the subsequent decoration and opening preparations throughout the process, and make sure to help his father-in-law make the new store a success. Of course, while being busy, Lin Feng has not forgotten his main job, showing off his wife on a daily basis and gaining the value of pampering his wife. That night, he took Suan to a newly opened, high-end Western restaurant for a date. Suan wore his newly bought high-end dress and exquisite jewelry, and she was extremely beautiful under the lights. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and took a few photos of the candlelight dinner and Suwan's sweet smile. This time, he changed the text to a low-key one and posted it on WeChat Moments: an ordinary Wednesday night, an ordinary candlelight dinner, and an ordinary beautiful wife. Smile, Rose. In the photo, the background is a luxurious restaurant environment, with exquisite steaks and red wine on the table. Suan is smiling like a flower, and the diamond necklace around her neck is sparkling. As soon as this Versailles-flavored circle of friends was posted, the comments section exploded instantly. Ordinary? Lin Feng, you redefined ordinary. I know this restaurant. The average price per person starts from 4 figures. Is this what you call ordinary? My sister-in-law is so beautiful. Her temperament is amazing. Is the necklace from Cartier? I'm jealous. Lin Feng, tell me the truth, did you go mining without telling us? The university classmates and former colleagues groups were filled with grief. Are you going to let me live? I just watched M9 and now you want to attack me with a candlelight dinner? Lin Feng, you have changed. You are no longer that simple and unpretentious boy. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. JPG. At Lin Feng, come out and get beaten. Ding, jealousy from my college classmate Zhou Tao is detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 5. Ding, envy, jealousy and hatred from former colleague Zhao Qian detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, extremely strong. Wife loving value plus 8. Ding, envy from friend Lu Yun in the circle of friends is detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, medium. Wife loving value plus 2. Ding, jealousy from high school classmate Sun Yu detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 3. Listening to the reminder sound in his mind, Lin Feng felt relaxed. He put down his phone, picked up the knife and fork, cut a small piece of steak, and handed it to Suan. Try this, it tastes good. Suan blushed and opened her mouth, enjoying Lin Feng's feeding, squinting her eyes happily. Looking at his wife's satisfied smile and feeling the ever-increasing value of pampering his wife, Lin Feng felt that such a life was damn sweet. As for those people who were envious and jealous hiding behind the screen, let them continue to be sour. The more sour they are, the stronger he will be. Chapter 12, Father-in-law's New Journey and a Little Versailles. The early morning sunlight shines into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains, falling on Suwan's peaceful sleeping face. When Lin Feng woke up, he looked at the person next to him with his mouth slightly raised, as if he had had a beautiful dream, and his heart was warm. The effect of the Versailles circle of friends last night was remarkable. The system notification sounds of ding-dong hardly stopped all night. The wife-loving value has been rising steadily, and now it has broken through the 450-point mark and reached 458 points. The joy of watching the numbers jump is simple and direct, yet it is addictive. Suwan's eyelashes trembled, and she woke up rubbing her eyes. Seeing Lin Feng looking at her, her cheeks turned red and she muttered softly, "What are you looking at?" "Look at my beautiful wife." Lin Feng leaned over and kissed her forehead with a natural tone. Suwan's heartbeat quickened by his sudden intimacy, and she pushed him, "Hurry up and get up, you still have to accompany Dad to sign the contract today." "Yes, my dear wife." Lin Feng stood up with a smile. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, Lin Feng drove the Wenjie M9 and took Suwan to meet Su Guoqiang. Su Guoqiang was already waiting at the agreed location. When he saw Lin Feng's car, he couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes, but it soon turned into a down-to-earth smile. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "Let's go meet the landlord." The contract signing process went smoothly. The landlord was a straightforward middle-aged man. When he saw Lin Feng driving a luxury car with his future tenant, he was particularly polite. Lin Feng stood aside and chatted casually with the landlord about the planning of this commercial street and the occupancy of the surrounding communities. His primary business sense enabled him to keenly capture some useful information and also indirectly confirmed the potential of this place. Su Guoqiang felt relieved when he saw Lin Feng responding calmly. This son-in-law was not only rich, but also smart and insightful. His daughter was lucky to find the right person for him. After signing the contract and paying a year's rent and deposit of 100,000 yuan, Su Guoqiang held the heavy lease contract with deep emotion. "Xiaofeng, this time it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would still be wandering around in that food street." "Dad, why are you being so polite to me?" Lin Feng smiled. "This is just the first step. There is still a lot to do, including renovation, hiring, and obtaining permits. If you need anything, feel free to tell me." "Oh, okay. Su Guoqiang nodded repeatedly, his eyes slightly warm. He took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng a little embarrassedly. "Xiaofeng, of the 500,000 yuan you gave me before, I used 100,000 to pay the rent first. The remaining 400,000, plus the little savings I have accumulated over the years, should be enough for the decoration and initial expenses. This money is considered a loan from you. When the store opens and makes money, Dad will definitely." Lin Feng did not take the card. Instead, he took out his mobile phone, opened the bank app, and made the transfer in front of Su Guoqiang. "Dad, look at what you said." While doing the operation, Lin Feng said, "This money was originally for you to open a shop. It doesn't matter whether you lend it or not. We are family and we don't have different opinions. Decoration, buying equipment, hiring people, all cost money. 400,000 may not be enough. I will transfer another 200,000 to you to make it 600,000. You can use it first, and we will talk to you if it is not enough." Ding dong. Su Guoqiang's phone rang with a text message alert. He picked it up and saw that it was a notification of fund arrival from the bank. There really was an extra 200,000 in the account. How can this be possible? "Xiaofeng, you." Su Guoqiang was completely stunned, and his hands holding the phone were shaking. He had been an honest and upright man all his life and had never seen such a scene before. As soon as his son-in-law opened his mouth, he gave him hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking an eye. "Dad, just accept it." Suan also held her father's arm and said in a soft voice, "Brother Lin Feng really wants to help you, so don't be so distant with him. We all hope that your new store will open smoothly." Lin Feng put away his phone and looked at Su Guoqiang. "Dad, just think of this money as a token of my appreciation to Wan, or you can think of it as my early investment. When the store makes money in the future, you can give me dividends." He said it half jokingly, but his tone was sincere. Su Guoqiang looked at Lin Feng's frank eyes, then looked at his daughter's expectant eyes, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Finally, he nodded heavily. "Okay. Dad will listen to you. Dad will definitely work hard and live up to your kindness." Ding, the host generously donated another 200,000 yuan to his father-in-law, completely resolving his worries, greatly improving his father-in-law's recognition and gratitude, and effectively promoting family harmony. Wife-loving behavior evaluation, excellent. Wife-loving value plus 50. Ding, it is detected that the father-in-law Su Guoqiang's favorability and trust in the host have greatly increased. The family relationship is further consolidated, triggering the hidden reward of family harmony, charm value plus 3. Current wife-loving value, 508 points. Current charm value, 8 points. Lin Feng was satisfied. This pampering of his wife was a comfort. Not only did it help his father-in-law and improve family relationships, it also enhanced his own charm, killing two birds with one stone. After solving the funding problem, Su Guoqiang was full of energy. He took Lin Feng and Suan and began to enthusiastically plan the decoration style of the new store. We are a home-style restaurant, so the decoration doesn't need to be too fancy. It should be warm, clean, and bright, so that people feel comfortable and at ease when they come in. Lin Feng listened on the side, and from time to time he used his basic business sense to give some suggestions, such as the layout of the kitchen should take into account the efficiency of serving food, the placement of tables and chairs in the hall should take into account both privacy and space utilization, and he even mentioned the color temperature of the lights. The more Su Guoqiang listened to these detailed suggestions, the more they made sense to him, and he repeatedly praised Lin Feng for his thoughtful consideration. Suan watched her father and husband discussing the future like friends, and her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness and security. She looked at Lin Feng with eyes so gentle that they could almost drip water. Ding detected that my lover Suwan's happiness, admiration, and dependence continue to increase. Love value plus 8. Triggered the love feedback effect, wife loving value plus 16. Current wife loving value, 524 points. Lin Feng felt all this and was in a very good mood. In the afternoon, after sending Su Guoqiang home, Lin Feng and Suan returned to their own home. Suan was like a happy little bird, humming a song as she wandered around the house, looking here and touching there, full of love for this increasingly better life created by Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, looking at Suwan's busy back, and opened the system mall. His wife-loving value exceeded 500 points. He wondered if there were any new goodies unlocked. Sure enough, after the product list was refreshed, some options appeared that were not there before. Intermediate business sense, passive skill that greatly improves the host's sensitivity to business opportunities, risk identification ability, and profit prediction ability. Required wife-loving points to redeem, 500 points. Driving skill mastery, passive skill that allows the host's driving skills to reach the level of a professional racing driver. Required wife-loving points to redeem, 100 points. Battle skills, active skill, master basic fighting skills, improve body coordination and reaction speed. Required wife-loving points, 80 points. Charming perfume one time, after use, it greatly improves personal charm in a short period of time, and increases attraction to the opposite sex. The required wife-loving value for redemption is 50 points. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on intermediate business sense and driving skill mastery for a moment. The upgraded version of business acumen is very tempting, but it requires 500 points, which will almost empty his current assets. Don't worry. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to save some more. The basic business sense is enough for now, so he should lay a good foundation first. He closed the system mall, picked up his phone, and thought about how to proceed with his next plan of showing off his wife. Simply posting photos and food seemed a bit monotonous, so he had to come up with something new. He opened his moments and edited a new update. My father-in-law is planning to open a new restaurant. I signed the contract with him today and also consulted him on the decoration. He is very motivated and I look forward to the opening of the new restaurant. Struggle, the location is next to the Jinqiu Jiangnan community in the south of the city. Friends are welcome to come and support us. Just mention my name and we'll give you a discount. I said that, whether the father agrees or not is another matter, snickering. There are 3 accompanying pictures. One is a photo of Su Guoqiang holding a contract, standing at the door of the unfinished new shop, with a smile on his face. One is a photo of Lin Feng, Su Guoqiang, and Suan in front of the shop, and the sign of the Jinqiu Jiangnan community can be vaguely seen in the background. The last one is a screenshot of him transferring 200,000 yuan to Su Guoqiang. The amount and the name of the recipient are partially blurred, but the 3 words Su Guoqiang and the amount of 200,000 yuan are vaguely visible. This post on WeChat Moments seems to be about promoting the father-in-law's new store, but it actually contains a huge amount of information. First, Lin Feng has a harmonious relationship with his father-in-law. Second, my father-in-law wants to open a new store next to a high-end residential area. Third, Lin Feng not only accompanied the signing, but also participated in the planning, and paid a lot of money. The transfer screenshot is the key. Fourth, the joke at the end is both down to earth and exudes a sense of relief that this little money is no big deal. Sure enough, not long after the post was published on Moments, comments and likes came pouring in like a tide. Oh my god. Lin Feng is really good. He has even started helping his father-in-law with his business. Over at Jinqiu Jiangnan? That location is good. The rent is not cheap, right? Are you serious about the last picture? I think I see a lot of zeros. Brother Feng is awesome. This is a direct investment. Sister-in-law is so lucky. Not only is her husband capable, but her family is also going to rise. We must go to support the grand opening. We have to go just for Brother Feng's sake. Is it okay to break a bone? Lin Feng, you are really arrogant now, but I like it, ha. The university classmates group was in an uproar. Zhang Tao at Lin Feng, you are really good, you have made a fortune quietly, and now you have become an investor? Li Ming, sure, Lin Feng, when are you going to take the brothers to fly together? Wang Qian, oh my god, Lin Feng, you were so nice. You are so generous to your father-in-law. Suan is so lucky to marry you. Zhao Lin, screenshot, is that 200,000? Oh my god. Lin Feng, how rich are you now? Suya, the ex-girlfriend, also saw this circle of friends. She looked at the screenshot of the transfer and her eyes turned red. 200,000. Lin Feng gave Su Guoqiang 200,000 without hesitation. When she was with him, he was so stingy that he even bought her a nice bag. Now he is so extravagant on Su Wan's family. A strong feeling of jealousy and resentment surged in Suya's heart, and she was so angry that she almost threw her phone. Why? Why did that poor boy who only followed her buttocks become so rich now? Why did Suan, that insignificant girl, live such a good life? Ding, strong jealousy from ex-girlfriend Suya detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, very strong. Wife loving value plus 15. Ding, envy and jealousy from college classmate Zhang Tao detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 5. Ding, detected the shock and envy from my college classmate Zhao Lin. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 4. Ding, envy from friend Wang Chang in the friend circle is detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, medium. Wife loving value plus 2. A series of prompt sounds rang out again, and Lin Feng's wife loving value rose rapidly, and soon broke through 550 points. The effect is outstanding. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. It was so cool to pretend to be cool without making a sound and to gain some wife-loving points at the same time. He put down his phone and saw Suan coming over with a plate of cut fruits and placing it on the coffee table in front of him. Brother Lin Feng, have some fruit. Suan sat down next to him, picked up an apple and handed it to his mouth. Lin Feng opened his mouth and bit it, then took her soft hand. Wan, when Dad's new store opens, you will be the boss's daughter from now on. Suan was amused by him and punched him lightly. What do you mean by boss's daughter? You make me sound so powerful. You are already very powerful, and... Lin Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered, you are my wife, Lin Feng. This is powerful enough. The warm breath brushed past her ears, and Suwan's cheeks instantly became hot, and her heart beat like a drum. She looked at Lin Feng's eyes, which were so close to her, and reflected her own shadow, full of love. Ding, detected that my lover Suan is extremely happy and shy. Love value plus 6. Triggered the love feedback effect, wife loving value plus 12. Current wife loving value, 568 points. Lin Feng was in a good mood looking at Suwan's shy and sweet appearance. Life is getting better, wealth is growing, loved ones are by my side, and I have a powerful system. Chapter 13, Persuasion and New Home. The next morning, Suan prepared to go to work as usual. She adjusted the collar of her business suit in front of the mirror, with a barely perceptible fatigue on her face. Although her life is much better now, the habits she developed in her previous work are still there, and the interpersonal relationships in her company are a bit complicated and involution is serious, so she is not happy at work. Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, looking at her slightly slender back, his heart moved slightly. The spoiling value he gained from his wife last night made him feel very good. Seeing his wife having to get up early to deal with work she didn't like, he felt it was time to change. Wan, he walked forward and gently put his arms around her waist from behind. Are you still worried about work? Suwan's body stiffened, then she relaxed, leaned into his arms, and said softly, it's okay. There was a small problem with a project yesterday, and the supervisor said a few words to me. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Lin Feng rested his chin on the top of her head, his voice gentle but with an unquestionable tone. Suan turned around in surprise and looked at him. You quit? Then what should I do? Although she knew that Lin Feng was very rich now, the independent concept she had since childhood made her subconsciously feel that a girl should have her own job to feel secure. I'll support you, silly girl. Lin Feng pinched her nose, his smile full of pampering. Your husband has no other skills now, but he is more than enough to support his wife. Besides, Dad's new store will be busy soon. If you are interested, you can go and help out, or just learn something you like, painting, flower arranging, baking, it's all fine. Why should you suffer in that small shabby company? He paused, held her face, and looked into her eyes seriously. Wan, I work hard to make money just to make you happy and relaxed. I'm not happy to see you worrying about trivial things at work every day. Suwan's heart felt like it was soaked in warm water, warm and cozy. Lin Feng's words were direct and overbearing, but with a gentleness and sincerity that she could not resist. Yes, she had Lin Feng now, and this man was using his own way to support a worry-free sky for her. That insistence on independence seemed insignificant in front of Lin Feng's sincere eyes and doting tone. Her eyes were slightly red, and she nodded, her voice a little nasal. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ding, it is detected that my lover Suan feels the host's strong love and support, and her heart is full of security and happiness. Love value plus 10. Trigger the love feedback effect, wife loving value plus 20. Current wife loving value, 588 points. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, lowered his head and kissed her forehead. That's good. Then don't go to work today, let's go and complete the resignation procedures first, and then. He deliberately prolonged his voice. How about celebrating and going out for some fun? Go out and play? Suwan's eyes lit up instantly, as if there were stars twinkling in them. Where to? Let me think about it. Lin Feng pretended to be silent. The weather has been good recently. How about going to the Baibo Lake in the south? I heard that there are beautiful scenery of lakes and mountains, and there are many special snacks. Or go to Yunwu Mountain? Feel the fairyland surrounded by sea of clouds? Otherwise, go to Nanfeng ancient town to experience the water village style? He deliberately mentioned a few places that sounded very pleasant. Baibo Lake. I want to go to Baibo Lake. Suan made the decision almost immediately, her face filled with anticipation and excitement. Okay, then we'll go to Baibo Lake. Lin Feng took out his phone and quickly operated it in front of Suan. Let me see. First-class air tickets, a 5-star resort hotel with the best lake view. Okay, done. We'll leave the day after tomorrow and play for a week. Seeing Lin Feng book a top-notch itinerary without any hesitation, Suan felt sweet inside, but also a little surprised. This kind of trip that can be taken at any time, and with top-notch configuration, was something she had never dared to think about before. Let's go. I'll accompany you to the company to cut off worldly ties first. Lin Feng took Suwan's hand with a relaxed tone. Suwan's company was in an ordinary office building. When Lin Feng's brand new M9 parked downstairs, it attracted a lot of attention from people entering and leaving the office building. Lin Feng, dressed in casual but high-quality clothes, accompanied the radiant Suwan into the office area, which attracted a lot of inquiring and whispering eyes. Most of Suwan's colleagues knew that she was married, but they didn't know the specific situation of her husband. They only heard that his conditions were average. Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor and car at this moment, many people's eyes changed. Suwan, who is this? A female colleague who had a good relationship with Suwan asked curiously. This is my husband, Lin Feng. Suwan introduced him in a natural tone with a hint of barely perceptible pride. Hello, Mr. Lin. The female colleague looked at Lin Feng, then at Suwan, with complicated eyes. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, without saying much, just quietly staying by Suwan's side. Suwan went straight to the supervisor's office and handed in her resignation letter. The supervisor was a little surprised and tried to persuade her to stay, but seeing Suwan's firm attitude and the calm Lin Feng standing next to her, he didn't say anything more and signed quickly. After completing the formalities, Suwan packed up her things and walked out of the office accompanied by Lin Feng. When passing by the work area, she could clearly feel the various looks from the people around her. Some were surprised, some were envious, and of course, some were jealous. TSK, has Suwan found a rich husband? Look at her husband's car, it's worth at least $1 million, right? No wonder he resigned just like that. It turns out someone is supporting him. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. The sound of subtle discussions could be heard faintly, and Suwan squeezed Lin Feng's hand uncomfortably. Lin Feng seemed not to hear it. He just turned his head to give her a gentle smile and whispered, ignore them, let's go home. Ding, jealousy from Suwan's former colleague Lili is detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, medium. Wife loving value plus 2. Ding, envy from Suwan's former colleague Wang Chang is detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 3. Ding, complex emotions including jealousy and surprise detected from Suwan's former supervisor Lu Mei. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife loving value plus 5. Bite. A series of prompt sounds rang in Lin Feng's mind, and his wife-loving value increased steadily again. After getting in the car, Suan let out a long sigh and leaned back in the chair. Those people just now. It's just envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lin Feng started the car, his tone relaxed. You'll get used to it. There will be more and more such looks in the future. My wife is so outstanding and deserves the best life. It's normal for them to be envious. Suan was amused by him, and the discomfort in her heart disappeared. She turned her head to look at Lin Feng's profile as he focused on driving. His features were clear and his eyes were firm. This man not only gave her a rich life, but also gave her strong confidence and the courage to face everything. After returning home, Lin Feng picked up his phone, thought for a while, and posted another message to his moments. My wife has worked hard, so I asked her to quit her job and take a break. I plan to take her to Baibo Lake to relax for a week. Does anyone have any local food recommendations? Picture. There are 3 pictures. One is a beautiful scenery photo promoted by the official website of Baibo Lake. One is a screenshot of the first-class ticket order. The key information is coded, but the words first class and the destination are clearly visible. The last one is a photo of Suan sitting in the co-pilot seat of the Wenji M9, turning her head to face the camera with a big smile, and the background is the office building that she just left. This circle of friends is still full of information. Resignation, top travel destinations, first-class cabins, luxury cars, beautiful wives, every element is precisely stimulating the nerves of the onlookers. The comment sections and group chats were once again boiling with excitement. Fuck. My sister-in-law resigned? Lin Feng, are you planning to keep a mistress in your house? Baibo Lake. 5-star resort hotel. First-class cabin. Lin Feng, tell me the truth, did you win the lottery? No, even if you won the lottery, you won't be as rich as you. I just invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in my father-in-law to open a store, and then I took my wife on a high-end trip. Poverty limits my imagination. At all members, come out and see how Lin Feng pampers his wife. Learn from him. This was posted by a female college classmate. It's sour, I'm eating lemons. Lin Feng, are you still in need of an accessory? One that can walk and eat by itself. This was sent by Zhang Tao, with a hint of sarcasm. When his ex-girlfriend Suya saw this post on WeChat Moments, she was shopping in a luxury store with Jaolong. She clicked on the photo of Suan smiling brightly, and saw the words first class in Baibo Lake. Her carefully painted nails almost dug into her palms. Why? How could Suan, a country bumpkin, live such a life? She quit her job? Lin Feng actually let her quit her job and enjoy life at home? And he even took her to such a nice place to travel? She was almost drowned by the strong jealousy. Ding, extreme jealousy and resentment from ex-girlfriend Suya detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, very strong. Wife-loving value plus 18. Ding, envy and jealousy from college classmate Zhang Tao detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife-loving value plus 5. Ding, detected the shock and envy from high school classmate Wang Wei. Emotional fluctuation judgment, strong. Wife-loving value plus 4. Ding, envy from friend Chen Lu in the circle of friends is detected. Emotional fluctuation judgment, medium. Wife-loving value plus 2. Listening to the pleasant prompt tone in his mind and watching the wife-loving value soar again, easily breaking through the 600-point mark and reaching 620 points, Lin Feng felt happy. He put down his phone and saw that Suan had already started to excitedly search for guides to Baibo Lake on the internet, looking for various foods and attractions, her face filled with anticipation for the trip. What are you looking at? Lin Feng leaned over. Look at what delicious food there is in Baibo Lake, and where there are fun things to do. Suan handed the tablet to him like showing him a treasure. Look at this squirrel mandarin fish and green snail shrimp, they look delicious. And this island in the middle of the lake, it is said that the scenery is particularly beautiful. Okay, let's go try it all, let's go take a look. Lin Feng put his arm around her shoulders and rubbed his chin against her hair. As long as my wife wants to go somewhere and eat something, we will arrange it for her. Suan snuggled in his arms happily and nodded. The sun shone through the window onto the two of them, warm and peaceful. For her, quitting her job and embarking on a journey was not only a change in life, but also an upgrade in happiness. And for Lin Feng, all this was just the beginning. Looking at the ever-increasing value of pampering his wife, feeling the satisfaction and dependence of the lover in his arms, he knew that he would firmly walk on this path of pampering his wife and becoming stronger, and he would go further and further, and the journey would become more and more exciting. As for those voices of envy, jealousy, and hatred, they were just background noise on his road to becoming stronger. They could even contribute points to him. Why not? Chapter 14, New Ideas for Pampering Your Wife, Goals, the Stars and the Sea, and a 1,000-point prize. The travel plan to Baibo Lake was finalized, and Suwan's mood these days was as bright as the sunshine outside the window. The sense of relief after resigning, coupled with the longing for the upcoming romantic journey, made her whole body exude an unprecedented brilliance. Sometimes she curled up on the sofa to study the travel guide, and sometimes she excitedly pulled Lin Feng to discuss which beautiful clothes to bring, chirping like a happy little bird. Lin Feng was happy to enjoy this sweet burden. Seeing Suwan's careful preparation for the trip, the satisfaction of his male chauvinism was about to overflow. Of course, he was not idle either. In addition to cooperating with his wife's various instructions, he was more concerned about the numbers that kept jumping on his system panel. The effect of the Versailles circle of friends continued to ferment. The news that Suan had resigned and was about to embark on a luxury trip was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling through various circles. Envy, jealousy, shock, gossip, all kinds of complex emotions flowed into Lin Feng's wife loving value account like a trickle. At this moment, his wife loving value has firmly stood at 650 points. Not bad, the growth momentum is good. Lin Feng lay on the bed, looking at the eye-catching number on the system interface, with a satisfied smile on his face. He made money, his wife was happy, and his strength was also steadily improving. This feeling was simply too good. Just as he was about to close the system interface and say goodnight to Suan, who was already dozing off beside him, the system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind, with a sense of solemnity that was unusual. Ding, the host is actively pampering his wife, and the pampering value is steadily increasing. We are hereby issuing a phase target incentive. Phase goal: when the wife loving value reaches 1,000 points, the system will issue a mysterious prize. Reward level: epic. Tip: this reward is unique and has great significance for the host's future development. Please keep up the good work and achieve your goal as soon as possible. Epic? Lin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes wide open. Suan, who was standing next to him, was startled by him and rubbed her eyes in a daze. What's wrong, brother Lin Feng? Did you have a nightmare? No, it's not a nightmare, it's a sweet dream. Lin Feng couldn't hide his excitement. He hugged Suan into his arms and kissed her hard on the forehead. Great news! Although Suan didn't understand what the system was or what the reward was, she could feel Lin Feng's excitement from the bottom of his heart. She nestled in his arms obediently and asked in a low voice, "What's the good news?" It's just, I feel that our good days are coming faster and more violently. Lin Feng's words were vague, but the confidence and joy in his tone infected Suan. Yeah. Suan nodded vigorously. Although she didn't understand why, she believed in Lin Feng unconditionally. After comforting Suan and going back to sleep, Lin Feng was completely sleepless. 1,000 points of wife-loving value. Epic grand prize. These words exploded in his mind like fireworks. The previous rewards, whether it was the consumer rebate card, the business information prediction capsule, or the elementary business sense, had already brought about earth-shaking changes in his life. So how amazing would this epic grand prize be? Lin Feng's heart was pounding, and a strong desire and ambition was burning in his chest. Must get it as soon as possible. But the question is, how can I accumulate wife-loving points faster? He carefully considered it. Currently, the main ways to gain wife-loving points are: 1. Direct pampering behavior, buy gifts for Suan, take her out for fun, say sweet words, solve her problems, etc. This is the basis, which can bring stable pampering value and love value feedback, but the single acquisition amount is relatively limited. 2. Cause others to be jealous, show off through social circles such as friend circles and classmates groups to stimulate negative emotions such as jealousy and envy from his ex-girlfriend Suya, his rival Jaolong, and other people he knows. This is the most efficient way at present, especially Suya and Jaolong, who are simply his wife-loving value cash machine. 3. Improved family relationships, gaining recognition and gratitude from father-in-law Su Guochang can also bring good wife-loving value rewards. Although showing off in moments in group chats is effective, Lin Feng is keenly aware that the marginal effect of this method is decreasing. First, the audience is limited, basically those people he knows. Second, if the same content is posted too much, everyone's sense of freshness and excitement will gradually decrease, and the jealousy generated will also decrease accordingly. You can't post about buying bags, cars, and eating big meals every day, right? That would be too deliberate and too low. We must find a broader, more sustainable, and more influential way. Lin Feng frowned, his fingers unconsciously sliding across the screen of his phone. News, social software, games, various app icons passed by his eyes. Suddenly, his finger stopped on a familiar icon, one of the most popular short video apps at the moment. Short video. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Short video. How big is the user base of this thing? Hundreds of millions. How fast is the spread speed? A popular video can become popular all over the internet overnight. How strong is the influence? How many internet celebrities have changed their fate with short videos? If he and Suwan's daily life, those moments of pampering his wife, those little happiness that ordinary people dream of but are within reach, of course, it may be big happiness for him, were recorded in the form of short videos and shared. How many people would be envious, jealous, and hateful? Wouldn't the value of loving your wife come like a tide? Moreover, the content of short videos is more diverse. You can record the details of your travels, share the unboxing of Suwan's shopping, shoot the progress of your father-in-law's new store, or even shoot some seemingly plain but full of dog food details of life. There is always one that can hit the audience's sour spot. More importantly, this method is more silent and subtle. Under the banner of recording life and sharing happiness, showing off is packaged in daily life. It can not only meet system requirements, but also avoid the disgust caused by overly straightforward showing off like in moments, and even attract a group of fans who sincerely wish you well. Of course, there will be haters and nitpickers, but so what? Aren't their negative emotions also a source of wife-loving value? Thinking of this, Lin Feng was so excited that he almost jumped out of the bed again. He seemed to have seen that countless wife-loving values were waving at him, and the epic grand prize was just around the corner. Let's do it! Lin Feng made up his mind. However, this matter still needs to be discussed with Suan. After all, it is about exposing the lives of the two to more strangers, and her wishes are the most important. While having breakfast the next day, Lin Feng mentioned the matter casually. Wan, I was thinking, should we take some videos to record our trip to Baibo Lake? We can look at it when we are old, it will be meaningful. Suan scooped up the porridge and was a little curious when she heard it. Taking a video? Using a mobile phone? Well, you can also use better equipment. Lin Feng persuaded, isn't it very popular to shoot vlogs now? It's a short video recording life. I think our life is quite interesting. If we record it, maybe we can share it with others and spread some positive energy or something. Suan blinked, a little hesitant. Share it with others? Post it online? Will it be not good? She subconsciously worried about privacy issues. We can post selectively. Lin Feng had already thought of the excuse, don't reveal too much personal information. Mainly share some happy moments, such as eating delicious food, seeing beautiful scenery, or I prepare a small surprise for you. Just think of it as our love diary, and let everyone feel happy by the way. He held Suwan's hand, his eyes gentle and sincere. Besides, I think my wife is so beautiful and cute. It's a waste of resources if I don't let more people see her. The last sentence was a bit joking, but it also touched Suwan's heart. Which girl doesn't like to be praised and don't like her happiness to be seen? Especially under Lin Feng's loving gaze. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she glanced at Lin Feng in a reproachful manner. Most of the worries in her heart had disappeared. Okay. Then, I'll do as you say. Great. Lin Feng immediately perked up, then let's register an account now. What's a good name? He stroked his chin and rolled his eyes. How about calling him Mr. Lin, the wife-doting maniac? It's simple and direct, and the theme is clear. Poochie. Suan was amused by the name and punched him. No way. It's too embarrassing. It's called Feng Wan's Sweet Daily Life? Well, this is okay. Suan nodded, her cheeks getting even redder. Okay, this is it. Lin Feng made the decision immediately, took out his mobile phone, quickly downloaded the app, and registered an account in no time. The profile picture he used was the funny photo of the two of them taken on the day they got their marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Looking at the brand new account homepage, Lin Feng seemed to see countless wife-loving points flying towards him. Wife, our new era of harvesting wife-loving value is about to begin. Lin Feng announced to Suan confidently. Suan seemed to understand, but seeing Lin Feng's high spirits, she also started to smile, her eyes filled with anticipation and happiness. Before the trip to Baibo Lake began, Lin Feng had already planned a new battlefield for himself. This time, his goal was the wider sea of stars and the tempting 1,000-point grand prize. As for what kind of storm the upcoming travel vlog will cause and how much wife-loving value it will bring, Lin Feng said, I am looking forward to it very much. Chapter 15, First Experience of Baibo Lake Vlog, a new source of jealousy. The spaciousness and comfort of the first-class cabin is indeed a far cry from the usual crowded economy class. Suan curiously touched here and looked there, her face full of novelty. Lin Feng looked at her excited look, feeling relieved, and took a few photos of her smiling face with his mobile phone. Brother Lin Feng, are we really going to shoot a video and post it online? Suan came over and asked in a low voice, with a hint of excitement and a bit of inexplicable nervousness in her tone. Try it, just treat it as a record of our honeymoon trip. Lin Feng pinched her nose, besides, my wife is so beautiful, it would be a pity to hide her. Suan blushed and patted him lightly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. The plane landed in the city where the Baibo Lake is located. The five-star hotel's special car was already waiting at the exit. Driving all the way to the Lakeside Resort Hotel, the scenery outside the window gradually changed from a bustling city to beautiful mountains and clear waters. The hotel is located between the lake and mountains, with an elegant design and meticulous service. They booked a lake view suite. When they opened the door, the huge French window showed the sparkling blue lake and the green mountains in the distance. The room was spacious and luxurious, with a balcony with a great view. While Suan couldn't help but let out a small exclamation, ran to the balcony, opened her arms, and took a deep breath of the fresh air with water vapor. It's so beautiful here. Lin Feng walked over, gently hugged her from behind, and rested his chin on the top of her head. Do you like it? Yeah. I like it. Suan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling, and turned back to kiss him on the face. Thank you, brother Lin Feng. Silly, you're still being polite to me. Lin Feng smiled and took out his phone. Come on, our first vlog shot starts from here. The shooting process was more casual than expected. Lin Feng did not have any professional camera movements or composition, but was more of a documentary. He took pictures of Suan cheering on the balcony, the luxurious interior of the room inadvertently sweeping past a few big brand shopping bags, the refreshing lake view outside the window, and the two of them enjoying an exquisite dinner in the hotel's top restaurant. Suan was a little unnatural at first and would subconsciously dodge the camera, but she soon relaxed with Lin Feng's encouragement in the beauty of the food and scenery, and her smile became more and more bright and genuine. Back in the room at night, Lin Feng started to tinker with the editing. He didn't have any skills, he just simply spliced the clips he shot during the day, added soothing background music, and tried to highlight the comfort of the trip and Suwan's happiness. Is this okay? Lin Feng showed Suan the preliminary edited video. The video was not long, just over a minute, and the picture was not very beautiful, but it was real. Suan looked at herself smiling like a flower on the screen, and Lin Feng's gentle eyes that occasionally appeared in the picture, and her cheeks became a little hot again. Well, it seems not bad. Then send it out? Lin Feng asked for her opinion. Send it. Suan nodded, with a kind of shyness and anticipation as if a secret was about to be revealed. Lin Feng took a deep breath and clicked the publish button on the account phone Wan's sweet daily life. The title of the video was simple, Baibo Lake, Here We Come. The little happiness of the first day. After sending it, Lin Feng didn't care too much and took Suan to the balcony to look at the stars. The night by the lake was particularly quiet, and the starry sky was particularly bright. However, just because he didn't care doesn't mean others don't care. The push mechanism of short video platforms is powerful. This video, which was labeled Sweet Daily Life and involved luxury travel and beauties, was quickly pushed to many users. At first, the comments section was relatively harmonious. Wow, the lady is so beautiful. This hotel looks so expensive. I'm so envious. The scenery is so beautiful, I wish you 99% happiness. You tricked me into quitting my job and going traveling again. Lin Feng refreshed his page occasionally, and when he saw these comments, the corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously. Although these sporadic envy didn't bring much value to his wife, he was happy to see others praising Suan. But soon, the tone of the comments section began to change. TSK, how much does this room cost per night? Ordinary people can't afford it. Young people nowadays are either second-generation rich or are being kept by someone, alas. It's someone else's husband again. My husband only knows how to play games at home. This filter is so good that even mom can't recognize it, right? It looks like a staged photo, a deliberate show of wealth, right? Acerbic remarks began to emerge, mixed with some unfriendly speculations. Suan also saw these comments. Her face turned pale and her mood was obviously depressed. Brother Lin Feng, why do they say that? Lin Feng hugged her and patted her back gently to comfort her. Don't worry about it. There are all kinds of people on the internet. Some people just can't stand others being better off. We just need to live our own lives well. Although he said this, Lin Feng's heart was moved. He immediately opened the system panel to check. Ding! Received jealousy value +1 from netizen Lemon Essence. Ding! Received envy value +1 from netizen Daganghun. Ding! Received negative emotion value +1 from netizen Keyboard Knight. Ding! Received the envy value +1 from the netizen Melon Eaters. A series of scattered prompts popped up. Although the individual values are not high, only 1 point, the base number is large. The video has only been released for 1 or 2 hours, and the number of views has exceeded 10,000, and the number of likes and comments is still increasing. These envy, jealousy, and even dissatisfaction from strangers have actually turned into real wife-loving value. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. In this short period of time, the value of pampering my wife has increased by more than 20 points. It works. Lin Feng was delighted. He thought this was the right approach. He comforted Suan and told her not to read the comments and concentrate on enjoying the trip. Then, he forwarded the video link to his college and high school classmates groups seemingly casually. These two groups are where his key customers gather. Sure enough, as soon as the link was sent, the group immediately exploded. Zhang Tao, the classmate who had mocked him at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, fuck. Lin Feng, you are really good. Where did you take your sister-in-law to have fun? Baibo Lake? A 5-star hotel? Li Mei, a female classmate who had a crush on Lin Feng in the past, Suan is getting more and more beautiful. This hotel is so luxurious. Wang Cheng, a student from an average family who likes to complain, damn it, comparing yourself to others makes me angry. I'm still working overtime, while others are already traveling in luxury. Anonymous user, probably someone who doesn't like Lin Feng. I don't know where the money came from, maybe. All kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred can be felt through the screen. Ding! Received jealousy value +3 from Zhang Tao. Ding! Received envy value +2 from Li Mei. Ding! Received jealousy value +4 from Wang Chang. Ding! Received negative emotion value +3 from anonymous user. Another wave of wife-loving points coming in. Much more efficient than strangers online. At this moment, in a high-end club far away in Ninghai City, Suya was having fun with Jaolong and a few rich second-generation friends. She accidentally saw a message from her high school classmates and clicked on the video link. When Suya saw Suwan's happy smile in the video, and the obviously luxurious hotel suite and lake view in the background, her face instantly turned ugly. Especially when Lin Feng occasionally appeared in the camera, the doting look he gave Suan hurt her eyes even more. Is this still the poor boy Lin Feng who was abandoned by her and couldn't even afford a decent ring? How could he afford such a trip? And Suan, the always inconspicuous sister, how come she seemed to have been reborn and was so beautiful that she was a little jealous? What are you looking at? You look so grim. Jaolong came over, put his arm around her waist, and glanced at her phone screen. Jaolong recognized Lin Feng and Suan in the video at a glance, especially the hotel environment. He had taken another woman there not long ago, so he naturally knew that the price was not cheap. Lin Feng? Where does this guy get the money to stay in a hotel like this in Baibo Lake? Jaolong's tone was full of obvious disdain and a hint of sourness. Last time at the Wenjie Experience Center, he was scolded by Lin Feng, and he had to watch him pick up the car with full payment. He has been holding this anger. Who knows what kind of shit luck he has? Suya turned off her phone in a bad mood, feeling upset. She would rather believe that Lin Feng won the lottery than believe that he earned it by his own ability. Jealousy and regret gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. Ding! Received strong jealousy value +15 from Suya. Ding! Received jealousy value +10 from Jaolong. Lin Feng looked at the wife-loving value on the system panel that suddenly jumped up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Suya and Jaolong are indeed his best contributors. After this wave of operations, his wife-loving value has exceeded 700. He is one step closer to the goal of 1,000 points. It seems that this vlog really needs to be filmed carefully. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He put away his phone and looked at Suan, who was happy again because she no longer read the comments and was planning where to eat delicious food in the evening. His eyes became more gentle. Pampering my wife, becoming stronger, and at the same time making those who look down on me angry, this feeling is so damn refreshing. The trip to Bibo Lake is still going on, and Lin Feng's new strategy of harvesting wife value has begun to bear fruit. He began to look forward to what surprises this little vlog will bring him in the next few days. Chapter 16 Vlog Fermentation, Suya's Concern. The sun was shining brightly on the second day at Bibo Lake. Lin Feng and Suan got up early and enjoyed breakfast in the hotel's open-air restaurant by the lake. The breeze blew by, bringing the fresh scent of the lake and the faint fragrance of flowers and plants. Shall we go on a boat trip on the lake today? Suan ate the exquisite snacks in small bites, looking at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes and anticipation on her face. Although she was affected by some unfriendly comments last night, after Lin Feng's guidance and a good night's sleep, she has recovered her energy and is more focused on enjoying this rare trip. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and picked up his phone. Here, the material for the second episode of our Feng Wan's sweet daily life is here. Suan gave him a reproachful look, but still cooperated with the camera and smiled sweetly, then picked up a small macaron and fed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally opened his mouth to take it, and the camera just happened to record this scene, as well as the blush on Suwan's face. After breakfast, the two of them came to the dock by the lake and chartered a small and exquisite pleasure boat. The boatman was an elderly man who rowed the boat slowly towards the center of the lake. The lake was vast, with endless blue waves and the green mountains in the distance reflected in the water, which was like a poem or a painting. Suan was as excited as a child, pointing at the water birds flying over the water and lying on the side of the boat to watch the fish swimming in the water. Lin Feng held his mobile phone to capture every smile of hers and the beautiful scenery around him. He deliberately took several beautiful shots of Suan leaning on the railing and gazing into the distance, with the luxurious pleasure boat and magnificent lake and mountains as the background. He also took a warm scene of the two of them snuggling together and enjoying the quiet time. He even accidentally took a picture of the newly bought watch on his wrist, which was not flashy but could be recognized by people who knew the business at a glance. Brother Lin Feng, why do you always take pictures of me? Why not take pictures of the scenery too? Suan felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. The scenery is not as beautiful as you. Lin Feng put down his phone, leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Besides, the scenery in my camera is the most beautiful when you are in it. Suwan's heart felt like being gently tickled by a feather, and she felt sweet. She leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder, looking at the sparkling lake, and felt more at ease and happy than ever before. Ding! Suwan's love value +2. Trigger double love, gain wife loving value +4. Lin Feng was delighted. It seemed that direct pampering and sweet words had significant effects. At noon, they had lunch at a restaurant on the lake island that was famous for its fresh food. All the ingredients were caught from the lake that day. Lin Feng still did not miss the opportunity to take pictures, especially the expensive and elaborately prepared steamed mandarin fish, which he took a close-up of. In the afternoon, the two went to experience the hot spring spa by the lake. The private hot spring pool, the misty water vapor, and the soothing music completely relaxed the body and mind. Of course, Lin Feng did not film this part, but later mentioned in the vlog that I enjoyed a super comfortable spa in the afternoon and all my fatigue disappeared. Back at the hotel in the evening, Lin Feng began editing the vlog for the next day. With yesterday's experience, he was much more skilled this time, and he also deliberately added some transitions and simple special effects to make the video look smoother and more interesting. The title also has a more Versailles flavor: the second day at Bibo Lake, lake tour, food and SPA, a simple and happy day. After the video was released, the response was even more enthusiastic than the first day. With the preparations on the first day and the continuous push of the algorithm, the number of followers of the Feng Wan's Sweet Daily Life account began to grow slowly. The number of views soon exceeded 50,000, and the number of likes and comments also increased. Oh my god, charter a pleasure boat for a cruise? That's too romantic. That fish looks so expensive, my mouth is watering. My dear sister, your skin is so good. Is it the effect of taking a hot spring bath? It's someone else's fairy tale love again. I'm jealous. What does a blogger do? How can he be so rich and have so much free time? This kind of life, TSK, I can't achieve it even if I work hard for my whole life, right? Don't be so jealous, the guy above is rich because of his ability. It looks fake. Could it be a rented prop? Various voices intertwined together: envy, jealousy, speculation, questioning. Lin Feng felt happy as he watched the prompts constantly jumping in the background. Ding! Received the envy value +1 from the netizen. I'm going to work hard today too. Ding! Received jealousy value +2 from netizen. You and me under the lemon tree. Ding! Received negative emotion value +1 from netizen. There is only one truth. Ding! Received envy value +1 from netizen. Buddhist youth. The reaction in the group was even more direct. Zhang Tao, Lin Feng. Do you want to let me live? Yesterday you stayed at a 5-star hotel, and today you chartered a boat to cruise the lake and have a feast? Wang Chang at Lin Feng, boss, are you missing any accessories? The kind that can yell 666. Li Mei, Suan is really becoming more and more elegant. A woman nourished by love is the most beautiful. A diving student A, this cost per day must be equivalent to my monthly salary. Classmate B, who has always disliked Lin Feng, said, Humph, I don't know if the money is clean or not. Ding! Received jealousy value +4 from Zhang Tao. Ding! Received envy value +3 from Wang Chang. Ding! Received envy value +2 from Li Mei. Ding! Received jealousy value +3 from classmate A. Ding! Received negative emotion value +4 from classmate B. After one night, thanks to this new vlog and the continued fermentation in the group, Lin Feng's wife loving value increased by more than 70 points, steadily moving towards 800 points. The effect is remarkable. Lin Feng turned off his phone with satisfaction and hugged Suan, who was looking at the tablet beside him to figure out where to go tomorrow. Wife, our sweet daily life is quite popular. Really? Suan blinked, but a lot of people say unpleasant things. She still cared a little about those negative comments. Ignore them. Lin Feng pinched her cheeks, they are just jealous. What does jealousy mean? It means that we are doing well, that you are charming, and that they are so envious that their eyes are red. We are responsible for having fun, recording it, and making them mad. Suan was amused by him and punched him. How can you be like this? Although she said this, the discomfort in her heart was indeed relieved a lot. Lin Feng's rogue logic of I just want to piss you off to death was sometimes quite effective. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang, and a name he didn't expect appeared on the screen: Suya. He frowned, glanced at Suan, and still answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, Lin Feng. Suya's voice sounded a little complicated, with a bit of deliberate concern and a hint of imperceptible sourness. Is there something? Lin Feng's tone was very flat. I saw the video you guys posted. You were playing it by Bo Lake? Suya paused. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Not bad. Lin Feng was very frugal with his words. Suan listened at the side without saying anything, but her eyes changed slightly. Suya seemed to be organizing her words. Where did you get so much money? You bought a car, traveled and stayed in such a nice hotel. Lin Feng, don't do anything you shouldn't do. I know you are eager to prove yourself now, but you have to make money the right way. The words sounded like concern, but the suspicion and condescending scrutiny between the lines were too obvious. Subconsciously, she still didn't believe that Lin Feng could have obtained his current wealth through legitimate means. Lin Feng almost laughed out of anger. This woman, who was hanging out with a rich second-generation man, was actually concerned about whether his money came from a legitimate source? Lin Feng sneered, I don't need you to worry about how I got my money. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? If you have time to care about me, you might as well care more about your Mr. Zhao, so that he won't be kidnapped by some little internet celebrity one day. This directly hit Suya's sore spot. Although Jaolong was generous to her, he had always been surrounded by other beautiful women, which was also a thorn in her heart. Lin Feng. What nonsense are you talking about? Suya's voice suddenly became sharp. I'm kind-hearted and concerned about you, so what's your attitude? Do you think you're so great just because you have a few bucks now? Compared to Jaolong, you're not even as good as one of his toes. Really? Lin Feng said with a hint of amusement, then there's no need for me, who's not even as good as your toes, to worry about the affairs of you superiors. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up now. My wife and I need to rest. He deliberately emphasized the word wife. Suya on the other end of the phone was shaking with anger. She could imagine the nonchalant, even mocking expression on Lin Feng's face. jealousy, anger, and a trace of regret that she herself was unwilling to admit were churning in her heart. You just wait for me. Suya said this almost while gritting her teeth, then hung up the phone with a click. Ding. Received strong jealousy value plus 20 from Suya. Ding. Received strong anger value plus 15 from Suya. Lin Feng looked at the screen of his mobile phone and raised his eyebrows with satisfaction. This Suya was really a stable contributor to his wife-loving value and could always bring him surprises. Brother Lin Feng. Suan gently pulled the corner of his clothes, with worry on her face. Sister, seems very angry. It's right to be angry. Lin Feng put away his phone, hugged Suan into his arms, and patted her back gently. She is jealous of our good life. The happier we are, the more uncomfortable she is. Don't worry, I'm here. She and that Jaolong won't be able to cause any waves. Feeling the warmth of Lin Feng's embrace and the confidence in his words, Suan's worries gradually faded away, replaced by a full sense of security. She buried her face in Lin Feng's chest and said sullenly, well, I'm not worried. As long as I'm with you, it's fine. Ding. Suan's love value plus 3. Trigger double love, gain wife loving value plus 6. Lin Feng felt the warmth and softness in his arms, and looked at the numbers on the system panel which had jumped again, and he felt in a good mood. The wife loving value has exceeded 830 points, and is getting closer and closer to the epic grand prize of 1,000 points. It seems that this trip to Baibo Lake is not only a honeymoon, but also a large-scale journey to harvest wife pampering value. He began to look forward to how many more surprises Suya and Jaolong, as well as the vast number of netizens and classmates, could bring him in the next few days. As for Suya's words just wait for me, Lin Feng didn't take it too seriously. He was no longer the poor boy who could be manipulated by others. He wanted to see what tricks Mr. Zhao and his vain ex-girlfriend could play. As the night deepened, the lake returned to its tranquility. In the room, Lin Feng and Suan slept in each other's arms, having a good night's sleep. Their sweet daily life log continued to ferment on the internet, constantly attracting attention and quietly accumulating capital for Lin Feng to become stronger. Chapter 17, The popularity is soaring. Is the anchor not worthy of his wife? The next morning, the sunlight from Baibo Lake shone through the gauze curtains and gently fell on Lin Feng and Suan. The first thing Lin Feng did when he woke up was to check the system panel. Suya's jealous and angry phone call last night, coupled with the various emotional values brought by the continued fermentation of the blog, made his wife-loving value stand firmly above 830 points. He was one step closer to the epic grand prize of 1,000 points. He turned his head to look at Suan, who was still sleeping, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. The little girl had a peaceful sleeping face, and her long eyelashes were like two small fans, trembling slightly. Lin Feng leaned over and gently kissed her on the forehead. Ding! The host interacts intimately with his wife. Suan is in a good mood, and gains the wife-loving value plus 2. Well, daily pampering cannot be neglected. He got out of bed quietly, picked up his phone, and clicked on the second vlog he posted last night. Overnight, the number of views had exceeded 100,000, and the number of likes and comments had also increased significantly. The number of followers of the account Feng Wan's Sweet Daily Life has quietly exceeded 1,000. Although not much, for a new account that has just released 2 videos, the momentum is quite good. Lin Feng looked through the comments section with great interest. In addition to the usual envy, blessings and sour remarks, some new comments caught his attention. Wow, the girl is so beautiful. She's like a fairy descending from heaven. Who's that man next to her? Is he a photographer? This pleasure boat, this lake view, this delicious food, the highlight is the beauty next to it. Does the beauty have a boyfriend? Waiting online, it's urgent. Forget about the above. Didn't you see the account name is Feng Wan? They are obviously a couple. But, this guy looks so ordinary, and his clothes are ordinary too. How did he get such a beautiful wife? I agree. This guy looks plain, even a little, unkempt. Compared to the radiant lady next to him, the contrast is too big. Is he a second-generation rich kid? But he doesn't look like one. He doesn't even have any branded stuff on him. Maybe they are truly in love? But the difference in looks. I still feel jealous. The anchor is not worthy of my wife's series plus 1. I strongly suggest that the anchor clean up herself and not waste the beauty around her. Is there a possibility that this man is just a tool driver, responsible for carrying bags, paying and taking photos? Looking at these comments, Lin Feng was not angry, but found them somewhat funny. Ordinary? Untidy? Not worthy of Suan? Isn't this exactly the effect he wants? He himself was dressed casually, and could even be said to be deliberately maintaining his previous ordinary state, while Suan became more and more radiant under his favor and material blessing. This strong visual contrast could arouse the doubts, speculations, and jealousy of the onlookers. Ding! Received negative emotion value +2 from netizen. Beauty is justice. Questioning the host's appearance. Ding! Received jealousy value +3 from netizen. I am jealous, therefore I am jealous of the host for having Suan. Ding! Received a +1 from netizen. Sherlock Holmes. Guess the host's identity. Ding! Received a teasing value +1 from netizen. Teasing the anchor that he is not worthy of his wife. Sure enough, these comments that questioned him, teased him, and even thought he was not worthy of Suan could also be transformed into wife-loving value. And looking at this trend, the effect seems to be better than simple envy. Lin Feng touched his chin and found a new highlight. It seems that his strategy of playing the pig to eat the tiger has inadvertently opened up a new way to increase his wife-loving value. The envy, jealousy, and hatred of Suan caused by his disapproval of himself. Wonderful! At this time, Suan rubbed her eyes and sat up, and asked dazedly, Brother Lin Feng, what are you looking at? Why are you smiling so strangely? Look at the comments. Our vlog is becoming more and more popular. Lin Feng handed her the phone. Look, many people praised you for your beauty. Suan took the phone and happily looked at the comments praising her, her face flushed. But soon, she also saw those who questioned Lin Feng and thought he was not worthy of her, and her delicate eyebrows slightly frowned. How can they say that about you? Suan was a little unhappy. She looked up at Lin Feng with a hint of protection in her eyes. They don't know how good you are. In her heart, although Lin Feng is not as dazzling as those idol stars, he is smart, responsible, and takes good care of herself. He is the best person in the world. Ding! Suan's love fluctuates due to protecting the host, love value +2. Trigger love doubled, gain wife-loving value +4. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart, and reached out to pinch her nose. Silly girl, don't care about these. The more they say this, the more it proves that they envy me for being able to marry such a good wife like you. Besides, he leaned close to Suan's ear and whispered, every time they say that I am not worthy of you, I will be more motivated to work hard to make money and make your life better. Isn't that better? Suan was stunned for a moment, and then she was amused by Lin Feng's words. She laughed out loud and punched him lightly. How can you be like this, taking other people's gossip as motivation? Ding! Suan's love fluctuates due to protecting the host, love value +2. Trigger love doubled, gain wife-loving value +4. Having said that, the unhappiness in her heart also disappeared. Lin Feng's unique way of thinking and optimistic attitude can always easily resolve her troubles. Okay, stop looking. Where are we going today? Lin Feng put away his phone and looked at Suan. Suan had already prepared a strategy, and said with sparkling eyes, let's go to the ancient town for a stroll? I heard there are a lot of handicrafts and snacks there, and you can also make pottery by yourself. Okay, I'll listen to you. After they washed up and changed into comfortable clothes, Lin Feng drove the car again. He was still wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, while Suan wore a beautiful floral dress with long hair draped over her shoulders, looking fresh and lovely. They came to the nearby ancient town. The ancient town retains many old buildings, bluestone roads, small bridges, and flowing water, which is unique. The two held hands and strolled around like ordinary lovers, tasting local special snacks and looking at various novel handicrafts. Lin Feng still held his phone, taking some photos from time to time. He took a photo of Suan smiling at a handmade windmill, the two of them clumsily making pottery together, the quaint streets of the ancient town, and himself leaning casually on the bridge railing still wearing ordinary clothes. He even deliberately let the camera sweep over the scene where Suan was selecting an expensive jade hairpin while he was doing nothing, playing with his mobile phone on the side, creating a feeling of a beautiful woman is carefully selecting, and an ordinary man is following her to pay. At noon, they had lunch at a riverside restaurant and ordered several local specialties. Lin Feng took photos of the exquisite dishes and Suan's satisfied eating. Of course, he also took a photo of his ordinary face. In the afternoon, the two had a lot of fun in the pottery museum. Although the things they made were strange in shape, the process was full of laughter. Suan's face was covered with mud, like a little cat. Lin Feng captured this lovely scene. Back at the hotel at night, Lin Feng quickly edited the third vlog, with a more down-to-earth and more provocative title, one-day tour of the ancient town. My wife is responsible for being beautiful, and I am responsible for, well, follow? As soon as the video was released, it really set off a firestorm in the comments section. With the preparation and accumulation of the previous 2 days, plus the deliberate sense of contrast created today, the style of the comments section has become even more weird and polarized. Ah! Wanmei looks so beautiful today. This dress is so fairy-like. The ancient town feels so good, I want to go. That pottery looks so fun, even though the one the host made looks like a pile of shit, haha. Isn't the main point the hostess title? Is his desire to survive so low? Why do I feel like the host is a bit Versailles? He seems to be self-deprecating, but he's actually showing off? The truth is revealed above. But I still want to ask, what exactly does the young lady like about the anchor? No ill intentions, just pure curiosity. Look at the serious look on the young lady's face when she is choosing a hairpin, and then look at the guy next to her playing with his phone. It's too much to bear watching. This guy really doesn't care about his image. It's already the 3rd day, and he's still wearing a t-shirt and jeans, and his hairstyle hasn't changed. Is there any big shot who can tell me the identity of this anchor? He doesn't look like an ordinary person, but he doesn't look like a rich person either. Don't guess, as long as they are happy. It's just that the visual impact is a bit strong. Every time I watch the video, I can't help but feel sorry for the beauty bushy. I strongly suggest that the young lady open a solo account. We just want to see beautiful girls. Second, the anchor can step back and act as a photographer. Ding! Received negative emotion value +3 from netizen keyboard man here. Complaining about the host's image. Ding! Received jealousy value +4 from netizen CP fan leader. Jealous of the host's interaction with Suan. Ding! Received a +2 suspicion value from netizen detective Kebe. Continue to guess the host's identity. Ding! Received a jealousy value of +5 from netizen wife fans don't accept. Thinks the host is not worthy of Suan. Ding! Received the envy value +3 from the netizen I'm jealous again today. Looking at the prompts jumping wildly in the background, as well as various comments such as not worthy, please go solo, and Toolman, Linphone couldn't stop laughing. These comments are simply a perpetual motion machine for wife-loving value. The effect is outstanding. In just a few hours, thanks to this new vlog and the mad dance in the comments section, his wife-loving value soared by more than 100 points again, and the total value has quietly exceeded 950 points. The goal of 1000 points is just around the corner. It seems that staying ordinary is also a high-level showing off. Linphone thought happily. He didn't mind how netizens commented on his appearance at all. As long as it could bring happiness to Suan and bring him real wife-loving value, let them say whatever they wanted. He turned off his phone and looked at Suan, who was leaning on the sofa beside him, wearing a facial mask and reading a travel magazine. The little girl was very receptive to the disturbances on the internet, or rather, under the guidance of Lin Feng's heresy, she no longer cared much. At this moment, she was concentrating on studying the next possible travel destination, her face filled with longing and satisfaction for the future. Linphone walked over and hugged her gently from behind. What are you looking at? Let's see where we can go next time. Suan looked up, her eyes under the mask smiling into crescents. The world is so big, I want to go see it with you. Ding! Suan's love value +3. Trigger double love, gain wife-loving value +6. The wife-loving value jumped again and steadily broke through 960 points. Linphone lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. The hustle and bustle on the internet, the sweetness in reality, the rewards of the system, all of these are intertwined together, giving him a stronger sense of control and expectations for the future. The epic grand prize is almost within your reach. Chapter 18, Achievement of 1000 points, Intermediate Stock Trading Skills. On the last day at Baibo Lake, the sun was still shining brightly. Linphone and Suan did not arrange a tight schedule, but just took a leisurely walk along the lakeside trail near the hotel, enjoying the end of their vacation. Lin Feng's phone vibrated from time to time. That was the notification sound coming from the background of Feng Wan's sweet daily life. The popularity of the third vlog continued to ferment, and the comment area was still a large-scale debate scene of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and the anchor is not worthy of his wife, occasionally mixed with admiration for Suwan's beauty and speculation about Lin Feng's mysterious identity. Ding! Received jealousy value +2 from netizen lemon fruit on lemon tree. Ding! Received negative emotion value +3 from netizen Juan my wifein. Complaining that the host is lagging behind. Ding. Received a +1 from netizen. There is only one truth. These endless emotional values, like trickles flowing into the sea, push the wife pampering value up slowly and steadily. Brother Linfeng, look at the little squirrel over there. Suan excitedly pulled Linfeng's arm and pointed to a big tree not far away. A furry little squirrel was happily chewing a pine cone. Linfeng smiled and took out his phone, not to take a picture of the squirrel, but to capture Suwan's innocent and happy profile at the moment. The sunlight shone on her, as if coated with a layer of soft gold. Ding. The host recorded the beautiful moments of his wife. Suwan's mood is happy +5, love value +1. Gain wife loving value +5. At this moment, the number on the system panel suddenly jumped, directly from 998 to 1003. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the wife loving value has reached 1000 points. The interim goal has been achieved. System prompt, the host has reached an important milestone and is distributing an epic mystery prize? Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the epic reward, intermediate stock trading skills. Linfeng's breathing stagnated slightly, and his heart beat faster. It's here. It's finally here. Epic grand prize. Intermediate stock trading skill, passive skill. Greatly improves the host's sensitivity to stock market trends, data analysis, and risk assessment capabilities. It can more accurately judge the potential of individual stocks, identify market traps, and grasp the timing of buying and selling. Note, this skill provides analysis and judgment capabilities, not direct prediction. Investment decisions still need to be made by the host. The market is risky, so investment needs to be cautious. Intermediate stock trading skills? Linfeng read the skill description carefully, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Although the previous business information prediction capsules were extremely effective, they were disposable items that disappeared after use, and you could only see the results but not understand the process. The gold futures trend forecast was even more accurate. This intermediate stock trading skill is more like an internalized ability. It does not give him a direct answer, but gives him a golden key to solve the problem, an investment ability that can be used continuously and truly belongs to him. Although the system prompts you still need to judge for yourself, this is exactly what Linfeng values more. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Having this ability means that he has a more stable and long-term way to increase wealth, rather than just relying on the system's direct rewards and occasional plugins. Brother Linfeng? What's wrong? Suan noticed that Linfeng was holding a cell phone with a strange expression on his face, and asked with concern. It's okay, Linfeng put away his phone, the excitement in his eyes had not completely faded. He smiled and rubbed Suwan's hair. It's just, I suddenly thought of something that can make our lives better in the future. What's the matter? Suan blinked curiously. Secret weapon. Linfeng smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you when I get back. Ding. The host aroused his wife's curiosity. Suwan's mood became +2, and the wife-loving value was +2. Looking at the wife-loving value jumping again, Linfeng was in a good mood. 1000 points is just a new beginning. After returning to Ninghai City, Linfeng did not immediately invest all his funds in the stock market. He now has more than 4 million in cash, plus the remaining hundreds of thousands of dollars from previous stock market profits, and the total funds are close to 5 million. But he knows that intermediate stock trading skills also require practice and running in. He first spent some time using his newly acquired skills to re-examine the current stock market and some hot sectors. Sure enough, his perspective was completely different. In the past, when he looked at candlestick charts and financial statements, he was dazzled and couldn't grasp the key points. Now, the logic behind many data, the traces of capital flow, and the potential risks and opportunities have become much clearer. Interesting. Linfeng sat in front of the computer in the study, tapping his fingers on the keyboard, and called up a stock page called Tianhua New Materials. This is a company whose main business is new environmentally friendly materials. Recently, there have been rumors of favorable policies, and the stock price has risen slightly, but it has not attracted much attention from the market. Before, Linfeng might not even look at it. But now, combined with the analysis of intermediate stock trading skills, he vaguely feels that there seems to be a force accumulating inside this stock, and the technical form also shows signs of a breakthrough. Although the risk is not low, the potential short-term benefits seem good. He did not hesitate for too long and decided to take out 500,000 yuan to test the waters. This amount of money was not a big deal for his current size, and it was just right for him to test the actual combat effect of his skills. The operation was smoother than expected. The skills were like those of an experienced trader, constantly providing analytical suggestions in his mind: which price is the right entry point, where is the short-term pressure point, what is the potential risk point. Lin Feng combined his own judgment and bought 500,000 Tianhua new materials in batches at a relatively low price. After buying, Lin Feng did not just sit back and wait for the money like he did before when he used the capsules. Instead, he paid more attention to the dynamics of this stock and the trend of the entire sector. He found that intermediate stock trading skills could not only help him analyze individual stocks, but also give him a deeper understanding of the overall context of the market. When the market opened the next day, Tianhua new materials did as he expected, and after a slight fluctuation, it began to rise steadily. Lin Feng was not greedy. When the stock price rose by about 3.5%, he keenly noticed a sign of increased selling pressure, and his skills also indicated that short-term risks were increasing. Come out and take a look first. Lin Feng decisively chose to sell. The original capital of 500,000 yuan turned into more than 517,000 yuan in one day. After deducting the handling fee, the net profit was about 17,000 yuan. The daily yield is approximately 3.4%. Compared with the previous profits that doubled or even tenfold, this number is simply not worth mentioning. But when Lin Feng looked at the extra money in his account, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. 3.4% a day. He stroked his chin and quickly calculated in his mind: if I can maintain this rate of return steadily, even if it's only 3%, with a capital of 500,000, in a month it will be. The power of compound interest is amazing. More importantly, this is money earned through his own analysis and judgment. This sense of control and achievement cannot be matched by simply relying on system rewards. Intermediate stock trading skills may not make him rich overnight, but it provides a long-term, snowball-like way to accumulate wealth. Moreover, the skill description also mentioned that after the proficiency is improved, the rate of return may be even higher. It seems that in addition to pampering my wife, I have to study stock trading carefully. Lin Feng stretched lazily, feeling particularly happy. He now has a system, a core engine called wife-loving value, and a new growth point called intermediate stock trading skills. The road ahead seems broader and clearer. He got up and walked out of the study, and saw Suan curled up on the sofa watching TV with a smile on her face. Honey, what do you want to eat tonight? Let's celebrate. Celebrate? Celebrate what? Suan asked curiously. Congratulations to your husband. Lin Feng walked over, hugged her from behind, and whispered in her ear, I have discovered another little trick that can make your life better. Chapter 19, Skills Show Their Power, Blog Creates Waves Again. Secret weapon? Suan had just finished applying a facial mask, her face was moist, and she approached Lin Feng curiously, what secret weapon? Did you pick up money again? Looking at her sparkling eyes, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, and stretched out his hand to scratch the tip of her upturned nose. It's much better than picking up money. Simply put, your husband, I have now lit up a new skill called Investment and Financial Management Expert. In the future, I can make money more steadily and let you buy more beautiful clothes and snacks. He didn't mention the system, only saying that it was a skill he figured out on his own. After all, the system was too incredible, so it was better for only him to know it for the time being. Really? Suwan's eyes brightened. Although she didn't have much idea about money, since Lin Feng said that he could make their lives better, she was unconditionally happy and trusted him. Brother Lin Feng, you are awesome. She stood on tiptoes and kissed Lin Feng on the face. Ding! The host gains his wife's admiration and love, Suwan's love value +2. Trigger double love, gain wife loving value +4. Lin Feng was very happy, hugging his wife's soft body, and felt that this intermediate stock trading skill was worth it. It was not only for making money, but also for her pure trust and dependence to have a more solid material foundation. In the next few days, in addition to accompanying Suan, Lin Feng spent most of his time studying the stock market. In the study, K-line charts and various data kept scrolling on the computer screen. Unlike the previous blind box opening that relied on business information prediction capsules, now he felt like an explorer with a map and a compass. Intermediate stock trading skills, like an experienced mentor, he kept whispering in his mind. When looking at the same stock, he no longer only pays attention to price fluctuations, but can vaguely feel the flow of funds, changes in market sentiment, and the long-short game behind technical indicators. He can now see some clues from the financial statements that used to seem like a mystery, such as the quality of revenue growth, potential risk points, etc. This Dongxing technology, whose main business is artificial intelligence applications, has recently received policy support and the concept is very hot, but the previous increase was too large, and the technical indicators have diverged. The risk of chasing highs is too high, and the possibility of a correction in the short term is very high. Hongyuan Pharmaceuticals has entered a critical stage in the development of new drugs. Once successful, it will have great potential, but the risk of failure is also high, and the cycle is too long, so it is not suitable for short-term operations. He examined the various dishes on the plate like a picky gourmet. Finally, his eyes were fixed on a stock called GreenSource Environmental Protection. This company has solid business and stable government orders. Recently, its stock price has been sideways and its trading volume is sluggish. It seems to have been forgotten by the market. However, Lin Feng discovered some interesting details through his skill analysis. The bottom chips showed signs of being locked, and the key support level was not broken in several callbacks, and there was a faint expectation of favorable policies in the environmental protection sector. Most importantly, he felt that the risk of this stock was relatively controllable, and even if the judgment was wrong, the downside was limited, and once it started, the upward elasticity might be good. That's it. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and mobilized about 800,000 yuan of funds. In the next 2 days, he took advantage of the slight fluctuations in the stock price and patiently absorbed the shares of GreenSource Environmental Protection in batches. During the whole process, he did not have the excitement of the previous all-in futures, but instead had a calm and focused attitude of strategizing. After the position was established, Lin Feng did not watch it every day. He knew that investment requires patience. He put more energy back on Suan and their wife-loving value harvesting project vlog. The vlogs of the Bibo Lake trip have a significant effect, and the number of fans has increased to more than 3,000. Although not many, the comment section is very active, especially the discussion about the anchor is not worthy of his wife, which has become a regular program, continuously contributing to the wife-loving value. Lin Feng felt that he had to strike while the iron was hot. "Honey, how about we shoot a home unboxing video?" Lin Feng suggested. "Show off the little gadgets we bought on the trip and the bag I bought for you?" Suan had just resigned and was at home with nothing to do. She immediately became interested when she heard this. "Great. I just bought a lot of cute refrigerator magnets and small ornaments." So, a new vlog was soon released. The background of the video was their cozy home, of course. It was carefully decorated and cleaned. Suan sat on the sofa, excitedly unpacking various souvenirs, from hand-dyed silk scarves to peculiarly shaped wood carvings, each accompanied by her crisp laughter and simple introduction. Lin Feng appeared in the video several times, once when he was handing water to Suan, and once when he was helping to open a package that was difficult to open. He was still wearing ordinary home clothes with a doting smile on his face. The highlight of the video was naturally the Chanel bag that Lin Feng gave to Suan. Suan carefully took out the bag and showed it to the camera, with an expression of uncontrollable love and a little bit of boasting on her face. "This is a gift from brother Lin Feng. Hee, I like it very much." Lin Feng interrupted at the right time. "As long as you like it, your happiness is the most important thing. By the way, I've been lucky recently and made a small profit, so I can buy you something you like." He spoke casually, as if he was just buying a cabbage. Lin Feng titled the video, "Back from the Trip." Super long unboxing blog. My wife's happiness is so simple it has nothing to do with me. As soon as this video was released, the effect was immediate. "Wow, woo, Sister Wan is home. She can fight even without makeup. Those little gadgets are so cute. Where did you buy them? The point is the bag. It's Chanel, right? Am I seeing right? The above poster, you read it right, the classic CF, the small size starts at 50,000 or 60,000, right? Fuck. The anchor said make a small profit and he bought it? What does he do? It has nothing to do with me, this title is so Versailles. I'm jealous. I work so hard and can't even afford a bag strap, but someone else's husband earns a little money and gives it to me. So what does the anchor do? I saw him dressed so plainly before, and I thought the girl's family was rich. I am increasingly curious about the host's identity. The contrast is too great. Don't guess, he's not an ordinary person anyway. But, can he take care of himself a little? Every time I see him standing next to a fairy, I feel like it's a bit of a waste of resources. +1, I strongly suggest that the anchor work out, change his hairstyle, and buy some nicer clothes. Don't let such a good wife down. Ding. Received the envy value +4 from the netizen cure all diseases. Ding. Received jealousy value +5 from netizen melon eating crowd. Jealous of the host's financial resources. Ding. Received a +3 suspicion value from netizen detective Kebe. Guess the host's identity again. Ding. Received negative emotion value +2 from netizen late stage of face control. Complaining about the host's image. Ding. Received jealousy value +4 from netizen lemon essence. The notification sound in the background kept ringing, and the wife-loving value was rising at a visible speed. Lin Feng looked at those comments, especially those who envied him for being able to buy luxury goods for Suan, while complaining that his image was not worthy of Suan, and he was so happy. This kind of ice and fire evaluation is exactly what he wants. Not only does it show off his strength and satisfy the system's jealousy value needs, but it also creates topics in contrast by maintaining his own ordinariness, making the source of wife-loving value more diversified. It seems that the trick of playing dumb to gain advantage is very useful both online and offline. Lin Feng touched his chin, feeling happy. What surprised him even more was that this vlog not only attracted the envy and jealousy of netizens, but also unexpectedly targeted old acquaintances. Not long after, Lin Feng received a WeChat message from his college classmate Zhang Tao, who said in a sour tone, "Lin Feng, you are really good, you have made a fortune quietly. You even gave me Chanel? Your vlog has gone viral in the classmates group. TSK, I wonder what Suya will think when she sees it." Then, Zhang Tao sent another message, "Oh, by the way, I heard that Mr. Zhao is in a bad mood recently. It seems that it is because Suya watched your video and had a quarrel with him? I don't know the details, so be careful." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Suya and Jaolong had indeed seen it. Great. Ding. Strong jealousy and anger from Suya detected, gaining wife-loving value +18. Ding. Detected jealousy and hostility from Jaolong, gained +15 wife-loving value. Just the second-hand information passed by Zhang Tao directly contributed more than 30 points of wife-loving value. If they saw it in person, wouldn't the effect be even more explosive? Lin Feng's mouth curled up. It seems that this vlog is not only a harvester of wife-loving points, but also a directional bomb that accurately detonates the anger of the rival. Didn't Jaolong threaten to make him unable to survive in Ninghai City? He wanted to see what tricks this Mr. Zhao would play next. It just so happens that he also needs some external stimulation to accelerate his growth. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to deal with potential troubles, a notification sounded from his stock account. He opened it and saw that after being silent for a few days, GreenSource Environmental Protection suddenly increased in volume today, and the stock price rose by more than 5%. Lin Feng quickly called up the time-sharing chart and related information, and intermediate stock trading skills ran at high speed. He judged that this wave of pull-up was most likely stimulated by good news in the industry, but the volume was released too quickly, and there might be fluctuations in the short term. Let's take back some of the profits first and put them in the bag. Lin Feng was not greedy and decisively sold 1/3 of his position. The principal of 800,000 yuan in just a few days, the part sold had brought nearly 20,000 yuan in profit. Although this amount of money is nothing compared to the previous miracle, the feeling of making money through my own analysis and judgment is really reassuring. He looked at the extra cash in his account, then looked at Suan, who was smiling foolishly at the new bag beside him, and he had an idea. In the evening, Lin Feng took Suan to a newly opened high-end French restaurant. "Wife, let's have a good meal today to celebrate," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Celebrating again? What are you celebrating?" Suan was curious. "Celebrate your husband making a little money again," Lin Feng picked up the menu. "Also, celebrate our sweet daily life vlog, which has successfully made some people envious and jealous again." Suan burst out laughing and gave him a reproachful look, but her eyes were full of sweetness and relief. Ding. The host takes his wife to enjoy a high-end dinner. Suan's mood is +8, and the love value is +3. Trigger double love, and get the wife-loving value +14. Lin Feng looked at the steadily increasing wife-loving value on the system panel, which had exceeded 1,100 points. He had a bold idea. Chapter 20: Go all in on US stocks and bet big. The warm candlelight of the French restaurant still seemed to linger on his fingertips. Lin Feng looked at the wife-loving value on the system panel, which had steadily exceeded 1,100 points, but he was thinking of a bigger plan in his mind. Although the operation of Green Source Environmental Protection in those few days verified the effectiveness of intermediate stock trading skills and earned 20,000 yuan in pocket money, this steady pace was still too slow to reach his goal. He needed a leap that would completely widen the gap and make Suya and Jaolong unattainable. The halo of wealth is still there, but the initiative must be in your own hands. He calmed his mind and opened the dazzling system mall again. Basic fighting skills, driving mastery, master of cooking. These practical skills are good, but they are not what he needs most right now. Intermediate business sense requires 500 points, which can be improved, but it still seems to be on the conservative side. His eyes swept downwards and suddenly stopped on a special and expensive product. Precise K-line chart of designated stocks in the next week. Get detailed price fluctuations of designated stocks in the next 7 trading days, accurate to the minute level. The required value for redemption is 1,000 points. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. 1,000 points. This is almost half of his current wife-loving value. This thing is simply an open book exam, and it tells you the standard answer directly. Compared with the dragon-slaying skills such as intermediate stock trading skills that require your own analysis and judgment, this K-line chart is an extremely sharp heavenly sword that can hit whatever you point at. Risks? Of course there are. The system only gives you the pictures, but you have to operate them yourself. What if something goes wrong, such as account problems, network delays, or even the most basic thing, you click the wrong button due to a trembling hand? But what about the returns? If operated properly, this may be an opportunity to double or even multiply your assets. Steady growth, or winning by taking risks. Lin Feng had almost no hesitation. The desire for quick success and the unwillingness to be mediocre in his bones surged up again. He dared to go all in on futures back then, and now he has millions in his hands, and he has the system, a heaven-defying plug-in. What else is there to be afraid of? Exchange. He muttered to himself. Ding. Consume 1,000 points of wife-loving points and successfully redeem a copy of a precise K-line chart of a designated stock for the next week. Please specify a globally listed stock code within 24 hours. Globally. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had originally thought that he could only choose his shares, but now it seemed that the situation had opened up. Although I am familiar with the shares, the price fluctuation limits in T+1 trading always make me feel not exciting enough. Moreover, if a local tyrant like Jaolong really wants to make trouble, it will always be inconvenient in the domestic market. U.S. stocks. T+0 trading, no limit on price fluctuations, huge fluctuations, opportunities and risks coexist, more suitable for this kind of short-term precision sniping. Moreover, the battlefield is pulled to the other side of the ocean. No matter how long Jaolong's arm is, he can't reach it. Which one to choose? Several names flashed through his mind quickly. Tesla? Apple? Nvidia? Although these giants are stable, the fluctuations within a week may not maximize profits. What he needs is a monster stock with huge potential, enough topics, and easy to rise and fall sharply. Suddenly, a name that has appeared frequently in financial news recently jumped into my mind: Novatech Dynamics, a biotechnology company whose main business is AI-driven. It is said that a major research breakthrough will be announced soon. Its stock price has been jumping up and down, causing great controversy. The code is NVDY. That's it. Novatech Dynamics, NVDY. Lin Feng confirmed in his heart. Ding. Target locked, Novatech Dynamics NVDY, a US NASDAQ-listed company. The precise candlestick chart for the next week has been generated, please check it. Instantly, an extremely clear candlestick chart appeared in Lin Feng's system interface. The red and green lines outlined the thrilling trend of NVDY's stock price in the next 7 trading days: first a slight rise, then a sharp drop, almost halved, and then violently pulled up in despair, and fluctuated at a high level in the last few days, with an astonishing overall increase. Lin Feng's palms were sweating. This trend was like a roller coaster of hell and heaven. If there was no such picture, who would dare to invest heavily in such stocks? I'm afraid they would have a heart attack. He carefully studied every keynote on the chart, the buying point, the selling point, the oscillation range, and memorized them silently in his mind. Next, it's time to raise bullets. He counted his assets. The more than 4 million yuan he made from futures trading, plus the small amount he made from the stock market, minus the 600,000 yuan he gave to his father-in-law, the money he spent on the car, his daily expenses, and the money he spent on shopping for Suan, there was still about 3.8 million yuan left in his bank card. Not enough. If you want to play, play big. He opened his stock account and cleared out all the remaining positions in Green Source Environmental Protection that he had previously purchased, and recovered more than 600,000 yuan in funds. In total, about 4.5 million renminbi. All in. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He wanted to invest all this money in NVDY stock. It was late at night. Suan had already washed up and was wearing cute bunny pajamas, leaning against the head of the bed reading a book. Lin Feng walked over and gently hugged her from behind, resting his chin on the top of her fragrant head. "Wanner, let me tell you something." "Huh? What's the matter?" Suan put down the book, turned her head, and looked at him with her big watery eyes. "I've been thinking about something recently," Lin Feng said in a relaxed tone with a hint of mystery. "If everything goes well, I may have a little surprise for you in a few days." He did not mention investment, let alone risk, he just wanted to give her a result. Looking at Suwan's pure eyes, he didn't want her to worry about these treacherous things. Suan blinked, without any doubt, but curled the corners of her mouth with anticipation. "Really? What's the surprise?" "It's not a surprise now if I tell you." Lin Feng scratched her nose. "Anyway, it's a good thing. Don't worry." "Yeah." Suan nodded vigorously and snuggled into his arms again, her tone full of trust. "Then I'll wait. But don't be too tired, and make sure to rest." Ding. The host has gained his wife's unconditional trust and expectations. Suwan's love value +5. Trigger double love, gain wife loving value +10. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart and hugged her tighter. "I know, little housekeeper." After comforting Suan to sleep, Lin Feng went to the study and turned on the computer. The 4.5 million renminbi were converted into US dollars, and then the nearly 700,000 US dollars were transferred to a US stock brokerage account through an overseas account that had been opened in advance just in case. Everything is ready. There are still a few hours until the US stock market opens. Lin Feng sat in front of the computer, not feeling sleepy at all. He looked at the K-line chart of NVDY provided by the system over and over again, and engraved every key time point and price firmly in his mind. It was dark outside the window, and only the light from the screen inside the room illuminated his young but unusually determined face. He knew that the next 7 days would be a thrilling gamble. If he won, the world would be vast. If he lost, he dared not think about it, and he could not lose. For the little surprise that Suan mentioned, for himself, and for those who looked down on and ridiculed him, he must win. As time passed, the opening bell of Nasdaq seemed to be ringing in my ears. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gripped the mouse tightly, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. NVDY, start your show. Chapter 21 US Stock Market Storm. The night was as dark as ink, and only the computer screen in the study was emitting a faint light. Lin Feng sat in front of the screen, his fingertips hovering above the mouse, his eyes fixed on the Nasdaq index that was about to jump. At 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the opening bell seemed to penetrate the screen and rang in Lin Feng's ears. Here we come. NVDY's stock price began to fluctuate, opening slightly higher, which was completely consistent with the beginning of the K-line chart provided by the system. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all, and decisively tapped the keyboard according to the predetermined price point, and used the nearly $700,000 in funds in his account to buy Novatech Dynamics in batches. Buy confirmed. As the notification of the transaction completion popped up, Lin Feng felt his heartbeat return to normal. Nearly 4.5 million renminbi just turned into a string of jumping numbers and codes on the screen. It's done, the first step is successfully completed. He once again looked at the candlestick chart that cost 1,000 wife-loving points to exchange. The strangeness and madness of the lines far exceeded any textbook case. The chart clearly indicated that after a short period of calm, there would be an avalanche-like plunge that would almost destroy everything. The decline was so deep that it was enough to make 99% of investors liquidate their positions. However, right after the lowest point, it was followed by a super pull-up line that was almost 90 degrees vertically upward and lasted for several days. The height indicated by its peak implied a shocking return of more than 10 times, or even higher. In the next 2 days, NVDY's stock price fluctuated slightly and climbed up as the candlestick chart predicted. Everything was calm. Lin Feng accompanied Suan during the day, trying not to let her see anything unusual, and stayed in front of the computer at night. Suan saw that he had dark circles under his eyes, and brought him hot milk with concern. Don't be too tired, there is no rush to make money. Yes, I know. It's within controllable range. Lin Feng took the milk with a smile, hiding the turbulent waves in his heart. Ding. The host comforts his wife and gains Suwan's trust, and the love value is +3. triggering double love, gaining the wife-loving value +6. The system notification sound is the only warm color in this depressing atmosphere. On the third trading day, the gates of hell burst open. NVDY's stock price plummeted without warning, and selling orders poured out like a flash flood. Just half an hour after the opening, the decline exceeded 40%. Panic swept the entire market in an instant, and stampede-style selling followed. Lin Feng's heart seemed to be soaked in ice water, and his blood seemed to have frozen. Even though the candlestick chart had already predicted all this, seeing the numbers in his account shrinking at a rate of tens of thousands of dollars per second was still like being tortured to death. The floating loss quickly exceeded $300,000, $400,000. It's over. NVDY has definitely been caught committing financial fraud. Run. Run as far as you can. Otherwise, nothing will be left. The financial group was filled with wailing, despair, and cursing. On the fourth day, the situation worsened. The stock price was like a flood that broke through a dam, and at the lowest point in the trading session, the decline was more than an astonishing 85%. The principal of nearly $700,000 in Lin Feng's account was now worth less than $100,000. The floating loss was as high as $600,000, which was equivalent to more than 3.8 million of the 4.5 million he invested evaporated. Cold sweat had soaked his shirt, and he could even hear the sound of his teeth chattering. If the system is fake, if this picture is a trap, the consequences are unimaginable. He stared at the screen, not at the terrible stock price, but at the time, at the upcoming turning point on the candlestick chart that represents the Jedi counterattack. "Hold on, we're almost there," he said to himself over and over again, his voice hoarse. Just when the market was filled with the atmosphere of doomsday and everyone thought that NVDY would fall into the dust, a miracle came. The fifth trading day opened. After the last symbolic drop, as if to crush all the luck, an indescribable, brutal buying force that seemed to come from another dimension swept in like a tsunami. NVDY's stock price began to take off vertically in a manner that completely violated the market rules and common sense of physics. 50%. 100%. 200%. The daily increase exceeded 3 times. The stock price not only recovered the losses of several days in an instant, but also broke through the previous high point in one fell swoop. Oh my God! What am I seeing? Is this the stock price? Is this an electrocardiogram? No, an electrocardiogram is not that exciting. Brothers who cut their flesh yesterday, please hold me tight and cry with me. The group went from dead silence to madness in an instant, with amazement, ecstasy, doubt, regret, all kinds of emotions intertwined. Lin Feng's extremely tense nerves finally relaxed, and his blood began to flow again. A huge ecstasy of surviving a disaster hit his brain. He watched the losses in his account disappear quickly, and the profit figures jumped wildly at a dizzying speed like riding a rocket. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million US. He stood up suddenly and almost fell because of his weak legs. He could only hold on to the table, breathing heavily, but his eyes were burning with excitement. On the sixth day, NVDY continued its legend. Without any clear positive news or explanation, the stock price continued to rise in a mad way, defying everything, as if it was about to break through the ceiling of Nasdaq. The profit figure of Lin Feng's account has steadily exceeded $6 million. On the seventh day, the crazy journey indicated by the candlestick chart was about to reach its end. After the stock price surged again in the morning, the upward momentum obviously weakened, and it began to oscillate violently at a high level, like a candle in the wind. Lin Feng knew that the final moment had come. He was concentrating, every cell in his body was screaming, staring at every tiny fluctuation on the time-sharing chart, and when the fleeting, minute-accurate peak moment indicated by the system candlestick chart came, he used all his strength to smash the mouse hard. All sold. Sell confirmed. When the transaction completion notification finally popped up, Lin Feng looked at the number in his account that was so long that he could hardly count the zeros, and felt that the whole world had gone quiet. He slowly leaned back in his chair, as if he had exhausted his last bit of strength. Total account balance, $9,813,700. After deducting the principal of nearly $700,000, he made a net profit of more than $9.1 million this week. $9,100,000. According to the current exchange rate, this is more than 65 million renminbi. In just 1 week, the original capital of 4.5 million renminbi increased 13 times, turning into a total asset of nearly 70 million renminbi. Ha! Lin Feng let out a long breath, which seemed to take away all his tension, fear, and fatigue, leaving behind only an almost unreal, incredible ecstasy and satisfaction. He won completely, won beyond imagination. He turned off the computer, and the screen went dark, leaving only his eyes burning with flames reflected on the dark screen. He stood up and walked to the window, where the morning light was dyeing the sky red. The city beneath his feet seemed to be crawling at his feet. He tiptoed back to the bedroom, looking at Suwan's peaceful sleeping face, his heart filled with infinite tenderness and an unprecedented confidence. 65 million. This is not just a number, it is freedom, confidence, and the power to control the destiny of yourself and your loved ones. Jaolong? Suya? All the contempt and ridicule in the past? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a deep and confident arc. Next, it's time to plan carefully for this money and the upcoming surprise. Chapter 22, First Experience with a Luxury House, whose vision is small. The dazzling string of numbers in the US stock account eventually turned into a heavy deposit in Lin Feng's bank card. Nearly 70 million renminbi in cash is enough to transform any ordinary person overnight. Lin Feng stood in front of the window of his small apartment, looking at the bustling streets downstairs, but his heart was unusually calm. This money brought not only wealth, but also an unprecedented confidence and freedom. He turned around and saw Suan curled up on the sofa, holding a tablet and enthusiastically researching the next travel destination. The sunlight shone through the window on her, giving her a soft halo, and the years were quiet and good. Wan. Lin Feng walked over and sat down next to her. Suan raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Isn't the place we live in now a bit unfair to you? Lin Feng asked casually. Suan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. No, it's pretty good, very warm. She knew that Lin Feng had made some money recently, but she never thought about changing houses so soon. I mean, this place is rented after all, and the area is a bit small. Lin Feng put his arm around her shoulders. Shouldn't we have a home that truly belongs to us? A bigger, more comfortable place that you can decorate however you want. My own home? Suwan's heart skipped a beat, a hint of longing flashed in her eyes, but she soon hesitated. But buying a house is very expensive, right? Wait. Don't worry about the money. Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone relaxed but with unquestionable certainty. I've been lucky recently and made some money. It's enough for us to buy a good house in Ninghai. Looking at Lin Feng's determined eyes, Suwan's doubts gradually dissipated, replaced by deep joy and anticipation. She nodded vigorously. Okay. Let's go see the house. Ding. The host has satisfied his wife's desire for home. Suwan's happiness has greatly increased, and her love value has increased by 8. Triggering double love, gaining a wife-loving value of plus 16. The next day, Lin Feng drove the black Wenji M9, carrying the carefully dressed Suan, to the famous real estate project in the wealthy area of Ninghai City, Yinchi Shangjing. The sales office was built as majestically as a palace. When the security guard at the door saw the Wenji M9 approaching, he immediately trotted forward to guide the car to park with a respectful attitude. The two had just walked into the magnificent sales hall, and before the salesperson came up to them, a slightly harsh voice rang out. Hey! Isn't this our class beauty Suan? A young man wearing fancy fashion brands and a thick gold chain around his neck came over with a gorgeously dressed, perfumed woman in his arms. The man had a frivolous and boastful look on his face. He was Suwan's high school classmate, Zhang Wei. Suwan obviously didn't expect to meet him here, and was a little embarrassed. Zhang Wei? Long time no see. Zhang Wei's eyes quickly swept over Suwan, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and then fell on Lin Feng beside her. Lin Feng was dressed casually today, looking ordinary, which was somewhat out of place in this luxurious environment. Who is this? Zhang Wei's tone was filled with obvious scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible contempt. My husband, Lin Feng. Suwan introduced briefly. Oh, sir. Zhang Wei deliberately prolonged his tone, as if he had heard something incredible. You two are also looking at the houses here? TSK, classmate Su has a good eye, but I don't know, have you learned about the house prices here? His girlfriend Luli beside him also covered her mouth and chuckled at the right time, and her eyes swept over Lin Feng. The meaning was self-evident. As if he was afraid that others didn't know his strength, Zhang Wei raised his voice and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that my house was recently demolished and I was given several houses and a huge sum of money. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to step into this place. At this time, a sales consultant in a business suit came up to us with a big smile on his face. Hello, sir or madam. Are you considering our high-rise apartment or large flat? Zhang Wei immediately interrupted and waved his hand with great style. Let's take a look at the largest flat here first. There's no need to introduce those below 180 square meters. After saying that, he squinted at Lin Feng and Suan, with a hint of provocation. What about you? How about taking a look at the small apartment? The 90 square meters here are also well done, and the total price should be acceptable if you work hard? Luli chimed in, yes, the property fees here are not cheap, several thousand a month. Suan felt a little uncomfortable with their simultaneous words. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Feng gently held her hand. Lin Feng didn't even look at Zhang Wei, and said calmly to the sales consultant, we are not interested in the apartment, please take us to see the villa area. With just one sentence, the originally noisy corner instantly became quiet. The sales consultant was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Lin Feng and the Wenjie M9 behind him, feeling a little uncertain. Zhang Wei and Luli looked like they had heard a fairy tale. They looked at each other with a look of "Are you kidding me?" written all over their faces. Pucci Zhang Wei could not help laughing, his voice exaggerated, dude. Are you sure? Villa area? Do you know the price of villas here? They are all single-family houses. The starting price is at least 20 million. You? He didn't say the rest, but that expression said it all, just you? Luli also crossed her arms and said sarcastically, well, of course you can take a look, but I heard that to see the villa model room, it seems that you need to verify your capital? Don't wait until then. Lin Feng remained calm. He turned to the sales consultant and repeated, take us to the villa area. Is it convenient now? After all, the sales consultant is a professional. Although he was a little suspicious, he saw that Lin Feng was calm and composed, and he didn't seem to be fooling around. Besides, the car he drove was also very expensive. He quickly adjusted his expression and said, of course it's convenient. Sir and madam, please come this way. I will take you to the sand table to see the overall planning and apartment model of our villa area. Upon seeing this, Zhang Wei immediately pulled Luli to follow him, shouting, come on, let's go and broaden our horizons. Let's see what a villa worth 20 million looks like. He was sure that Lin Feng was just putting on an act, and wait and see how he would get out of this situation. We got on a special house viewing car and drove into the tree-lined, quiet villa area, which seemed to be isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. The first model room is in European classical style, with luxurious decoration, huge crystal chandelier, and spiral staircase, which is dazzling to the eyes. Lin Feng held Suwan's hand, listened carefully to the sales introduction, and occasionally turned his head to ask Suwan for her opinion. Wanner, how about this high-ceiling living room? Do you like this feeling? Well, it's okay, but it feels a little too big. Suwan said in a low voice, still a little hesitant to let go. What about this open kitchen? There's plenty of space if you want to bake in the future. Yeah. Suwan's eyes lit up when she mentioned what she liked. Zhang Wei and Luli followed behind, touching and looking around, exclaiming in amazement, but their eyes were more of a look of anticipation. Zhang Wei couldn't help but interrupt, this renovation is really expensive. This set of furniture alone must cost a lot, right? But the wool comes from the sheep, and in the end it is still included in the house price. Lin Feng seemed not to hear and said to the salesperson, this set is a bit too formal, let's take a look at the next set. The second set is in modern simple style, with large floor-to-ceiling windows that provide excellent lighting, and there is also a large garden of nearly 100 square meters outside. As soon as she entered the door, Suwan's eyes lit up. Wanner, what do you think of this garden? You can plant your favorite flowers and plants here and put a swing there. Lin Feng pointed outside the window. Wow! I love this yard so much. Suan almost jumped for joy. Her previous reservedness was swept away, and she began to imagine her future life with great interest. Is the dressing room and the master bedroom big enough? It can hold all your clothes, shoes, and bags. Lin Feng took her to visit the master bedroom. Enough. It's too big. Suan looked at the cloakroom that was as big as a small room and covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Feng looked at Suwan's happy smile from the bottom of her heart, feeling extremely satisfied. He turned around and asked the salesperson, what is the approximate area and total price of this unit? Seeing that Lin Feng had been asking about the details carefully and that every word he said was about the hostess's preferences, the sales consultant became more respectful. Sir, this is our star apartment. It covers an area of about 500 square meters, with a construction area of 380 square meters and a large garden area. The total price is about 21.5 million. 2,150, hiss. Jiang Wei took a breath of cold air, deliberately making the sound loud enough for everyone to hear. Wow. With this price, we can build several buildings in our hometown. The world of rich people is really hard to understand. Lu Li also echoed sourly, yeah, spending so much money to buy a house is really. Lin Feng ignored their noise. He looked at Suan gently, with a question in his eyes. Wanner, do you like this set? Or let's take a look at other ones. There's no rush. Suwan's cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. She nodded vigorously and said in a low but firm voice, I think this set is really good. I like it very much. Okay. Lin Feng smiled, that smile was full of doting. Since you like it, then we'll decide on this set. Chapter 23, Get the full payment and the situation opens up. Okay. Lin Feng smiled, that smile was full of doting. Since you like it, then we'll decide on this set. The air seemed to freeze. The sales consultant's professional smile froze for a moment, and then he was filled with incredible joy, his voice trembling a little. Sir, are you sure it's this one? 21,500,000. Yes, that's it. Lin Feng nodded, his tone as calm as if he was talking about buying a cabbage. Puff cough cough cough. Jiang Wei, who was standing next to him, was almost choked to death by his own saliva. His face turned red. Brother. Are you kidding? Over 20 million. Not over 2 million. Lu Li's eyes widened, her jaw dropping. She looked at Lin Feng as if he was a lunatic or a hidden liar. She tugged at Jiang Wei's sleeve and whispered, is there something wrong with his brain? Is he pretending to be too much? Suan also clenched Lin Feng's hand nervously. Although she knew that Lin Feng had made money recently, the fact that he could buy a house worth more than 20 million yuan it will still made her heart beat faster and it felt a little unreal. Lin Feng patted the back of her hand soothingly, then turned to the sales consultant who was already a little overwhelmed by excitement. Is it convenient to swipe the card? Or transfer the money? Oh. It's all convenient. It's all convenient. The sales consultant woke up as if from a dream, and nodded and bowed hurriedly. Sir, please come this way, let's go to the VIP room to handle the formalities. I'll call the manager over right away. The way she looked at Lin Feng changed completely, from the previous professional politeness to awe and admiration. How could this person be an ordinary person? This person was clearly a low-key big shot. He drove a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, but he bought a villa worth more than 20 million yuan. What kind of operation was this? Jiang Wei and Lu Li were completely dumbfounded. They stood there, watching Lin Feng holding Suwan's hand, surrounded by sales consultants, and walking calmly towards the VIP room that was only open to top customers. He really bought it? Lu Li's voice was trembling. Jiang Wei's face turned pale, his throat was dry, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He was just showing off that he had been given several houses and a huge sum of money after the demolition, and he felt that he was very proud in front of his old classmates. But compared with others who casually took out more than 20 million to buy a villa, his belongings were nothing. He was just a clown. He felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He felt even more ashamed when he thought of his own sarcastic taunts just now. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Wei couldn't stay any longer, so he dragged Lu Li, who was also in a state of despair, and fled the sales office in disgrace. He was as arrogant as he was when he came in just now, and now he was in such a state of disgrace. Ding. Strong jealousy and shame from Jiang Wei detected, wife-loving value plus 25. Ding. Shock and jealousy from Lu Li detected, wife-loving value plus 18. In the VIP room, the formalities went very smoothly. When Lin Feng took out his bank card and entered his password calmly, and the POS machine spit out the long purchase order, the sales manager looked at the numbers on it and his hands were shaking. Full payment. 21.5 million. Without blinking an eye. The manager personally handed the power of attorney for the property certificate and all the other documents to Lin Feng respectfully, with an extremely humble attitude. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, congratulations on becoming the most distinguished owners of our Yunxi Xingjing. For the subsequent decoration and property docking, if you have any needs, please let me know at any time. After leaving the sales office and getting back in the M9, Suan was still a little dizzy, as if she was dreaming. She looked at the thick purchase contract in the passenger compartment, and finally it felt a little real. Lin Feng, did we really buy it? Of course it's true. Lin Feng started the car, turned his head to look at her sparkling eyes, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch her cheek. Do you like it? Our new home. Yeah. Suan nodded vigorously, her eyes slightly moist, excitement and happiness intertwined. I like it so much. It's like a dream. Ding. My wife Suan is extremely happy and full of hope for the future. Love value plus 10. Trigger double love and gain wife loving value plus 20. Lin Feng smiled, feeling happy. His wife loving value increased again, and he seemed to be closer to his next goal. More importantly, seeing Suan happy from the bottom of her heart satisfied him more than making any money. Oh, right, Lin Feng seemed to remember something. I have to share this happy news with my friends. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found a photo he had just taken in the garden of the villa. In the photo, Suan was standing in the sunny garden, smiling like a flower, with a corner of the villa and blurred greenery in the distance as the background. He edited a circle of friends. Warner likes this yard very much and said that she would plant her favorite flowers and plants in the future. Picture. Positioning, Upper Yunshi. There was no mention of price, no mention of the villa, and even the full view of the house was not revealed, but those who understand will naturally understand. Click send. After doing all this, Lin Feng started the car and merged into the traffic. Let's go, honey, let's celebrate and think about how to decorate our new home. Lin Feng's circle of friends exploded instantly. Fuck. Brother Feng is awesome. Yunshi Upper Realm? Isn't that Ninghai's top wealthy area? Is this a villa? I think the garden is quite large. Brother Feng is making a fortune quietly. Please take me with you. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Brother Feng is a winner in life. At Jiangwei, didn't you also go to look at the house? Did you run into Brother Feng? Jiang Wei's WeChat profile picture was dark, with no response. I guess he was hiding in a corner right now, doubting his life. There was a lot of discussion among classmates. Is Lin Feng rich now? He moved directly into the villa? A villa in Yunshi Upper Realm would cost at least 20 or 30 million, right? Is this true? Where does he get so much money? Weren't you driving a BYD a few days ago? How come you suddenly? I guess he took a photo of the rented model room to show off? It's possible. Many people do this now, just to save face. I agree with the above. These days, seeing is not necessarily believing. Suya, the ex-girlfriend, also saw this circle of friends. Her fingers holding the phone trembled slightly, and her heart felt like it was stabbed by something, sour and bitter. The villa in Yunshi Shangjing. That was the place she had dreamed of living in before. Jaolong had mentioned it several times, but he had never made up his mind. Now, Lin Feng, the man who was ruthlessly abandoned by her and whom she had always looked down upon, actually brought Suan to live in the place she had always dreamed of? Why? Where did he get the money? The intense jealousy and resentment almost devoured her. Ding. Detected extreme jealousy and resentment from ex-girlfriend Suya, wife loving value plus 35. Ding. Detecting emotions such as envy, jealousy, and speculation from classmates and friends, wife loving value plus 88. Lin Feng looked at the numbers jumping on the system panel, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The effect is good. Just one circle of friends is not enough. After returning home, Lin Feng took the opportunity when Suan went to take a shower to open his laptop and began to tinker with the remaining vlog materials from the trip to Bibo Lake a few days ago. He also imported some clips he had taken in his new home today from his mobile phone. He specially selected the scene of Suan being surprised and amazed in the oversized cloakroom, the scene of her looking forward to the future in the large garden filled with sunshine, and the heartwarming scene of the two of them joking and interacting in the kitchen of their new home. Editing, music, all done in one go. The video begins with Suan excitedly throwing herself onto the railing of the large terrace on the second floor of the villa, looking at the figure in the distance. The voiceover was Lin Feng's slightly doting voice. I prepared a little surprise for her, look how happy she is. Then the scene switched to show Suwan's cute appearance of exploring in various rooms, with the focus on the cloakroom that made girls scream and the large sunny garden. Lin Feng himself still rarely appeared on the screen, and occasionally appeared as a background board or toolman. At the end of the video, there is a warm silhouette of Suan snuggling in Lin Feng's arms, looking at the sunset outside the window. Lin Feng considered the title for a while and typed out a line of words, give my wife a surprise, she seems to like this small yard very much #mygirl #home appearance #record real life. Click to upload and post to the phone one's sweet daily life account. He had a feeling that this video would cause more waves than all his previous vlogs combined. Sure enough, less than half an hour after the video was released, the comment section exploded. What the hell? What kind of magical house is this? A villa. I'm jealous. I'm so proud of myself. How dare you click in to see a house like this? This garden is so huge. It's bigger than my house. That cloakroom. It's definitely my dream room. Who is this anchor? He's so rich. Didn't you unbox Chanel last time? This time you're giving me a villa? I'm so jealous. What kind of fairy tale love is this? Of course, doubts and sarcastic remarks also came as expected. It must be fake, right? They must have filmed the video in a rented model room. I agree. Internet celebrities nowadays will do anything for traffic. This man looks ordinary. How could he afford such a luxury house? A script. It's definitely a script. Just wait for it to flip over. This woman must be after his money. Otherwise, why would she be with someone who looks like this? +1 for upstairs, a flower stuck in cow dung. It feels like a staged photo. The camera is shaking all over the place. It's not professional at all. Maybe they asked a friend to help take the photo? All kinds of envy, jealousy, doubts, speculations, and even personal attacks came like a tide. Lin Feng looked at the comment section and instead of being angry, he felt happy. Ding! Envy, jealousy and hatred from netizens detected, wife loving value +155. Ding! A large amount of doubt and speculation detected, converted into +120 wife loving value. Ding! Negative comments about the mismatch between the host's appearance and wealth were detected, converted into a wife loving value of +95. The effect is outstanding. It seems that playing dumb to eat the tiger plus low-key showing off wealth, coupled with Suan's beauty contrast, is simply a super perpetual motion machine for harvesting wife-loving value. Suan came out of the shower and saw Lin Feng smiling at the computer screen like a cat stealing fish. She came over to take a look out of curiosity. Wow! So many comments. She looked at the various comments, feeling helpless and amused. Why are they saying you're not worthy of me and that we're renting a house? Lin Feng reached out and held her in his arms, kissing her on the forehead. Don't worry about what they say, just live our own lives. The more they question and the more jealous they are, the stronger I, your husband, will be. He pointed to his chest and said half jokingly and half seriously, as for your husband, I have opened up my mind. Their spit is the nourishment for me to become stronger. Suan was amused by him and hit him lightly, you just keep talking nonsense. But her heart was filled with Lin Feng's confidence and determination, and she felt safe. Chapter 24: The Good Life of a Hands-Off Shopkeeper. What do you think about using the space here as a restaurant? Lin Feng pointed to the spacious space of the villa, and his other hand naturally rested on Suan's shoulder. The two stood in the living room of the newly purchased villa, which was still in rough condition. The sunlight shone in through the huge French windows, illuminating the entire space and reflecting the joy on Suan's face. Well, that's great. Put a big dining table here so your friends can sit down when they come. Suan gestured happily, and a preliminary idea already came up in her mind. Lin Feng watched her walking around in the empty house, her little face full of excitement. She pointed to a corner and said this was a good place for a bookshelf, that was a good place for a sofa, and what style the master bedroom should be in. She looked like a hostess. Ding! My wife is looking forward to the new home, love value +3. Trigger double love, gain wife loving value +6. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and he was thinking of a new idea in his mind. Warner, I have an idea. Lin Feng walked to Suan and held her hand. Why don't you be in charge of the design and decoration of our new home? Ah? Suan was stunned and blinked. But I haven't studied interior design. I'm afraid I'll mess up such a big house. No. Lin Feng gently squeezed her hand. You usually read a lot of home magazines and short videos, right? You have a good aesthetic sense. You can hire a designer for professional matters, and you just need to be responsible for the review. Suan was still a little hesitant, but such an expensive house, I believe you. Lin Feng interrupted her, besides, you don't have a job right now, so you can find something to do. This is our first home, and it will be more meaningful if you take charge of it yourself. Suan's eyes lit up, moved by Lin Feng's trust. She bit her lip and nodded. I can try, but you have to give me some advice. Of course. Lin Feng smiled, then deliberately yawned, but I'll leave the specific matters to you. I'm a little busy recently. What are you busy with? Suan looked at him suspiciously. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Of course it's to make money, otherwise how can we decorate our villa? Suan patted him and said, you just talk nonsense. But I really want to be a hands-off boss. Lin Feng said half-jokingly, the wife is responsible for decorating the house beautifully, and the husband is responsible for making money to support the family. Look how reasonable this division of labor is. Suan chuckled, just forget about being lazy. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Oh, I have a better idea. What's the idea? We can film the renovation process into a vlog and post it on our account. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Aren't many netizens questioning whether our house is rented? When they see the whole process from rough to fine decoration, what else is there to question? Suan thought about it and felt that it was indeed a good idea. This way we can also record the process of our first home from scratch. Moreover, Lin Feng added meaningfully, you can ask netizens for their opinions in the video and let everyone participate. On the one hand, it will make the video more interactive, and on the other hand, it will also help you get more inspiration. Suan suddenly realized, that's right, this way I can avoid taking detours. What Lin Feng didn't say was that doing so would not only earn him more wife-loving points, but would also increase his account's number of followers. If he did well in the future, he could even take on advertising for home furnishing brands and realize monetization. The only requirement is, Lin Feng said in a serious tone, in the video, I must be the husband who looks like he does nothing but nods and pays. Ah? Why? Suan was puzzled. Lin Feng smirked, let those netizens get jealous. They will think, why does this ordinary-looking man have a beautiful wife and live in a mansion? The worst thing is that he doesn't even have to worry about the decoration, he's just responsible for paying the money? Suan was amused by him and patted his shoulder, why are you so mean? You always make others angry. This is called strategy. Lin Feng said mysteriously, every man's jealousy and every woman's envy are stepping stones for us to move towards a better life. Alright, you're the only one with too many excuses. Suan shook her head, but a smile hung on her lips. What strategy or no strategy? I think you're just lazy. Isn't this an opportunity for you to show your abilities? Lin Feng put his arm around her shoulders. Look, you have nothing to do at home all day, but now you have a big project to work on. Study design plans, select building materials, and interact with workers every day to hone your abilities. Maybe you can even get a job as a designer in the future. Forget it. Suan rolled her eyes. If I learn it, I'll fix your head first. Then I'll be waiting. Lin Feng grinned and touched her head, by the way, the renovation budget. Don't say it, you're not short of money anyway. Suan imitated Lin Feng's usual tone and deliberately waved her hand, the money is not important. What's important is that my wife likes it and it's enough money. Lin Feng laughed out loud, and she imitated him perfectly, it seems that you understand me better than I do. That's it, a budget of 5 million. 5 million? Suan's eyes widened in shock. Are you crazy? Why, do you think it's too little? Lin Feng teased her deliberately. No, it's too much. Suan shook her head. $1 or $2 million for an ordinary family's decoration is considered luxurious. What can you do with $5 million? Lin Feng shrugged, how should I know? Am I not a hands-off boss? Suan was so angry that she couldn't help but pinch his waist, why are you so irritating? Lin Feng dodged while laughing, okay, then 3 million, you can do whatever you want, and add more if it's not enough. The important thing is to let you play and do what you like. Ding. The host cares about his wife's hobbies and development, Suan is touched, love value +5. Triggered double love, get wife loving value +10. Suan gave up chasing and leaned in Lin Feng's arms, her voice softening, if you spoil me like this, I will become very willful. Then just be willful. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed her forehead, I can afford it. The two stood in the empty big house and smiled at each other, the sunlight shining on them, outlining a warm picture. Okay, let's go back first. Lin Feng looked at his watch. Let's take a look at the layout of the house today. You can go online to check the decoration style and find some inspiration. Once we have some preliminary ideas, we can talk to the designer. Yeah. Suan nodded, her eyes flashing with excitement, and she had already started planning her future home. Lin Feng put his arm around Suan's shoulders, and the two of them slowly walked out of the villa. He turned around and looked at the place that would soon become their new home, his heart full of anticipation. This house is not only their love nest, but also his new battlefield to harvest wife-loving points. Suan is responsible for turning the house into a home, while he only needs to be a leisurely hands-off shopkeeper, collecting wife-loving points and the jealousy of outsiders. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Isn't this the most perfect arrangement? Walking out of the yard, Lin Feng helped Suan open the car door and watched her get into the passenger seat. Suddenly he thought of something and couldn't help asking, by the way, what style of decoration do you prefer? Suan thought about it carefully. I like the simple and modern style, but with a touch of luxury. Not too cold, but with warmth. Lin Feng nodded. I like this one too, but what? But you can consider making the bedroom Japanese or Nordic style, which is more cozy. Lin Feng winked slyly. After all, that is our most important combat area. Lin Feng. Suan blushed and glared at him angrily. Ding. Detected flirting interaction. Suan is sweet and shy. Love value +2. Pampering value +4. Lin Feng started the car with a big laugh and drove towards their temporary residence. He was already looking forward to the wife pampering value that would be generated by the video of their new home decoration. Chapter 25 Renovation blog is launched, and the whole network is watching the hands-off shopkeeper. After returning to her temporary residence, Suan plunged headfirst into the world of decoration. The coffee table and sofa in the living room were covered with various home magazines. The tablet screen showed decoration renderings of different styles. She would sometimes frown and compare them, and sometimes take screenshots and save them with shining eyes, muttering to herself, this entrance is well designed, with a lot of storage space. The living room ceiling should be simpler, so that it looks tall. Lin Feng leaned on the other side of the sofa, pretending to look at his phone, but in fact, most of his attention was on observing Suan. Seeing her excited about a novel design idea, and jumping for joy because she found a favorite color combination, the kind of dedication and happiness from the heart made him feel happy. Ding! My wife is full of hope for the future life. Love value +2. Pampering value +4. Well, that's good. Daily sweetness can be produced steadily. Honey, come and look at this. Suan suddenly came over with a tablet in her hand. What do you think of the design of this cloakroom? I think it's more practical than the one in the model room, and the divisions are more reasonable. On the screen was a U-shaped walk-in closet design with bright lighting and a clear layout, which was indeed very thoughtful. Lin Feng glanced at it and nodded. Yeah, not bad, pretty good. It's pretty good? Suan pouted in dissatisfaction. Can't you give me some specific suggestions? The specific opinion is, Lin Feng put down his phone and said seriously, I believe in my wife's vision. If you think it's good, then it must be good. Suan, I knew it would be like this. Seeing that she was a little depressed, Lin Feng smiled and added, I really think it's good. Besides, isn't it agreed? You are the chief designer, and I am responsible for nodding and paying. He picked up his phone and took a photo of Suan, who was studying the tablet. I have the materials. Suan glared at him in reproach, but couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. In the next 2 days, Suan initially decided on a modern, simple, and lightly luxurious overall style, and began to look for a designer studio with a good reputation online. Lin Feng was on the side giving advice, mainly reminding her which parts were suitable for vlog. For example, when we go to meet the designer for the first time, we can take a photo. The focus should be on you communicating your ideas with the designer, and I'll just be drinking tea and playing with my phone on the side, Lin Feng instructed. Also, when you're selecting materials, such as floor tiles, cabinets and bathroom fixtures, you'll be the one to choose. I'll give you more cameras, and I'll just be responsible for asking how much at the end, and then swiping the card. When the workers come in, you supervise them and communicate with them about the details. I show up occasionally to bring some water or fruit, playing the role of a good husband who cares about his wife but doesn't interfere in her affairs. Suan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this. Have you finished writing the script? Why do I feel like I'm not decorating, but acting? Life is like a play. Lin Feng chuckled. Ours is an immersive decoration experience drama, and the ratings are guaranteed to be explosive. Suan was finally convinced. On the one hand, it was indeed meaningful to record the birth of the first home. On the other hand, she also felt that Lin Feng's perverse logic seemed to make some sense. Didn't those online trolls always say that Lin Feng was not worthy of her? Then let them see how this unworthy man was willing to be a hands-off shopkeeper and hand over the mansion worth tens of millions to her for full responsibility. Soon, they made an appointment with a well-known design studio in Ninghai. Before leaving, Lin Feng specifically told Suan, show your hostess's aura and make bold requests. Remember, you are the father of part.A, the mother of part.A. Suan was amused, took a deep breath, and nodded, I understand, Director Lin. The meeting went smoothly. The designer was an experienced lady who quickly understood the style and feeling Suan wanted. Suan took the materials and renderings she had sorted out and discussed with the designer in detail, from the space layout to the color matching to the soft furnishing selection, with clear ideas and clear logic. Lin Feng played his role perfectly. He sat on the sofa next to him, looking down at his phone most of the time. Occasionally, when the designer asked for his opinion, he would look up and smile at Suan, listen to her, as long as she likes it. Ding! It is detected that the host defends and respects his wife's decision in public. Suan's happiness is improved, and the love value is +3. Trigger double love, and get the wife loving value +6. A hint of surprise flashed in the designer's eyes. It was probably rare to see a male owner who was so let go of the decoration of a villa worth tens of millions. After the meeting, Lin Feng immediately edited the footage he had filmed in advance. The beginning of the video showed the empty villa in rough condition. Suan stood in front of the huge French window, her eyes sparkling as she talked about her vision of her future home. Then there were scenes of her studying materials carefully and communicating with the designer. Lin Feng occasionally appeared as a background board, either playing with his phone or looking at Suan with a doting look on his face. Lin Feng changed the title of the video again and again, and finally decided on 2000W plus Villa Renovation Diary Vlog.1, Unfinished House Acceptance Initial Communication with Designer. You don't understand the joy of being a hands-off manager. He deliberately added the price of the villa and the words hands-off boss in the title in order to accurately trigger the topic. The video was posted to the account Feng Wan's Sweet Daily Life. At the same time, Lin Feng inadvertently shared the link to several classmates groups and former colleagues groups. As expected, one stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. First, the short video platform. With the fans accumulated previously and the popularity of the Bibo Lake vlog, this video was quickly pushed to more people. The comments section exploded instantly. Holy crap! It really is Yunqi Shangjing's villa. Last time I passed by, I thought it was an advertisement for a property sales office. The one with the full payment of 21.5 million? It turned out to be you. The sales group went crazy about it that day. Finally, I can see the interior. This rough design looks so impressive. The young lady is so beautiful, has a great temperament, and knows so much about decoration. I'm tired of saying envious. Am I the only one who noticed that the male lead was playing with his phone the whole time? He didn't seem to care about such a big thing as the decoration. The one above, didn't you see the title? He is a hands-off shopkeeper. The type who is only responsible for taking out the money. Who is this guy? He looks ordinary, but he's actually an invisible boss? Isn't he a rich second generation? Or did he win the lottery? I'm jealous. Not only does he have a beautiful wife, but he also has a mansion. His wife is also capable and responsible for decorating it. What kind of luck is this? Isn't this too much of a script? Is this a deliberate attempt to create a contrast? I don't believe there is a man who doesn't have any problem with the decoration of his house worth tens of millions of dollars. That's right, it must be an act. Maybe the house is rented, and they are filming videos to get traffic. Various voices of envy, jealousy, speculation, and questioning are intertwined. Ding! Received jealousy value +2 from netizen Lemon Essence Ben Jing. Ding! Received the envy value +1 from netizen I just love eating melons. Ding! Received a question from netizen there is only one truth +1. Ding! Received the sadness value +2 from netizen Daganhun. For a while, Lin Feng's system notification sound almost never stopped, and his wife loving value kept rising. In the class group, the reaction was more direct. Zhang Tao cousin I met at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store before at Lin Feng, that's great, you really bought a villa? I thought you were just joking that day. Wang Chang college classmate, brother Feng is awesome. He's even built a villa. When will you invite us to visit? Li Jing University classmate, Suan is amazing. She even did all the decoration herself? Lin Feng, you really found a treasure. Zhang Wei, a high school classmate I met at the Yunqi Shangjing sales office, made a sarcastic expression. Ha, renovation is a big project, don't be out of money halfway through the renovation. Ding. Received jealousy value plus 15 from Zhang Wei. Ding. Received jealousy value plus 12 from Zhang Tao. Ding. Received envy value plus 8 from Wang Chang. Lin Feng looked at the chat history in the group and the constantly jumping system prompts, and the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. The effect is good, he said to Suan, who was reading the comments nearby. Suan was a little uncomfortable when she saw those doubts and sour words, but when she saw Lin Feng's expression of evil plot succeeded, she was angry and amused. Look how happy you are. The more people scold you, the happier you are, right? They are not scolding, they are jealousy and envy. Lin Feng moved closer. At this time, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It was his father-in-law Su Guoqiang calling. Hello, Dad. Xiaofeng, I saw Warner posted a video on WeChat Moments about your new house. Have you really started decorating it? Su Guoqiang's voice was filled with surprise and a hint of barely perceptible envy. Yes, Dad. It just started. I went to meet the designer yesterday. Lin Feng said with a smile. That's a big project. Can you two handle it? Do you want me to go over and help? Although I don't understand the design, I can keep an eye on the workers and take care of the water and electricity. Su Guoqiang obviously wanted to help really. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. Dad, thank you. But there is no need to trouble you, the store has just started, and you are busy. We have hired a designer. Warner is also very attentive and can handle it. Warner is mainly in charge. Lin Feng deliberately added, I am just a hands-off manager and can't help much. Su Guoqiang on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said in a complicated tone, Warner is really capable. You are so lucky. Ding. Gain recognition and envy from father-in-law Su Guoqiang, wife-loving value plus 20. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Even his father-in-law began to envy him as a hands-off shopkeeper. It seems that this character setting has been successfully created. The first decoration blog gained nearly 300 points of wife-loving value, which was far beyond expectations. Lin Feng seemed to see a smooth road spreading out before his eyes. Next, material selection, construction, soft decoration, every link is an excellent opportunity to harvest wife-loving value. He had already begun to look forward to what it would be like when this mansion, which was the result of Suwan's hard work and the envy of countless people, was finally completed. Chapter 26, The Invisibility Ability of the Hands-Off Shopkeeper. It was late at night and Suan was still swiping through various decoration cases on her tablet, her brows slightly furrowed, obviously struggling with some details. Lin Feng came out of the bathroom, drying his hair, and sat next to her casually. Still watching? Well, I'm a little undecided about the lamps for the living room. Suan pointed at several chandeliers on the screen without even looking up. This one has a strong sense of design, but it seems a bit too high, and that one is simple, but I'm afraid it's not eye-catching enough. Lin Feng leaned over to take a look. It looked expensive. He didn't comment and picked up his phone to operate it a few times. With a soft ding-dong sound, Suwan's phone lit up. She picked it up in confusion, and when she saw the bank text message alert, her eyes widened instantly. Lin Feng. She raised her head suddenly and looked at Lin Feng, her voice stuttering. This is. The text message showed that her account had just received a transfer of 3 million yuan. Startup capital for renovation. Lin Feng said calmly, as if he had only transferred 300 yuan. Didn't we say the budget was 3 million before? Take it first, and we'll talk about it later if it's not enough. But Suan still felt that the money was too hot to handle. This is too much. A lot? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This is our home. We have to spend money to use better materials and hire better craftsmen. Besides, you are the chief designer. We can't let you pay for the work, right? He paused, looking at Suwan's shocked face, and added, only the two of us know about this. To the outside world, I am still the boss who just nods and does nothing. The money is with you. You have the final say on what to buy and how to buy it. He needs to maintain his image. The more the audience thinks that he is penniless and relies entirely on his wife, the higher his value of doting on his wife will be. The 3 million is just a backstage operation. Suan must be the one in charge of the front stage. Suan looked at Lin Feng's calm eyes, feeling mixed emotions. I felt touched, relieved, and a little amused. This man always manages to package himself as the most useless person in the most inhumane way. She took a deep breath, suppressed her shock, and nodded, okay, I understand. Ding. The host gives his wife sufficient financial support and trust, Suan's sense of security is improved, and the love value is +5. Trigger double love, and get a wife-loving value of +10. With confidence and absolute control, Suan became more motivated. In the following days, she devoted herself to the preparation of her new home. Material selection was the highlight, and Lin Feng naturally accompanied her throughout the process. The largest building materials market in Ninghai City on weekends. Suan was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, but her elegant temperament could not be concealed. She was seriously discussing the advantages and disadvantages of marble tiles with different textures with a tile shop owner, and she spoke clearly about water absorption, wear resistance, and anti-slip properties. Lin Feng was wearing a baseball cap, strolling around with his hands in his pockets, occasionally picking up his phone to watch short videos or taking a photo of an imported rock slab with an astonishing price tag. He looked bored, like an ordinary husband who was forced by his wife to go shopping but had no decision-making power over spending money. How about this one imported from Spain? The texture is really good, but the price? Suan was a little hesitant holding a sample. The boss introduced enthusiastically, beautiful lady, you have a good taste. This one is a hot item in our store. It will look absolutely stunning in your living room. The price is a bit expensive, more than 1,000 per square meter, but the effect is absolutely worth it. Lin Feng then slowly came over and took a look. Oh, this one, it looks okay. Suan gave him a reproachful look. What do you mean it's okay? Give me some advice. My opinion is, Lin Feng took out his phone and took a picture of Suan and the tile in her hand. My wife has a good eye. The tone was flat, and it was hard to tell whether it was a genuine compliment or just a perfunctory one. Suan was used to his hands-off style and didn't expect him to give any constructive suggestions. She turned to the boss and said, we want this model. We will use it in the living room, dining room, and corridor. Can you calculate how many square meters we need and how much the total price is? The boss did a quick mental calculation and gave a figure. Your villa is large, so this type of tile alone will probably cost about 300,000. Several customers around them took a deep breath and looked between Suan and Lin Feng. This girl looked young and generous, and the man next to her looked insignificant. What did he do? Suan nodded without even frowning. Okay, make the order. She took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to the boss, swiped the card. The boss and the people around him were stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with an even more enthusiastic smile, and he took the card to operate. Lin Feng, however, stood by from beginning to end, like an outsider, looking down at his phone, as if this transaction of hundreds of thousands of dollars had nothing to do with him. Naturally, this scene was also inadvertently recorded by Lin Feng with his mobile phone and became the material for the latest vlog. Video title, Villa Decoration Vlog. Point 2, Check-in at the building materials market. Difficulty in making a decision? My wife will take care of it, I am just the background. In the video, Suan is the absolute protagonist. She carefully compared the materials, argued with the designer and the boss, and after selecting the expensive tiles she liked, she took out her bank card to pay without blinking, showing her professionalism, competence, and aura. Lin Feng perfectly played the roles of human pendant and atmosphere group. In most of the shots, he was in a trance or had an expression of anything is fine, whatever on his face. He was invisible throughout the payment process. As soon as the video was released, the comments section was boiling again, and this time the discussion was more focused. Fuck. 300,000 tiles, and he paid with a credit card without blinking an eye. Rich lady, please take me with you. I'm so jealous. Not only is this young lady pretty and capable, she's also so rich. This is the ceiling for independent women. The point is, the money was paid by the young lady herself. Lin Feng acted like a follower the whole time. So, could this villa be bought by Suan's family? Is Lin Feng marrying into the family? The more I look at him, the more he looks like a gigolo. He doesn't care about anything, doesn't pay any money, and just follows me around. Don't be so jealous, maybe he is a good man who handed over the financial power to his wife. Come on, he looks so idle, how can he be the one in charge of the finances? I bet 50 cents that he is just a gigolo. I feel sorry for the young lady. Not only does she have to worry about the decoration, but she also has to support a giant baby husband. Am I the only one who noticed that the way the girl swipes her card is so cool? Love it. All kinds of envy, jealousy, speculation, and debate, especially the discussion about Lin Feng being a gigolo and pretty boy, reached a new height. Ding. Received jealousy value +4 from netizen. I am jealous, therefore I am here. Ding. Received envy value +3 from netizen's sister, I can. Ding. Received a contempt value of +2 from netizen keyboard man. Ding. Received anger value +3 from netizen soft rice man is black all his life. Ding. Detected ex-girlfriend Suya's contempt and jealousy, wife loving value +30. Ding. Detected the ridicule and jealousy of classmates Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao and others, wife loving value +40. Lin Feng looked at the system background and saw that the value of loving his wife had skyrocketed again, breaking through 980 points, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Look, the effect is outstanding. He excitedly handed the phone to Suan, who was applying a facial mask. Once the labels of gigolo and gigolo were attached, the jealousy and anger levels skyrocketed. Suan looked at the comments, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She took off her mask and looked at him helplessly. Do you still want this reputation? The whole internet is almost treating you as a waste. Why do you need that false reputation? The more they say that, the happier I am. Lin Feng leaned over, complacent. The more they think I'm useless and unworthy of you, the more it proves that my wife has a unique vision and extraordinary ability, isn't it? Moreover, he lowered his voice with a hint of cunning. Only we know who holds the real money power. Suan was completely defeated by his twisted logic and poked his forehead with her hand. Okay, I know you have good intentions. But being the chief designer is really cool, especially when swiping the card. She recalled the surprised and envious looks that the owner of the building materials market and other customers gave her, and she really felt the pleasure of being in control of everything. Of course. Lin Feng took her hand and said, my money is your confidence. Spend it as you like. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more. Ding. The host's words once again consolidate his unlimited support for his wife. Suan feels relieved and sweet. Love value +6. Trigger double love, gain wife loving value +12. The wife loving value easily exceeded 1,000 points. Lin Feng smiled and looked forward to the subsequent decoration process even more. Water and electricity renovation, carpentry work, soft furnishings, every moment Suan makes the decision to spend money will be a moment when his love for his wife soars. The whole internet thought that he was a gigolo who lived off his wife and lived in a mansion. This huge information gap and misunderstanding from the outside world are the best nutrients for him to harvest emotions and become stronger quickly. This is exactly the effect he wanted to quietly reach the pinnacle of life with his beloved wife amidst everyone's contempt and jealousy. Chapter 27: The Queen of the Building Materials Market and the Energy Bar of Continuous Growth. In the following days, Suan completely transformed herself into the decoration commander-in-chief. The largest building materials and home furnishing plaza in Ninghai City became her and Lin Feng's South new dating place. How about this Italian imported rock slab? The texture is very natural and the wear resistance is good, but the price? Suan pointed to a huge grey rock slab sample, frowned slightly, and looked at Lin Feng, who was bored and scrolling through his phone beside her. Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes moved from the phone screen to the rock slab, and then quickly moved back to Suan's face, revealing a standard indulgent smile. As long as you like it, don't consider the price. The sales manager in a suit next to him brightened up and immediately turned to Lin Feng. Sir, you have a good eye. This rock slab is the star product of our store. Many high-end villas use it. It is absolutely classy and elegant when used in the living room. And we have an event now. Before he could finish, Lin Feng waved his hand and pointed at Suan. Ask her about these things. She is the chief designer. I am only responsible for paying the money. The sales manager was stunned, his eyes shifting between Lin Feng's ordinary clothes and Suan's serious expression. Then he reacted, put on a more enthusiastic smile on his face, and turned to Suan. Madam, you have a good taste. This rock slab. Suan was somewhat amused by Lin Feng's hands-off attitude, but she felt a little sweet in her heart. She cleared her throat and began to seriously discuss the parameters, laying process and loss of the rock slab with the sales manager. Her clear and professional discussion made the manager dare not underestimate her. Lin Feng took out his phone at the right time and took a few shots of Suan, who was carefully comparing the color cards. In the camera, Suan was focused and beautiful, while he himself was an absent-minded background board who occasionally nodded. Ding! The wife shows confidence and charm in her professional field. The host appreciates her. Love value +2. Pampering value +4. After a morning of shopping, Suan initially selected a number of products she liked, from flooring, tiles to bathroom fixtures and cabinets, and reached a preliminary agreement with the merchants. Lin Feng played the role of mobile wallet and nodding machine throughout the process. Except for when Suan really couldn't make a decision, he would say buy the more expensive one or buy both to resolve the difficulty of choosing. He hardly expressed any substantive opinions. Of course, Suan would not really buy whichever is more expensive, she has her own budget considerations and aesthetics. But Lin Feng's attitude undoubtedly gave her great confidence and freedom. At noon, the two of them found a random restaurant near the building materials market to eat. Are you tired? Lin Feng poured Suan a glass of water. It's okay, but my eyes are a little blurry. Suan rubbed her temples, but it's quite interesting. It feels like playing a super large-scale business simulation game. Yes, it's the one with the highest difficulty and unlimited gold coins. Lin Feng said with a smile. Suan rolled her eyes at him, you just know you're poor. After dinner, Lin Feng quickly edited the footage he shot in the morning, added some relaxing background music and some playful subtitles, and released the second episode of the Decoration Diary vlog. Title: 2000W plus Villa Renovation Diary Vlog. Point 2, Shopping in the Building Materials Market. Difficulty in making choices? My husband's solution is. The video once again accurately hit the netizens' excitement points and jealousy points. Here he comes. The hands-off shopkeeper is here again. I'm jealous. Do boring things like shopping in a building materials market seem so happy just because you have a wallet with unlimited credit? The tiles the lady chose are so pretty. Please give me the link. The key point is the last part, by both, right? Sisters, this is the ideal husband. Wake up, the guy upstairs. First you need a villa worth 2000W or more. What does this man do? He doesn't look rich, how come he spends money without blinking an eye? It's an act, right? What normal man wouldn't pay so much attention to the decoration of his own house? It's either a rented house or a script. I agree with the above. It feels like this persona is deliberately created for traffic. I don't care if he's acting or not, I just enjoyed watching it. I like watching this kind of brainless way of pampering his wife. Ding. Received jealousy value +3 from netizen. I ate lemons again today. Ding. Received the envy value +1 from the netizen decoration newbie asking for help. Ding. Received a question value of +2 from the netizen rational melon eating crowd. Ding. Received +1 cool point value from netizen. The value of pampering wife has seen another wave of increase. At the same time, in a private room of a high-end club, Jaolong threw his phone on the table in annoyance, and the screen showed the vlog interface of Feng Wan's sweet daily life. Damn, this guy is really capable. Jaolong picked up the wine glass and took a big gulp. He bought a villa, renovated it, and even made a video to show off. Does he really think he's a big shot? Suya, who was sitting opposite him, also had a very ugly expression. She was holding her phone tightly, her nails almost digging into the screen. The confident and happy look of Suan when she was selecting building materials in the video, and Lin Feng's doting expression of my wife is in charge of everything, deeply hurt her. Where did he get so much money? Suya asked, gritting her teeth. Even if he got lucky and made some money from stock trading, he can't squander it like this, right? A villa worth more than 20 million, and a renovation budget of several million. Who knows what crooked ways he has taken? Jaolong snorted coldly, but he is so high profile, sooner or later something bad will happen to him. Just wait and see, he won't be able to stay alive for many days. Ding. Received jealousy and anger value +28 from Jaolong. Ding. Received jealousy and resentment value +32 from Suya. Lin Feng, who was far away in the restaurant, felt the system prompt and an imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Someone is giving us energy again. Lin Feng winked at Suan. Suan was already used to his words, and smiled helplessly. Your mentality is really absolute. In the afternoon, they returned to the villa in Yunxi Shangjing. The rough house was empty, but Suan looked at the photos of the material samples she had selected in the morning, and she already had the outline of a home in her eyes. After the hard decoration is completed, we will go pick out furniture and soft furnishings together. Suan leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder, her tone full of anticipation. Okay. Lin Feng hugged her, then, let's continue filming the vlog. Still taking pictures? Suan looked up at him. Are you not afraid that others will say we are showing off? What are you afraid of? Lin Feng pinched her cheek. We live our lives openly and record our lives. If they are envious, that's their business. It's just right. It can also increase our energy. Why not do it? He paused and added, besides, don't you think it's interesting to slap back the faces of those who question whether we are renting a house or acting? Seeing the cunning flash in Lin Feng's eyes, Suan burst out laughing. Lin Feng, I find that you are getting worse and worse. Really? Lin Feng lowered his head and rubbed his nose against hers. That was also forced out of me by you to be a wife-loving maniac. Ding. Sweet interaction detected. Suwan's happiness increased. Love value +4. Triggered double love. Get wife-loving value +8. The sunlight shines through the French windows, lengthening the figures of the two. The story of the new home has just begun, and Lin Feng's wife-loving value harvesting plan is also in full swing. Looking at the steadily increasing numbers on the system panel, Lin Feng knows that this is just the beginning. He is looking forward to how rich the rewards will be for those jealous eyes when the house is truly completed and the quality of life of him and Suan will rise again. Chapter 28: Suya's Jealousy. The villa construction site in Yunxi Shanjing is gradually taking shape as a home. Halfway through the hard decoration project, Suan was on site almost every day, connecting with designers and construction teams, checking materials, and was very busy. She wore simple jeans and a t-shirt, a hard hat, and held a blueprint in her hand, carefully demonstrating the details of the wall with the foreman, looking like an experienced project manager. Lin Feng would occasionally come along, but most of the time, he was like an outsider. Today, the designer came to the site with the latest soft furnishing plan for on-site communication. In the middle of the living room, the designer spread out several renderings in thick fabric and wood sample books. Mrs. Lin, based on your preference for modern simplicity with a touch of light luxury, we have preliminarily selected sofas and dining tables and chairs from these brands. Take a look, the designer introduced enthusiastically. Suan looked at the renderings carefully, picked up the sample to feel its texture, and raised her questions and suggestions for revisions from time to time, appearing professional and dedicated. What about Lin Feng? He found a relatively clean corner, moved a plastic stool used by the construction team and sat down, took out his phone, and watched short videos as if no one was around, occasionally chuckling for no apparent reason. The sunlight shone in from the huge French window that had not yet been installed with glass, and fell on him, giving him a strange sense of leisure, which was out of tune with the busy atmosphere on site. The designers and the construction team couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Feng. This legendary financial sponsor seemed to really not care about the decoration of his own mansion worth tens of millions. I know this sofa brand, it's from Italy, and has a strong sense of design, but the price. Suan pointed to one of the minimalist beige sofas and hesitated slightly. The designer was just about to introduce the cost-effectiveness of this sofa when he heard Lin Feng's lazy voice from the corner. If you like it, just order it. Why are you hesitating? He didn't even raise his head, his eyes still fixed on the phone screen. Suan. Designer. The scene was silent for a few seconds. The designer reacted the fastest, and immediately adjusted his smile and said to Amelia Su, Mr. Lin is right, Mrs. Lin, this sofa really fits the overall style of your home, and its texture and comfort are top-notch. Suan glared at Lin Feng helplessly. The latter finally put down his phone, walked over, and pretended to glance at the renderings and samples, then waved his hand. I'll listen to you. By the way, I just saw a very funny video. I'll show it to you when I get home tonight. After saying that, he took out his cell phone again, as if he wanted to find the video he had just watched. The designer and the assistant next to him looked at each other in bewilderment, and their impression of this hands-off boss deepened. It seemed that Mr. Lin really didn't care about anything, and everything was decided by his beautiful and capable wife. Suan took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to beat Lin Feng, and continued to discuss the details with the designer. Lin Feng, holding his mobile phone, seemed to be casually strolling around, but in fact he secretly recorded a few clips focusing on Suwan's serious decision-making and his own idle state of it's none of my business, it's all up to my wife. Ding. The host successfully plays the role of a hands-off shopkeeper, strengthens the outside world's recognition, and obtains a wife-loving value of +5. Ding. The wife shows a dominant position in the decoration decision-making, happiness improves, love value +2. Pampering value +4. In the evening, Lin Feng edited the footage shot during the day, plus some clips of selecting lamps and customizing wardrobes, into the third episode of the decoration vlog. The title is still simple and crude, 2000W plus Villa Decoration Vlog. 3, Too Tangled in Choosing Soft Furnishings? The ultimate secret of being a hands-off shopkeeper. As soon as the video was released, the comments section exploded again. A daily acid series. Today is also a day I envy Mrs. Lin. Mr. Lin is really a jerk. He was sleepwalking the whole time. In the end, he was just responsible for nodding and paying the money? Why do I feel that Mrs. Lin is more like the owner of this family, and Mr. Lin seems to be kept? The person above, the truth is out. This man is definitely a gigolo. Look at the way he's dressed and his demeanor. How does he look like someone who can afford a villa worth tens of millions? Is it possible that they are truly in love? They are just not good at expressing it, or the division of labor is different? Don't wash it off, the script is too obvious. It's just a deliberate contrast to attract attention. No matter whether it's true or not, I enjoyed watching it. The life of rich people is so plain and boring. Am I the only one who noticed the brand of sofa that Mrs. Lin chose? That thing is so expensive. A set costs hundreds of thousands, right? She decided on it without blinking an eye. I'm so jealous. So, where did the money come from? Did you win the lottery? Or, ding. Received jealousy value +4 from netizen Lemon Essence. Ding. Received a question value of +3 from netizen Eating Melon First Line. Ding. Received +5 contempt value from netizen Expert in Identifying Gigolos. Ding. Received the envy value +2 from the netizen I'm going to work hard today too. The wife-loving value surged like a tide, and Lin Feng felt happy as he looked at the numbers constantly jumping on the system panel. Meanwhile, in Suya's apartment, she stared at the screen of her mobile phone, her face livid. The last time Jaolong stayed overnight at her place, he left his tablet behind, and she somehow clicked on the account of Feng Wan's sweet daily life. In the latest video, Suan stands in a spacious and bright unfinished villa, confidently discussing expensive imported furniture with the designer, while Lin Feng is like a follower, either playing with his mobile phone or looking at Suan with a doting look, and finally says lightly, "If you like it, decide." Why? Why can Suan, who is inferior to her in every way, live in a villa worth tens of millions and choose sofas worth hundreds of thousands at will? Why can Lin Feng, that loser, suddenly change himself and spend so lavishly on Suan? The more Suya thought about it, the angrier she got. Her chest rose and fell violently. She didn't believe that Lin Feng had this ability. It must be Suan. Suan must have hooked up with a richer man from somewhere, and Lin Feng was just a cover she pushed to the front. Yes, it must be like this. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the most likely possibility. She felt a little relieved, but then she felt even more jealous and unwilling. She immediately picked up her cell phone and called Jaolong. "Brother Zhao, have you seen the new video that Lin Feng and the others posted? It's too much." Jaolong on the other end of the phone obviously saw it too, and said impatiently, "I saw it. Damn, they're buzzing like flies, so annoying. Don't bother with them, they're just clowns, they won't last long." But Suya wanted to say something. "That's enough." Jaolong interrupted her, "I'm busy right now, let's talk about this later." After saying that, he hung up the phone impatiently. Suya was so angry that she almost smashed the phone when she heard the busy tone on her phone. Jaolong had been getting colder and colder towards her recently, and his mind was obviously not on her. Ding. Received jealousy, anger and resentment from Suya +38. Ding. Received +25 irritability and jealousy value from Jaolong. Lin Feng looked at the system prompt and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the energy contributed by this grudge couple is quite stable. He put down his phone, walked to Suan who was applying a facial mask, and gently hugged her from behind. Still reading the comments? Lin Feng rested his chin on the top of her head, his voice gentle. "Yeah," Suan responded vaguely, "what they said was really rude. They made me sound like a rich woman and you sound like a gigolo?" Lin Feng interjected, with a smile in his tone. Suan turned her head and looked at him reproachfully from under her mask. "You're still laughing. Why aren't you smiling?" Lin Feng pinched her cheek. "The more they say this, the faster my energy bar grows. Besides, it's my honor to be your gigolo, Wan. Slippery tongue." Suan was amused by him, and the unhappiness in her heart disappeared. She leaned in Lin Feng's arms, feeling his warm chest and strong heartbeat, feeling safe. The disturbances on the internet seemed to be less important. As long as the person around her understands her, believes in her, and loves her, that is enough. Lin Feng held Suan in his arms, looking at the dazzling night view of Ninghai City outside the window, and glanced at the continuously increasing wife-loving value on the system panel, with a meaningful smile on his lips. This hands-off boss's invisibility ability is really handy to use. He began to look forward to it. When the villa is renovated and they actually move in, what kind of surging energy will their new life log bring? Chapter 29. Father-in-law comes for a surprise inspection. The villa construction site in Yunxi Shanjing is in full swing. The clanging sounds, the humming of machines and the shouts of workers are heard one after another, and the air is mixed with the smell of new wood, putty, and dust. The hard decoration is nearing the end, and the customized cabinets and cloakrooms are being installed intensively. Suan, wearing a pink hard hat and holding a tablet in her hand, is carefully confirming the size details of the kitchen island with the installation master, with a frown on her face and a focused expression. And what about Lin Feng? He was sitting on a sofa in the corner of the living room, wrapped in a protective film, holding his phone, his fingertips flying across the screen, and occasionally he could hear a chuckle, which made him stand out in this busy construction site. A few workers occasionally glanced at him, with a little confusion and a hint of envy in their eyes. "Warner, Dad said he would come over to see us today." Lin Feng shouted towards the kitchen without even raising his head. Suan stood up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Ah, Dad is coming? When? I guess they'll be here soon. I just called," Lin Feng said, and immersed himself in the mobile game again. Suan glared at him with a resentful and helpless look. This guy really carried the hands-off shopkeeper through to the end. She quickly tidied up her messy hair and looked at the scene again to make sure there was nothing too messy. Not long after, Su Guoqiang arrived. He was wearing a washed-out jacket and holding a thermos bucket, which was obviously soup freshly made from his restaurant. "Dad, why did you bring something?" Suan walked forward with a smile and took the thermos bucket. "Give you two some nourishment. You've lost weight recently." Su Guoqiang looked at his daughter with deep heartache. His eyes then swept across the huge unfinished space and the busy workers, and finally fell on the leisurely son-in-law in the corner. Lin Feng finally put down his phone, stood up, and greeted him with a smile. "Dad, you're here." "Yeah." Su Guoqiang nodded, his eyes lingering on Lin Feng for a moment, with scrutiny. He had seen the vlog posted by his daughter, and heard from his daughter that Lin Feng had given her full authority over the decoration. Although he felt that this son-in-law was a bit too hands-off, he didn't say much when he saw his daughter's capable, confident, and happy look. "Dad, look here," Suan pulled Su Guoqiang and introduced excitedly, "this is the living room we plan to." Su Guoqiang followed his daughter's footsteps and listened to her explanation carefully. From the overall layout to the material selection, to the initial idea of soft furnishings, Suan explained everything clearly and logically, and even discussed a few professional terms with the designer next to her. The surprise on Su Guoqiang's face became more and more intense, followed by deep relief. He didn't expect that his daughter, who usually looked weak, could do things so methodically and was no less capable than a professional. "I specially widened this dressing room. From now on, your clothes." Suan pointed to the huge dressing room frame in the master bedroom and turned to speak to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was leaning against the door frame and took out his cell phone again, his fingertips jumping on the screen again. Suan was speechless and sighed silently. Su Guoqiang coughed lightly. Lin Feng immediately put away his phone, with a perfectly innocent expression on his face. "What's wrong, Warner? You are right, just make your decision." Su Guoqiang looked at his son-in-law, and then saw the fleeting helplessness on his daughter's face, and a smile appeared in his heart. This boy is really confident in handing over such a big house to Warner. He patted Suwan's shoulder and said, "That's good. Warner has an idea. This house must be decorated beautifully." Ding! The father-in-law approves of the host's trust in his wife and letting her take the lead, and gains +15 wife-loving value. Lin Feng was happy in his heart, but his face still had that expression of "my wife is the most important, I don't care." "Dad, please try this soup." Suan opened the thermos and the aroma immediately filled the air. You guys drink, I just brought it here on the way." Su Guoqiang waved his hand and looked around again. "This progress is quite fast. It looks like we can move in 2 or 3 months, right?" "Well, if everything goes well, it should be ready before the end of the year." Suan nodded. At this time, Lin Feng seemed to remember something and came over. "Dad, how about we shoot a short clip? Let's shoot you inspecting the construction site and giving us valuable suggestions." Su Guoqiang was stunned. why are you taking pictures of me? I don't understand these. Let's record it. Lin Feng picked up his phone and turned on the camera. Aren't there many people watching our renovation vlog? Let everyone see that we not only have a capable wife, but also a father who cares about us. Suan also found it interesting. Yes, Dad, just say a few words casually. Su Guoqiang couldn't persuade the two, so he had to cooperate and stand in the middle of the living room. Lin Feng held up his phone, first aiming the camera at Su Guoqiang, then scanning the busy scene, and finally giving Suan a close-up. She was holding a blueprint and whispering something with the designer, and her profile looked particularly soft in the light. Dad, what do you think of this decoration style? Lin Feng turned the camera back to Su Guoqiang. Su Guoqiang was a little unnatural, but still said, very good, very open, Warner has good taste. Then what instructions do you have for us, the hands-off boss? Lin Feng deliberately turned the camera towards himself with a playful smile on his face. Su Guoqiang was amused by him and laughed, pointing at him and scolding, you kid, just be nice to Warner. Of course. Lin Feng assured the camera. Ding. The father-in-law is satisfied with the host's attitude, and gains +10 in wife-loving points. Ding. The wife feels happy because of her father's recognition and the warm family atmosphere, love value +4. Trigger double love, get wife-loving value +8. After filming this episode, Su Guoqiang stayed for a while, watching his daughter arrange various matters in an orderly manner, and he felt completely at ease. Although Lin Feng looked careless, he was really good to his daughter and was willing to spend money on her. That was enough. After Su Guoqiang walked away, Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the system panel. Looking at the dozens of newly added points of wife-loving value, a satisfied arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He walked to Suan and hugged her waist from behind. How is it, am I doing a good job as a hands-off shopkeeper? Even my father thinks I'm doing the right thing. Suan turned around, stood on tiptoe and pinched his face, don't be so proud. I think Dad is worried about me and doesn't bother to say anything to you. Hee, that's because I take good care of you, so Dad is relieved. Lin Feng kissed her on the lips. By the way, Lin Feng took out his phone and clicked on the video he had just shot. This is some good footage. I'll edit it when I get home tonight and add it to the next vlog. I've even thought of a title. It's called Father-in-Law's Surprise Inspection. Suan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Why are you so mean? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, looking very proud. This is called art, creating topics. Don't worry, when the time comes, all the envy, jealousy, and sour emotions in the comments section can be transformed into real system energy. He looked at Suwan's bright smile, and then at the gradually taking shape of the home, and his heart was filled with a different kind of fun. The life of a hands-off shopkeeper seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Not only could he enjoy his wife's admiration and love, but he could also watch outsiders go crazy because of all kinds of speculation and jealousy, and by the way, his own strength would increase. This feeling is simply indescribable. Chapter 30, Father-in-Law's Certified Hands-Off Boss? Hotly discussed on the internet. As the night deepened, Lin Feng sat in front of the computer in the study, his fingers nimbly jumping between the keyboard and the mouse. On the screen, there were footage shot during the day, Su Guoqiang's slightly embarrassed expression, Suwan's focused and serious profile, and his own non-concerned look, all cleverly edited together. He deliberately selected a few shots of Suan directing workers and discussing details with designers, and interspersed them with shots of himself leaning against the doorframe playing with his phone, which created a sharp contrast. Finally, Su Guoqiang's words with a smile and scolding, you kid, just be nice to Warner, were the finishing touch. The background music was brisk and warm, and the editing rhythm was well-paced. Lin Feng looked at the preview effect with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. He typed the title, Father-in-Law Came for a Surprise Inspection. Is the son-in-law of a wealthy family a hands-off manager? The progress of the renovation is revealed. Click publish and it's done. Almost instantly, the number of views of the video began to climb. Lin Feng refreshed the background and watched the comments section fill up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Here it comes. Brother Feng is here to show off his wealth and spoil his wife again. I'm jealous. I also want a husband who only cares about money and doesn't care about anything else. Miss Suan is so amazing, isn't she? She's so professional, I feel like she knows more than a designer. Am I the only one who noticed the way my father-in-law looked at Lin Feng? Haha, it felt like he was looking at his own silly son. The truth is revealed above. But this father-in-law seems to be a nice person. He even sent me soup. The family has a really good relationship. This villa is too big. Even the rough version looks so grand. Hands-off shopkeeper? I think he's just living off his wife. Besides being rich, what else can Lin Feng do? +1. His wife was busy the whole time while he was just playing with his phone. It's too easy for this husband. Don't be jealous. What's wrong with a rich man letting his wife manage his finances and affairs? If you have the ability, you can find someone like her too. That's right. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. And looking at Suan's expression, she is obviously enjoying it. That kind of confidence cannot be faked. My father-in-law also appeared in this episode. It felt very real and didn't seem like an act. Lin Feng definitely did it on purpose. He always emphasizes that he shook his hands. Isn't it just to make us envious and jealous? Humph, I won't do that. The comments section was filled with a mixture of envy, jealousy, questioning, and ridicule. Lin Feng watched all this with a smile on his face, especially those comments that questioned and mocked him for being a gigolo, which were simply the main source of his energy. Ding! Received strong jealousy from netizen Lemon Essence Ben Jing, wife loving value +28. Ding! Received doubts and reluctance from netizen Striving Young Man, wife loving value +15. Ding! A large amount of envy is detected surrounding the host's wife, which is converted into a happiness bonus, and the wife loving value is +45. Ding! Netizens are hotly discussing the host's hands-off shopkeeper personality, the topic is increasing, and the wife loving value is +55. At the same time, in a high-end apartment, Suya stared at the screen of her mobile phone with a gloomy face. Su Guiqian's smile in the video was particularly dazzling. She didn't expect that her father also went to the construction site, and it seemed that he didn't seem to be dissatisfied with Lin Feng's appearance. Why did Dad go too? She muttered to herself, with a tone of disbelief and a hint of resentment. In her opinion, Lin Feng's idleness and dependence on his wife should be something his father would find very unacceptable. But in the video, not only did the father not criticize him, but he was actually happy. Jaolong, who was standing next to him, also glanced at the video, and the scene just froze when Lin Feng said with a playful smile, "Of course." Jaolong frowned and looked away, with obvious impatience in his tone. What's the point of watching these? A nouveau riche, a woman who loves to show off, sensationalizing on the internet all day long. But Dad. Suya wanted to say something. That's enough. Jaolong interrupted her. Isn't it normal for your father to visit his daughter and son-in-law's new house? What's the big deal? Instead of caring about these things, you might as well think about how to organize the brand launch next month. Suya was choked, and looking at Jaolong's cold profile, she felt even more depressed. She threw her phone aside, her chest heaving. The more proud Lin Feng and Suan were, the more uncomfortable she felt. That villa and that seemingly harmonious family atmosphere were like needles piercing her heart. Ding! Received strong jealousy and resentment from Suya, wife loving value +66. Ding! Received irritation and contempt from Jaolong, wife loving value +22. Lin Feng looked at the numbers jumping on the system panel and was in a good mood. Suya and Jaolong, this pair of crouching dragon and phoenix, were indeed stable energy contributors. At this time, Suan came out of the shower and saw Lin Feng still in front of the computer. She came over and took a look at the comment section. Being called a gigolo again? She picked up her phone and quickly flipped through the comments. She frowned slightly when she saw those attacking Lin Feng, but when she saw more comments praising her ability and envying the atmosphere of their family, the corners of her mouth could not help but rise slightly. Let them scold us, it's not like we'll lose a piece of flesh. Lin Feng pulled Suan over, let her sit on his lap, and pointed to the system panel to show her, look, the more they scold us, the more energy we will have. What do you call this? This is called pattern. Suan was amused by him and poked his chest with her hand. You are the only one who has a lot of crooked ideas. But, when Dad sees the video, will he think you are too real? Lin Feng answered quickly, Dad has seen through my nature a long time ago. As long as I treat you well, he doesn't care whether I shake my hand or not. Besides, he was smiling in the video, which shows that he approves of our model. Ding! The wife feels safe and sweet because of the host's comfort and humor, love value +5. Triggered double love, get wife loving value +10. Besides, Lin Feng hugged Suan tightly, rubbing his chin against the top of her head. Seeing so many people praising my wife for her ability, beauty, and good taste, I feel very happy. They are just jealous that I have such a good wife. Suan was a little embarrassed by his praise, her cheeks flushed, and she hit him lightly. You are so smooth talking. I'm telling the truth. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. In our family, you are the queen. I am responsible for working for you to earn money, and then being your background board and atmosphere group. Seeing the wife-loving value in this system increase significantly, Lin Feng felt that the road of hands-off shopkeeper was getting wider and wider, and more money was available. Not only could he make his wife happy, but he could also harvest waves of energy by the way, which was really killing two birds with one stone. Okay, stop reading and go to bed early. Lin Feng turned off the computer. I have to go to the construction site tomorrow, my chief commander. Suan smiled and leaned in his arms, feeling warm in her heart. Although she sometimes felt that Lin Feng was a little too much of a hands-off boss, his trust and support, as well as the tacit little conspiracy between the two of them, made her feel an unprecedented sense of security and pleasure. The disturbances on the internet seemed to have become the spice of their sweet life. And Lin Feng, like a player holding the password, enjoys playing this game and accumulating more capital for their future. What will the next vlog be? Lin Feng has already started to think about it. Chapter 31, The Exposing Storm. The whole network is searching for the super rich couple? The hard decoration project is almost finished, and the villa has a brand new look. Suan, wearing a hard hat, is checking the details with the designer on a tablet, her face full of concentration and expectation. The sunlight shines in through the huge French windows that have not yet been installed with curtains, outlining a soft golden edge on her. Lin Feng still had that carefree look on his face, leaning on the unopened sofa packaging in the middle of the living room, browsing his phone, and occasionally looking up at the busy Suan with a smile in his eyes. However, beneath this calm, a storm of jealousy is brewing. The atmosphere in Jaolong's office was gloomy. He swiped the screen of his phone expressionlessly. Every scene of Lin Feng and Suan's vlog pierced his eyes like a needle. The villa, Suan's happy smile, and the flattery of Lin Feng in the comments section made his irritability and anger burn more and more. What a waste, what a shit luck. Jaolong cursed in a low voice and slammed his phone on the table. He absolutely did not believe that Lin Feng could have all this out of thin air. He made a call and said in a cold voice, check it for me, find out the whole family of Lin Feng and his wife Suan. I want to know what they are doing. Find a few reliable marketing accounts and spread the information to smear them to death. The more people know, the better. I want to ruin their reputation. After hanging up the phone, Jaolong's mouth curled up into a cruel sneer. He wanted to see how this pair of dogs and bitches could still be so proud after taking off that shiny outer layer. Within 2 days, a skin stripping operation against Lin Feng and Suan was quickly launched on the internet. A gossip blogger named the King of the Discipline Inspection Commission in the deep-digging entertainment circle published a long article under the instruction and feeding of Jaolong, with a sensational title Shocking Revelation. The background of Ninghai's super-rich couple Lin Feng and Suan is revealed. The truth is shocking. The article went into details, and its content was identical to the black material provided by Jaolong. According to multiple investigations by our Discipline Inspection Commission, the protagonist Lin Feng is not originally from Ninghai. He worked in Ninghai after graduating from university. He did not have any prominent background before. It can even be said that he was an ordinary office worker. The accompanying pictures were a few blurry, carefully selected photos of Lin Feng during his university and when he first started working. They looked indeed mediocre, even a little down and out. The heroine, Suan, is a native of Ninghai and graduated from Ninghai Normal University. Her father, Su Guoqiang, runs a home-style restaurant in Ninghai City with a decent reputation. Note that it is a decent reputation. After years of business, he has some savings, but to say that he can support a top-notch mansion like Yunqi Shangjing and huge decoration is obviously a fantasy. The accompanying pictures are photos of the somewhat old facade of Su Guoqiang's restaurant, a few pictures of dishes that were taken by customers on local food forums and did not look very hygienic, and a photo of Suan and Su Guoqiang when she graduated from university. The background is the restaurant entrance. Suan's smile looks a little dazzling against the deliberately shabby background. The article concludes with malicious speculation that Jaolong hopes to lead. In summary, the source of Lin Feng's huge wealth remains a mystery. Did he win the lottery? Or is he hooking up with some mysterious rich woman? Or does Suan have another background that we don't know about? There are many doubts behind this couple's flaunting of wealth. We strongly suspect that the so-called luxury house they displayed is most likely rented for photoshooting to gain traffic and deceive the public. We will continue to pay attention. This long exposure article, which was secretly promoted by Jaolong and forwarded by multiple marketing accounts, quickly exploded the internet like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The comments section was even more explosive, and various voices, under the guidance of the internet trolls, quickly turned to negative attacks on Lin Feng and Suan. Fuck. Lin Feng was just an ordinary person before? Then where did he get the money to buy a villa? Suwan's family runs a small restaurant? They can't possibly afford such a mansion. What the marketing account said makes sense, they must be renting it. They'll do anything to become famous. It's terrifying when you think about it. This plot is more exciting than the TV series. It turns out that they are a script couple, specializing in cheating traffic. I was saying that Lin Feng doesn't look like a rich man. Turns out he's really a gigolo. Is he just living off Suwan's family? But Suwan's family can't afford it. So he must be renting a house for show. The restaurant upstairs, how much money can Suwan's family make? Don't get the point wrong. It must be rented, no doubt about it. Since it's been revealed that both families are of average means this villa was 100% rented for photoshoots. All internet celebrities do this now, they don't care about their reputation for traffic. The more I think about it, the more I think it's rented. Otherwise, they would shoot the renovation vlog so diligently, both rough and hard decoration. I'm afraid that if they haven't finished shooting by the end of the lease, it will be exposed? It's disgusting. He must be renting. How else can an ordinary person suddenly become rich and buy a villa worth tens of millions? He also shoots videos every day, for fear that others don't know that he is rich. It's fake, all fake. Liar. So the truth is, Suan has a real boss behind her, Lin Feng is a gigolo, and the villa was given by the sponsor, or simply rented? Disgusting, unfollow her. I'm more inclined to believe that Lin Feng got lucky, maybe it was Bitcoin or a house demolition or something, otherwise it doesn't make sense. But the possibility of renting a house for the photoshoot is also very high. So disappointing. Am I the only one who feels sorry for Suan? She has a husband who only knows how to show off. Now her whole family has been exposed, even her father's small restaurant has not been spared. She was also accused of renting a house for show. She is so unlucky. Ding. Received deep doubts and false accusations. Rental theory from netizen. There is only one truth, wife loving value plus 45. Ding. Received strong curiosity and speculation from netizens. Representative of the melon eating crowd. Renting a house for show, wife loving value plus 40. Ding. A large number of malicious attacks and negative speculations about the host's source of wealth and the authenticity of real estate have been detected, which have been transformed into the host's mystery and topicality, and the wife-loving value has increased by plus 95. Ding. Because the host's wife Suan was caught up in a whirlpool of public opinion and accused of putting on a show, some netizens sympathized with her and defended her, which was converted into a sense of happiness protection value, and the wife-loving value was plus 60. In Suya's apartment, she stared at the screen of her mobile phone, and her expression changed several times. Ordinary people? Lin Feng was an ordinary person before? She muttered to herself, with a flash of satisfaction in her eyes. Then she saw the comments of renting a house to pose for photos and those unbearable attacks, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up with a hint of sarcasm. I said, how could he really afford it? It turns out he rented it. He deserves to be scolded. She vaguely felt that this incident was so big, and there might be someone behind it. The gloomy face of Jaolong when he watched Lin Feng's vlog recently flashed through her mind, but she quickly put this idea aside and concentrated on enjoying Lin Feng and Suwan's embarrassment. Dad's restaurant was also exposed. Suya's tone was a little complicated. Although Su Guoqiang's restaurant was small, it was well known among the neighbors. Now it was put on the internet for people to comment on and was photographed so badly, she felt a little embarrassed. Jaolong was also looking at the comments online at this moment, with a smug sneer on his face, especially those that scolded Lin Feng and Suan as liars and renting a house for show, which made him feel much better. This was the effect he wanted, to make Lin Feng fall from the clouds and make Suan regret her original choice. You are just a clown who is just trying to attract attention. You deserve to be exposed. He said to Suya casually, what real ability can someone who relies on showing off to attract attention have? Is it worth taking pictures every day for a rented house? You are so vain. Your father's small restaurant? That little savings, is it enough for them to pay the rent for a few days? I think it is likely that Suan hooked up with some shady people outside to help put on a show. Suya was stung by Jaolong's harsh words, and she felt even more upset. But when she thought that they might have rented a house for show and were being scolded, she felt more balanced. Ding! Received Suya's gloating renting theory and jealousy, wife loving value plus 80. Ding! Received contempt and malicious attack from Jaolong renting a house for show, wife loving value plus 55. Lin Feng was in a good mood as he watched his wife loving value soar. This wave of exposing also came with the rental theory, which was so aggressive that there was obviously someone behind it. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Suan also saw the news online. Her face turned pale with anger. Her fingers tightly grasped the phone, and her body trembled slightly. Lin Feng, how could they write like this? It's too much. She cried, obviously angry at these malicious speculations and accusations of human flesh search and renting a house for show. Especially seeing some disgusting comments speculating about her relationship with Lin Feng and even cursing her family, she was so angry that her eyes turned red. Lin Feng walked over, hugged her gently from behind, took her phone and threw it aside. Don't read these junk messages. It's not worth getting angry. He comforted her softly, other people have their own mouths. They can say whatever they want. We just need to live our own lives. But, they wrote down my dad's restaurant and took such ugly photos, saying that we are liars and that we are cheating people by renting out the house. Suan leaned in Lin Feng's arms, her voice muffled and aggrieved. How sad my parents will be if they know. We clearly. Silly girl, Lin Feng turned her body around, made her face him, looked into her eyes seriously, and said firmly, this shows that we are popular. Some people envy us, some are jealous of us, and naturally some want to stir up some trouble, and even spend money to hire internet trolls. The more they do this, the more it proves that we are doing better than them, and it makes them jealous and anxious. He paused, a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Besides, think about it, they spent so much time digging, and what was the result? It proved that I, Lin Feng, had a unique vision and married a fairy wife who was as beautiful as a flower, outstanding in ability, and whose restaurant at home served delicious food. As for why I suddenly became rich and whether the house was rented, the more they fuss, the more pathetic they appear. Ding! The wife's emotions are relieved by the host's comfort and firmness, and the love value is plus 10. Trigger double love, and get the wife loving value plus 20. Suan was infected by his determined eyes, and the anger and grievance in her heart also dissipated a lot. She sniffed and punched Lin Feng. You are so poor. What fairy wife, you are called a liar, and you are still renting a house. They are just jealous, and it's blatant slander. Lin Feng scratched her nose. Besides, isn't this just right? We have all the materials for the next vlog. Don't they want to see evidence? We'll give them evidence. Still want to shoot? Suan widened her eyes and hesitated. Now that we are at the center of the storm. Of course we have to film it. And we have to film it in a big way. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I have thought of the theme, it is called responding to the doubts of the whole network. Where does my money come from? Is the house rented? Why is my wife so outstanding? And, the mastermind behind the scenes, do you dare to show up? He lowered his voice and whispered to Suan with a hint of amusement, when the time comes, I will show them a little bit of my skills and let them know what the real pattern is. By the way, I will show them the property certificate, purchase contract, and full payment invoice one by one. Let's see what they have to say. Suan looked at the confidence and barely perceptible edge flashing in Lin Feng's eyes, as if she could already foresee what kind of bloody storm would be set off on the internet. She shook her head helplessly, but the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and the depression in her heart completely dissipated, replaced by a hint of expectation. This man always has a way to turn bad things into good things and turn other people's malicious attacks into a step for him to gain energy. So, how are you going to respond? Do you really want to film all of that? Suan asked curiously. Lin Feng smiled pretentiously. The mountain man has his own clever plan. Anyway, my commander-in-chief, you only need to continue to be responsible for being as beautiful as a flower, and by the way, take care of our new home beautifully. Leave the rest to me. As for that jumping clown hiding in the gutter and shooting cold arrows, he will pay the price sooner or later. Looking at the wife-loving value that continued to jump on the system panel, Lin Feng knew that this exposure and slander carefully planned by Jaolong had just begun to ferment. And he is already prepared to make a fortune in this wave of public opinion, and teach the ignorant mastermind behind the scenes a profound lesson. He even looked forward to what the so-called King of Discipline Inspection Commission and Detective Netizen could dig out with Jaolong's continued promotion. After all, the mystery about him was not as simple as the source of his wealth and the authenticity of his real estate. And every decryption will be a feast that will increase the wife-loving value. Chapter 32. The evidence is irrefutable and the whole network is slapped in the face. The exposing storm on the internet is getting more and more intense. With Jaolong's continued secret additions and the pace of the internet trolls, the saying that Lin Feng and Suan rented a house for a show has almost become a consensus. In order to attract traffic, some self-media and marketing accounts have come out to analyze the suspicious show of this super-rich couple with exaggeration. Some curious people even went to stake out at the entrance of Yunxi Shinjing, trying to take pictures of them awkwardly moving. Suan hardly dared to look at her phone these past 2 days. When Lin Feng was not around, those vicious comments could easily make her depressed. Lin Feng, they are still talking, and their words are getting more and more unpleasant. Suan looked at Lin Feng, her eyes red again. Lin Feng held her in his arms and patted her back gently. It's okay, these clowns won't be around for many days. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the louder it will be when we slap them in the face. He has asked a lawyer friend to prepare all the purchase contracts, full payment invoices and notarized document scans of the property certificates to ensure that everything is foolproof. Come on, wife, let's discuss how to shoot this vlog so that those people's faces will swell most evenly. Lin Feng pulled Suan to sit down with a playful smile on his face. Suan was amused by him and burst out laughing, and the haze in her heart also dissipated a lot. You were still thinking about how to make the face swollen evenly. Of course, a professional face slapping, honest and fair. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. First of all, the opening should be grand, directly address the topic and respond to doubts. Then, we will show them these. He pointed to the printed notarized documents, one by one. Finally, leave a surprise for the guy hiding in the dark. The two discussed for a long time and finally finalized the shooting script of the vlog. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Feng and Suan appeared in front of the camera in high spirits. Different from their previous sweet daily lives, this time, at the beginning of the vlog, Lin Feng looked calm, while Suan looked a little aggrieved and determined after being slandered. Hello everyone, I am Lin Feng. I'm Suan. Some unpleasant things happened recently, and I believe everyone has heard about them. Lin Feng got straight to the point. Many people questioned whether our house was rented, questioned the source of my wealth, and even maliciously attacked my wife and her family. Today's vlog is to respond to these doubts. The camera switched, and the first thing that appeared was the property certificate of Yunxi Shanjing Villa. The red cover and gold-plated words clearly showed the owners, Lin Feng and Suan. This is the property certificate. I think it cannot be faked. Lin Feng's voice was calm but carried an unquestionable power. Next, there was a thick stack of house purchase contracts and the invoice for the full payment of 21.5 million yuan. Each item was clearly visible. Lin Feng deliberately gave a few close-up shots to ensure that every number and every signature could be seen clearly. As for the purchase price of the house, it will be paid in full at one time. I think that someone who can pay more than 20 million in full to buy a house should not need to rent a house for photo taking, right? Lin Feng's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. Suan added, my husband's wealth was obtained legally through his own efforts and wisdom. We never despise using deceptive means to gain attention. Those groundless speculations and slanders have caused us a lot of trouble, especially my father. The small restaurant he worked so hard to run was also maliciously misinterpreted. Several real photos of Su Guiqiang's home-style restaurant were inserted into the video at the right time, showing clean windows and tempting dishes, which was in sharp contrast to the deliberately ugly pictures released by the marketing account before. There were also several short video clips of diners happily dining in the restaurant and praising the dishes. My father's restaurant, although not big, is the result of his half-life's hard work and is the pride of our family. It may not allow me to live in a mansion worth tens of millions, but it carries the warmth of our family and the recognition of our neighbors. Suan's voice was a little choked, but her eyes were unusually firm. Lin Feng held her hand and continued, as for why I suddenly became rich, this is my personal privacy, and I am not obliged to disclose it to everyone. I can only say that I seized a few opportunities, that's all. I hope everyone will pay more attention to my love for Suan and our efforts to run this family together. He paused, his eyes sharpened, and he looked directly at the camera. Finally, I want to say something to those who hide behind the keyboards, maliciously slandering, spreading rumors, and the mastermind who deliberately planned all this. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of cold smile. You have tried your best to dig up information and hire internet trolls, but what is the result? It only proves that I, Lin Feng, have good vision, married an excellent wife, and bought a nice house. Your performance is very clumsy and ridiculous. If you still have a little courage, do you dare to stand up and confront me? At the end of the video, Lin Feng hugged Suan, and both of them had smiles on their faces. Life is our own, and we will continue to share our daily lives. Thank you to those friends who have always supported us, and also thank you to those friends who provided us with materials. Goodbye. The title of the vlog was exactly what Lin Feng had thought of before responding to the doubts of the entire network. Where does my money come from? Is the house rented? Why is my wife so outstanding? And, the mastermind behind the scenes, do you dare to show up? As soon as the video was released, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. The number of clicks soared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the comment section exploded instantly. Fuck. Property certificate. Invoice for full payment. Over 20 million. This is such a slap in the face. Oh my god, I really believed those people before, now I feel like a fool. Lin Feng is awesome. Well done to Suan. This is a real wealthy family, no need to explain, just show the evidence. Where's that king of the Discipline Inspection Commission who digs deep into the entertainment industry? Come out and take a walk? Does your face hurt? Ha, Suwan's dad's restaurant looks delicious. Those marketing accounts will do anything to black people. Support Lin Feng and Suan. Those who spread rumors are so abominable. I told you, the way Lin Feng looks at Suan, that kind of doting can't be acted out. It must be true love. Who is the mastermind behind this? I feel like there's something else behind Lin Feng's words. Is this the rhythm of a fight? I feel sorry for Suan, who was innocently involved in such a mess. Fortunately, Lin Feng is tough enough. The overwhelming doubts and abuses before quickly dissipated in the face of the ironclad facts. Instead, netizens were shocked by Lin Feng's financial resources, sympathized with and praised Suan, and strongly condemned the mastermind behind the scenes. Ding! Received shock and admiration from netizens on the front line of eating melons. Real estate confirmed, wife loving value plus 88. Ding! Received a message of guilt and apology from the netizen. I was wrong, brother believed in rumors by mistake, wife loving value plus 65. Ding! A large-scale reversal of online public opinion has been detected. The host has successfully clarified the facts and slapped the rumormonger in the face, gaining a huge amount of positive emotional feedback, which has been converted into the host's prestige and topic value, and the wife-loving value has increased by plus 350. Ding! Because the host defended the reputation of his wife and family and demonstrated strong responsibility, his wife Suwan's happiness, pride, and love value have greatly increased. Love value plus 20. Triggering the love eruption special effect, the wife-loving value is additional plus 100. In Suya's apartment, she stared in amazement at the property certificate and payment receipt that Lin Feng showed in the video, her face turning pale and blue. Impossible. How could he really afford it? She muttered to herself, her heart was in turmoil. The previous gloating mood was gone, replaced by an indescribable loss, jealousy, and a trace of regret. Especially when she saw Lin Feng's firm eyes when he defended Suan, and the happiness on Suwan's face, it hurt her heart even more. There was a crackling sound of things falling in Jaolong's office. His face was ashen and his eyes were red as he stared at Lin Feng's face with a mocking smile on the computer screen. Waste! Waste! He roared in frustration, how is it possible? Where does he get so much money? He spent a lot of money to hire a marketing account, bought a large army of internet trolls, and carefully planned a skin exposure operation, but not only did it fail to discredit Lin Feng, but it made him take the opportunity to become famous and gain sympathy and support from the entire network. This is such a great shame. Especially Lin Feng's last sentence, the mastermind behind this, do you dare to show up? Which was clearly a provocation to him. Ding! Received a mixture of shock, jealousy, and regret from Suya, wife-loving value plus 150. Ding! Received the rage, frustration and unwillingness from Jaolong, the wife-loving value plus 280. Lin Feng looked at the crazy soaring wife-loving value on the system panel, and the smile on his lips became brighter. Wife, look, I told you, these are all nutrients that are delivered to your doorstep. He hugged Suan and kissed her on the forehead. Suan leaned in Lin Feng's arms, looking at the comments on the internet that supported them. The depression in her heart had long since disappeared, replaced by full of pride and happiness. Well, you are the best. She looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with little stars of admiration. This exposure incident not only did not break them down, but made their relationship even deeper. Lin Feng's image of a wife-loving maniac and a wife-protecting tough guy became more popular. The account titled King of the Discipline Inspection Commission, who digs deep into the entertainment industry, has been banned by the platform for publishing false information and has become a laughingstock on the entire network. Lin Feng knew that Jaolong would not give up. However, he now had enough confidence and strength to deal with any challenge. The next goal is to upgrade my father-in-law's restaurant, Lin Feng thought to himself, and the new wife-loving plan had already taken shape. This farce provoked by Jaolong was just a small episode on his road to becoming stronger. The real pattern has just begun to unfold. Chapter 33, My Father-in-Law's Road to Becoming an Internet Celebrity? A new direction for vlog. The reversal of the exposing storm made the Feng Wan's sweet daily life account completely popular, and the number of fans in discussion reached a new peak. Lin Feng's wife-loving value also skyrocketed, and the numbers on the system panel made him feel happy. Suan snuggled in Lin Feng's arms, scrolling through the comments on her phone that praised Lin Feng and wished them well, smiling with curved eyebrows. Husband, you are now recognized by the entire network as a wife-protecting maniac and a face-slapping expert. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows proudly. Of course, my wife is so outstanding, there will always be people who are jealous. Ding! Wife Suwan's happiness increased, love value +5, triggering the husband is proud of her effect, wife loving value +10. After enjoying the warmth for a while, Lin Feng started to think about new projects in his mind. He thought of the father-in-law's home cooking newly opened by his father-in-law Su Guoqiang. At the beginning, he invested 600,000 yuan in used, basic business acumen to help choose the location. The new store was open near Jinqiu Jiangnan community. The business has been good. With Su Guoqiang's specialty and clean and tidy environment, it has accumulated a lot of repeat customers. But Lin Feng felt that it was not enough. Wife, I have a new idea, Lin Feng said. What's another surprise? Suan looked at him with sparkling eyes. My dad's father-in-law's home cooking is now doing a stable business with a good reputation. I was wondering if we can use vlog to boost it further? Suan was a little puzzled. Another push? Isn't it pretty good now? Dad also said that it's much easier than before, and the income is stable. It's good, but it can be better. Lin Feng explained, Dad's cooking skills shouldn't be limited to Jinqiu Jiangnan. Think about it, if we can make him an internet celebrity chef, then our restaurant will become an internet celebrity check-in spot, right? By then, there will definitely be more people coming here because of his reputation. Internet celebrity chef? Suwan's eyes widened, and she felt that it was a bit strange to use this word to describe her father. Dad, can he do it? He is so old, will he be uncomfortable in front of the camera? Everything depends on human effort. Lin Feng said with a smile, we won't do anything fancy. We'll just film Dad cooking seriously and tell the story of each dish. We'll focus on ingenuity, inheritance, and the taste of home. Think about it, an experienced chef who insists on using the freshest ingredients to make the most authentic home-cooked dishes is a good subject in itself. Besides, hasn't Dad appeared on camera before? The effect is pretty good. Suan was somewhat moved by what Lin Feng said. She knew that her father was very proud of his cooking skills. If more people could know about his good cooking skills, his father would definitely be very happy. Then, let's try it. Suan asked tentatively. I have to try it. Lin Feng slapped his thigh. Not only can this help increase the reputation of my dad's restaurant, but it can also provide a steady stream of material for our vlog. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Ding! Wife Suwan expressed her expectation and support for the host's new plan. Happiness increased, love value +10, triggered the work together effect, wife pampering value +30. They did what they said. The next afternoon, Lin Feng and Suwan came to father-in-law's home cooking. The new restaurant is decorated in a simple and elegant style, and is much brighter and more impressive than the previous small restaurant. It is past mealtime, and there are not many customers in the restaurant. Su Guoqiang is sitting behind the counter drinking tea and reading newspapers, while several waiters are cleaning up. Dad! Suwan walked over with a smile. Hey, you're here. Su Guoqiang put down the newspaper, smiling, are you not busy today? Come to see you. Lin Feng handed over the fruit he bought, and then told Su Guoqiang his idea. After hearing this, Su Guoqiang's first reaction was to wave his hands. Hey, why are you taking pictures of me? I'm just an old man, hanging around the stove all day, what's there to take pictures of? Besides, my store business is doing well now, so I don't need to bother with it anymore. He was obviously unfamiliar with and resistant to the term internet celebrity. Suan held her father's arm and said softly, "Dad, I'm not asking you to be a star, I'm just recording your cooking process so that more people know your good cooking skills. You see, last time I filmed a vlog of you inspecting the decoration of our new house, many people praised you for your good spirits and asked where your restaurant is." Lin Feng also advised, "Yes, Dad, you can think of it as promoting our own restaurant. Nowadays, good wine needs to be promoted in a remote alley, so there is no harm in promoting it more. Besides, we will take care of the filming, you just cook as usual, don't worry." Su Guoqiang was somewhat moved by the two people singing in unison. He touched his chin and said hesitantly, "Can you really do it? Don't make it a joke in the film." "How could that be?" Lin Feng promised, "Don't worry, Dad, I promise to make you look great and like a god of cooking. By then, you will definitely have more fans than me." Su Guoqiang was amused, "Go to hell, I won't compete with you in fans." He said this, but the expectation in his eyes could not be hidden. He has worked hard all his life, who doesn't want his craft to be recognized by more people? In the end, Su Guoqiang agreed to Lin Feng's proposal. Ding! Successfully persuaded father-in-law Su Guoqiang to cooperate in filming the vlog, family harmony improved, and obtained the father-in-law and son-in-law are of 1 mine microstamp, and was rewarded with plus 60 wife-loving points. Charm points plus 3. Ding! Wife Suan feels happy and proud because the host actively plans the family and career, love value plus 12. Trigger the good wife special effect, and the wife-loving value is additional plus 40. Lin Feng's new plan was soon spread through various channels. Suya saw someone forwarding a preview posted by the account Feng Wan's sweet daily life in her circle of friends, saying that they would launch a series of special vlogs about father-in-law's home cooking and chef Su Guoqiang, with the tentative title Father-in-law on the tip of the tongue, exploring the ultimate deliciousness in the ordinary. She was so angry that she almost threw her phone. Is Lin Feng not done yet? After showing off his house and car, he is now showing off his father-in-law who runs a small restaurant? How vulgar! She thought with gritted teeth, the fire of jealousy in her heart burning more and more. Jaolong sneered at the news. Poor people suddenly become rich and want to show off everything. He's just a chef, but he wants to become an internet celebrity? It's really laughable. Let's wait and see how he fails. Ding! Received extreme disdain and jealousy from Suya, wife-loving value plus 130. Ding! Received contempt and ridicule from Jaolong, wife-loving value plus 100. Lin Feng looked at the newly added wife-loving value on the system panel and smiled from ear to ear. "Wife, look, the nutrients are delivered to our door again." He winked at Suan. Suan rolled her eyes at him helplessly, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She began to look forward to how her father and his home-style restaurant would appear in front of everyone in a brand new look under Lin Feng's control. This new direction of vlog seems to be a blue ocean full of money. Chapter 34, Father-in-law on the tip of the tongue begins broadcasting, and the chef's style is first revealed. Lin Feng has always been a man of action. After deciding on a new direction for his vlog, he took Suan with him and a full set of filming equipment the next day and headed to father-in-law's home cooking in high spirits. Su Guoqiang said it's all nonsense, but when he really stood in front of the camera, he was much calmer than expected. He changed into a clean and tidy chef's uniform, combed his hair meticulously, and stood in front of the stove, and the demeanor of a master chef who had been immersed in cooking for decades was naturally revealed. "Dad, don't be nervous, just act like usual. How about we take pictures of your specialty today, sweet and sour pork tenderloin?" Lin Feng adjusted the angle of the camera while Suan helped Su Guoqiang straighten his collar. Su Guoqiang nodded, "Okay, I'm familiar with that dish." "Okay. Attention all departments, the first episode of The Tongue of Father-in-Law will start shooting now." Lin Feng became playful and shouted like a director. Su Guoqiang's mouth twitched because of his teasing, and he relaxed a lot. When the filming started, Su Guoqiang quickly got into the groove. Selecting ingredients, cutting, marinating, mixing batter, frying, thickening, every step was smooth and full of rhythm. Lin Feng deliberately gave several close-up shots, how the pork tenderloin was turned into even strips in his hands, how the golden batter was evenly coated, and most importantly, how the pot of secret sweet and sour sauce bubbled at high temperature, exuding an enticing sweet and sour aroma. Suan's eyes lit up as she watched from the side, and she would remind Lin Feng from time to time in a low voice, "Husband, take a picture of Dad flipping the spoon, it's so handsome." Lin Feng naturally would not miss these wonderful moments. He not only filmed Su Guoqiang's superb cooking skills, but also guided him to tell some small stories about this dish, such as that he learned this from a master chef when he was young, and that he got several blisters on his hands in order to control the heat. Cooking is like being a person. You have to be attentive and not be lazy. Su Guoqiang said to the camera with a calm tone, but it carried a simple philosophy. After more than an hour of filming, Su Guoqiang's forehead was slightly sweaty, but he was in high spirits. Looking at the golden and fragrant sweet and sour pork tenderloin on the plate, he also showed a satisfied smile. Ding! Father-in-law Su Guoqiang gained a sense of accomplishment by showing off his cooking skills, family harmony improved, and the value of loving his wife plus 20. Ding! Wife Suan is proud of her father, happiness increased, love value plus 8, triggering the proud of you effect, wife loving value plus 16. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the footage and started editing it that night. He controlled the rhythm of the video to be relaxed intense, showing both Su Guoqiang's concentration and skills when cooking, as well as warm family interactions and the stories behind the dishes. The background music was a soothing and lifelike song, and the overall style highlighted craftsmanship and warmth. Lin Feng also considered the title of the video for a long time, and finally decided on Father-in-law on the Tip of the Tongue 01, a sweet and sour pork tenderloin, a taste of craftsmanship inherited for 30 years. The next morning, the Fengwan's Sweet Daily Life account released this special vlog on time. I announced that the Fengwan couple's vlog universe has a new member. Ah, look, I'm hungry. Dad Su's cooking skills are amazing. His knife skills and heat control are both professional. The color of this sweet and sour pork is so bright. My mouth is watering. Please give me the address. I want to check in. Well done, Dad Su. This is a true food inheritor, much better than those fancy internet celebrity restaurants. Wow, I miss my dad's cooking. The taste of home is the best taste. The comments section was full of praise and drooling. Many netizens who previously questioned Lin Feng's freeloader couldn't help but respect this family more after seeing Su Guoqiang's real ability. With a beautiful and capable wife like Suan and a father-in-law who is a master chef, Lin Feng is so lucky. Ding! Received envy from netizen the cat who loves fish, wife loving value plus 2. Likes plus 1. Ding! Received admiration from netizen food pathfinder, wife loving value plus 3. Number of comments plus 1. Ding! The video Father-in-law on the Tip of the Tongue 01 triggered a resonance with food, and received a lot of positive emotional feedback, and the wife loving value plus 180. Lin Feng was in a good mood as his wife loving value increased again. Su Guoqiang secretly watched the video several times. Seeing himself cooking meticulously on the screen and the praise from netizens, he grinned and his wrinkles were all smiling. I used to think that making videos was just a joke for young people, but I didn't expect that I could really show off my cooking skills. Warner, tell Lin Feng to film my specialty steamed sea bass in the next episode. I guarantee it will be more popular than this sweet and sour pork. Su Guoqiang took the initiative to call Suan, his tone full of excitement and anticipation. Suan agreed with a smile, hung up the phone, and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Husband, you are awesome. My dad is so motivated now, he has started to take the initiative to order food. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows proudly. That's right, your husband's business acumen is not to be underestimated. Ding! Wife Suan highly recognizes the host's planning ability, and her happiness is overflowing. Love value plus 15, triggering the husband sings and wife follows special effect, and the wife loving value plus 50. On the other hand, Suya also saw this vlog while slacking off at the company. She originally wanted to see what Lin Feng was up to, but when she clicked on the video, she was attracted by Su Guoqiang's skilled cooking skills and the delicious sweet and sour pork tenderloin. She had to admit that her father's cooking skills were indeed impeccable. When her mother was still alive, her favorite dishes were those made by her father. But later, Suya's eyes were a little complicated. She turned off the video, but she felt upset. Why did Suan live such a glorious life? Lin Feng became rich, and now her father who only knew how to cook is also going to become famous? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the flames of jealousy burned again. Isn't it just being able to cook a few home-cooked dishes? What's so great about that? When Jaolong's project is successful, will I get what I want? Suya gritted her teeth. Ding! Received strong jealousy and reluctance from Suya, wife loving value plus 145. Jaolong watched the video because his subordinates reminded him to. He glanced at it briefly and sneered, a cook wants to be an internet celebrity? Is Lin Feng running out of tricks? How can this kind of thing make a splash? Wait and see him make a fool of himself. Ding. Received extreme contempt and disdain from Jaolong, wife-loving value plus 110. Lin Feng looked at the more than 200 points of wife-loving value added on the system panel, and his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Wife, look, our loyal fans are here to send warmth on time again. Lin Feng hugged Suan and kissed her on the cheek. Suan slapped him in a scolding manner, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. She found that since she followed Lin Feng, her life was like a cheat, full of surprises and happiness every day. It was a great feeling to see her family getting better and better and herself getting happier. The first episode of the father-in-law's home cooking blog was a great success, and Lin Feng quickly planned the second and third episodes. Not only did it include Su Guoqiang's specialties, but it also shared some tips on home cooking, and even interspersed Su Guoqiang's stories about the hardships and fun of opening a small restaurant. These contents full of fireworks and human touch have quickly accumulated a large number of loyal viewers for the father-in-law on the tip of the tongue series. Su Guoqiang has also changed from being slightly reserved at the beginning to becoming more and more free and easy, and even told jokes in front of the camera, which attracted comments from netizens. Uncle Su is so cute. The business of the father-in-law's home cooking restaurant has become visibly popular. Many local diners who watched the vlog came here, and even tourists from other places came to check in. Su Guoqiang was busy all the time, but the smile on his face became brighter every day. Lin Feng looked at all this and felt a sense of accomplishment. This was not only an increase in his wife-loving value, but also a real change in his family's lives through his own efforts. He vaguely felt that as the Feng Wan's sweet daily life vlog matrix continued to be enriched and its influence expanded, his path to pampering his wife and becoming stronger would become wider and wider. The jealousy and resentment of those jumping clowns would only become the most delicious nutrient on his way forward. Chapter 35: Father-in-law's Distress. The popularity of the father-in-law on the tip of the tongue series of vlogs continues to rise. After the first sweet and sour pork tenderloin video was released, it quickly occupied a place in the food section. Subsequent videos such as steamed sea bass, braised pork, and stir-fried beef have received a large number of likes and comments. Su Guoqiang's superb cooking skills, simple language, and the craftsmanship in food and warmth towards his family revealed in the video have touched countless netizens. Master Su is awesome. This is real kung fu. Look, I'm hungry, so I'm releasing poison late at night. I envy Suan for having such a great cooking dad and a doting husband. Where is this little restaurant? Please give me the address. We want to go there in a group this weekend. In addition to food lovers, the comments section also includes some old viewers. While they are salivating over Su Guoqiang's cooking skills, they also tease Lin Feng, Brother Feng, what else can you do besides playing with your phone and eating ready-made food? Uncle Su's cooking skills, Brother Feng's financial resources, and Suwan's beauty, what a perfect match. I'm jealous. These comments, whether they were sincere praise or sour ridicule, continuously contributed to Lin Feng's wife-loving value. Especially those netizens who were attracted by Suan and Su Guoqiang and felt unbalanced about Lin Feng's lying win, their envy and jealousy were particularly significant. Ding. Received the envy from the netizen cooking novice, the wife-loving value plus 2. Ding. Received jealousy from netizen lemon essence Ben Jing, wife-loving value plus 3. Ding. Received a teasing from the netizen, wife-loving value plus 1. Lin Feng was in a good mood as he watched the value of loving his wife ticking in the background. He found that the father-in-law on the tip of the tongue series not only made his father-in-law happy and Suan proud, but also opened up a new and stable source of value for loving his wife. Moreover, the style of this series of videos tended to be warm and delicious, which was more likely to gain positive recognition, unlike the previous videos showing off wealth, which were easily attacked by pure malicious intent. Of course, the malice has not completely disappeared. Suya and Jaolong are still the main suppliers of Lin Feng's wife-loving value. Suya would check the Feng Wan's sweet daily life accounts several times a day. When she saw Su Guoqiang being praised by netizens in the video and his restaurant business was booming, she was furious. She didn't understand why the dull father who could only cook could also rise to the sky because of Suan and Lin Feng's relationship. Why could that little bitch Suan have all this so easily? The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced and angry she felt. Ding. Received strong reluctance and jealousy from Suya, wife-loving value plus 138. Although Jaolong was disdainful, he felt a little annoyed when he saw the number of views of Lin Feng's vlog climbing steadily, and even some food bloggers began to repost and recommend it. How could a nouveau riche who made his fortune by relying on a woman be so successful? Even his father-in-law, who was a chef, became famous. This made him feel that his previous plans were just a small trick. Mr. Zhao, Lin Feng's vlog has become popular again. His father-in-law's restaurant is packed every day, and there are many people lining up. The subordinate reported the latest situation to Jaolong. Jaolong got angry when he heard this. How long can a crappy home-style restaurant be popular? It's all because of those inexperienced netizens who are blindly praising it. Wait, sooner or later I will let him know who has the final say in Ninghai. Ding! Received anger and contempt from Jaolong, wife-loving value plus 105. On this day, Lin Feng and Suan were studying the decoration plan in the villa when Su Guoqiang called. Lin Feng, Wanner, when are you free to come over? Su Guoqiang's voice sounded a little tired, but there was a hint of joy in his tone. Lin Feng could hear something strange in his father-in-law's voice. Dad, what's wrong? Business is so good that you can't handle it? Oh, business is good, but it's a bit too good. Su Guoqiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are too many people these days. I'm the only chef in the kitchen, and the helpers are almost exhausted. The consumption of ingredients is also high. Sometimes I'm too busy to take care of the guests, for fear of neglecting them. Lin Feng and Suan looked at each other and smiled. This was a happy trouble. Dad, don't worry, we'll go over and take a look tomorrow. Lin Feng said. The next day, Lin Feng drove the Wenjie M9 and took Suan to the new address of father-in-law's home cooking. Before entering the store, they saw a long line at the door. The store was full, and the waiters and chefs were busy. Su Guoqiang was wearing an apron, stirring the wok and directing. Although he was tired, he had a satisfied smile on his face. Suan hurried forward to help greet the guests, while Lin Feng walked to the kitchen door and looked at his busy father-in-law. Dad, you're really famous. Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Guoqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, it's all because of your great video. I've been so busy these past few days that my waist is almost broken, but seeing that everyone likes the dishes I cook, I'm happy. Dad, this can't go on. You have to ask for help. Suan came in with a plate and said with concern. Su Guoqiang sighed, how can it be that easy to hire the right one? It's hard to find a chef who can handle everything on his own, and a handyman won't be able to help much. Besides, the place is still a little small, and there's not enough space for more people. Lin Feng listened to his father-in-law's worries and felt something in his heart. This was both a problem and a new opportunity. Dad, since the store is so popular, why don't we expand it? Lin Feng suggested. Su Guoqiang was stunned for a moment. Expand? How to expand? Is the second floor of our building empty? Or is there a suitable shop nearby? We can make the kitchen bigger, add some seats, or open a private room. This way you won't be so tired, and you can accommodate more guests. Lin Feng said. Su Guoqiang hesitated. This will cost a lot of money, right? Money is not a problem, Dad. The most important thing is your health. Don't overwork yourself. Lin Feng said sincerely. Besides, the restaurant is popular, which proves that your cooking skills have a market. We can't delay development because of the small place and lack of manpower. He paused and continued, moreover, I think we can add new content to our vlog. For example, we can film some of the process of expansion and upgrading, so that netizens can witness the growth of father-in-law's home cooking. This in itself is a good traffic code. Suan listened at the side, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. Yes, Dad. Netizens like to watch videos with stories and changes. Let's film the decoration process and the process of recruiting new chefs. It will definitely be very interesting. Su Guoqiang looked at his daughter and son-in-law who were full of energy, and thought about how tired he was these past few days, so he finally nodded and said, okay, you guys can do whatever you want. But I have to make it clear that I'm not good at decoration and finding people, so I have to rely on you guys. No problem, Dad. You just need to control the quality of the dishes, and leave the rest to us. Lin Feng patted his chest and promised. Ding! The host actively solves the problem for his father-in-law, showing a sense of responsibility, family harmony improves, and the wife-loving value plus 35. Ding! Wife Suan is proud of the host's dedication to his family, love value plus 10, triggering the husband's family prospers special effect, wife-loving value plus 40. Looking at the wife-loving value in this system increasing again, Lin Feng is full of confidence in the future. Expanding the scale of the restaurant can not only improve the quality of life of his father-in-law and provide Suan with more sense of belonging, but also provide continuous materials for vlog and harvest more emotional value. This is his way to pamper his wife and become stronger. And those who hide in the dark and are jealous will only become stepping stones and energy sources on his way forward. To be continued. Chapter 36 Restaurant Upgrade, New Traffic Code Launched. The next morning, Lin Feng and Suan came to father-in-law's home cooking again. It was not yet time for dinner, and Su Guoqian was directing the waiters to clean up and prepare to open the door to welcome guests. Dad, we've discussed it and found that your store really needs to be upgraded. Lin Feng went straight to the point. Su Guoqian put down the rag and sighed. I know that, but it's not that simple. Renovation, hiring, expanding the space, which one doesn't cost money? Which one doesn't require trouble? Don't worry about the money, Lin Feng said with a smile, I just want to hear your ideas. For example, what do you think of the empty shop next door? I think it's quite big. If we open it up, the kitchen can be doubled in size, and we can put a dozen more tables in the lobby. Su Guoqian's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated again. The one next door? The rent is not cheap, and after all this trouble, it will be closed for at least a month, right? Dad, you have to take a long-term view. Suan took Su Guoqian's arm and said softly, business is so good now because of your craftsmanship. The place is bigger and the environment is better, you can relax a little and hire a few more helpers. As for the loss during the renovation, it is nothing compared to the future income. Lin Feng added, besides, Dad, this renovation process itself is new material for our vlog. Father-in-law's home cooking upgrade, what a great theme. From site selection, design, construction to reopening, the whole process is recorded, and netizens will definitely love to watch it. What is this called? This is called a cultivation system restaurant. Everyone is a witness and has a full sense of participation. Su Guoqian was stunned by Lin Feng's new words, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. He was now considered a half-internet celebrity and knew a little about these things. Okay, you young people have a lot of ideas, I'll listen to you. Su Guoqian finally made the decision, but I don't know anything about designing and finding a construction team, so I'll leave it all to you. I'll just focus on my own cooking. Okay. Dad, just hold it. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Action is what Lin Feng lacks the most. That afternoon, he contacted the landlord of the shop next door. The landlord knew that the restaurant next door was doing a booming business and was happy to rent the shop to a stable merchant. Lin Feng did not bargain too much and readily signed a 3-year lease contract with quarterly rent payments. Ding! The host decisively solved the business problem for his father-in-law, improving the family happiness index, wife loving value plus 50. Charm value plus 5. Ding! Wife Suan deeply admires the host's courage and responsibility, love value plus 12, triggering the good wife effect, extra wife loving value plus 45. In the evening, Lin Feng told Su Guoqian and Suan the good news. So fast? Su Guoqian was a little surprised, and then a steady smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng, your efficiency is really amazing. Suan was also proud of it, and her eyes were full of little stars as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled, this is just the first step. Next, it's our father-in-law's home cooking 2.0 version vlog project. He immediately discussed with Suan the content of the first vlog, starting with announcing the restaurant upgrade plan and showcasing the newly rented shop. The next day, Lin Feng and Suan came to the restaurant with simple filming equipment. In front of the camera, Suan announced with a sweet smile, family, I have good news for you. With the support of the majority of diners and our strong request, my father finally agreed to expand the business of father-in-law's home cooking. The camera turned to Su Guoqian. The old man was a little embarrassed and smiled naively, it's mainly because the place is too small. I neglected everyone. When the place is bigger in the future, I will try to let everyone eat the dishes I cook. Then, Lin Feng appropriately entered the camera. He still had that relaxed look of a hands-off boss and pointed at the empty shop next door. Look, this is the new battlefield for our chef in the future. As for how to design and decorate, that's Warner and Dad's business. I'll just be responsible for, well, spiritual support. Suan rolled her eyes at him in reproach and explained to the camera, don't listen to his nonsense, my dad makes the main decision and I assist him. As for Lin Feng, he is responsible for paying the money and being our logistics director. Naturally, this interaction attracted a barrage of haha and envy, jealousy, and hatred. At the end of the vlog, they also launched a small event called New Store Design Collection with prizes, inviting netizens to brainstorm. This vlog titled Official Announcement. Father-in-law's home-cooked dishes are getting an upgrade. The moment of the money power of the hands-off shopkeeper? immediately became popular once it was released. Oh my god. Is Feng's family planning to open a chain store? Uncle Su is so awesome. He is a true craftsman in the catering industry. Feng's last sentence of spiritual support made me laugh to death. To translate it, I just pay the money. Waiting for the 2.0 version of father-in-law's home cooking. I'm already looking forward to the decoration style of the new store. Suan is so lucky to have such a capable father and such a doting husband. The heated discussions in the comments section naturally also included the attention of Suya and Jaolong. Suya watched the high-spirited Su Guoqiang in the video, Suwan's happy smile that was about to overflow the screen, and Lin Feng's calm but in control attitude, and the fire of jealousy in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Why? Why could her father, who only knew how to revolve around the stove, also benefit from Suan and get better and better? Ding! Received jealousy and resentment from Suya, wife loving value plus 155. Jaolong sneered at Lin Feng's small fights, but he felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the hundreds of thousands or even millions of views of the videos and the netizens' praise for father-in-law's home cooking. His position in the Zhao family has been a little delicate recently, and several projects have not been going well. On the other hand, Lin Feng seems to have been on a roll, and everything he does is a hit. Mr. Zhao, Lin Feng, and his friends are up to something new. It looks like they want to expand that shabby restaurant. The subordinate reported cautiously. Jaolong waved his hands impatiently. He's just a clown. What can he achieve? Wait until I have time, and then I'll play with him properly. Ding! Received contempt and irritability from Jaolong, wife loving value plus 120. Lin Feng has long been accustomed to the steady contributions of these experienced babies. What he is more concerned about now is how to make the new series of restaurant upgrade vlogs more interesting and more profitable. In the next few days, Suan really began to seriously study the restaurant design plan and contacted several design companies with good reputations. Su Guoqiang also changed his previous conservative attitude and put forward many professional opinions on the layout and equipment requirements of the kitchen, and even drew a sketch himself. Lin Feng was happy to have some free time. He occasionally accompanied Suan to meet designers. Most of the time, he played the role of hands-off boss and cameraman, recording Suan and Su Guoqiang busy working on the new store. He found that this narrative style of jointly starting a business and witnessing growth resonated better with netizens than simply showing off wealth. Everyone liked to see Suan working hard, and admired Su Guoqiang's dedication to cooking. Even Lin Feng's image of a hands-off shopkeeper who only pays money but doesn't work received a lot of good-natured teasing because of his humor and contrast. Dad, Warner, I have an idea. That day, Lin Feng looked at the modern and simple restaurant design drawings on Suwan's computer and suddenly said, in addition to being practical and beautiful, can the design of our new store also incorporate some elements of our vlog? Vlog elements? Suan and Su Guoqiang were both curious. Yes, Lin Feng explained, for example, we can set up a fan message board on one wall, or open a small vlog check-in corner and put our cartoon characters or some interesting slogans. This will not only increase interactivity, but also make diners feel more involved. Taking photos and posting them on WeChat Moments is another wave of free publicity, isn't it? Suwan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. It's both fashionable and has our own characteristics. Su Guoqiang also nodded. Well, young people have lively ideas. Ding! The host has made constructive suggestions to promote the development of the family and career, and the wife-loving value is plus 40. Wisdom value plus 2 new attribute added by the system, affecting decision-making and creative ability. Lin Feng was delighted. He did not expect to have an unexpected reward. It seems that he should not be too thorough in being a hands-off shopkeeper. Occasionally contributing some wisdom would be a good reward. He has a premonition that the upgrade of father-in-law's home cooking will not only bring a second spring to his father-in-law's career, but also inject a steady stream of new energy into his wife-loving value account. What he needs to do is to grasp this new traffic code and turn this family business upgrade into a carnival full of positive energy watched by the entire network. Chapter 37, Su's mother arrives, and the storm starts again. The restaurant upgrade plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. Suan studies the design drawings every day, while Su Guoqiang runs between the new store and the old store with a smile on his face. Lin Feng's wife-loving value is also steadily increasing with the accumulation of vlog materials and the harmonious family atmosphere. That afternoon, Lin Feng and Suan were discussing the shooting details of the next vlog at home when the doorbell rang at an inopportune time. Who is it? Suan was a little confused. No one should come at this time. Lin Feng stood up to open the door. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged woman who was dressed in a slightly gaudy way and had heavy makeup on her face, but still couldn't hide the traces of time. It was Suya's mother, Su Guoqian's ex-wife, Lu Mylan. When Lu Mylan saw that it was Lin Feng who opened the door, a hint of barely perceptible contempt flashed across her eyes, but a warm smile appeared on her face. "Oh, it's Lin Feng. Where's Miss Wan? Auntie? Why are you here?" Suan heard the voice and came over, with a look of alienation and surprise on her face. She and her stepmother's mother had always had a weak relationship. "I came to see you guys." Lu Mylan walked into the living room without paying attention. She quickly scanned the furnishings in the room and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, life is pretty good now. Much better than before." Lin Feng and Suan looked at each other and remained silent. Lu Mylan sat down on the sofa and said straight to the point, "Lin Feng, I came here today to discuss something with you." "Auntie, please speak." Lin Feng said calmly. "It's like this." Lu Mylan leaned forward and lowered her voice, sounding a little mysterious. "You know our Suya's boyfriend, Mr. Zhao, right? He's a very capable man. He recently got an insider tip that there's a project that's guaranteed to make money, and the money invested can at least triple or quintuple." She paused, observing the expressions of Lin Feng and Suan, and continued, "Mr. Zhao has also invested a lot. I think that for such a good thing, we should not forget our family. You are well off now, why don't you invest some too? When we make money, we can all be happy together." Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Jaolong's inside information? I'm afraid it's a trap. He remained calm. "Auntie, I don't know much about investment, so forget it." Suan also agreed, "Yes, Auntie, we don't understand these things, so it's better to be safe." The smile on Lu Mylan's face froze for a moment, and then she continued, "Oh, what don't you understand? Can Mr. Zhao deceive you? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You are now buying a villa and upgrading a restaurant, and the expenses are huge. Isn't it good to have more ways to make money? I am doing this for your own good. We appreciate your kindness, Auntie." Lin Feng's tone was still gentle, but his attitude was firm. "However, we really don't have any extra funds for other investments recently." "No extra funds?" Lu Mylan's voice rose 8 degrees, as if she had heard a huge joke. "Lin Feng, don't play dumb in front of me. You have invested tens of millions in Su Guoqian's crappy restaurant, right? You bought Suan a bag and a car without blinking an eye. Now I ask you to invest some money to make a lot of money, and you say you don't have it? I think you just don't want to make money with us." Suwan's face darkened. "Auntie, how can you say that? The restaurant is my father's hard work. What's wrong with Lin Feng supporting my father? He buys things for me because he is willing to do so. Is it the same as the investment you mentioned? Oh, you're protecting him right away?" Lu Mylan glanced at Suan, her tone sarcastic. Suan, you're really good at this. Why weren't you so proactive when Lin Feng was still a pauper? Now that he's rich, you're just trying to get close to him. Don't forget, Lin Feng used to be your sister Suya's boyfriend. You're blatantly trying to seduce your sister's man, and you're not ashamed. What nonsense are you talking about?" Suan was so angry that she was shaking all over and her eyes were red. Lin Feng embraced Suan in his arms, patted her back gently to comfort her, but his eyes turned cold, looking directly at Lu Mylan. "Auntie, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Suan and I are a married couple, it's not your turn to point fingers here. As for the money, it's mine, I am free to spend it how I want and on whom I want to spend it." Ding! Strong jealousy and malicious slander from Lu Mylan detected. Wife loving value plus 85. Ding! Wife Suan feels safe and loved because of the host's care, love value plus 10, triggering the together guardian effect, wife pampering value extra plus 30. Lu Mylan felt a little scared by Lin Feng's cold eyes, but when she thought about the fact that the purpose of her trip had not been achieved, she was unwilling to give up. She simply tore off her face and slapped her thigh and yelled, "Okay. Lin Feng, now that you are rich and powerful, you don't recognize me, right? I tell you, Suya is much more valuable than Suan. If you had married Suya, you would be so glorious now. But you married a jinx and threw money away. I think you are a prodigal son." She became more and more excited as she spoke, spitting everywhere. "Su Guoqiang, that old stubborn man, what future can he have by opening a shabby restaurant? You even invested money in his renovation, but I think it's like throwing meat buns at a dog, it's a waste of money, there's no return. And Suan, all she knows how to do is dress up all day long, what else can she do besides spending money? The two of you, one is a spendthrift, the other is a seductress, sooner or later you will squander all the family wealth. Ding. Received impotent fury and vicious curse from Lu Mylan, wife loving value plus 120. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt, and a barely perceptible arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. This Lu Mylan is really a qualified experienced baby. Auntie, are you done? Lin Feng waited for her to catch her breath and said calmly, if you are done, please go back. Our family does not welcome people like you who gossip and confuse right and wrong. You dare to chase me away? Lu Mylan's face turned red with anger, and her fingers were shaking as she pointed at Lin Feng. I am Suan's elder. Elders should also behave like elders. Lin Feng did not give in. If you are here sincerely to visit us, we welcome you. But if you are here to sow discord and make trouble unreasonably, then I'm sorry, we won't accompany you. Suan also raised her head from Lin Feng's arms, wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes, and looked at Lu Mylan firmly. Auntie, I hope you won't say such things again in the future. Lin Feng is very good to me, and my father is also very good. We don't need you to judge our lives. Lu Mylan looked at the stubborn young couple in front of her and knew that she would definitely not get the money today and that she had been rejected. She stood up angrily and pointed at them. Okay. Very good. You just wait. You will regret it one day. After saying that, she slammed the door and left angrily. The room suddenly became quiet. Suan leaned in Lin Feng's arms, feeling a little aggrieved. How could she say that? Don't bother with such a person. Lin Feng gently stroked her hair. She just feels unbalanced when she sees that we are doing well. The more she acts like this, the more it proves that we are doing the right thing. Suan nodded and said sullenly, I know, but it just hurts to hear it. I'm here. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed her forehead. I'll deal with people like this in the future. You just need to be happy. Suan burst into laughter and rubbed against his arms. Yeah. Lin Feng looked at the newly added 200 points of wife-loving value on the system panel and felt quite happy. It seems that occasionally having such uninvited guests as a seasoning in this peaceful life is not completely without benefits. As for Jaolong's so-called inside information, Lin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. He now has a system in hand, a more stable and efficient way to accumulate wealth. Why bother to wade into such muddy water? What he is looking forward to more now is what new surprises and money prospects the 2.0 version of Father-in-Law's home cooking will bring after it goes online. Chapter 38, a new interpretation of inside information and money power. After Lu Mylan slammed the door and left, the atmosphere in the room was a little stagnant for a while. Suwan's eyes were still red, and she leaned in Lin Feng's arms, like a wronged kitten. Okay, don't be angry anymore. Lin Feng stroked her hair gently, his voice gentle. It's not worth getting angry at that kind of person. We shouldn't take anything she said to heart. Suan nodded sullenly. I know, it's just, her words were too harsh, and she even said that about my dad. I think she came at the right time today. Lin Feng's lips curled up into a barely perceptible smile. Suan raised her head and looked at him puzzledly. Huh? Look, Lin Feng pointed at his head and said mysteriously in a low voice, with her output, my little treasury has been enriched a lot. What is this called? This is called reverse motivation. The experience baby in life is delivered to my door on its own initiative. I should not refuse it. Suan was amused by his money-obsessed and pretentious appearance and burst out laughing. The depression in her heart was also mostly relieved. You are the only one with a lot of crooked ideas. What experience, baby? Ding. Wife Suwan's mood turns from gloomy to sunny. The host successfully resolves her negative emotions. Wife loving value plus 25. Love value plus 5. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows proudly. This is the truth. Some people exist to contribute emotional value to us, but it's negative, but the system accepts it all. Isn't it wonderful? Suan hit him and said angrily, don't talk about elders like that. She said that, but the smile on her face became more relaxed. She knew that Lin Feng was just trying to make her happy. Okay, I won't say any more. Lin Feng smiled and held her in his arms. But do you think the inside information she mentioned about Mr. Zhao is reliable? Suan curled her lips. What good news can Jaolong have? My mother. Alas, Lu Mylan was just bewitched by Suya, and always thinks Jaolong can do anything. I think it's probably some unreliable investment, and he wants to drag someone down with him. Lin Feng deeply agreed. With Jaolong's brain, the inside information he could catch was probably a trap set by others. Okay, let's not think about these bad things. Lin Feng patted Suan on the back. Let's think about the 2.0 version of father-in-law's home cooking. Let's go and see how the progress is with dad, and let him know by the way, so that Lu Milan won't go to him and say nonsense again. Suan's eyes lit up. Yes. My dad will definitely not believe her. We can discuss with him the content of the new store vlog shooting. The two of them set off as soon as they said they would, driving their Wenjie M9 straight to Su Guoqiang's new shop. At this time, Su Guoqiang was wearing reading glasses and talking to a young designer in a new shop. Seeing Lin Feng and Suan coming, Su Guoqiang smiled and said, "You came at the right time. Take a look at Xiaoli's draft designs and give us some advice." Designer Xiaoli quickly stood up and greeted them. Suan came over to look at the design drawings with great interest, while Lin Feng told Su Guoqiang in a light-hearted manner about Lu Milan's visit today, emphasizing that he had already invited her away. After listening to this, Su Guoqiang didn't even frown, but just snorted coldly. She doesn't come here for no reason. What kind of serious inside information can Jaolong have? He just wants to cheat some money. Lin Feng, you did the right thing. If she comes again in the future, just kick her out directly, don't give me face. Ding. The host maintains family harmony and is recognized by his father-in-law Su Guoqiang. The wife-loving value is plus 30. Family harmony is improved. Dad, don't worry, I know how to deal with it. Lin Feng said with a smile, I'm mainly afraid that she will go to you and gossip about you, which will affect your mood. Su Guoqiang waved his hand. What kind of people have I not seen in the past few decades? I know her thoughts very well. But you guys, don't be influenced by her. By the way, did she say what the project is? Lin Feng thought for a moment. It seems that someone mentioned something about new technology, which is a sure win, and a 3 to 5 times return. Su Guoqiang sneered, oh, anything that says guaranteed profit is probably a scam. Young man, remember, there is no free lunch in the world, and there is no business that only goes up and never goes down. Doing something down to earth is better than anything else. Dad, you're right. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and felt even more admiration for his father-in-law's clarity and foresight. Suan was already discussing with the designer. She pointed to a design drawing with a modern Chinese style, her eyes sparkling. Dad, Lin Feng, what do you think of this? It has the charm of our Chinese food, but also has a sense of fashion. Moreover, there is a cultural wall reserved here, which can be made into the fan check-in area that Lin Feng mentioned before. Lin Feng leaned over to take a look, and it was indeed nice, warm and elegant, yet not out of the ordinary. Su Guoqiang also twirled his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Well, I think this is good. It's much better than those fancy ones. A place to eat should still make people feel comfortable. Then let's decide on this direction? Suan looked at the two of them expectantly. You decide. Lin Feng still had the classic attitude of a hands-off shopkeeper and looked at Suan with a smile. My task is to provide cashability support. For the rest, our chief designer Su has the final say. Suan's cheeks turned slightly red when he said that, but she accepted this title gracefully. Ding. Wife Suan feels happy because of the host's trust and empowerment, her sense of dominance is enhanced, her love value is plus 15, and the sweet effect of husband sings and wife follows is triggered, and her pampering value is extra plus 50. Lin Feng was very happy, thinking that being a hands-off boss was really worth the money. The next vlog shooting plan was also quickly decided. With the new store design plan and the upcoming wall demolition work as the theme, Lin Feng even thought of the title. The design of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0 is finalized. Chief designer Su is online, and the money ability of the hands-off shopkeeper is actually complained by his father-in-law? The latter half of the sentence was purely a war-provoking gimmick he added for the effect of the show. The filming process went very smoothly. Suan confidently explained the design concept in front of the camera, while Su Guoqiang supplemented the specific requirements for the kitchen functional area, and occasionally complained about Lin Feng, the son-in-law, who only knew how to pay money and didn't care about anything else, which made Lin Feng and Suan laugh behind the camera. In the evening, Lin Feng uploaded the freshly made vlog to the account Feng Wan's Sweet Daily Life. As expected, the video once again set the internet on fire. Miss Suan is amazing. She is beautiful and talented, and she is a very capable designer. The father-in-law is so cute. The part where he complained about his son-in-law made me laugh to death. This is the real family atmosphere. Brother Feng's money power has been upgraded again. But this time he is helping his father-in-law and wife start their careers, so I have to give him a thumbs up. Am I the only one who noticed that Feng Ge was quietly showing off his wealth again? Just pay the money, this is too Versailles. Looking forward to the opening of the new store. Can't wait to check in. The enthusiastic response in the comments section naturally included the special attention from Suya and Jaolong. Suya was so jealous that her teeth were about to break when she saw Suan in the video, looking at her energetic and dominating appearance, her father Su Guoqiang's heartfelt smile, and the unanimous praise for their family in the comments section. She immediately called Lu Milan and complained about her incompetence, blaming her for not being able to get money from Lin Feng even after coaxing and deceiving him. Ding! Received strong jealousy and anger from Suya, wife loving value plus 160. Jaolong reluctantly clicked on the video after being reminded by his subordinates. When he saw Su Guoqiang sneer at Lin Feng's so-called inside information and teach Lin Feng to be down to earth, his face suddenly turned livid. Was this old man mocking him? Ding! Received anger and resentment from Jaolong, wife loving value plus 135. Lin Feng was in a good mood as he looked at the soaring wife loving value on the system panel. These experienced babies could always provide him with warmth when he needed it. He turned off the computer and looked at Suan, who was seriously replying to netizens' comments. His heart softened. With such a wife and such a family, he could use his money comfortably. In his opinion, the so-called inside information was far less precious than the solid happiness in front of him. Chapter 39, Vlog Effect Ferments, Harvesting Anger Value from a Distance. Lin Feng's carefully edited vlog The Design of Father-in-Law's Home Cooking 2.0 is finalized. Chief designer Su is online, and his money ability is complained by his father-in-law? As soon as it was released, as expected, it once again set off a wave of discussion on the internet. The video begins with Suan standing in front of several design drawings, talking freely. She is wearing a simple white shirt, with her hair casually tied up, a few strands of hair hanging on her cheeks, the sun shines through the window onto her, and she exudes an intellectual and confident glow. She explains the concept and layout of each design drawing in detail, in a clear and organized manner, and her words are filled with longing for the new store. I love this modern Chinese style. Miss Suan is not only beautiful, but also so talented. I used to think Suan was just the gentle little woman behind Brother Feng, but I didn't expect her to be so cool when it comes to her career. Chief designer Su, please take the center position. Then, the camera turns to see Su Guoqiang wearing reading glasses, carefully reviewing the blueprint and offering professional advice on kitchen movement lines and functional zoning. The scene is warm and real. What netizens talked about most was the clip where Su Guoqiang complained about Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this kid, Su Guoqiang said to the camera with a complex expression of disappointment and a bit of boasting, he only knows how to pay. He is quicker than anyone else to shirk the decoration work. Even an old man like me cares more about it than him. The camera turned to Lin Feng, who was touching his nose with an innocent smile on his face. Suan was so amused that she punched Su Guoqiang coquettishly. Dad! You're making fun of him again. This clip instantly set off the comments section. Ha ha ha, the official complaints from my father-in-law are the most deadly. Brother Feng, I have it so hard. I pay money but my father-in-law still despises me. This is the real family atmosphere, so loving. I declare that my father-in-law is the funny man in Feng Ji's vlog. Brother Feng's ability to make money has once again been certified by his father-in-law Doghead. Suan looked at these comments, her cheeks slightly red, but her heart was sweet. She leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder and whispered, Dad is really something, saying this about you in front of the camera. Lin Feng hugged her and said with a smile, my father-in-law is openly criticizing me but secretly praising me. He is praising me for my ability as a son-in-law and for allowing his daughter to free herself to pursue her career. You see, netizens understand. Ding! Wife Suan is happy because of the success of the vlog and the host's humorous interpretation, love value plus 10, triggering the telepathy effect, and the wife loving value is additional plus 30. Ding! Vlog triggered positive discussion among netizens, the host family image was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and the wife loving value was plus 188. Lin Feng was in a good mood. This wave of operations not only made Suan happy, but also earned him a lot of wife-loving points. At the same time, Suya, who was far away on the other side, did not look so good. She refreshed the comments section over and over again, looking at the praises for Suan, the love for Su Guoqiang, and the ridicule of Lin Feng's money ability. Each one of them was like a needle piercing her heart. Why? Why can Suan live such a glamorous life? Why can that old man also rely on Lin Feng to gain attention? She recalled how her mother Lu Milan came back a few days ago, looking very upset, and complained about how Lin Feng didn't give them face and looked down on them. Then she watched the video of Lin Feng's indulgence and support for Suan and Su Guoqiang, and Suya's jealousy and resentment almost overflowed. She picked up her phone and wanted to call Jaolong to complain, but hesitated. Jaolong's attitude towards her has become more and more perfunctory recently. The last time she complained about Lin Feng, Jaolong just said a few words impatiently. Suya threw her phone on the sofa in annoyance. Ding! Received strong jealousy and resentment from Suya, wife-loving value plus 175. Lin Feng looked at the system prompt, and a smile appeared on his lips. Suya, this old friend, never disappoints when it comes to pampering his wife. Jaolong naturally also saw this vlog. It was one of his subordinates who mentioned this casually during a work report. Mr. Zhao, Lin Feng's vlog has become popular again. This time it's about the renovation of his father-in-law's restaurant. His father-in-law also said in the video that Lin Feng only cares about paying money and doesn't care about anything else. Jaolong frowned and interrupted impatiently. Okay, is this trivial matter worth talking about? He said this, but after his men left, he somehow clicked on the video. When Jaolong saw Su Guoqiang's words, what kind of serious inside information can Jaolong have? He just wants to cheat some money. Young man, remember, there is no free lunch in the world. This is the content of the previous chapter, Jaolong recalled. Jaolong's face instantly sank. Although this was not said in this vlog, Su Guoqiang's recognition and appreciation of Lin Feng in the video, as well as his contempt for the so-called inside information, undoubtedly hurt him again. This old guy, and that Lin Feng, actually dared to look down on the project that young Master Zhao had set his eyes on. Seeing that the comments section was so harmonious, some people even dug up the incident in which he exposed Lin Feng and criticized him for being narrow-minded. Jaolong was even more furious. A bunch of idiots. Jaolong cursed under his breath and slammed the tablet heavily on the table. Ding! Received extreme anger and frustration from Jaolong, wife-loving value plus 155. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud when he saw this tip. Mr. Zhao, this angry baby, really lived up to his reputation, and he could always hit his satisfaction point accurately. It seems that our vlog can not only record life, but also carry out long-range precision strikes and harvest a wave of energy by the way. Lin Feng winked at Suan. Suan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "You are just a joke." But seeing them angry, I feel very happy. She now fully understood Lin Feng's fun. That's right. Lin Feng said with a smile, the more angry they are, the more it proves that we are living a good life. Let them be envious and jealous. The popularity of the vlog continues to ferment, not only bringing the value of pampering his wife, but also accumulating enough popularity for the opening of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0. After the design plan was finalized, the demolition and renovation of the new store was quickly put on the agenda. Lin Feng and Suan brought the filming team to the store again. The workers were ready, and with Su Guoqiang's order, the roar of smashing the wall sounded, symbolizing that the upgrade of father-in-law's home cooking officially kicked off. Wearing a safety helmet and holding a small notebook, Suan carefully confirmed the details with the construction team leader. Su Guoqiang stood aside, watching the old pattern being broken, his eyes full of expectations for the future. Lin Feng was still the hands-off boss and directed the cameraman leisurely, "Give chief designer Su a few more close-ups, and the expression of my father-in-law as he plans his strategy." Yes, that's it, perfect. He has already thought of the title for the next vlog. The explosive reform begins. On the first day of construction of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0, chief designer Su came to the scene in person, and the shopkeeper just stood by and continued to watch. Life is supposed to be lively and full of expectations, and by the way, allow those who dislike them to continue to contribute their emotional value. Lin Feng never gets tired of this. Chapter 40, the explosive change starts, and the material library of the hands-off shopkeeper is full again. On the construction site, the roar of machines and the shouts of workers are intertwined, creating a scene of bustling activity. Suan was wearing a women's safety helmet and a beige work shirt, which made her look capable and dashing. She was holding a blueprint, frowning slightly, and gesturing to the construction team leader with a decisive and clear tone. The construction team leader nodded repeatedly, and occasionally cast a look of admiration at her. Click. Lin Feng held up his mobile phone and accurately captured this scene. See? Our chief engineer Su has an aura of 2.8 meters. Lin Feng lowered his voice and winked at the camera. The construction team has to listen to her. Not far away, Su Guoqiang, also wearing a hard hat, was watching the demolition and modification of the kitchen area with great interest. He would occasionally help pass tools, looking full of energy, as if he was 10 years younger. My father-in-law is personally taking part in the battle. What do you call this? Inheriting the craftsmanship and doing it personally. Lin Feng turned the camera and aimed it at Su Guoqiang again. Su Guoqiang heard the voice, turned around and glared at him, then scolded with a smile, "You are the only one who knows how to be funny. Why don't you come over and help me?" "Okay." Lin Feng responded, but he didn't move his feet and continued filming. "I'm the chief director and chief financial officer. There are professionals to do the physical work. Dad, please be safe. These are all valuable materials." Suan solved the problem, walked over and gave Lin Feng a reproachful look. "You only know how to take pictures. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for being such a hands-off boss? What's wrong with being a hands-off manager? I believe in professionalism and trust my leaders." Lin Feng smiled and pointed the camera at Suan. "Boss Su, are you satisfied with today's progress? Say something to the national audience?" Suan was amused by him and smiled at the camera generously. "Everything is going well at the moment. Thank you for your attention. We will work hard to make father-in-law's home cooking 2.0 better." Ding! Wife Suan shows confidence and ability. The host is proud of her. Wife pampering value plus 35. Love value plus 8. After the footage was almost finished, Lin Feng started editing in the evening. He specially selected the shots of Suan commanding calmly and Su Guoqiang being energetic, and matched them with exciting music and his own joking narration. Soon, a new vlog, The Explosive Change, begins. On the first day of the construction of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0, chief designer Su was on the scene, and the shopkeeper continued to watch. Was freshly released. As soon as the video was released, the comment section exploded. "Oh my gosh! Miss Suan looks so cool in this work outfit. So pretty and cool. Director Su is a real supervisor. I love him. My father-in-law looks so energetic. I look forward to the new store. Brother Feng is indeed the best in the business of being a hands-off shopkeeper. He is only responsible for recording the beauty and providing cash throughout the whole process. Ha 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 ha. This is real entrepreneurship. It's great that the whole family works together. The guy above, you forgot Brother Feng's other identity, professional ATM machine and chief atmosphere team leader. I envy you so much. Who wouldn't want such a life?" Ding! Vlog sparked heated discussion and envy among netizens, and gained wife-loving value plus 235. Ding! Received jealousy from netizen Lemon Essence Benjing, wife-loving value plus 2. Ding! Received the envy from the netizen Striving Little Bird, the wife-loving value plus 1. Lin Feng felt happy as he looked at the increasing value of his love for his wife. At the same time, Suya was browsing her phone out of boredom. When she saw the update of Feng Wan's sweet daily life, she subconsciously clicked on it. In the video, Suwan's confident look as she directed the workers, Su Guoqiang's heartfelt smile, and the overwhelming praise in the comment section were like thorns that pricked her eyes. Why can Suwan live such a glorious life? Why can that old man also benefit from it? She recalled Lu Milan's last complaint about how Lin Feng didn't give her face. Now it seemed that Lin Feng was not short of money, he just didn't want to give it to them. "Mom, look, Lin Feng's family is showing off on the internet again." Suya handed the phone to Lu Milan, who was standing beside her. Lu Milan came over to take a look and curled her lips. "Humph, a villain is getting ahead. I wonder what will happen to their shabby restaurant. Sooner or later, they will lose everything." Having said that, Lu Milan couldn't hide a hint of complicated jealousy in her eyes. Ding! Received strong jealousy and reluctance from Suya, wife-loving value plus 188. Ding! Received jealousy and bitterness from Lu Milan, wife-loving value plus 55. Jaolong reported the latest developments of Lin Feng's vlog to his subordinates, and just waved his hand impatiently. "I know, you don't need to tell me about these trivial matters." But after his men left, he couldn't help but click on the video. Seeing the words loving family and fairy couple in the comments section, as well as the occasional comparison of his girlfriend Suya's name, Jaolong's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. What annoyed him the most was Lin Feng's attitude of seemingly low-key but actually showing off in every way. Waste. Jaolong cursed and turned off the video. Ding! Received extreme dissatisfaction and irritability from Jaolong, wife-loving value plus 160. Lin Feng handed the phone to Suan and Su Guoqiang and asked them to read the comments from netizens. Suan looked at the compliments, her cheeks slightly red, but she couldn't help but smile. Su Guoqiang waved his hand and said nothing good to see, but secretly squinted his eyes and read the comments praising his spirit and the prospects of the restaurant several times, and the wrinkles on his face were all smiling. "Dad, you are also an internet celebrity now." Lin Feng joked. Su Guoqiang pretended to be angry and said, "What nonsense! I'm just a cook." Ding! Father-in-law Su Guoqiang is in a good mood and approves of the host's plan. Family harmony improves, and the wife-loving value is plus 40. Ding! Wife Suan is very happy because of the success of vlog and the happiness of her family. Love value plus 12, triggering the husband is honored, wife is also honored effect, and the wife-loving value is additional plus 45. Lin Feng looked at the considerable income on the system panel and thought to himself, being a hands-off boss is not only easy for me, but also allows me to harvest emotional value in all directions without any blind spots. It is really a profitable business. The decoration is continuing and the vlog is also being updated. Lin Feng has already thought about it. When the hard decoration is completed and the soft decoration is put in, he can plan another issue of Is the Rich and Humane or Has Good Taste? The aesthetic challenge of the hands-off shopkeeper. Let Suan be responsible for the selection, and he will be responsible for shouting this one is good, I want that one too, and continue to carry forward the personality of the hands-off shopkeeper. Life is just like this, full of excitement and expectation. As for those who don't like it, let them continue to contribute nutrients. Lin Feng never gets tired of this and is full of prospects for money in the future. Chapter 41, Is the Rich inhumane or Has Good Taste? The popularity of the new vlog The Explosive Reform begins. The first day of construction of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0 remains high. Lin Feng's image of a hands-off boss and Su Wan's dashing and heroic demeanor as general supervisor Su are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The rainbow farts and sour words in the comment section are flying together, continuously contributing to Lin Feng's wife-loving value. The hard decoration of the villa was finally completed, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of lime and wood. Lin Feng stood in the middle of the empty living room, looked around with satisfaction, and said to Suan, "Wife, the hard bones are done, and the next soft decoration, which better reflects the taste and lifestyle, is completely handed over to you." Suan's eyes were full of light, and she was eager to try. "I'll try my best." "We must try our best. This is our love nest." Lin Feng moved closer to her and lowered his voice. "Besides, I have already thought of the theme for the next blog Is the Rich and Human or Has Good Taste? The aesthetic challenge of the hands-off shopkeeper. How about it? Is it eye-catching enough?" Suan was amused by him and glared at him. "You are the only one who has so many tricks." "It's mainly because I'm the hands-off boss, and my aesthetic taste is entirely up to my wife." Lin Feng chuckled, "When the time comes, I'll be in charge of giving advice and picking out expensive and stylish items, under the pretext of not letting my wife's taste suffer." They did what they said, and soon they appeared in one of the most high-end imported home furnishing stores in Ninghai City. Suan carefully compared the design styles and materials of different brands, while Lin Feng was like a diligent photographer, occasionally sweeping the camera over himself, with an innocent expression that said, "I don't know anything, my wife has the final say." Suan took a fancy to a set of modular sofas from an Italian designer brand. It had smooth lines and a strong sense of design. The only drawback was the string of zeros on the price tag, which made her frown slightly. Lin Feng immediately caught her expression, turned the camera to the sofa, then to Suan, and said loudly, "Wife, do you like this?" Suan nodded. "The design is very special, but a little expensive." "Expensive?" Lin Feng seemed to have heard something incredible. He waved his hand and said loudly to the camera and the sales consultant, "If you like it, buy it." "Sales, this one and that one look good too. Buy both. One for the living room and one for the audio-visual room." "What is money?" "Money is for my wife to spend. As long as my wife likes it, it's not a problem." The sales consultant's eyes lit up, and his smile was extremely bright. Suan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and pulled his sleeve. "Don't exaggerate, one is enough." "How can that be? My wife's taste must be fully satisfied." Lin Feng insisted on his wife-loving persona and winked at the camera. "Netizens, learn from me, what does it mean to love your wife with real strength?" Suan was angry and amused, but the sweet feeling of being cherished in her heart continued to ferment. With the strong support of Lin Feng's money power, she gave full play to her aesthetic taste and selected a series of furniture and decorations that were both artistic and warm and comfortable. Every time she selected an item, Lin Feng swiped his card without hesitation, muttering, "My wife has a good eye and this will definitely look good at home. attracting the attention of customers and shop assistants around her, who were full of envy. Ding! Wife Suan feels extremely fulfilled and happy because of the host's full support and trust. Love value plus 15. Wife pampering value plus 50. Ding! The host successfully plays the role of the domineering and hands-off shopkeeper, causing others to envy him, and the wife-loving value is plus 28. That night, Lin Feng worked overtime to edit the footage from the day into a new vlog. Is the rich and humane or has good taste? The aesthetic challenge of a hands-off shopkeeper. The soft decoration of the villa is in progress. In the video, Lin Feng's quotes about doting on his wife were deliberately magnified, and Suwan's concentration and happy smile when choosing furniture were even more contagious. Once the video was released, it once again set the entire internet on fire. I'm jealous, I really am. When will the country assign me a husband like this? Feng Ji's classic quote, "What is money? Money is for your wife to spend." Sisters, copy this sentence and frame it. Miss Suan has great taste, and the furniture she chooses is so beautiful. Of course, the prerequisite is that she has to have the financial support of Brother Feng. The guy upstairs, don't just see the money. Didn't you see the love in Brother Feng's eyes for Amelia Sue? You can't fake that. Ha, it's just pure showing off of wealth, the bad taste of rich people. That's right, you might as well use the money to do more charity work. What's the point of showing off on the internet every day? The comments section once again started a heated debate about whether Lin Feng was invincible in true love or superficially showing off his wealth. A large amount of envy, jealousy, doubt, and even some sour words came like a tide, and the number on Lin Feng's wife-loving value panel jumped wildly. Ding! Vlog sparked heated discussions across the internet, and received a huge amount of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and the wife-loving value plus 380. Ding! Received jealousy from the netizen don't eat grapes but spit out the grape skins, wife-loving value plus 3. In Suya's apartment, she stared at the screen of her mobile phone. The video of Lin Feng spending money lavishly and obeying Suan made her eyes hurt. Especially those comments praising Suan for her good fortune and vision made her jealous to the point of going crazy. She threw her mobile phone on the sofa and gritted her teeth. Lin Feng, this upstart. Suan, this vixen. At Jaolong's villa, the assistant was carefully reporting the amazing data of Lin Feng's new vlog. Jaolong frowned and interrupted impatiently. Okay, you don't have to tell me so much about this clown's tricks. He said disdainfully, but in his heart he felt a little irritated by Lin Feng's ability to easily stir up network traffic. He spent so much money and hired so many water armies, but he didn't see Suya's account have such popularity. Ding! Received extreme jealousy and resentment from Suya, wife-loving value plus 210. Ding! Received contempt and irritation from Jaolong, wife-loving value plus 135. Lu Milan also soon learned from Suya that Lin Feng had squandered again, and she beat her chest and stamped her feet. This Lin Feng has really lost his mind. This is not the way he spends money. It's really a sin. What made her sad was, of course, not how much money Lin Feng spent, but the fact that not a penny of the money went into her and Suya's pockets. Ding! Received heartache and jealousy from Lu Milan, wife-loving value plus 65. At the same time, at father-in-law Su Guoqiang's place, the hard decoration of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0 was also nearing completion. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and said to Su Guoqiang, "Dad, our experience in villa soft decoration can be used as a reference for the restaurant. I think we should let Suan take charge of the soft decoration style of the restaurant to ensure that it will be a bright spot for the diners." Su Guoqiang already recognized Suwan's ability. After hearing what Lin Feng said, he nodded happily. Okay. Wanner has this ability, I'm relieved to leave the restaurant to her. Lin Feng looked at the wife-loving value on the system panel, which had skyrocketed again, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. He had already begun to think about how to cleverly integrate the soft decoration process of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0 into the vlog material to further expand the influence and harvest more emotional value. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in my mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully created and deepened the public image of a man who dotes on his wife and a boss who doesn't care about his wife, and has successfully triggered large-scale social discussion and attention. A special item is awarded Popularity Halo Primary. Popularity Aura Primary, passive skill. Slightly increases the positive social attention and positive topicality of the host in his/her related industries such as father-in-law's home cooking. The aura effect can be upgraded as the host's influence increases. Lin Feng was slightly startled, then overjoyed. This popularity halo came at the right time. With this halo, wouldn't the opening of Father-in-Law's Home Cooking 2.0 be the center of attention? However, he thought again that too much attention sometimes means more scrutiny and potential trouble. It seems that being a hands-off shopkeeper is not so easy. You have to stay sober at all times to walk more steadily and further on the road of pampering your wife and becoming stronger. Chapter 42, Opening Soon, Uninvited Guest's Gift. The decoration and soft furnishing of Father-in-Law's Home Cooking 2.0 finally came to a perfect end under Suan's overall control and Lin Feng's unlimited money ability. The new store combines modern simplicity with Chinese elegance, with warm lighting, comfortable tables and chairs, and walls decorated with calligraphy and green plants carefully selected by Suan. There is also a special vlog check-in area and fan message wall in one corner, which is full of taste and ingenuity. Su Guoqiang walked around the new store with his hands behind his back, and the wrinkles on his face turned into a chrysanthemum. It looks good. It's really good. It's much more impressive than my old store. Warner, your taste is like your mother's. No, it's better than your father's. Suwan's cheeks blushed slightly after being praised. She held Lin Feng's arm with stars in her eyes. It's mainly because of Lin Feng's support, otherwise I wouldn't be so bold. Lin Feng scratched her nose and said, "We are one family and we should not talk about different things. Besides, my wife is so outstanding, I must give her the best stage." Ding! My wife Suan is very happy because of the completion of the new store and the host's affirmation. Love value plus 15. Pampering value plus 50. Ding! Father-in-law Su Guoqiang is very satisfied with the new store and highly recognizes the host's efforts. Family harmony is improved, and the wife-loving value is plus 45. Lin Feng's popularity aura primary is indeed well-deserved. Once the news of the new store's trial opening was released through the Feng Wan's sweet daily life vlog, it immediately set off a small food whirlwind in Ninghai City. In the video, Suan introduced the design concept of the new store in an intellectual and elegant manner, while Su Guoqiang honestly patted his chest to guarantee the taste of the dishes. Lin Feng is still the boss who only pays money and applauds. The reservation phone was almost blown up, and the back-end private messages were filled with inquiries. Many local food bloggers were keen on the smell and took the initiative to contact them, hoping to visit the store in advance and take advantage of the popularity. On the eve of the trial opening, the family of three celebrated in the largest private room of the new store. Su Guoqiang drank a little wine, his eyes were a little moist, and he held Lin Feng's hand, feeling deeply. "Lin Feng, I was an old man who didn't recognize the great man before. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't dare to think about this store in my life. Dad, it's all over." Lin Feng filled his glass with wine. "From now on, our lives will be prosperous." Suan snuggled on Lin Feng's shoulder, looking at the newly renovated restaurant and her high-spirited father, her heart full of longing and expectation for the future. Ding! Family happiness improved, host gains wife-loving value plus 80. At the same time, the atmosphere in Jaolong's villa was completely different. He looked at the information presented by his subordinates about the upcoming opening of Father-in-Law's Home Cooking 2.0 and the comments on the internet that praised Lin Feng's family. His face turned pale and the high-heeled glass in his hand creaked. Lin Feng, Suan, Su Guoqiang. Jaolong gritted his teeth, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Want to open your business with good luck? I will make your opening a disaster." He gloomily ordered his men, "Go, find me a few people who know the rules, and then find a way to contact their kitchen staff to send me a big gift. Make sure they become famous when the trial operation has the most people." The men understood and immediately went to do it. Jaolong smiled grimly, as if he had seen the scene of Lin Feng being in a state of panic and the Su family's reputation being ruined. On the first day of the trial operation, the front door of Father-in-Law's Home Cooking 2.0 was decorated with flower baskets and filled with guests. Su Guoqiang put on a brand new chef's uniform and sat in the back kitchen in high spirits, personally checking every dish. Suan, wearing an elegant modified cheongsam, shuttled around the front hall, entertaining every guest with a smile, and her every move showed the style of a boss lady. Lin Feng still held up the camera, shooting vlog material, recording this lively scene. Everything looked so perfect, full of joy and hope. "My friends, did you see that our Father-in-Law's Home Cooking 2.0 was open for trial operation today? It's really popular." Lin Feng faced the camera and interacted with enthusiastic fans from time to time. At this moment, Lin Feng's crisis warning skill suddenly jumped slightly, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness passed through his heart. He looked around calmly. The guests were enthusiastic, the employees were busy and orderly, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. He just thought that there were too many people and things to do, and he was a little nervous, but he quietly became more vigilant in his heart. During the lunch rush, the restaurant was packed, and the air was filled with the tempting aroma of food and the laughter of the guests. Suddenly, at a table in the corner, a few big and strong diners with tattoos on their bodies started to make trouble. "Waiter! What's wrong with your dishes? Salt is free? It's so choking!" a bald man shouted, slamming the table. "That's right. And this fish, is it fresh? Why does it taste a little weird?" Another yellow-haired guy also joined in the fun. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the people at the surrounding tables to hear. They deliberately made trouble and made loud noises, which attracted many guests to look at them sideways and frown slightly. Suan hurried forward, explained in soft words, and said that she could redo the dish or change it. However, this was just the beginning. A man at the next table, dressed elegantly and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who was the gangster leader arranged by Jaolong, suddenly covered his stomach, bent over in pain, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. "Ouch! My stomach hurts. Your food is poisonous." He groaned and a black dead cockroach accidentally fell out of his pocket and landed on the dining table. "Ah! Cockroach! Oh my god! There's a cockroach in the food! And it's causing problems." There was an uproar at the scene, with screams and exclamations coming one after another. Almost at the same time, something went wrong in the kitchen. A new apprentice poured a whole bottle of vinegar into the signature dish, squirrel mandarin fish, either out of nervousness or a mistake. When this highly anticipated dish was served, the pungent sour smell made the customer who ordered the dish slam his head in anger. "What the hell? Is this dish meant for human consumption? It's so sour." Before one wave subsides, another wave rises. Several food bloggers present were like sharks smelling blood, raising their phones and cameras to frantically take photos of the chaotic scene. Customers who didn't know the truth began to panic, whispering to each other, their eyes full of doubt and anger. "What's wrong with this store? It looks so bright and shiny, but the hygiene is so poor? Yeah, it's an internet celebrity store, it can't be a scam, right?" Suwan's face turned pale instantly. She tried to calm down the guests, but to little avail. Su Guoqiang heard the noise in the front hall and rushed out of the kitchen in a hurry. Seeing the chaotic scene, he was at a loss for a moment and muttered, "It's impossible. We checked it. How could it be?" In a black car not far away, Jaolong was watching the good show he directed with pride through the real-time video sent by his subordinates. Listening to the chaotic noise and reports from his subordinates on the other end of the phone, the smile on his face became more and more ferocious. "Good. Very good. Keep making trouble and make it bigger. I want to make Lin Feng and the Su family unable to raise their heads in Ninghai." Lin Feng stood at the outskirts of the crowd, and on the surface, like the other frightened diners, he showed a hint of just the right amount of shock. However, deep down, he quickly calmed down because of the prompt that his crisis warning skill had increased sharply at the moment when chaos broke out. His sharp eyes swept over the troublemakers, keenly catching the implicit eye contact between them, and the fleeting smugness on the corner of the mouth of the poisoned person who was holding his stomach. He also thought of the strange failure of the signature dish in the kitchen, and the somewhat flustered but slightly strange expression of the new apprentice. It's all such a coincidence. Ding! System emergency prompt: malicious commercial attacks against the host industry have been detected. The host is facing a severe reputation crisis and business challenges. Please stay calm, find out the truth quickly, and resolve the crisis. If you succeed, you will receive generous rewards and may unlock new coping skills. Lin Feng's eyes condensed, and he sneered in his heart. "Jaolong, it's you again. You want to use such a despicable method to bring me down? Too naive." He took a deep breath, turned off the camera that was still recording, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc that was imperceptible to others. The fun has just begun. It's time to strike back. Chapter 43 Crisis PR, Who is acting? The trial operation of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0 instantly fell from the peak of joy into a vortex of chaos. Screams, questioning sounds, and the colliding of tables and chairs mixed together, and the air was filled with panic and anger. Next to the man with gold-rimmed glasses who was holding his stomach with a painful look, a black dead cockroach was particularly eye-catching, as if it was the finishing touch of this farce. There were also faint sounds of disputes coming from the kitchen. Apparently, the ruined signature dish had caused dissatisfaction among the customers. Suwan's face turned pale and her body trembled slightly. She wanted to step forward to explain, but was drowned out by the surging voices. Su Guoqian rushed out from the kitchen. Seeing the scene in front of him, this experienced old master was also stunned and kept repeating, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Food bloggers were like sharks smelling blood, with their cameras pointed at the center of the chaos, recording every panicked expression and angry accusation. The diners who were unaware of the truth began to waver, and the whispers gathered into a powerful negative voice. "What's going on? The hygiene is so bad. This is the internet celebrity store? It must be a lie. Do you still dare to eat? Let's go." Jaolong was in a car far away, listening to the real-time reports from his men, a cruel smile on his face. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to ruin Lin Feng and the Su family's reputation on the first day of opening. However, in the center of this chaos, there was one person who was unusually calm. Lin Feng turned off the camera that was still recording and put it back in his pocket. The moment the riot broke out, his crisis warning skill sent out an alarm louder than any previous one, and a bright red emergency prompt popped up on the system panel. Ding! System emergency prompt: malicious commercial attacks against the host industry have been detected. The host is facing a severe reputation crisis and business challenges. Please stay calm, find out the truth quickly, and resolve the crisis. If you succeed, you will receive generous rewards and may unlock new coping skills. Calm? Of course he was calm. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's and he quickly swept across the entire venue. He saw the thugs who were deliberately picking trouble and winking at each other. He saw the man with gold-rimmed glasses who had exaggerated acting skills, was sweating profusely but had sparkling eyes. He saw the dead cockroach that was obviously dropped afterwards and was shriveled and stiff. He even thought of the new apprentice in the kitchen who had poor cooking skills but made a mistake at the critical moment and ruined the signature dish. Everything was so coincidental as a poorly rehearsed play. Jaolong, it's you again. Your methods are still so despicable. Lin Feng sneered in his heart, but a hint of surprise and solemnity appeared on his face at the right time. He gently patted the hand of Suan, who was panicking beside him, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Suan raised her head and saw the calmness and determination in Lin Feng's eyes. Her flustered heart miraculously calmed down a little. She nodded vigorously. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked forward a few steps. His voice was not loud, but it clearly covered the noise. Everyone! Please be quiet and listen to me." His voice carried an inexplicable calming power, and the originally chaotic scene actually became a little quieter, with everyone's eyes focused on him. Today is the grand day of our trial opening of father-in-law's home cooking. First of all, thank you all for coming. Regarding the unpleasantness that just happened, on behalf of the restaurant, I would like to express my sincerest apologies to all the friends who were frightened and affected. Lin Feng first bowed sincerely. This gentleman. He turned to the man with gold-rimmed glasses who was still groaning on the ground. "You said you had a stomachache after eating our food, and you found this." He pointed to the cockroach on the ground. "When it comes to food safety, we will never shirk our responsibilities. So, I will call 120 right now to send you to the hospital for a checkup. Our restaurant will cover all the expenses. At the same time, I will also call the police and contact the Food and Drug Administration, asking them to send someone to the scene to investigate and collect evidence, and find out which link went wrong. I will definitely give you an explanation." Lin Feng spoke slowly, clearly, and with a frank attitude. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with gold-rimmed glasses paused for a moment. The cold sweat on his forehead seemed to break out even more violently, and a barely perceptible panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. Go to the hospital? Call the police? Get the Food and Drug Administration involved? This is not like the script. The thugs nearby also looked at each other in bewilderment. They just came here to cause trouble for the money, but they never thought of reporting the matter to the authorities. Lin Feng took in their reactions and continued, as for the other guests who complained about the taste of the dishes. He looked at the shouting bald men and the yellow-haired guy. Our goal is to satisfy every customer. If it is indeed our fault, we are willing to redo the meal, change the dish, or even waive the bill. But he changed the subject and his eyes became sharp. Our restaurant has strict procedures and monitoring from the selection of ingredients to the production. Especially today, as we are having a trial run, the kitchen staff is working very hard. Several people reported various extreme problems at almost the same time. This gentleman just happened to find a cockroach on the table when he had a stomachache. It looked like it had been dried for a long time. He walked to the cockroach, squatted down, and without touching it, just pointed at it with his finger. Everyone, can you take a look? Does this cockroach look like it just ran out of the hot food? Or does it look more like someone prepared it in advance and threw it here on purpose? Upon hearing this, the diners around stretched their necks to look, and many of them showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Indeed, the cockroach looked shrunken and stiff, not like it had just come out of a greasy and hot dish. Besides, Lin Feng stood up, took out his cell phone and shook it. From the opening till now, I have been using my phone to shoot vlog footage to record this wonderful moment. Everything that happened just now, including several wonderful performances, unfortunately, was also recorded verbatim. He slowly pointed his phone's camera at the troublemakers, especially the man with gold-rimmed glasses who was still hesitating whether to continue hurting them. It is our responsibility, and we will never evade it. But if someone wants to take advantage of our opening to deliberately smear and disrupt, or frame us. Lin Feng's voice turned cold. I'm sorry, but we are not pushovers. We have surveillance video, witnesses, and evidence. We have slander, extortion, and disrupting business order. I think the police will make a fair judgment on what legal responsibility we should bear. Ding. The host remained calm in the face of danger and effectively controlled the situation, initially demonstrating his ability to handle crises, and his aura improved. Reward, wife loving value plus 30. Charm value plus 2. Ding. Wife Suan feels safe and admired by the host's protection and responsibility, love value plus 10. Pampering value plus 30. The man with gold-rimmed glasses was completely panicked, and the coolness from the ground crawled up his spine. He is just a gang leader who does things for money. If he really goes to the police station and has a criminal record, it will be troublesome. He secretly glanced at the bald man and the yellow-haired man. The men's eyes flickered, and they obviously had the intention of retreating. At this moment, an old lady who was close to the crowd suddenly shouted, "Hey! I remember. It was this guy just now. He was sneaking around, reaching into his pocket, and the bug fell out. I thought he had dropped something. Yes. I saw it too. He even kicked the dish on purpose." Someone nearby immediately echoed. "The truth is out. This is acting." "That's what I said. I've been eating Boss Su's cooking for more than 10 years. How could there be such a problem? These people are so mean. They came here on purpose to mess things up. Call the police. We must call the police to catch them." The crowd was outraged, and the anger instantly turned to the troublemakers. When the man with gold-rimmed glasses saw that he couldn't continue the performance, he didn't care about his stomachache anymore. He jumped up from the ground and pointed at Lin Feng and shouted fiercely, You are slandering me. Let's go." After saying that, he took the bald man, the yellow-haired man and a few others, pushed through the crowd, and wanted to run out in shame. "Want to leave?" Lin Feng snorted coldly, "It's not that easy. Suan, call the police." Suan reacted immediately, took out her cell phone and dialed 110. Seeing this, the thugs panicked and pushed the crowd, disappearing at the restaurant entrance in the blink of an eye. A carefully planned opening event took a dramatic turn under Lin Feng's calm and decisive handling. Although the restaurant was still a bit messy, the atmosphere of panic had dissipated, replaced by admiration for Lin Feng and contempt for the troublemakers. Su Guoqiang let out a long sigh, walked to Lin Feng, patted his shoulder hard, his eyes reddened, "Good boy. Fortunately, you." Suan also ran over and hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly, with fear and pride on her face. "Lin Feng, you were so awesome just now." Lin Feng patted her back soothingly, and then bowed to the diners around him. "Everyone, I'm really sorry for scaring you all. To express my apology, all the guests present today will get a free meal. And we will give you a 20% discount coupon. You are all welcome to come again next time." "Good. Boss Lin is generous. Boss Su is so lucky." The guests burst into warm applause and cheers. The resentment of the guests whose dishes were ruined and other frightened customers had mostly dissipated. Ding. The host successfully resolved the malicious business attack, maintained the restaurant's reputation, and demonstrated excellent adaptability and control. Crisis mission completion, 70%. Reward, plus 150 wife-loving value. Obtain new skills, basic crisis public relations. Basic crisis PR, improve the host's ability to analyze, guide public opinion, and repair reputation when facing negative events. Lin Feng looked at the system prompt without much emotion. he knew that this was just the beginning. Although Jaolong's attack was thwarted, he would never give up. He looked towards the restaurant entrance, his eyes narrowed slightly. The problem of the kitchen apprentice had not been solved yet, and Jaolong's evil hand must be completely cut off. Dad, Warner, let's appease the guests first. Lin Feng's voice returned to calm. Then, we should settle this account carefully. Chapter 44, The Insider Reveals Himself, a New Approach to Crisis Public Relations. The police arrived quickly and conducted routine inquiries and took notes. The thugs who were causing trouble had long since disappeared, and the man with gold-rimmed glasses ran faster than a rabbit. Lin Feng recounted the incident in a clear and organized manner. Suan supplemented his remarks, and Su Guoqiang sighed repeatedly, saying, "It can't possibly be a problem with the food in my house." After the police were sent away, the restaurant was in a mess, but most of the diners had already left with satisfaction, taking the free meals and coupons given by Lin Feng. Before leaving, they all expressed that they would come back to support the restaurant. Lin Feng, today is all thanks to you. Su Guoqiang looked at his son-in-law, his eyes full of fear and relief. He had always been an honest cook, and had never seen such a scene before. Suan also held Lin Feng's arm tightly, with a look of shock still on her face, but more of pride. "You were so handsome just now." Lin Feng patted her hand gently, but his eyes turned to the kitchen. "Dad, Warner, the work is not over yet. It's easy to drive away the flies in the front hall, but it's hard to prevent termites in the house." Su Guoqiang was stunned. "You mean the new apprentice, Lu Xiaomao?" Lin Feng's eyes were calm. "He messed up the signature dish. What a coincidence." The three of them came to a secluded corner in the kitchen. Lu Xiaomao was packing things anxiously. When he saw Lin Feng and the others, his eyes obviously avoided them. "Xiaomao, did you make the squirrel mandarin fish dish just now?" Lin Feng went straight to the point. Lu Xiaomao lowered his head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, I was careless. I put too much vinegar. Accidentally?" Lin Feng's lips curled up into a smile. "I remember that when you applied for the job, you had good knife skills, and Chef Su also praised you for being quick and agile and a quick learner. How come you made such a low-level mistake today with your most important signature dish?" I'm nervous." Sweat broke out on Lu Xiaomao's forehead. "Nervous?" Lin Feng's tone remained unchanged, but with an invisible pressure. "I saw you in the kitchen just now, and you didn't look nervous. But after the customer complained, you seemed particularly flustered, and a little relieved?" Su Guoqiang listened at the side and his face darkened. "I didn't." Lu Xiaomao raised his head suddenly, his voice a little sharp. "No?" Lin Feng took out his phone from his pocket slowly. It was the one he used to shoot vlogs. "I'm used to recording my life. Today was the opening day, and I took a lot of photos of the busy scene in the kitchen. Do you think I'll be able to capture something interesting?" Lu Xiaomao's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembled, and he couldn't speak. He had no idea whether Lin Feng really took the photo, but the fear of being seen through made him completely panic. "Yes, did someone instruct you to do this?" Suan couldn't help but speak, with a hint of urgency in her voice. Lu Xiaomao's body went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground. Finally, his psychological defenses completely collapsed and he cried, "No. It's none of my business. Someone gave me money to let me mess up a dish at a critical moment. It's best if it's a signature dish." "Who gave you the money?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know him. He's a strange man. He wore a mask and a hat. He secretly stuffed an envelope into my hand with 5,000 yuan in it. He also said he would give me another 5,000 yuan after the matter was done." Lu Xiaomao confessed everything, he said. He also said that they also have people in the front hall who will cooperate with the trouble, so I don't have to be afraid. Jaolong Lin Feng almost immediately identified the mastermind behind the incident. Apart from him, no one else would be so deliberate in trying to bring him down. Ding! The host has successfully uncovered the traitor and initially dismantled the enemy's plot. Reward, Wisdom points plus 50. Wisdom points plus 2. Ding! Wife Suan feels relieved because the host is very observant and can quickly solve internal problems. Love value plus 8. Wife pampering value plus 20. Love doubling effect is triggered, extra wife pampering value plus 20. Su Guoqiang was so angry that he was shaking all over. This damn Jaolong. And this little bastard. He pointed at Lu Xiaomao and wanted to slap him. Lin Feng stopped his father-in-law and asked Lu Xiaomao, "Where's the money?" Lu Xiaomao took out an envelope from his pocket tremblingly, and it was the 5,000 yuan. Since you took the initiative to confess, take the money and leave here immediately. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng said coldly. As for Jaolong, you have to find a way to explain it yourself. If you dare to play tricks again or reveal what happened today, you will bear the consequences yourself. Lu Xiaomao ran away as if he had been pardoned. Just let him go like that? Su Guoqian was a little unwilling. Dad, this kind of small character is not worth our trouble. The key is Jaolong. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. If he didn't succeed this time, he will definitely have another trick up his sleeve. We can't always be passive and take the beating. What should we do then? Suan was a little worried. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and the newly acquired, basic crisis public relations skill quickly formed a plan in his mind. Since he likes to use public opinion, then we will use public opinion to fight back. Moreover, we have to play it better than him. He took out his phone and opened the background of the Feng Wan Sweet Daily Life vlog account. We will edit a vlog right away and tell everyone who follows us exactly what happened today. Tell others about this shameful thing? Su Guoqiang hesitated. Dad, this is not shameful. Lin Feng explained, this is called honesty. The more we hide, the more people will speculate. We take the initiative to speak out and control the rhythm of the narrative, which can win everyone's understanding and support. More importantly, we need to let certain people see that their despicable means will only make us stronger. A sharp light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He wanted to use this incident not only to eliminate the negative impact, but also to push the brand image of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0 to a new height. Lin Feng immediately called up the footage he had shot today, focusing on the lively scene with diners, the clip of himself calmly dealing with the troublemakers, and the warm scene at the end where the diners expressed their understanding and support. As for the hooligans' riot and the cockroach incident, he cleverly handled the footage, explaining the situation without exaggerating the disgusting details. He also specially filmed a section of Su Guoqiang's speech. The master chef said to the camera sincerely, I, Su Guoqiang, have been cooking for decades, relying on my conscience and skills. I am very sad and angry about what happened today. But I assure everyone that father-in-law's home cooking will never let you down. Suan also appeared on camera, saying gently but firmly, thank you for your concern and support. We will find out the truth and work harder to provide you with the best food and service. Lin Feng edited the video himself, and every transition and every dubbing revealed the professionalism brought by the elementary crisis public relations skills. The title of the video was also very good. Encountered a storm on the first day of opening? Was it a malicious smear or was there another hidden story? Father-in-law's home-cooked dishes faced the challenge. The vlog was released during prime time that evening. As soon as the video was released, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Fuck. I said that Lin Feng and his team wouldn't have this kind of problem. It turns out someone is playing tricks on me. Those actors who were causing trouble were so unprofessional, weren't they? They looked fake at first glance. Lin Feng handled the situation so well. He was calm, decisive, and responsible. Well done, Boss Su. I support you. I will definitely go next time. I feel sorry for Miss Suan. She encountered such a bad thing when she opened her business. Some people are so evil that they can't stand seeing others doing well. Public opinion was almost unanimously in favor of Lin Feng and the Su family. The negative speculations that had arisen from the chaos at the scene disappeared in an instant. On the contrary, Lin Feng's family won more favor because of their honesty and tenacity. Ding! The host successfully used the primary crisis PR skill to effectively guide public opinion and resolve the crisis. The restaurant's reputation has risen instead of falling. Reward, wife-loving value plus 200. Popularity value plus 500. Charm value plus 5. Ding! The vlog of Feng Wan's sweet daily life has aroused a lot of resonance and support from netizens due to its positive response to the crisis, and the number of fans has increased sharply. Reward wife-loving value plus 150. In Jaolong's villa, he was proudly waiting to see the news about the downfall of father-in-law's home cooking, but what his subordinates showed him was the counterattack vlog released by Lin Feng, as well as the unanimous praise and support below. Useless. A bunch of useless. Jaolong was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground. The screen instantly broke into pieces. You can't even handle such a small matter. And he turned the tables on us. Suya sat nearby, watching Lin Feng's calm demeanor in the vlog, as well as the dependence and pride on Suwan's face. She felt mixed emotions in her heart, and the flame of jealousy burned again. Ding! Strong anger and jealousy from Jaolong detected, wife loving value plus 88. Ding! Strong jealousy and resentment from Suya detected, wife loving value plus 66. Lin Feng looked at the ever-increasing wife loving value and the enthusiastic comments from netizens on his phone and smiled slightly. Sometimes a crisis can also be an opportunity for a turnaround. He said to Suan beside him, "Look, not only were we not defeated, but we became even more popular." Suan looked at Lin Feng admiringly and nodded vigorously, "Yes. It's all thanks to you." She took the initiative to give him a kiss. Ding! Wife Suan is extremely happy, and her admiration for the host has reached a new height. Love value plus 20. Wife pampering value plus 80. Love doubling effect is triggered, extra wife pampering value plus 80. A carefully planned opening event was resolved with ease by Lin Feng, and it even became a great opportunity to promote his own restaurant and gain points for loving his wife. In the kitchen of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0, Su Guoqiang tied his apron again, looked out the window at the still brightly lit streets, breathed a long sigh of relief, and a steady smile appeared on his face. Tomorrow will be a brand new day. Lin Feng knows that the battle with Jaolong is far from over. However, he is now more confident and has more means. Chapter 45: The Art of Counterattack and the New Traffic Code. The day after the Crisis public relations vlog was released, Father-in-law's Home Cooking 2.0 became completely popular. The previous popularity was accumulated by the daily life of Lin Feng and Suan, the super-rich couple, and the father-in-law on the tip of the tongue series, with a bit of curiosity and envy. But this time, after the malicious smear and strong counterattack, the image of the restaurant has added a layer of toughness, honesty, and even victim's counterattack aura. At 10:30 a.m., half an hour before the restaurant opened, a long line had already formed outside the restaurant, even more exaggerated than the day of the soft opening. Many people took out their phones to take pictures of the brand new sign in the clean and bright store, while discussing last night's vlog. That's what I said. They don't look like the kind of people who would use shady ingredients. Mr. Lin responded very well. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and his arguments were well reasoned. Boss Su looks like an honest man. He must have been framed by a villain. Today I must try the squirrel mandarin fish that was almost ruined by the traitor. In the restaurant, Su Guoqiang, wearing a clean chef's uniform, looked at the people queuing up in the surveillance video, his face flushed with excitement and a bit of helplessness. He rubbed his hands and said to Lin Feng and Suan, who were checking the tableware, There are too many people, right? There are more than yesterday. Lin Feng, Wanner, can we handle it? Suan looked at her father's excited and nervous expression, smiled and took his arm. Dad, don't worry, didn't we find 2 more temporary helpers overnight yesterday? If it doesn't work, I will help in the front hall today. Lin Feng seemed much calmer. He patted his father-in-law on the shoulder and said, Dad, relax. We will deal with any problem. The busier we are, the more we must ensure the quality of our dishes and services. This is our long-term plan. He paused and added, besides, more people means more fun, right? Ding! The host successfully calmed his father-in-law and showed a calm and reliable image. Reward, wisdom points plus 30. Wisdom points plus 1. Ding! Wife Suan feels reassured and admires the host for his calmness in the face of danger and his control of the overall situation. Love value plus 10. Wife loving value plus 30. Love double effect triggered, extra wife loving value plus 30. The benefits brought by last night's vlog go far beyond this. The large number of likes, comments, and reposts brought by positive public opinion made Lin Feng's wife loving value account numbers soar again. Combined with the anger value contributed by Jaolong and Suya, his total wife loving value has easily exceeded the 1,500 point mark. The number of fans of the account Feng Wan's sweet daily life has also skyrocketed by more than 100,000, and the private messages in the background have exploded. In addition to support and encouragement, many food bloggers have sent their intentions to cooperate, and even a TV station's food program wants to interview. Lin Feng was in a good mood as he looked at the rich values on the system panel and the lively scene in the background. Jaolong's assist this time was just right. Lin Feng, look at this. Suan handed the phone to Lin Feng. On the screen was a private message from a well-known local food public account. The wording was very polite, hoping to visit the store and do an in-depth report. That's great. Lin Feng smiled, reply to them, they are welcome. However, you have to follow our rules and not interfere with normal business. We also have to review the content of the filming. He is now very familiar with the traffic game. After the crisis, the best way is to seize the opportunity and further consolidate and expand the influence. The lunch rush arrived as expected, and the restaurant was bustling with people, and every seat was occupied. In the kitchen, Su Guoqiang was like a stabilizing force, directing everything in an orderly manner in the front hall. Suan led a few waiters to shuttle between them, smiling and responding appropriately. Lin Feng, holding his vlog camera, was like a real hands-off shopkeeper, filming here and recording there, and occasionally greeting regular customers or helping to pass menus. He deliberately captured those warm, busy, and down-to-earth scenes, the silhouette of Su Guoqiang concentrating on stirring the wok, Suwan's gentleness as she patiently answered customers' questions, the satisfied expressions of diners after tasting the food, and even the two temporary workers who were busy and sweating but happy. He is going to edit another vlog, the theme of which is After the Storm, the fireworks of life return. This is the father-in-law's home cooking. This real record style is exactly what netizens like most. It can not only show the prosperity of the restaurant, but also quietly convey the message that we are good and will get better and better, and by the way, it can continue to harvest a wave of envy and jealousy. Mr. Lin, Ms. Su. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking gentle squeezed to the front of the bar and greeted enthusiastically, "I'm the editor-in-chief of the Ninghai Taste public account, my last name is Wang. I watched your vlog yesterday and it was so refreshing. Today I came here specially to try Chef Su's cooking, and by the way, see if I can get some material." Editor-in-chief Wan, you are so polite. Please take a seat. Suan greeted him quickly. There are many people here today, so you may have to wait for a while. It's okay, I'll wait. Editor-in-chief Wang waved his hand, glanced around the restaurant, and exclaimed in amazement, I never thought that a storm would make you even more popular. Mr. Lin did a great job with the crisis PR. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's just a coincidence. It mainly depends on my father's craftsmanship and everyone's trust. As they were chatting, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He walked to a quieter corner and answered it. Hello, is this Lin Feng? A slightly hoarse and impatient male voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. The other person's tone was somewhat arrogant. Mr. Zhao asked me to tell you, don't be too proud too soon. You're lucky this time, but next time, we'll see. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Lin Feng held the phone, his face expressionless, but he sneered in his heart. Did Jaolong lose his temper and send someone to threaten him? His methods were still so low level. However, this also reminded him that Jaolong's revenge would not stop, but would only escalate. He must improve his strength as soon as possible, whether in terms of wealth or the ability to deal with various attacks. He took a look at the system mall. He had enough wife-loving points to redeem a lot of good things. Intermediate business sense, 500 points. Already have the primary level. Basic combat skills, 300 points. For potential physical conflicts. Crisis warning intermediate, 800 points. Increases warning range and accuracy. Wealth aura intermediate, 1000 points. Speeds up wealth accumulation. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Business sense and wealth are good for long-term development, but at the moment, improving the ability to deal with direct conflicts and early warning capabilities seems more urgent. People like Jaolong are likely to do anything when pushed to the limit. Exchange, basic fighting skills, and crisis warning intermediate. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Ding. Consume 300 points of wife-loving points, successfully exchange for skill, primary fighting technique. Ding. Consume 800 points of wife-loving points, successfully exchange for skill, crisis warning intermediate. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body, and the basic fighting skills and methods of exerting force were imprinted in his mind like instinct. At the same time, his perception of the surrounding environment became more acute, as if he had an invisible radar. The total value of spoiling his wife was 1,100 points, and there were more than 400 points left. Although it was a bit painful, Lin Feng felt that this investment was worth it. A sense of security is the prerequisite for enjoying everything. He returned to the bar, where Suan was happily chatting with editor-in-chief Wang. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, Suan asked with concern, who's calling? It's a wrong number. Lin Feng brushed it off lightly, then smiled at Editor Wang. Editor Wang, how about you order first? My dad specially prepared a few new dishes today, and they're not on the menu yet. Oh? That's great. I must try it. Editor-in-Chief Wang's eyes lit up. After seeing off Editor Wang, the peak of the lunch market gradually passed. Su Guoqiang came out of the kitchen, tired but energetic. "Dad, you've worked hard today." Lin Feng handed him a glass of water. "Not tired. Seeing that business is so good, I feel full of energy." Su Guoqiang took a sip of water and looked at Lin Feng. "But, Lin Feng, that Zhao something, will he come to make trouble again?" The old man obviously also heard Lin Feng's phone call just now. "Maybe, maybe not." Lin Feng said truthfully, "But don't worry, Dad. We will fight back if the enemy comes. We just do our own thing well. If we are upright, we have nothing to fear." He paused, then changed the subject. "Dad, I think we should consider making our father-in-law's home cooking brand a little bigger." "Bigger?" Su Guoqiang was stunned. "Yes." Lin Feng looked at the gradually empty tables in the restaurant, his eyes sparkling. "For example, opening a branch? Or making it a chain brand? Or even considering making some pre-prepared dishes or sauces that are easy to carry and sell them online?" Basic business sense, and the newly upgraded, crisis warning intermediate, made him feel that although it was safe to just run a store, it would also make him a target. Expanding the business and spreading the risks would also help him accumulate wealth and influence faster. Su Guoqiang and Suan were both surprised by Lin Feng's sudden idea. Open a chain?" Su Guoqiang felt a little unbelievable. "With my skills, can I do it?" "Dad, your cooking skills are absolutely fine." Suan was surprised at first, then her eyes lit up with a hint of excitement. "I think what Lin Feng said makes sense. Our vlog is so popular, many fans from other places say they want to eat but can't. If we can make it into a brand, we can open it in other places." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "We can slowly study the specific model. For example, we can start with standardized processes and core sauce packages to ensure the taste of each branch. We can also use the influence of vlog to attract traffic for the brand. This is not only a business idea, but also a new traffic code and wife-loving value growth point. Imagine that when father-in-law's home cooking is opened all over the country, when Su Guoqiang becomes the founder of a highly respected chain brand, and when Su Wan is one of the brand managers, the envy and jealousy that will be aroused will definitely be huge." Su Guoqiang looked at his son-in-law who was full of confidence and planning, and then looked at his daughter who was full of longing. He was silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. "Okay. Lin Feng, you decide how to do it, Dad will listen to you." Ding! The host proposed a grand business plan and gained the unconditional trust and support of his father-in-law. Reward, wife-loving value plus 100. Charm value plus 5. Ding! Wife Suan admires the host's foresight and business talent, and is full of expectations for the future. Love value plus 15. Wife pampering value plus 60. Love double effect is triggered, extra wife pampering value plus 60. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The best way to fight back against Jaolong was not to get entangled in petty intrigues with him, but to stand at a height that he could not reach. Chapter 46 Brand Blueprint. The popularity of father-in-law's homemade dishes lasted all day. From lunch to dinner, the queue at the door was almost non-stop. The restaurant was steaming hot and bustling with people, and with every dish served, one could hear the diners' satisfied exclamations. Su Guoqiang was busy in the kitchen, but he was energetic and always had a smile on his face. Suan shuttled back and forth in the front hall, handling orders, serving dishes, and checking out. She was busy but not chaotic, demonstrating excellent management skills. Lin Feng continued his hands-off boss and material collector mode, holding a camera to record this vibrant scene. He noticed that his body seemed to react faster and his steps were more steady. His perception of the surrounding environment also became more acute, as if he had an extra layer of invisible radar, which could capture any slight abnormality, bringing him an inexplicable sense of peace. The dinner market ended, and after seeing off the last customer, the family of 3 were exhausted, but their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment. Su Guoqiang sat down on the chair and let out a long sigh. "Ouch, my waist. But it's worth it. Today is the best business day of my life." Suan also rubbed her sore arm and said with a smile, "Yes, I am tired but happy. Dad, your cooking skills have conquered everyone." Lin Feng poured water for the two of them, sat down and said, "This is just the beginning. Although the crisis is a bad thing, it also makes our brand known. Now we should strike while the iron is hot and establish our brand." He elaborated on the branding idea he had proposed during the day in more detail. "Opening branches is the first step, but we can't be impatient. We must ensure that the taste and service are not changed. Therefore, the development of standardized processes and core sauce packages is key. At the same time, we can't stop online. We can also make pre-prepared dishes and special sauces. Su Guoqiang was stunned by what he heard. He had only been thinking about how to cook delicious dishes all his life and had no idea about these business models. But this, how much will this cost? And I need to find someone to take care of it. How can I handle it alone? Suan's eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at Lin Feng and said excitedly, "Lin Feng, do you have any ideas?" Lin Feng nodded. "Money is not a problem. I have some experience in investment recently. You don't have to worry about the funds. As for manpower, Warner, you are a designer. You have a concept of space, process, and aesthetics. You can be responsible for the design and management of the branch. Dad, you will be responsible for controlling the kitchen and training new chefs. We can find a professional manager to take charge of the operation." He looked at Suan with encouragement in his eyes. "Your talent should not be limited to the design of a store. I want you to become the soul of a brand, a chief designer who can influence the taste buds of countless people." Ding! The host recognizes and enhances his wife's value, showing a grand vision, and is rewarded with plus 50 wife-loving value. Plus 10 charm value. Ding! Wife Suan is highly recognized and trusted by the host, and has infinite expectations for the future. Love value plus 20. Wife pampering value plus 70. Love double effect is triggered, extra wife pampering value plus 70. Suan's cheeks flushed slightly. She was deeply attracted by the blueprint drawn by Lin Feng, and was also moved by his high evaluation of herself. She knew that Lin Feng had a talent for business, but she didn't expect him to think so far and to be so generous in including himself at the core of his plan. Su Guoqiang looked at the light in his daughter's eyes, and then at Lin Feng's confident and calm appearance, and felt surprised and relieved. His son-in-law was becoming more and more difficult for him to understand, but also more and more reassuring. "Okay. As long as you guys want to do it, I'll risk my life for you. I'll be responsible for passing on the skills and keeping a close eye on them." Ding! The host successfully persuaded his father-in-law and gained his full support. Reward, Wisdom Points plus 100. Wisdom Points plus 10. Lin Feng smiled. "With Dad and Warner's support, there is nothing we can't do." He knows in his heart that the father-in-law's home cooking brand is not only a tool to make money, but also an excellent platform for him to build strength, protect his family, and gain value from loving his wife. The success of every branch and the sale of every pre-prepared meal may arouse the envy and jealousy of countless people and convert into real value of pampering the wife. Moreover, letting Suan and her father-in-law get involved can also make them feel more accomplished and happy. By the way, I'll organize today's vlog material and edit it and send it out tomorrow. Lin Feng said, "How about calling it hot? The first day after the crisis, the queue for my father-in-law's home-cooked food." Suan smiled and nodded. "Okay, put more of Dad's handsome look when he flipped the spoon today. And the way you command everyone is so cool," Lin Feng added. The family chatted about future plans for a while and did not leave until late at night. The next day, Lin Feng's edited vlog was released on time. The video opens with a long queue at the restaurant entrance, interspersed with the bustling work in the kitchen, Suan's elegant figure in the front hall, the satisfied smiles of the diners, and an interview with Su Guoqiang, who was tired but happy. The soundtrack is warm and powerful, and the subtitles emphasize keywords such as real ingredients, honest management, and the flavor of life. Once the vlog was released, it immediately took the internet by storm. "Wow! There are too many people here. What happened yesterday didn't have any impact at all. Serves you right. I love seeing upright people like this slap bad guys in the face. Boss Su's cooking skills are really good. I went to eat there today and the squirrel mandarin fish was absolutely amazing. Chief designer Su not only has great taste, but also has strong management skills. Mr. Lin has good taste. This couple really lives their life like an idol drama. I'm so envious." The comments section is full of praise and support, but of course, there are also dark emotions hiding in the corners. Suya, who was far away in her villa, looked at the crowded restaurant in the vlog and threw her phone on the sofa in anger. She thought Lin Feng would definitely fall flat on his face this time, but he got even more angry? Seeing Suwan's confident and calm appearance in the video, she was even more jealous and her eyes turned red. The sister who she once looked down upon is now living a more prosperous life than her. Ding! Ex-girlfriend Suya is jealous of the host and his wife's career success, so she contributes plus 80 to the wife-loving value. After seeing the vlog, Jaolong was furious. He spent money, hired people, and spent a lot of effort to set up a trap, but it was easily resolved by Lin Feng's vlog, and it became a booster for his booming business. This is simply a great shame. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracked, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light. Lin Feng, don't think you can always be so lucky. Ding! Rival Jaolong's plan failed and he saw that the host was more popular, so he contributed plus 150 to his wife's favor. After Lu Milan learned the news, she also called Suya and cursed Lin Feng and Suan for being so lucky, and once again cursed that their business would not last long. She said angrily that Mr. Zhao's inside information was the real big opportunity, and it would be Lin Feng's loss if he gave it up. Ding! Lu Milan has a bad heart towards the host's family, so her wife-loving value is plus 50. Lin Feng looked at the number of his wife-loving value that kept jumping in the background of the system, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. These experienced babies were really awesome. In addition to these old faces, Lin Feng also noticed that some new comments with sour or disdainful tones appeared in the comments section below the vlog. Isn't it just a small restaurant? It's only open for 2 days, how long can it last? It's mostly for show, right? Is it great to be rich? Just wait and see, this kind of internet celebrity store won't last long. Although these comments were not many, they still brought Lin Feng some points of pampering his wife. This made him realize that as he became more and more high profile, more and more people would pay attention to him, and some of them, for various psychological reasons, would become new experience babies. He clicked on the system mall. The remaining 400 points of wife-loving value were not enough to exchange for, well, for a intermediate business sense, but he could consider some other auxiliary props. He browsed and calculated in his mind. Considering the need to expand business in the future and to contact more people while also ensuring one's own energy, social affinity aura primary, and physical recovery potion primary, seemed to be good choices. Exchange 4 social affinity aura primary, and 2 bottles of physical strength recovery potion primary. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Ding! Consume 200 points of wife-loving points, successfully exchange for skill, social affinity aura primary. Ding! Consume 100 points of wife-loving points, successfully exchange for item, physical strength recovery potion primary 2. The wife-loving value was still over 100 points. Lin Feng felt a layer of warmth on his body, as if he had become more approachable. There were also 2 small glass bottles in the system backpack. He walked out of the study and saw Suan still sorting out the design drawings of the restaurant in the living room, while Su Guoqian was humming a little song in the kitchen and tidying up the kitchen utensils. The warm family atmosphere softened his heart. Warner, don't work too late, go to bed early. Lin Feng walked over and gently put his arm around Suwan's shoulders. Suan leaned in his arms and sighed contentedly, it's not late, I'm a little reluctant to go to sleep. It feels like all this is a dream. It's not a dream. Lin Feng kissed her forehead. This is the future we create together. The future can only be better. He knew that greater challenges were still to come. Jaolong would not give up, and business expansion would also bring new risks. But now, he is no longer that ordinary frustrated young man. He had a wife who loved him, a father-in-law who fully supported him, and growing power and wealth. He is confident that he can turn the blueprint into reality step by step. Chapter 47 Brand Startup, Uninvited Guests. After a good night's sleep, the haze brought by Jaolong's provocation was diluted by the joy of success and the vision of the future. When Lin Feng woke up, he felt refreshed and vaguely felt that he had a layer of inexplicable affinity. He even thought that the sparrows outside the window looked more handsome. He knew that this was probably because the social affinity aura primary began to work. In the living room, Suan had already spread out a large sheet of design paper and was gesturing with a pencil. The morning light shone on her focused face, casting a soft halo. In front of her were several glasses of juice of different colors, supposedly to find inspiration for the brand's main color. Good morning, Chief Designer Su. Lin Feng walked over and gently put his arms around her waist from behind. Suan turned around and kissed him on the cheek. Good morning. I was thinking about the logo for our father-in-law's home cooking. Should it be more traditional or modern and simple? I think it can be that you are in me and I am in you. Lin Feng rested his chin on the top of her head, traditional as the bones, and modern as the skin. Just like my father-in-law's dishes, classic taste, but our store and experience are brand new. Ding! The host and his wife plan for the future together, and have a sweet interaction. The reward for loving his wife is plus 30. Su Guoqian brought out a plate of freshly fried dumplings. After hearing the conversation between the two, he said cheerfully, "You young people know a lot. I, an old man, am responsible for ensuring the taste. Warner, Lin Feng, eat while it's hot." The old man looked particularly energetic today. Although he had been running the housework alone for many years, he was full of simple expectations for the future branding. Lin Feng took a bite of the bun, and the delicious soup burst in his mouth. "Dad, you will be in charge of the kitchen today, and Warner and I will be in the front hall. By the way, Warner, for our next vlog, I want to film a video of us discussing the process of brand creation. How about calling it the eve of the rise of the father-in-law's home cooking empire? No, the first page of the design draft. Let's inadvertently reveal our ambitions." Suan chuckled, You just think about how to inadvertently irritate people. But I like it. Let those who are waiting to laugh at us see how we expand our business step by step. This is called strategic high profile. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows proudly. He could already foresee that when this vlog was released, Suya and Jaolong's contribution would definitely be indispensable. It was past 10 in the morning, and the restaurant had not officially opened yet, but there were already a few customers peeking in at the door. Lin Feng and Suan were checking today's reservation information when a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, a plain cotton and linen shirt, and with graying hair walked in. He didn't look at the menu, nor did he rush to find a seat. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and walked slowly in the store, scanning every detail in the store with sharp eyes, from the placement of tables and chairs to the decorative paintings on the wall, and even the small potted plants on the windowsill. Lin Feng's crisis warning intermediate did not send out any warning, but his intuition told him that this person was not an ordinary diner. He had an aura of authority without anger, as if he was examining a work of art. Suan also noticed this special guest. She was about to go forward to ask, but Lin Feng gave her a reassuring look and took the initiative to greet him with a gentle smile blessed by the social affinity aura on his face. "Hello, sir. We officially open at 11 o'clock, you came early." The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at Lin Feng, with a stronger sense of scrutiny. "Are you the boss? Lin Feng?" His voice was slightly hoarse and unhurried. "It's me. May I ask who it is, sir?" "Ji Chang." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I'm from the Ninghai food circle, writing some inferior food reviews to make a living." Lin Feng's mind was moved. Ji Chang? Could it be the old gourmet Ji who was famous for his picky and sharp tongue in the Ninghai food review circle? It was said that he never accepted invitations from restaurants and only made surprise attacks. There were countless internet celebrity restaurants ruined by him. Why would he come? Suan also recognized the other party. She quietly walked to Lin Feng, looking a little nervous. "This is a tough nut to crack. It turns out to be Mr. Ji. I've long heard of your name." Lin Feng remained calm and smiled. "Mr. Ji, your visit has brought honor to our shop. I wonder what your first impression of our shop is." He did not show excessive hospitality, nor was he nervous at all, as if he was just chatting with an ordinary customer. Ji Chang's eyes flashed with surprise. The young bosses he had met were either too enthusiastic to the point of being hypocritical, or too nervous to the point of being incoherent after he revealed his identity. But Lin Feng in front of him was calm and composed, and this calmness made him look up to him. The environment is okay, and it has a more human touch than those fancy online celebrity restaurants. Ji Chang's evaluation was still brief, but he did not deliberately belittle it. However, a restaurant is a place to eat, and in the end it still depends on the taste. Mr. Ji is right. Taste is the foundation of our father-in-law's home cooking. Lin Feng smiled confidently. "My father-in-law happens to be in the kitchen. We have a few newly developed dishes that are not on the menu yet. Mr. Ji, would you like to try them? Just think of it as us accepting your surprise inspection." Ji Chang raised his eyebrows. This kid is really good at taking advantage of others. "Oh? Let's try it. I won't even look at the menu. You can arrange 3 or 4 of their signature dishes, plus one that you think is the most representative." "Okay." Lin Feng agreed readily, turned around and winked at Suan. Suan understood, smiled and nodded to Ji Chang, then went into the kitchen. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Ji Chang chatted with Lin Feng. From the selection of ingredients to the concept of cooking, to his views on the current situation of Ninghai catering. With the wisdom given by the system, the business knowledge he had recently made up, and the affinity brought by the social affinity aura, Lin Feng actually had a very good chat with this food critic who was known for his eccentricity. Ji Chang found that although Lin Feng was young, he had extraordinary knowledge, and he had a clear understanding and full confidence in his own dishes, and he was not blindly arrogant. Soon, Suan personally brought up the first dish, crab roe and lion's head. This dish is Su Guoqiang's masterpiece, with sophisticated cooking methods and precise cooking time. The golden crab head was lying in the clear soup, sprinkled with a few chopped green onions, and the aroma was fragrant. Ji Chang picked up the chopsticks and gently opened the crab head, only to see that the crab roe inside was full and the meat was delicate. He took a small piece and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. The delicious meat, the sweet crab and the crisp water chestnuts are perfectly blended in the soup, with a soft but not greasy texture, fresh but not fishy. Ji Chang's frown gradually relaxed. Then, Suan served squirrel mandarin fish, dongpa pork and a stir-fried vegetable dish. Ji Chang tasted every dish very carefully. Su Guoqiang's cooking skills were indeed solid, the heat and seasoning were excellent, and the ingredients were fresh. For the last dish, Suan brought out a bowl of ordinary-looking yen du xian. This is a staple soup in our house, and it's also one of my dad's best home-cooked dishes, Suan introduced. Ji Chang scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on the hot air, and put it into his mouth. The salty aroma of bacon, the mellowness of fresh meat, the sweetness of spring bamboo shoots, and the bean fragrance of bean curd sheets blended together perfectly, rich but not greasy, so delicious that it made the root of the tongue tremble. He couldn't help but drink another spoonful. After finishing the meal, Ji Chang put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He did not give an immediate comment, but remained silent for a moment, looking at Lin Feng and Suan. The dishes are good, with a touch of tradition and your own ideas. Ji Chang said slowly, it's better than I expected. Nowadays, many young people open restaurants and spend their time on marketing. Not many can calm down and make the food taste good. Ding! The host has gained initial recognition from a well-known food critic for his high-quality dishes and services, as well as his personal charm. Reward, wife-loving value plus 80. Reputation value plus 5. Lin Feng was delighted, but his face remained calm. Thank you, Mr. Ji, for your praise. We are also crossing the river by feeling the stones, and hope to bring real delicious food to everyone. I hope you can stick with it. Ji Chang stood up. Please put today's meal money on my account. I'll ask my assistant to deliver it to you later. The food review article will be published within a week. As for how to write it, it depends on my mood. After saying that, he turned and left, still looking cool. After sending Ji Chang away, Suan breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest in fear. You scared me. I thought he was going to find something serious. Lin Feng smiled and scratched her nose. My wife is so outstanding, and my father-in-law is so skilled. What are we afraid of? He has a good impression of us, so this wave is not a loss. Ding! Wife Suan is proud and in love with the host because of his calmness and confidence. Love value plus 15. Wife pampering value plus 60. Love double effect is triggered, extra wife pampering value plus 60. In the afternoon, the restaurant was still busy. Lin Feng took a moment to check his phone and found that there were a lot more wife-loving points in the background. In addition to the regular couple interaction rewards, there were also some sporadic jealousy points. He guessed that it was probably the follow-up effect of yesterday's vlog and the hot scene in the restaurant today that stimulated some old friends again. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he caught a glimpse of a black car parked in an inconspicuous corner across the street. The car windows were covered with dark film, so he couldn't see inside. The car seemed to have been parked there for some time. Lin Feng's crisis warning intermediate vibrated slightly. It was not a strong alarm, but more like a subtle reminder for him to pay more attention. He calmly withdrew his gaze, but a little more alert was in his heart. Were they Jaolong's men secretly observing him? Or was it something else? It seemed that the taller the tree, the more wind it attracted. The more prosperous his side was, the more potential troubles he would encounter. However, he is no longer the Lin Feng who was manipulated by others. He glanced at the basic combat technique, and 2 bottles of stamina recovery potion lying quietly in the system backpack, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. If an enemy comes, we will fight him with our army. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Want to play dirty? Then it depends on who has the better method. He looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly and there were laughter and joy in the restaurant. No matter how many undercurrents there were ahead, he would protect this hard-earned happiness and career. And those who try to destroy it all would eventually become the stable contributors to his wife-loving value. Chapter 48, Jaolong is making trouble again? Start to increase your wife-loving value and set a small goal first, such as bringing him down. Ji Chang's food review came a little later than expected, but it dropped a bombshell on Ninghai's food circle. The title of the article is in his usual style, The Real Taste of Fireworks in the World, or a Flash in the Pan Internet Celebrity? A preliminary study of father-in-law's home cooking. At the beginning, Ji Chang wrote about the restaurant's shortcomings mercilessly. It is located in an old street, the storefront is not big, the waiters are a bit inexperienced, and even the menu design lacks creativity. However, when the author started writing about the dishes, the text suddenly came alive. He used delicate brushstrokes to describe the crab roe lion head that melts in the mouth and the delicious soup, and praised the squirrel mandarin fish for its sweet and sour taste, crispy outside and tender inside. He especially described the bowl of seemingly homely yen du xian as tasting like old-fashioned food, and the flavor of everyday life, which is a rare comfort in the bustling city. In the conclusion of the article, he did not directly say that UFU home cooking is a top restaurant, but wrote in a critical and fair manner, it is not perfect, but it has soul, warmth, and the most simple but most touching taste. In this impetuous era, being able to stick to making a dish well is more important than anything else. As for whether it is an internet celebrity or authentic, it is up to time and the diners to decide. Once this food review was published, it immediately caused a stir in the Ninghai food circle. Ji Chang was famous for his sharp tongue, and it was rare for him to praise something at such length. Those diners who had previously been on the sidelines or skeptical about father-in-law's home-cooked dishes were instantly aroused with strong curiosity. Oh my god, Lao Ji actually praised this store. Based on the description of Yen Du Xian, I must try it. It seems that what happened yesterday did not affect their character, but instead stimulated their fighting spirit. The comments section exploded instantly, and the number of reposts quickly reached a new high. In the restaurant, Lin Feng and Suan were busy preparing lunch. Suan was browsing her phone and saw Ji Chang's article. She was nervous at first, but after reading it, she looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng. Mr. Ji wrote it. He actually praised us. Lin Feng took the phone and quickly browsed through it, with a smile on his face. This food review, by using the method of first criticizing and then praising, makes the restaurant's real strength appear more prominent and credible. Ji Chang is indeed a gourmet with a sharp eye and extraordinary writing skills. Ding! The host has been highly recognized by well-known food critics for his high-quality dishes and services, and has attracted widespread attention. Reward, wife-loving value plus 150. Reputation value plus 10. He wasn't praising us, he was praising Dad's cooking skills. Lin Feng said with a smile, but now our brand has been completely established. Su Guoqian poked his head out from the kitchen and asked, What? What did Lao Ji write? Suan showed her phone to her father. Su Guoqian put on his reading glasses and read word by word. When he read the part about pickled pork with preserved vegetables, he clapped his hands on the table excitedly. What a kindred spirit! This old G knows what he is talking about. He knows what he is talking about. Ding! The father-in-law is excited to be recognized by a famous food critic and is grateful to the host for supporting his career. Reward, wife-loving points plus 80. Ji Chang's food review was like a shot in the arm, and combined with the crisis public relations vlog released by Lin Feng earlier, the popularity of father-in-law's home cooking reached a new peak. Before 11 o'clock, there was a long queue outside the restaurant again, even more exaggerated than yesterday. Many people came here with Ji Chang's articles. Excuse me, is this Chef Su's shop? I came here after seeing teacher Ji Chang's article. Is your Yen Du Xian really that amazing? I must try it today. Lin Feng and Suan were busy greeting guests with proper smiles on their faces. While maintaining order, Lin Feng observed the crowd at the door and the street. At this moment, his eyes caught a glimpse of the street corner. A black car, with a low-profile body and dark film on the windows, was parked there quietly, inconspicuous, but with an inexplicable sense of presence. Crisis warning intermediate flickered slightly in my mind, like a low hum. It was not a sharp, imminent alarm, but a reminder, a signal of attention. There is a potential risk here. Lin Feng's heartstrings tightened slightly. Is it Jaolong's people? Wasn't the lesson from last time enough? Or has a new opponent appeared? He calmly withdrew his gaze, still with a welcoming smile on his face. But I have become more vigilant in my heart. Since he started to pamper his wife and show off his wealth, troubles have been following him. Jaolong was just the first one to jump out, and there must be more people secretly watching. Lin Feng, we need more seats here. Suan shouted in the front hall. Here it comes. Lin Feng responded, temporarily suppressed his doubts, and threw himself into the busy work. He knew that the more times like this, the more he couldn't mess up. Doing the things at hand well, making the restaurant continue to be popular, and making Suan and his father-in-law happy, is the most important thing. Strength is the best shield and the sharpest sword. The lunch session was more popular than expected, with almost every table being booked. Su Guoqiang was in command in the kitchen, sweat dripping down his forehead, but his eyes were full of excitement. Suan was shuttling back and forth in the front hall. Although she was tired, she always had a satisfied smile on her face. Lin Feng continued to play his role as a hands-off shopkeeper and observer, occasionally picking up his camera to record, while keeping an eye on the black car on the corner. It was still there, like a dormant beast. At about 2 p.m., the flow of customers gradually slowed down. After seeing off the last batch of customers, the family of 3 collapsed in their chairs. It's really too crazy, Suan said, rubbing her shoulders. Ha, Lao Ji's articles are so powerful, Su Guoqiang said with a smile. Although he was tired, he was full of energy. Lin Feng looked at the wife-loving value that kept jumping in the background of the system. Ji Chang's food reviews brought a burst of his wife-loving value, while the continued popularity of the restaurant and the envy and jealousy it caused brought a steady increase. Adding the negative emotions contributed by Jaolong and Suya, his total wife-loving value is already very considerable. Ding! Love rival Jaolong becomes jealous when he sees the restaurant is popular again, and contributes plus 120 to his wife's favor. Ding! Seeing the restaurant's booming business, ex-girlfriend Su Yayin feels regret and jealousy, and contributes to the wife-loving value plus 90. Ding! Lu Milan is dissatisfied with the host's family, so she contributes plus 40 to her wife's favor. These negative emotions are like fuel, providing a constant source of power for his journey to become stronger. Dad, Warner, you've worked hard today. Lin Feng said, I'll edit today's footage into a short video and post it. How about calling it the pickled pork duxian that teacher Ji Chang praised is selling like hotcakes today? Okay. Suan agreed immediately, let everyone see how popular Dad's cooking is. Well, let those who say they are not convinced see that we are not relying on show. Su Guoqiang also nodded. Lin Feng started editing immediately. He put in screenshots of key passages from Ji Chang's food review, along with the grand scene of the queue at the restaurant entrance today, the busy scene in the kitchen, and the close-ups of the satisfied expressions of the diners after tasting the preserved pork with preserved vegetables. The background music was lighthearted and cheerful, and the subtitles highlighted keywords such as Ji Chang's recommendation, preserved pork with preserved vegetables, and human fireworks. After editing the video, Lin Feng did not release it immediately, but showed it to Suan first. After watching it, Suan smiled and said, your editing skills are getting better and better. I feel like you can become a professional. Of course. I put a lot of effort into promoting it for my wife and father-in-law. Lin Feng leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Ding! The host interacts sweetly and gains plus 20 wife-loving value. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng released a new short video on time. As expected, the video once again set the internet on fire. Ji Chang's fame and the hot scene in the restaurant quickly made the video a hot topic. The comments section was full of praise and amazement. Gold will always shine. Old Ji's vision is right. After watching the video, I want to try Yen Du Xian even more. This couple has managed their career and life so well. I envy them so much. Mr. Lin's way of pampering his wife is simply amazing. He treats his wife and father-in-law's business as his own. Of course, along with the praise comes the negative emotions hiding in the dark. Jaolong, who was far away in the Zhao family villa, looked at the video posted by Lin Feng on the screen of his mobile phone and was so angry that he smashed the phone against the wall. Asshole! How much money did that old man Ji Chang take from them? How dare he flatter them like that? He roared at the assistant beside him. The assistant was silent. Mr. Zhao, I checked. Ji Chang is a stubborn person who never accepts commercial performances or money. This food review of his is probably true, the assistant said cautiously. Really? What can he say is true? Zhao Long's eyes were red. How long can a shabby home-style restaurant be popular? I don't believe he can always be so successful. All kinds of sinister thoughts flashed through his mind. Financial means didn't work, and media smearing was useless. What about physical means? The people last time were such rubbish. Ding! Seeing the host achieve great success again, the love rival Jaolong is filled with jealousy, anger, and unwillingness, and his wife-loving value is plus 200. Suya also saw the video. She sat in the cafe, watching the video of Lin Feng and Suan working in perfect harmony, and watching Su Guoqiang being happy because of the booming business, and felt as if she was scratched by a cat. Why? Why did the man she could easily abandon become so dazzling now? Why did Suwan's stupid sister have such good luck to find Lin Feng and live a prosperous life? She held the coffee cup tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. Regret? A little, but more of it was resentment and jealousy. Ding! Seeing the host's success in both career and love, ex-girlfriend Suya bursts with jealousy and resentment, and contributes plus 150 to the wife-loving value. Lin Feng looked at the wife-loving points that kept pouring in from the system background, and his face was calm. These were what he deserved. He walked to the window and looked at the street corner again. The black car was still there, like a silent ghost. Crisis warning intermediate, give a slight reminder again. It seems that the trouble did not disappear just because Jaolong's first attack was repelled. A new challenge, or a more vicious revenge from Jaolong, has quietly begun. Lin Feng did not feel panic, but felt the excitement of a hunter seeing the traces of prey. He was no longer an ordinary person who passively accepted his fate. He had a system, a lover and family, and increasingly stronger strength. He gently stroked Suwan's hair, thinking to himself, want to play dirty? Then come on. I'll let you know what will happen if you anger a man who dotes on his wife. Chapter 49, Brand Exploration, New Direction. The popularity brought by Ji Chang's food review was like salt sprinkled in boiling oil, making the line at the door of father-in-law's home cooking longer than a snake. Lin Feng stood at the door, looking at the expectant faces, but in his heart he was still thinking about the black car that appeared from time to time on the corner of the street. Crisis warning intermediate, although there was no continuous alarm, the faint tremor was like a tiny thorn piercing Lin Feng's heart. It seemed that Jaolong was not willing to give up easily. The hustle and bustle of the lunch market gradually subsided, and Su Guoqiang was so tired that he snored on a chair in the kitchen. Suan was carefully wiping each tabletop, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, casting a layer of soft light on her. "Warner, take a break." Lin Feng walked over and took the rag from her hand. "I have something to discuss with you and Dad." Suan straightened up, pounded her sore shoulders, her cheeks flushed. "What's so formal?" Lin Feng pulled her to sit down, then went to the kitchen to invite out the sleepy Su Guoqiang. "Dad, Warner, our father-in-law's home cooking is so popular now. I think it's time to plan it as a real brand." Lin Feng went straight to the point. Su Guoqiang rubbed his eyes. "Brand? What is that? Isn't it just cooking and opening a restaurant?" Suwan's eyes lit up. "Lin Feng, you mean, like those chain restaurants, with a unified signboard and a unified style?" "Almost, but we need to do better." Lin Feng nodded. "First of all, we need a loud logo, a logo that people can't forget. Warner, you are the designer, so this important task is handed over to you." Suwan was a little excited, but also a little nervous. "Me? Can I do this? I used to do interior design." "Of course." Lin Feng said confidently, "Your talent and aesthetics are definitely up to the task. Think about it, a logo that represents Dad's exquisite craftsmanship and reflects our warm and homely style will have a huge influence once it is promoted." Ding! The host encourages and recognizes his wife's ability, and inspires her creative enthusiasm. Reward wife loving value plus 50. Love value plus 10. Love double effect is triggered, additional wife loving value plus 50. Su Guoqiang listened at the side, not quite understanding. "Logo? That's it, draw a circle and write a few words?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Dad, you can understand it that way, but there is a lot of knowledge involved. A good logo can convey a lot of information." He turned to Suwan. "Do you think our logo should be more traditional or modern and simple?" Suwan tilted her head and thought seriously. "Dad's dishes are traditional craftsmanship, but our store style incorporates modern elements. Perhaps we can combine them? Use some traditional patterns, but the lines can be smoother and the colors can be brighter?" The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became, and she seemed to have some preliminary inspiration. "That's a good idea." Lin Feng agreed. "You can take the lead in the specific design. I believe in your professional vision. He changed the subject. In addition to the logo, standardization is more important. Dad, I know that you cook based on experience and feeling, but if we want to open branches in the future, or even build a national chain, we must have a set of standardized processes to ensure that every dish in every branch tastes the same as the main store. Su Guoqiang frowned when he heard this. Standardization? Isn't that turning people into machines? When I cook, the heat and seasonings, if they are a little more or a little less, the taste will be very different. Dad, I understand your concerns. Lin Feng patiently explained, standardization is not to replace your craftsmanship, but to fix the essence of your craftsmanship in a quantitative way. For example, we can pre-make the formula of the core sauce in advance and distribute it uniformly. The operating specifications of some key steps can also be summarized and used to train new chefs. In this way, you don't have to do everything yourself, and you can also ensure the brand reputation. Suan also chimed in, yes, Dad, what Lin Feng said makes sense. When there are more branches in the future, you can't fly back and forth every day to watch over the kitchen, right? Standardizing your unique skills is also a kind of inheritance. Su Guoqiang was silent. He knew that what the two children said was right. No matter how good his skills were, his energy was limited. Seeing this, Lin Feng added fuel to the fire. Moreover, Dad, you can also serve as our brand's chief taste quality control officer, specifically responsible for supervising and checking the quality of dishes in all branches. Is this position important enough? Chief, what the hell? Su Guoqiang was a little dizzy by this new term. We are the ones who are responsible for ensuring the taste. Lin Feng said with a smile, Dad, just study your dishes diligently and control the taste, and leave the rest to us. Su Guoqiang watched his daughter and son-in-law singing the same tune, and the doubts in his heart gradually dissipated. Instead, there was an unprecedented expectation and pride. He patted his thigh and said, okay. If you want to do it, I will risk my life to accompany you. With my skills, I can't just stay in this small shop. Ding! The host successfully persuaded his father-in-law and obtained his full support for the branding strategy. Reward, wisdom points plus 100. Wisdom points plus 10. Okay. Lin Feng clapped his hands. Now that the direction has been decided, I suggest that we film today's discussion into a vlog. Taking pictures of this? Suan was a little surprised. Lin Feng blinked and showed a sly smile, of course. I have thought of the theme. It is called the brand ambition of father-in-law's home cooking, the story starting from the logo design draft. We have to let our fans see that we are serious about our business, and by the way, let some people see that their vision is only worthy of doing some small tricks behind the scenes. Suan burst out laughing and rolled her eyes at him in reproach. You keep trying to provoke them. But I like this title, it's powerful. Lin Feng did it right away. He set up the camera and adjusted the angle. Come on, Chief Designer Su, face the camera first and tell us about your initial concept for the father-in-law's home cooking logo. Lin Feng pointed the camera at Suan. Suan was a little reserved at first, but with Lin Feng's encouragement, she quickly got into the groove. She picked up a pencil and sketched on the design paper, explaining as she drew, my initial idea is to use traditional Chinese window lattices or auspicious cloud patterns as the basic elements to represent the authentic heritage of our dishes. Then, in the font design, we can incorporate some more modern and friendly strokes to reflect our warm and fashionable dining atmosphere. Under the lights, Suan talked eloquently, her eyes sparkling with confidence and professionalism. Lin Feng looked at his wife in the camera, his heart filled with pride. Then, the camera turned to Su Guoqiang. Chef Su, as the soul of father-in-law's home cooking, what unique insights do you have on the standardization of future brands? Lin Feng interviewed seriously. Su Guoqiang was flattered by the title of spirit of the company. He cleared his throat and tried to say something decent. This, standardization means, it has to be delicious. Yes, every restaurant has to be as delicious as mine. You can't ruin my reputation. The simple words made Lin Feng and Suan laugh. The vlog was filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Lin Feng concluded, the establishment of a brand requires clear planning and everyone's efforts. Today is just the beginning of the brand journey of father-in-law's home cooking. Our goal is to make father-in-law's home cooking a household name in the catering industry. Of course, in this process, there will inevitably be various challenges and the jealousy of some clowns. But it doesn't matter, these will only become our driving force and a stable source of my wife-loving value. He faced the camera and gave a meaningful smile. Ding! Wife Suan feels sweet and admires the host because he showed his future plans in a high-profile manner in the vlog and hinted at his attention to her. Love value plus 20. Wife pampering value plus 80. Love double effect is triggered, extra wife pampering value plus 80. After the filming, Suan was still not satisfied. Lin Feng, tell me, when this vlog is released, will Jaolong and Suya see it and be so angry that their faces turn green? Not only is his face green, even his hair is probably going green with anger. Lin Feng said with a smile, however, what I am more looking forward to is what kind of people this wave of ambition will attract. Will it be more supporters, or more powerful opponents? He looked out the window, the night was getting darker. The black car on the corner had disappeared without a trace. But Lin Feng knew that this was only a temporary calm. He retracted his gaze and put his arm around Suwan's shoulders. No matter what the future holds, we will face it together. Let's first decide on the logo, then standardize the process, and step by step, slowly build up our father-in-law's home cooking empire. Suan nodded heavily, her eyes full of longing for the future. She knew that following Lin Feng, the road ahead would become more and more exciting. And she would also shine in the process. Chapter 50 Brand Declaration. The whole network is paying attention. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Feng, Suan, and Su Guoqian gathered in the newly renovated UFU Home Cooking 2.0 version store to prepare to shoot the latest vlog, The Brand Ambition of UFU Home Cooking. Dad, Warner, let's not film cooking today, let's talk about the future. Lin Feng adjusted the camera angle with a relaxed smile on his face. He had already thought about it. This vlog should be high-end and classy. It should not only show their ambition, but also be Versailles inadvertently, and by the way, accurately strike those jealous experienced babies. Suan dressed up specially today. The off-white professional suit made her look more intellectual and capable. She took a deep breath, faced the camera, and began to explain the logo concept she designed for father-in-law's home cooking. I hope this logo can integrate tradition and modernity. The main body will use traditional Chinese seal elements to represent inheritance and craftsmanship. The internal graphics will be a simplified version of a spatula and flame, symbolizing the birth and passion of food. In terms of color, I will choose a combination of calm Chinese red and warm beige gold, which has a festive feeling without losing style. Suan in front of the camera was confident and calm, talking freely, with a vision for the future in her eyes. Lin Feng watched from the side, feeling proud, and the system prompt sounded at the right time. Suwan's happiness increased, love value plus 10, wife loving value plus 30 double love. Next was Su Guoqian, who was already very comfortable in front of the camera. He patted his chest and said in a loud voice, I don't know about big brands, but I know that cooking should be done with conscience. The ingredients must be fresh, and the craftsmanship can't be sloppy. No matter how many stores we open in the future, the taste of father-in-law's home cooking must never change. The old man's simple words were more convincing, full of his commitment to quality. Finally, the camera turned to Lin Feng. He cleared his throat, his eyes sharp and determined. The goal of father-in-law's home cooking is not just to be an internet celebrity restaurant in Ninghai City. We plan to open at least 5 directly operated branches in Ninghai in the next 3 years, and gradually expand to surrounding cities. At the same time, we will develop standardized core sauces and special pre-prepared dishes, open up online sales channels, and let more people taste the taste of home. He paused, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course, there may be some challenges and even some discordant voices in this process. But we believe that the delicious food made with heart and our family's determination to protect this business together are enough to overcome everything. We welcome all well-intentioned suggestions, and also, thank those friends who cheer us up with jealousy. These words are both a declaration and a warning, and even more so a naked provocation. After the vlog was edited, Lin Feng quickly posted it on various platforms with the title Brand Ambition of UFU Home Cooking. We want to become a centennial store. As soon as the video was released, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing thousands of ripples. Oh my god! Lin Feng is going to build a catering empire. Sister Suan is so beautiful and talented. I give full marks to this logo design concept. Uncle Su is the real stabilizing force. His conscientious quality must be supported. 5 stores in 3 years, and they are also going online? With this kind of investment, I'm afraid Lin Feng is a hidden rich man, right? The guy above, don't you see how beautiful his wife is, the villa he lives in, and the luxury car he drives? That's called money power. I just like Lin Feng's last sentence. It's so satisfying. He called out those haters and jealous people by name. Am I the only one who noticed the meaningful expression on Lin Feng's face when he said thanks to all the friends who cheered us on with jealousy? It was so funny, it was definitely intentional. The comments section was full of enthusiasm, with voices of envy, praise, and support dominating the discussion. Of course, there were also some sour comments. Everyone can make big promises. The catering industry is very complicated. Wait till you see the joke. It must be the rented venue, the actors hired, and the script. Lin Feng accepted all these negative comments and watched happily as his wife-loving value continued to rise. Ding! Received jealousy value from lemon essence is not sour, wife-loving value +5. Ding! Received a question from Invincible Keyboard Man, wife-loving value +3. In Suya's apartment, she looked at Lin Feng's calm but provocative face on the phone screen with a sullen look. In the video, Suan was radiant, Su Guoqiang was energetic, and the family was happy and talking about the grand blueprint. All of this was like a sharp thorn, which made her heart hurt and hate. Mom! Look at Lin Feng and the others. They are becoming more and more proud. Suya handed the phone to Lu Mylan, who was standing beside her. Lu Mylan only took a glance and curled her lips. Humph, a villain is succeeding. I wonder how long they can enjoy their glory. The catering industry is not that easy to do. Just wait to lose a lot of money. Having said that, she couldn't hide the jealousy in her eyes. Ding! Received strong jealousy and reluctance from Suya, wife-loving value +155. Ding! Received jealousy and resentment from Lu Mylan, wife-loving value +88. Zhao Group President's Office. Jaolong irritably threw the tablet in his hand onto the table, and the screen was frozen with Lin Feng's face with a faint smile. This Lin Feng is really getting more and more troublesome. Jaolong gritted his teeth. He thought that the last opening incident would teach Lin Feng a lesson, but he didn't expect that the other party would not only easily resolve it, but also take this opportunity to become popular again, and now he has even announced in a high-profile manner that he will set up a brand chain. A small family restaurant dares to talk about the empire? You overestimate your own capabilities. Jaolong's eyes flashed with viciousness. I want to see how you can stop bragging. He picked up the phone. Hello, check for me the latest movements of father-in-law's home cooking, especially their supply chain and personnel situation. Since he wants to expand, I will let him know that Ninghai City is not something he can do as he pleases. Ding! Received anger and jealousy from Jaolong, wife-loving value +210. Lin Feng was in a good mood as he looked at the skyrocketing wife-loving value in the system. The effect of this vlog was far beyond expectations. Not only did it promote the brand positively and gather people's hearts, it also harvested a wave of negative emotions from experienced babies. Honey, look, our vlog has become a local hot topic. Suan excitedly showed her phone to Lin Feng. As expected. Lin Feng embraced Suan and kissed her on the forehead. This is just the beginning. We will have a bigger stage in the future. Su Guoqiang also happily looked at the comments of netizens on his mobile phone, and replied a few words from time to time, just like a new internet celebrity uncle. Lin Feng knew that Jaolong would never give up. But now, he was no longer the ordinary young man who could only swallow his anger in the face of provocation. He had a system, wisdom, a family that loved him, and growing strength and confidence. Jaolong, your anger is the catalyst for my becoming stronger. Lin Feng raised his lips slightly, and a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. He has already begun to think about how to use this generous wife-loving value to be more fully prepared for the next challenge. The road to branding is long and difficult, but every step is full of the pleasure of slapping someone in the face and the sweetness of loving his wife. Chapter 51, Large-Scale Purchases in the System Mall. Is Mr. Zhao making new moves? Lin Feng had a good night's sleep and felt refreshed when he woke up. He habitually opened the system panel and looked at the long string of numbers, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly raised. TSK, Mr. Zhao is really an excellent, experienced baby. He can make steady contributions every time he appears on the field. Suya and her mother are not much behind. Last night's vlog titled The Brand Ambition of Father-in-Law's Home Cooking was very effective. Not only did the positive comments bring about a pleasing value for loving his wife, but the negative emotions contributed by Suya's family, especially Jaolong, were the main output, directly pushing his value for loving his wife to a new peak 1,800 points. 1,800 points, it's time to plan it out. Lin Feng was thinking. Jaolong would definitely not let it go. Judging from the way he disrupted the business last time, although it was crude, it was also a bit creative. This time the other party threatened to investigate the supply chain and personnel, so we have to be on guard. He opened the system mall and was dazzled by the wide variety of goods. Intermediate business sense, already possessed. The next upgrade is Advanced Business Sense, which requires 1,500 points of wife-loving points. Effect, greatly improve business insight, be able to foresee short and medium-term industry trends, accurately identify high-value collaborations and potential business traps, and have a deep understanding of complex business models. This is good, an overall improvement. Lin Feng pondered. But the threat that Jaolong might start with the supply chain and personnel seemed not accurate enough. He scrolled down again and soon found several new skills that interested him. Supply chain optimization design primary, price, 300 points. Effect, provides a supply chain optimization solution tailored to the current enterprise scale, improving efficiency and reducing initial risks. Mind survey primary, price, 400 points. Effect, when you have your first deep contact with someone, you can vaguely perceive their goodwill, bad intentions, or potential loyalty, which is helpful for identifying people. The effect is weakened for those who are determined or have special shielding abilities. Crisis rehearsal sandbox one time, price, 500 points. Effect, a simplified version of the deduction can be performed in the brain for a specific potential crisis, simulating the possible consequences of different response strategies and assisting decision-making. Lin Feng touched his chin. The threat from Jaolong was imminent. Although Advanced Business Sense was good, it required more targeted defense at the moment. That's it. He made up his mind and exchanged Supply Chain Optimization Design Primary and People's Heart Survey Primary first. The former can be used immediately for the future expansion of father-in-law's home cooking, while the latter can be used when recruiting or reviewing existing employees. After spending 700 points, there were still 1,100 points left. Lin Feng thought about it, gritted his teeth, and upgraded Crisis Warning Intermediate to Crisis Warning Advanced. This skill has played a key role in several previous events. The advanced warning range and accuracy are definitely higher. This upgrade costs 800 points. Finally, there were 300 points left, and Lin Feng did not move them for the time being, keeping them as a backup. With the new skills and upgraded abilities integrated into his body, Lin Feng felt his mind was clearer and his perception of the surrounding environment was sharper. Especially, mind detection elementary, it seemed to give him a hazy intuition when looking at people. Mr. Zhao, come on, let's see who has more tricks, or who has a stronger trump card. A hint of teasing flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. In the morning, Suan came over excitedly with several design sketches. Honey, look, I drew a few drafts of the logo. Can you help me see which one is better? Lin Feng took the drawing. Suwan's design draft incorporated the seal, spatula, and flame elements she mentioned. The lines were smooth, and it had both traditional charm and a modern feel. He looked at them carefully, pointed to one of the shapes that was fuller and more majestic, and said, I think this one is the most majestic and easiest to remember. Really? I like this one too. Suwan's eyes lit up, and she was obviously very happy to get approval. I'll refine it a little bit and try to finalize it today. Suwan's happiness increased, love value plus 5, wife loving value plus 10 love doubled. Seeing Suwan's energetic look, Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. He took Suwan's hand and said, Don't worry, take your time. By the way, do you have any initial ideas about the location of the branch? Suan tilted her head and thought for a while. I have looked at several newly developed commercial areas in Ninghai City. The flow of people is good and the consumption level is in line with our positioning. However, we still need to conduct on-site inspections for details. Well, I'll go with you during the inspection. Lin Feng nodded. Our chief designer Xiao Su must have a good eye. Suwan's cheeks turned red after being praised by him, and she punched him lightly. You just know how to talk nonsense. Father-in-law Su Guoqiang has been very busy these days. In addition to the daily operation of the restaurant, he has really started to think about the standardization of dishes and the development of sauces. From time to time, he would pull Lin Feng to discuss and listen to his business advice. Lin Feng's basic business sense, plus the knowledge reserve of supply chain optimization design diagram that he had just exchanged made his suggestions quite insightful, which made Su Guoqiang nod repeatedly and become more and more satisfied with his son-in-law. However, the peaceful days did not last for more than 2 days. That afternoon, Lin Feng was browsing some information about restaurant chain operations in his study room when the crisis warning advanced light suddenly lit up yellow without any warning in his mind. It was not glaring, but it clearly conveyed a sense of uneasiness. Lin Feng put down the information in his hand and frowned slightly. Advanced warnings have a wider range and can better perceive potential indirect threats that have not yet occurred. This time, the yellow light is not as clear as the previous ones, but more like a sign of storm is coming. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the source of the uneasiness. It seemed to be vaguely related to some part of father-in-law's home cooking, but he couldn't tell what it was. Could it be that Jaolong has started to take action? Lin Feng thought of him first. He stood up and paced around the room for a few steps, thinking about countermeasures. Where would Jaolong start? Direct commercial suppression? Or like last time, use some despicable means? Supply chain, or personnel? Lin Feng recalled Xiaolong's previous shouting. He immediately called Su Guoqiang. "Dad, is there anything unusual with the restaurant's food supplier recently?" Su Guoqiang thought about it on the other end of the phone. "Abnormal? It seems that there is nothing wrong. The delivery is normal as before, and the quality of the goods is also fine." "What's wrong, Xiaofeng?" "Nothing, just asking casually. It's always better to be more careful." Lin Feng didn't say it explicitly because he didn't want to make his father-in-law worry. After hanging up the phone, he thought about mind-reading elementary. This skill might come in handy. The restaurant staff, especially those in the kitchen and those who master the core recipes, need to be re-examined. Lin Feng sneered, "Jaolong, I hope your new move can bring me enough surprises." Far from being nervous, he was actually looking forward to it. After all, every crisis was a great opportunity to increase his wife-loving value and improve himself. Chapter 52 Undercurrent Surge. Whose prey is this? The yellow light of crisis warning advanced in his mind, although not as urgent as the red light, continued to flash like a thin needle, pricking Lin Feng's nerves from time to time. This is not an imminent physical danger, but more of a sign that a conspiracy against father-in-law's home cooking is brewing. Jaolong. Lin Feng tapped his fingertips on the table, and the name popped up almost instinctively. Apart from him, who else would be so persistent in wanting to make things difficult for himself? Last time it was a farce at the opening. What new tricks will it be this time? Supply chain? Personnel? He decided to start from within. His newly acquired Mind Survey Primary came in handy. The next day, Lin Feng took a walk around the restaurant under the pretext of caring about his employees. In the kitchen, Su Guoqiang was preparing the ingredients meticulously, and several young men helping in the kitchen were also doing their jobs with great enthusiasm. Lin Feng's eyes swept over them one by one, and the system feedback was basically a light green halo representing kindness and diligence, or a neutral white. He paid special attention to several new waiters and apprentices, including the successor of the young apprentice Lu Xiaomao, who seemed a little helpless when Jaolong made trouble last time, a young man who looked more honest, Wang Hao. What Lin Feng sensed from Wang Hao was a slight nervousness and a slight desire to perform well, but no malice. It seems that no nails have been planted inside for the time being. Lin Feng was slightly relieved. The last incident with Lu Xiaomao had obviously made Su Guoqiang more cautious when recruiting people. Since there is no internal problem for the time being, the problem is likely to be in the supply chain. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Suan ran into the study room with the final version of the logo design, excitedly saying, "Honey, look! The final draft! I added the auspicious cloud pattern. Doesn't it make it more like our time-honored Chinese brand?" In the design drawing, within the vermilion seal frame, the beige spatula and flame pattern are lifelike, with a few flowing auspicious cloud patterns added to the background. It has the simplicity and grandeur of modern design, while retaining the heavy elegance of traditional culture. Very good. Lin Feng praised sincerely, taking the design drawing and looking at it carefully. "Wanner, you are really a talented designer. This logo is grand, stylish, and has profound meaning." He leaned over and kissed Suan on the cheek. Suwan's happiness increased, love value plus 10, wife loving value plus 30, love doubled. Suan was so overjoyed by the compliment that her face flushed. "It's not that exaggerated. By the way, Dad was talking to me this morning about that thing you mentioned last time." "Oh, yes, supply chain optimization. He thinks it makes sense and wants to find time to talk to you in detail." Lin Feng's heart moved. His father-in-law took the initiative to bring it up, which was a good opportunity. "Dad, I do have some immature ideas about the supply chain." After dinner, Lin Feng took the initiative to find Su Guoqiang. Su Guoqiang put down the teacup in his hand and looked at him with interest. "Oh? Xiaofeng, tell me about it. I heard Wanner mention it last time, and I think you are looking at things more and more wisely now." Lin Feng smiled and combined the knowledge gained from the supply chain optimization design diagram elementary with the actual situation of father-in-law's home cooking and analyzed it in an easy-to-understand manner. Dad, the reason why our dishes are so popular is not only because of your cooking skills, but also because of the freshness and authenticity of the ingredients. For example, in our signature dish, pickled pork with preserved vegetables, if the quality of the spring bamboo shoots and bacon is a little bit worse, the taste will be far from perfect. Su Guoqiang nodded in agreement. Yes, the ingredients are the root. I have always bought from Lao Zhang. I trust his products. Master Sang's goods are naturally good. Lin Feng changed the subject, but we can't put all our eggs in one basket. If a supplier encounters a temporary problem or is tampered with, we will be in a passive position. As he spoke, he observed the reaction of crisis warning advanced in his mind. When the word someone tampered with was mentioned, the yellow light seemed to flicker a little brighter, imperceptibly. Although it still did not point to a clear direction, the omen of uneasiness became clearer. Moreover, as we plan to open branches in the future, the demand for ingredients will increase, and the risk of a single supplier will also increase. My idea is that we can gradually establish a more stable and diversified supply system, and even consider directly cooperating with some high-quality breeding bases to control quality from the source. Su Guoqiang nodded repeatedly, and his eyes showed more appreciation for his son-in-law. That makes sense. I was narrow-minded before, and always thought that small-scale business should focus on the present. Xiaofeng, your thinking is long-term. Su Guoqiang's recognition increased, wisdom value plus 50, wife-loving value plus 50. Lin Feng continued, Dad, tomorrow I want to go to a few major food suppliers to take a look, starting with Master Zhang. It never hurts to learn more. Okay. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll go with you. Su Guoqiang made the decision immediately. The next morning, Lin Feng and Su Guoqiang went to Zhang's dry goods store. Boss Zhang was a lean man in his 50s. He was an old acquaintance of Su Guoqiang and was very enthusiastic to see them. Brother Su, Boss Lin, what rare guests you have. How come you have time to come here in person today? Boss Zhang invited them to sit down while making tea. Lin Feng activated Human Heart Survey Elementary and saw a normal light green glow of kindness on Boss Zhang's body, nothing unusual. After some pleasantries, Lin Feng casually asked about the recent supply situation. Boss Zhang, how is your business recently? Are there any major fluctuations in the price of raw materials? Hey, it's okay, but some of the hottest products, such as the premium Genoa ham and some specific dried mushrooms, are hard to get recently, and the prices have gone up a bit. Boss Zhang sighed. It is said that the weather in the production area is bad, which has affected the harvest. Su Guoqiang also nodded. Yes, in our business, we are afraid of problems with raw materials. Lin Feng asked about the situation of several other suppliers indirectly, and Boss Zhang told him everything he knew. After leaving Zhang's, Lin Feng's doubts were not eliminated, but the feeling of uneasiness became more obvious. The yellow light warning did not seem to be groundless. In the afternoon, Lin Feng accompanied Suan to visit several new commercial areas to make preliminary investigations for the location of the branch. Suan was dressed in a neat business suit, holding a small notebook and carefully recording and analyzing the flow of people, consumer groups, and surrounding environment in various places, looking like a professional strong woman. This location is good. Although the rent is a bit expensive, there is a large office building across the street. There are many white-collar workers with strong purchasing power, which fits the upgraded positioning of our home cooking 2.0. Suan pointed to a popular shop on the street, her eyes shining. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and gave some reference opinions from time to time. Looking at Suwan's focused and energetic appearance, he felt that all the efforts and vigilance were worth it. Just as they were discussing heatedly, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It was Manager Wang from the restaurant. Boss Lin, something bad has happened. Manager Wang's voice was filled with anxiety. The guys from Fuyuanji just delivered the goods. When we inspected the goods, we found that the taste of the premium soy sauce they sent seemed to be wrong. Fuyuanji is the exclusive soy sauce supplier for several signature braised dishes of father-in-law's home cooking, especially dompa pork. We have been cooperating with it for many years and the quality has been very stable. Lin Feng frowned, and the yellow light of crisis warning advanced in his mind suddenly flashed at this moment, brighter than any time before. Jaolong, are you finally going to make a move? Lin Feng's lips curled up in an icy arc, but his eyes flashed with a hint of excitement like a hunter discovering his prey. Don't panic, tell the kitchen staff not to use that batch of soy sauce. I'll be back soon. He said to manager Wang in a deep voice, and then said to Suan softly, Warner, there's a small problem at the restaurant, I have to go back first. We'll look at the location next time. Suan was very smart. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, she knew that the matter was not simple. She nodded obediently, okay, go quickly, and be careful on the road. Crisis is often accompanied by a lot of experience points. Lin Feng is not afraid, but rather looking forward to it. What kind of gift will Jaolong give him this time? Chapter 53, The Surprise in Soy Sauce, Business Sense Shows Its Power. Lin Feng hung up the phone, and the gentleness on his face was instantly covered by a layer of coldness. Warner, there's a small problem at the restaurant. I have to go back first. We'll look at the location next time. Seeing his serious expression, Suan immediately understood that the matter was not simple, and nodded obediently, okay, go quickly, be careful on the road. Call me anytime if you have anything. Don't worry. Lin Feng squeezed her hand and walked quickly towards the parking lot. As he sped along, the yellow light of crisis warning advanced, and his mind was still flashing blindingly, and the uneasy omen weighed on his heart like a physical object. Jaolong, this haunting fellow, had indeed started to act up again. It was just unknown what surprise he had prepared this time. At the door of father-in-law's home cooking 2.0, manager Wang was pacing anxiously. Seeing Lin Feng was like seeing a savior. Boss Lin, you are finally here. Where's the soy sauce? Take me to see it. Lin Feng went straight to the point. In a corner of the kitchen, several boxes of soy sauce labeled Fuyuanji Special Dark Soy Sauce were isolated. Manager Wang pointed to one of the opened bottles and said, Boss Lin, smell it. This smell is wrong. It's not the mellow aroma we usually use. Instead, it's a bit pungent. Lin Feng unscrewed the bottle cap and sniffed it. A slightly chemical smell that was completely different from the signature aroma of Fuyuanji soy sauce entered his nostrils. His eyes were stern, and he poured out a little more and twisted it between his fingertips. The texture seemed to be thinner than usual. When was this batch of goods delivered? Who received the goods? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Just half an hour ago, it was the deliveryman named Li from Fuyuanji. When Xiao Zhang inspected the goods, he felt that the smell was not right and quickly told me. Fortunately, it was discovered early and had not been used yet. Manager Wang said thankfully. Lin Feng's Mind Survey Primary scanned Manager Wang and Xiao Zhang, and both showed a normal light green color, nothing unusual. It seemed that the internal staff were doing their job conscientiously. We have cooperated with Fuyuanji for so many years, and Uncle Su has always said that their quality is stable. How could such a problem suddenly occur? Su Guoqiang also walked over from the stove, his face grim. He personally picked up an unopened bottle and carefully checked the packaging. The seal seemed a bit rough. Dad, don't worry. Lin Feng comforted him. Manager Wang notified the owner of Fuyuanji immediately and asked him to come over right away. In addition, all dishes that require soy sauce today will be temporarily suspended, or we can find a way to replace it with the spare soy sauce in our inventory, but the quality must be guaranteed. If the reserve is insufficient, it is better not to serve the dishes than to ruin the reputation. Understood. Manager Wang immediately went to do it. Lin Feng picked up his phone and took a few clear photos of the batch of problematic soy sauce, including the batch number and the sealing details. His primary business sense told him that this was by no means a simple quality issue, and there must be something fishy behind it. Jaolong's goal was nothing more than to completely destroy the reputation of father-in-law's home cooking through food safety issues. The last cockroach incident was just a minor incident. If this batch of problematic soy sauce was used this time, the consequences would be disastrous. Less than half an hour later, Mr. Liu from Fuyuanji came over, sweating profusely. He was a slightly plump middle-aged man in his 50s. As soon as he entered the door, he apologized repeatedly. Brother Su, Boss Lin, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I was stunned when I received the call. Fuyuanji has been doing neighborhood business for decades, and this has never happened before. Lin Feng activated the Human Heart Survey Elementary, and saw Boss Liu showing a light yellow halo of anxiety and confusion, mixed with a hint of fear, which did not seem fake. Boss Liu, don't rush to apologize. Lin Feng motioned him to sit down. Take a look at this batch of soy sauce yourself first. Boss Liu picked up a bottle, unscrewed it and smelled it. His face suddenly changed. This is not our Fuyuanji soy sauce. The taste is wrong, and the color is wrong. This is definitely not the product that comes out of our factory. Oh? Lin Feng remained calm, but your deliveryman Xiaoli delivered it personally, and the receipt is here. Boss Lu took the receipt, his hand shaking a little. The handwriting on this receipt, looks like Xiaoli's, but. He looked up suddenly. Xiaoli didn't arrange to deliver the goods to you today. He should have gone to those shops in the west of the city today. I spoke to him on the phone this morning. Su Guoqiang was also stunned. No delivery was arranged? Then who delivered this thing? Could it be someone impersonating us? Manager Wang guessed. Xiao Shang, think about it carefully. Is the person who delivered the goods today really the usual Xiaoli? Lin Feng turned to Xiao Zhang, the young chef who was in charge of inspecting the goods. Xiao Zhang tried to recall and said uncertainly, he was wearing a hat and a mask, and his figure looked a bit similar. He said it was from Fuyuanji, and the order form was correct, so I didn't think much about it. Lin Feng already understood about 70% of the situation. This was obviously a carefully planned substitution. Not only did the other party forge Fuyuanji's soy sauce, they may have also mastered Fuyuanji's delivery process, or even bribed someone in a certain link, or simply sent someone to impersonate. Boss Lu, please contact the Xiaoli you mentioned immediately to verify his whereabouts today. In addition, check the batch number of this batch of goods to see if there is a corresponding shipping record in your factory. Lin Feng made arrangements in a clear and orderly manner. Boss Lu nodded quickly and took out his cell phone tremblingly to make a call. Soon, the call was connected, and Boss Lu yelled a few words to the other end of the phone, his face becoming increasingly ugly. After hanging up the phone, he almost cried, Boss Lin, Brother Su, something big happened. Xiaoli said that he really didn't come to your place today. He delivered the goods to the west of the city, and his car broke down halfway. He waited for the tow truck for almost an hour. Moreover, he said that someone pretended to be someone from our factory this morning and called him to ask about today's delivery route and time. As for this batch number, Boss Lu looked at the photo taken by Lin Feng. Our factory has never produced soy sauce with this batch number. This is definitely fake. Someone is framing us at Fuyuanji, and they also want to harm father-in-law's home cooking. The truth is obvious. Jaolong's method was more covert and vicious than last time. If Xiao Zhang had not been careful enough, Manager Wang had not reported it in time, and Lin Feng happened to have, crisis warning advanced, once this batch of fake soy sauce that was enough to cause a serious food safety accident flowed into the kitchen, the consequences would be disastrous. Father-in-law's home cooking has just become famous thanks to Ji Chang's food reviews. If a food safety scandal breaks out, all previous efforts will be wasted and the restaurant may even face the risk of closing down. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Jaolong's surprise was really timely. Boss Lu, don't panic. Lin Feng said calmly, in this matter, you and we are both victims. The most important thing now is to track down the source of this batch of fake soy sauce and report it to the police. Yes, call the police. We must call the police. Boss Lu nodded repeatedly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Feng looked at Su Guoqiang. Dad, what do you think? Su Guoqiang's face turned pale, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Call the police. This kind of conscienceless beast must not be let off. Manager Wang immediately called the police. While waiting for the police, Lin Feng said to Boss Lu, for the sake of safety and the reputation of Fuyuanji, I suggest that you immediately notify all customers who received your goods today and ask them to carefully check the soy sauce they received to prevent other restaurants from being fooled. Boss Lu looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Boss Lin, you are so magnanimous. I'll do it right away. Thank you so much. If you hadn't discovered it earlier, our Fuyuanji brand would have been completely ruined. Lin Feng's basic business sense was extremely active at this moment. He not only saw the crisis in front of him, but also saw the chain reaction and response strategies hidden behind the crisis. While protecting his own brand, he also indirectly maintained the reputation of the supplier. This way of handling things was far more clever than simply accusing and claiming compensation. Ding! Successfully identified and initially resolved the toxic soy sauce crisis, demonstrated excellent business insight and crisis handling ability, and was rewarded with 300 points of wife-loving value. Wisdom value plus 30. The host's primary business knows experience value was greatly improved, and it is one step closer to upgrading. Ding! Because the host responded calmly and protected his family and property from major losses, Suan's love value plus 15, wife-loving value plus 45 double love. Ding! Because the host maintains the reputation of father-in-law's home cooking, Su Guoqiang's recognition is improved, reputation value plus 20, wife-loving value plus 20. A series of system prompts made Lin Feng feel much better. Jaolong, Jaolong, every time you take action, you are sending me warmth. The police arrived quickly, took away samples and related records, and said they would open a case for investigation. After sending away the police and the still shocked boss Lu, the atmosphere in the kitchen eased a little. Su Guoqiang sat down on the chair and took a long breath. Xiaofeng, today is all thanks to you. Otherwise, our store. Dad, we are family and we should keep our differences. Lin Feng handed over a glass of water. Since Jaolong has made a move, we should accept it. He wants to use such a despicable method, which only shows that he has run out of tricks. Suan also called. She was relieved to learn that the matter had been preliminarily resolved. Her words were full of fear and dependence on Lin Feng. Lin Feng comforted his wife with a few words, hung up the phone, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Jaolong, do you think this is the end? He opened the backstage of his vlog account and looked at the ever-increasing number of fans and comments. A new idea gradually took shape in his mind. Crisis is sometimes the best material. Since Jaolong likes performing so much, why not direct a good play for him and all the people who pay attention to this matter to appreciate it? The brand road of father-in-law's home cooking is not destined to be smooth, but every crisis resolved will become the most exciting footnote of the brand story. And those who try to trip it up will eventually become a laughingstock and a stable contributor to the value of spoiling the wife. Chapter 54, The Black-Hearted Soy Sauce is Exposed. Do you want this traffic? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Jaolong's move was sinister and vicious, but it also provided him with excellent material. Instead of passively waiting for the results of the investigation, it is better to take the initiative and turn this crisis into a fake fighting live broadcast watched by the whole nation. He immediately started planning a new vlog and even thought of a title, shocking. Who is poisoning our dining table? The secrets of the kitchen of father-in-law's home cooking are revealed. Dad, Warner, I plan to make this soy sauce incident into a vlog. During dinner, Lin Feng expressed his thoughts. Su Guoqiang frowned. Xiaofeng, if this kind of thing is exposed, will it be bad for the reputation of the restaurant? What if someone takes it out of context? Dad, information is so developed nowadays that it's impossible to cover it up completely. The more we try to cover it up, the more suspicious others will be. Lin Feng explained, if we can openly explain the whole story and show our strict quality control and timely detection of problems, we can win everyone's trust. Moreover, we can also let those villains hiding in the dark see how despicable their methods are. Suan was listening on the side. She had an almost blind trust in Lin Feng, and her eyes were shining at this moment. Husband, I support you. We have nothing to fear if we are upright. We must teach those bad guys a lesson. She waved her little fist gently, with a bit of the innocence and sense of justice of a little girl. Suan's love value plus 10, trust increased, wife loving value plus 30 double love. Su Guoqiang pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Okay. Let's do as you say. What I hate most in my life is people who tamper with food. Let's show the kitchen to everyone and let them see the conscience of father-in-law's home cooking. The old man was also aroused. After making a plan, Lin Feng immediately took action. He first placed the boxes of problematic soy sauce intact in front of the camera, giving clear close-ups of the fake labels and rough seals on the bottles. Then, he used the recordings processed and authorized provided by Mr. Lu of Fuyuanji, which stated that the deliveryman Shaoli did not deliver the goods to his family that day, and that someone pretended to be from the factory to inquire about the delivery route, as circumstantial evidence. When shooting the vlog, Lin Feng did not deliberately exaggerate the tragedy, but instead narrated the incident in a calm and objective tone, from how manager Wang and chef Xiao Zhang discovered the abnormality of the soy sauce with their experience and sense of responsibility, to how the restaurant immediately sealed the problematic products, proactively called the police, and notified the supplier. Su Guoqiang also appeared in the video. Facing the camera, the old man spoke with deep sorrow about the importance of food safety to a chef and a restaurant. His words were sincere and moving. At the end of the vlog, Lin Feng changed the subject, with a faint sneer on his face. We believe that the relevant departments will get to the bottom of this and find out the culprit behind the scenes. The reputation of father-in-law's home cooking today is based on the trust of diners and our adherence to quality. Anyone who wants to destroy this trust by despicable means will only end up shooting himself in the foot. Oh, by the way, I also want to especially thank this friend behind the scenes for providing such explosive material for our latest vlog. We will accept this traffic. These words are both a righteous statement and an undisguised mockery. After the vlog was edited, it was quickly released on the internet with the title How Can Poison Be Allowed in the Kitchen? The secret of father-in-law's home cooking being exposed to the black-hearted soy sauce incident. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Less than an hour after the video was released, the number of clicks and comments soared like a rocket. Fuck. This is too cruel. They actually use fake soy sauce to harm people. Boss Lin is awesome. He handled the situation so decisively. Fortunately, he discovered it early. Uncle Sue is right. If the catering business loses its conscience, what business is it for? I support father-in-law's home cooking. I'll stick with yours from now on. That last part made me laugh to death. Boss Lin really knows how to be sarcastic. Is it okay to thank the opponent for sending materials? This was definitely done by Jaolong. Who else but him would be so despicable? We must conduct a thorough investigation. People like this should be arrested and sentenced. Public opinion on the internet was almost unanimous in supporting father-in-law's home cooking and condemning the despicable behavior of the mastermind behind the scenes. Not only did the restaurant's reputation not suffer, but it also won more goodwill and trust because of its proper handling of the crisis. Ding! The vlog "The Kitchen is a Key Place, How Can You Allow Poisoning?" was successfully released, sparking heated discussions across the internet, with positive public opinion rising. The host demonstrated excellent crisis public relations capabilities and public opinion guidance skills, and was rewarded with 800 points of wife-loving value. Reputation value plus 100. Wisdom value plus 50. Ding! The experience value of the skill, basic crisis public relations, has been greatly increased, and it has been upgraded to intermediate crisis public relations. Ding! Received admiration from netizen Justice Iron Fist, wife-loving value plus 10. Ding! Received the anger value from the netizen Little Fairy who loves to eat melons towards the mastermind behind the scenes, and the wife-loving value plus 8. In Suya's apartment, she looked at the overwhelming comments on her phone, her face turning pale. In the video, Lin Feng was calm and confident, Suan was still radiant even though she only appeared briefly, and Su Guoqian also looked righteous. All of this made her feel extremely dazzling. Mom! Look at Lin Feng. He turned a bad thing into a good thing again. Suya was so angry that she threw her phone on the sofa. Lu Mylan came over to take a look, curled her lips, and could not hide her jealousy. Humph, I think he is just lucky. He is just trying to attract attention. This kind of method will not last long. Ding! Received strong jealousy and reluctance from Suya, wife-loving value plus 180. Ding! Received jealousy and bitterness from Lu Mylan, wife-loving value plus 95. Zhao Group President's Office. Waste. A bunch of waste. Jaolong smashed the tablet in his hand to the ground, and the screen instantly shattered into pieces. He had carefully planned the poisonous soy sauce incident, thinking that it would bring disaster to Lin Feng and father-in-law's home cooking, but he didn't expect that the other party would easily resolve the crisis and even turn the tables on him, nailing him to the pillar of shame of a despicable villain. Lin Feng's last word "thank you" in the video was like a loud slap in the face, making his cheek burn with pain. Lin Feng. I want to see how long you can be so proud. Jaolong's forehead was bulging with veins, and his eyes were flashing with more resentment. He felt like a clown, being played around by Lin Feng again and again. This feeling of frustration almost drove him crazy. Ding! Received extreme anger and jealousy from Jaolong, wife-loving value plus 350. Lin Feng was in a good mood as he looked at the skyrocketing wife-loving value in the system. Every gift from Jaolong brought him one step closer to his goal. Hubby, you're awesome. Suan hugged Lin Feng from behind and rubbed her face against his back, full of admiration. Now everyone on the internet is praising us. Lin Feng turned around, took her into his arms, and kissed her on the smooth forehead. This is just the beginning. Some people will not stop until they are completely defeated. He knew that Jaolong's revenge would never stop there. But now, he was becoming more and more powerful and more confident. The brand road of father-in-law's home cooking is destined to be full of ups and downs, but it is precisely because of these ups and downs that the rainbow ahead is more exciting. And those clowns who try to stir up trouble will eventually only become stepping stones on his road to success, and a cash machine for endless wife-loving value withdrawal. Chapter 55. Director Suan is online, the strongest assistant with money ability. The toxic soy sauce incident eventually added fuel to the fire of father-in-law's home cooking in a black humorous way. The long queue at the restaurant door remained, the discussion on the internet was still hot, and the number of fans of Lin Feng's vlog account ushered in another surge. Jaolong's attempt to steal the chicken not only failed to hurt Lin Feng in the slightest, but also made himself very angry, and contributed a huge amount of wife-loving value. After dinner that day, the family sat in the living room in a relaxed atmosphere. Xiaofeng, this time it's thanks to your quick reaction, otherwise our reputation would be in jeopardy. Su Guoqiang still feels a little scared when he thinks back on it, but he is more impressed by his son-in-law. Lin Feng smiled and said, Dad, we are all family. Jaolong is so eager to make a stupid move, which means he has run out of tricks. We should continue to develop as we should, and don't pay too much attention to him. Suan handed Lin Feng a cup of freshly brewed tea, her eyes full of admiration. Husband, you are so awesome. Now many people on the internet call you anti-black pioneer and Conan of the catering industry. Lin Feng scratched her nose and said, you are the only one who is poor. However, brand expansion should be put on the agenda. I already have a few preliminary targets for the location of the first batch of branches. He paused and looked at Suan. As for the design, I will leave it to our director Suan. Suan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she nodded vigorously, her eyes firm. Well, leave it to me. I have already started to conceive in the past few days, and I will ensure that each branch has the soul of father-in-law's home cooking and its own unique beauty. Since Lin Feng announced in his last vlog that Suan would lead the design, Suan has been full of energy like a fully inflated ball. She turned the second bedroom into her own temporary studio, filled with drawing boards, various design books, and color cards, just like a professional designer. In the next few days, Suan was almost immersed in the design plan. Sometimes she concentrated on the architectural plan on the computer screen, and sometimes she picked up a brush and quickly sketched the inspiration in her mind on paper. Lin Feng noticed that she had light dark circles under her eyes, but her spirit was extremely excited. That day, Lin Feng pushed open the door of the studio and saw Suan worrying about a pile of expensive environmentally friendly material samples. What's wrong, Director Su? Have you encountered any difficulties? Lin Feng walked over and gently put his arms around her waist from behind. Suan leaned in his arms and pointed to one of the bamboo wall panels with elegant texture. This material is particularly suitable for my design in terms of texture and environmental protection concept, but the price is much higher than expected. If several branches use it, it will be a considerable expense. She was a little hesitant, afraid of adding too much budget pressure to Lin Feng. After listening to him, Lin Feng picked up the sample without hesitation, looked at it carefully against the light, then looked at Suan's sparkling eyes with a hint of worry, and said with a smile, use it. As long as it is what you like and can make your design perfectly presented, there is no upper limit to the budget. My director Su, just be bold and create, and your husband will take care of the rest. Really? Suan turned her head in surprise, and the light in her eyes was instantly ignited. Of course it's true. Lin Feng kissed her forehead. My money ability is just to assist you, a great designer. Ding! The host dotes on his wife and provides Suan with unlimited budget support. Suan's love value is plus 20, and her happiness is overflowing. The reward is plus 60 double love. Ding! The host supports Suan's career, improves her self-confidence and sense of value, and rewards her with wisdom plus 10 and charm plus 5. Suan burst out laughing at Lin Feng's amusement, and the worries in her heart disappeared. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Feng hard on the cheek. Thank you, husband. You are really the best husband in the world. With Lin Feng's imperial sword, Suan's design ideas were completely opened up. She was no longer restrained and began to use some new materials and design concepts more boldly, while cleverly integrating the traditional elements that Su Guoqiang insisted on, striving to achieve a perfect balance between practicality and aesthetics. Lin Feng looked at Suan concentrating on her work, and his heart was filled with pride. Under the light, her serious face seemed to be coated with a layer of soft light, and the confidence and concentration radiating from the inside out were more dazzling than any precious jewelry. A thought flashed through his mind. Warner, I was wondering if we should also make a vlog of your design process? Lin Feng suggested, how about calling it the birth of designer Suan and the brand upgrade of father-in-law's home cooking? Let everyone see how our future branches are transformed from drawings into reality, and let everyone see the talents of our Suzhou University designers. Suan blushed a little embarrassedly when she heard this. Taking a picture of me, isn't that too deliberate? How could it be deliberate? Lin Feng said seriously, you are doing things based on your real ability. What's wrong with sharing beautiful things with everyone? Besides, you are now the most beautiful and talented person in our father-in-law's home cooking brand. You must appear more often to help your husband attract more fans, and by the way, harvest some envy, jealousy and hatred, so that I can increase my wife-loving value. He spoke the second half of the sentence in a low voice with a hint of joking. Suan was amused by his last sentence and glared at him. I know you're just thinking about your wife-loving value. But, if you think it can help the brand, I will cooperate. Ding. Suan accepts the vlog shooting proposal and is willing to show her talent. Her trust in the host increases, and her love value increases by 15 and her wife-loving value increases by 45, double her love. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. The system prompt once again proved that his decision was correct. This was not only for the system reward, but also because he sincerely hoped that Suwan's talent could be seen by more people and that she could shine in the career she loved. That's settled. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. I'll prepare the filming equipment tomorrow and record the whole process of our director Su's heroic performance. Suan looked at the undisguised admiration and encouragement in Lin Feng's eyes, and a warm current surged in her heart. She knew that with Lin Feng around, she could pursue her dream without any scruples. Lin Feng also knew that Suwan's joining not only added color to the brand image of UFO home cooking, but also injected soul and warmth into their common business. Their business empire is expanding steadily in a way full of love and warmth. Chapter 56 Director Sua's first vlog show, the whole network is amazed. Lin Feng did what he said. The next day, he bought professional filming and recording equipment. He did not hire anyone else, but served as the photographer and director himself, saying, Director Su's exclusive team will make sure you are photographed as beautiful as a fairy and full of talent. Suan blushed at his amusement and said angrily, You just keep talking nonsense. Take good pictures and don't make me ugly. She said so, but when Lin Feng pointed the camera at her, she quickly got into work mode. In the temporary studio, Suan carefully explained her design ideas while looking at the floor plans of several branches. This store is located in the old city, surrounded by many historical buildings, so I hope to incorporate some retro window lattices and brick wall elements on the basis of modern simplicity, which can not only echo the environment, but also reflect the cultural accumulation of father-in-law's home cooking. Suan, under the camera, has a focused look and clear ideas. Occasionally, she would pick up a brush and draw a few strokes on the drawing, showing her professionalism. Lin Feng would occasionally make jokes to liven up the atmosphere. Director Su, this material looks very expensive. Our budget. Suan rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you say that there is no upper limit to the budget? This microcement imported from Italy is environmentally friendly and wear-resistant, with a great texture. It is most suitable for use in catering spaces with high traffic. Okay, Director Su has the final say. Swipe my card. Lin Feng winked at the camera, looking like a henpecked husband who was content with it. During the shooting process, Lin Feng also deliberately captured many details of Suwan's work. In order to choose the most suitable lamps, she compared dozens of products on the computer in order to ensure the perfection of the color scheme. She took the color cards and repeatedly considered them under different lights. She even drew several drafts for the style of an ornament. These inadvertent moments were all recorded by Lin Feng's camera. He knew that these were the things that could touch people's hearts the most. After accumulating enough material for the vlog, Lin Feng edited it himself. He named the vlog brand Upgrade of Father-in-Law's Home Cooking. My treasure designer wife is online, added some lighthearted background music, and posted it on his account. As soon as the video was released, the number of clicks and comments exploded instantly. Fuck. Lin Feng's wife is so pretty. She could have relied on her looks, but she chose to rely on her talent. Ms. Suan is so professional. She explains things very clearly. I love it. The budget is unlimited. What kind of godly husband is Boss Lin? I'm jealous, really jealous. I'll drink this dog food first as a sign of respect. You show off your wealth and your wife, Lin Feng, you understand traffic. I only knew that father-in-law's home cooking was delicious before, but I didn't expect the story behind it to be so exciting. I really like the design concept of designer Suan, and I look forward to the opening of the new store. The one above, I've already started saving up money to check in at all the branches. What kind of fairy tale love is this between Lin Feng and Suan? One is fully supportive, and the other is talented. I am so impressed. The comments section is filled with praise and envy, and of course, there are also cries from the jealous people. Ding! Vlog brand upgrade record has sparked heated discussions across the internet, with positive comments dominating the mainstream. A large number of netizens have expressed their appreciation for Suwan's talent and beauty, and their envy of the love between the host and Suan. Reward, 1,200 points of wife-loving value. Reputation value plus 150. Suwan's personal charm value has increased. Ding! Received strong jealousy from netizen you and me under the lemon tree, wife loving value plus 15. Ding. Received the envy and jealousy from the netizen single dogs roar, the wife loving value plus 12. Ding. Suan's self-confidence has greatly increased due to public recognition, and she is overflowing with happiness. Love value plus 25, wife loving value plus 75 double love. Lin Phone looked at the prompts that were constantly refreshing in the system background, and the curve of his mouth never dropped. In Suya's apartment, she was wearing a facial mask and browsing her phone. When she saw Lin Feng's newly released vlog, she was so angry that she almost crushed her phone. In the video, Suan was confident and calm, talking freely, with a doted look in her eyes. And Lin Feng's words "no upper limit to the budget" pierced her heart like a needle. Mom! Look at Lin Feng. He brought Suan out to show off again. She's a designer. What does Suan know about design? Suya screamed and threw the phone to Lu Mylan. Lu Mylan leaned over to take a look, and her face turned ugly. She hated Suan's smug look when she was being held in the palm of her hand. Especially Lin Feng's undisguised doting and financial strength made her jealous and crazy. Humph, just pretending. I wonder how long they can be so proud. Lu Mylan said sourly, maybe those materials are just cheap stuff, specially auctioned to deceive people. Ding. Received jealousy and resentment from Suya, wife loving value plus 220. Ding. Received strong jealousy and resentment from Lu Mylan, wife loving value plus 150. Zhao Group. Jaolong's assistant carefully handed the tablet over. Boss Zhao, Lin Feng, has posted a new video. Jaolong grabbed the tablet and opened the video. When he saw Suan confidently explaining her design concept in front of the camera, while Lin Feng looked at her lovingly and showed off their affection with his money from time to time, Jaolong's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Bang! The tablet was smashed to the ground again, and the screen cracked. Lin Feng. Suan. Jaolong gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He felt that all his efforts and suppression were like a joke in front of Lin Feng. Not only was the other party unscathed, but he repeatedly stepped on the crises he created, gaining both fame and fortune, and feeling very proud. This feeling of powerlessness and frustration almost swallowed him up. Ding. Received extreme anger, jealousy and impotent rage from Jaolong, wife loving value plus 550. Host villain suppression effect improved. Lin Feng felt the warmth surging in his body and the skyrocketing values on the system panel, and he felt extremely happy. Wife, look, everyone is praising you. Lin Feng handed the phone to Suan and said as if to take credit. Suan looked at the praises and blessings in the comments section, her cheeks flushed, her heart was sweet, and she felt a little embarrassed. Oh, they are exaggerating. How is that an exaggeration? My wife is the best. Lin Feng held her in his arms and kissed her on the forehead. Let's shoot a series of vlogs in the future to record the birth process of all the branches of father-in-law's home cooking, so that everyone can witness the talent of our Suzhou University designers and our happiness. Suan leaned in Lin Feng's arms and nodded vigorously. She knew that with Lin Feng around, her talent would not be buried and her dreams would come true one by one. Lin Feng also became more determined in his idea. The perfect combination of career and pampering his wife can not only make the brand story of father-in-law's home cooking more full and moving, but also continuously harvest the pampering value for his wife, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. In his opinion, Jaolong's little tricks were becoming less and less presentable. The real crushing was standing at a height that he could never reach, leaving him without even the qualifications to look up to him. The brand road of father-in-law's home cooking and the road to happiness for him and Suan are still long. Lin Feng is full of expectations for this. Chapter 57, the whole network is shocked and jealous. The speed at which Suwan's designer vlog spread after its release far exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Instead of fading away over time, the popularity spread like a virus on various social media. The title has gradually evolved from the original treasure designer wife to fairy love. Have you ever seen pampering with unlimited budget, from school uniforms to wedding dresses, and then to business partners? This is the top configuration of love, other people's husbands series, Lin Feng's money ability and Suwan's talent. Below the video, the comments section has already been filled with a towering building. I declare that Lin Feng is the ceiling of my idea of a spoiled wife, and I will not accept any rebuttal. I used to only envy Suan for having such a handsome husband, but now I realize that she is so outstanding herself. This is a powerful combination. There is no upper limit to the budget. Sisters, I am so jealous when I hear this. I am crying. The one above, stop crying, quickly repost this to absorb the good luck, and try to meet a god-like husband like this in your next life. Am I the only one who noticed the doting look in Boss Lin's eyes when he said swipe my card? It was so sweet. It's not just sweet, it's simply dog slaughter. Why would a single person like me click on this video to be tortured? Of course, in addition to envy and blessings, doubts and sour remarks also began to emerge. Oh, you're just putting on a show, right? How can there be so many perfect love and careers? It's just a game played by the second generation of rich people. When the novelty wears off, it will all be a mess. Lin Feng has become rich too quickly. Is there some shady deal going on behind the scenes? That's right, how can an ordinary person just casually have an unlimited budget? Won't the tax bureau investigate him? These sporadic doubts were soon drowned out by the mainstream praise, but they were like ice cubes thrown into boiling oil, which instead aroused greater enthusiasm for discussion and pushed the popularity of Lin Feng and Suan to a new peak. Lin Feng looked at these comments with a smile on his face. He didn't care about those doubts, because facts speak louder than words. More importantly, these overwhelming discussions, especially those mixed with envy, jealousy, and hatred, were continuously delivering the sweetest fruits to him. Ding! Received jealousy value from netizen anonymous lemon essence, wife loving value +5. Ding! Received a sour grapes message from the anti-rich alliance netizens, wife loving value +3. Ding! The popularity of online discussions continues to rise. Suwan's talent and charm are widely recognized. The host's behavior of pampering his wife has caused a large-scale positive and negative emotional impact. The comprehensive reward for pampering his wife is 1,888 points. Reputation value +200. Lin Feng's personal brand effect is enhanced. Honey, look, so many people are praising me again. Suan also held her phone, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling, obviously pleased by the positive reviews online. Her self-confidence rose steadily like bamboo shoots after rain in the positive feedback. Of course, my wife is the best. Lin Feng took Suwan into his arms and kissed her on the smooth forehead. They are telling the truth. Suwan was so delighted by his coaxing that she said a little embarrassedly, "You're just a chatterbox." But I'm really happy to see so many people like my design. More people will like it in the future. Lin Feng said with a smile, "When our branches open one after another, your talent will be seen by more people." At the same time, in Suya's apartment, the atmosphere was as depressing as the sea before a storm. Ah! Suya screamed and threw the tablet in her hand against the wall. The screen shattered, just like her mood at the moment. In the video, the interaction between Lin Feng and Suwan, the harsh comments from netizens, every word pierced her heart like a needle. Why? Why does Suwan get all this? In terms of beauty, how am I worse than her? In terms of education, I also graduated from a prestigious university. Lin Feng must have been blind to treat Suwan like this. Suya had disheveled hair and looked like a madman. She had once fantasized about such a life, being the center of attention, being envied, and being held in the palm of an excellent man's hand. But now, the heroine of all this has become the sister she despises the most. The phrase "no upper limit to the budget" was like a spell circling in her mind. Back then, when she was with Lin Feng, she had to beg him for a long time for a brand name bag, and Lin Feng could only satisfy her by gritting his teeth. But now, he was so extravagant with Suwan, without blinking an eye. Regret, jealousy, and unwillingness gnawed at her heart like poisonous snakes. Lu Mylan sat aside, her face livid, and she felt mixed emotions watching her daughter lose control. How could she not be jealous? How could that loser Su Guiqiang give birth to a daughter as lucky as Suwan, and get to be Lin Feng's cash cow? Xiaoya, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over such a person. Lu Mylan consoled dryly, but her tone was filled with sourness that could not be suppressed. How long can they be so proud? When Lin Feng gets tired of playing with Suwan, she will cry. Ding! Received extreme jealousy and regret from Suya, wife loving value +480. Ding! Received strong jealousy and resentment from Lu Mylan, wife loving value +260. At this moment, the president's office of the Zhao Group was already in a mess. The precious purple clay tea sets were shattered to the ground, and the valuable antique ornaments were not spared. Jaolong's eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He let out a low roar like a beast trapped in a cage. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! It's Lin Feng again! He stared at the other phone that his assistant handed to him tremblingly. On the screen, Lin Feng and Suan's vlog was still playing. Those sweet interactions and the comments praising Lin Feng's money ability were like sharp knives, stabbing his lungs. His family background and wealth, which he was so proud of, seemed like a joke in the face of Lin Feng's casual remark, "There is no upper limit to the budget." He tried every means to suppress him, but not only did he fail to stop Lin Feng, but he allowed him to step on his face again and again to climb up. His fame became more and more famous, his wealth increased, and even that bitch Suan was promoted to fame. Why? Why can't I beat him no matter what I do? Jaolong grabbed his hair, his voice hoarse, full of unwillingness and despair. He felt that all his dignity and pride had been crushed to the ground by Lin Feng, who had stepped on him hard several times. The assistant stood aside, not daring to breathe, fearing that the fire would affect the innocent. He had never seen Mr. Zhao lose his composure like this before. It was a feeling of powerlessness and madness on the verge of collapse that came from his bones. Investigate for me. Keep investigating. I don't believe that Lin Feng is really invincible. I want him to die. Let him and Suan die together. Jaolong raised his head suddenly, with a terrifying fierce light flashing in his eyes, and his voice sounded like it came from hell. Ding! Received Jaolong's overwhelming anger, extreme jealousy, despair on the verge of collapse, and crazy murderous intent, wife-loving value plus 888. Warning, strong malicious intent detected, please pay attention to your own safety. The long-lost warning sound from the system made Lin Feng's eyes narrow slightly. It seemed that Jaolong was really stimulated to the point of losing his mind. However, he was not worried. He was no longer the soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. Both, crisis warning advanced, and elementary fighting skills, gave him enough confidence. What's more, the crazier Jaolong is, the more wife-loving points he contributes. This deal is a win-win no matter how you calculate it. What's wrong, husband? Suan noticed the subtle change in Lin Feng's expression. Lin Feng smiled slightly and hugged her tighter. Nothing, I just feel that our happiness is the best response to certain people. The more they jump up and down, the better our life is. Suan nodded as if she understood, and snuggled in Lin Feng's arms, feeling the warmth and sense of security he brought her. Lin Feng felt very happy as he looked at the wife-loving value on the system panel, which had skyrocketed again. Jaolong, it seems that you really want to play the role of best assistant on my road of being a wife-loving maniac. The road ahead will only become more and more exciting. Chapter 58: Jaolong's despair and counterattack. Jaolong's office no longer had the appearance of a business elite. On the floor were broken pieces of a priceless purple clay teapot, a hole was smashed in the Italian custom-made desk, and expensive cigars were scattered all over the floor, trampled into pieces. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy, he had torn off 2 buttons of his shirt, and his tie was hanging crookedly around his neck, like an angry but helpless trapped beast. Lin Feng. He growled, his voice hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The assistant knocked on the door carefully for the 3rd time and came in with a glass of water in his hand. Mr. Zhao, please, drink some water. Jaolong turned around suddenly, his eyes were so fierce that the assistant shuddered and the cup of water in his hand almost fell to the ground. Roll. The assistant retreated in a hurry as if he had been pardoned. Jaolong grabbed his hair in annoyance, his mind full of the dazzling smiles of Lin Feng and Suan in the vlog, as well as the comments on the internet that belittled him as worthless. He was the heir of the Zhao group and a well-known figure in Ninghai City, but he was played around by a poor boy who came out of nowhere. Financial suppression? Lin Feng's capital chain seemed endless. Public opinion attack? Lin Feng's vlog account has much greater influence than the marketing account he paid for. It can always turn danger into safety, and even attract a wave of fans, nailing Jaolong to the pillar of shame and rubbing him repeatedly. Even his family background and wealth, which he was so proud of, seemed so ridiculous in front of Lin Feng's light-hearted words. There is no upper limit to the budget. Suan, the woman who used to blush and feel her heart beating fast when he showed her kindness, now smiled sweetly at Lin Feng, with love in her eyes. Why? Where did he lose? Jaolong suddenly swept the last complete ornament on the table to the ground with a loud noise. He lost miserably, and lost so badly that there was no hope of a comeback. The huge sense of frustration and humiliation almost swallowed him up. He gasped, his chest heaving violently, and an almost crazy idea gradually formed in his mind. Since I can't beat you in business and can't discredit you in public opinion, I will make you disappear from this world completely. Jaolong's eyes turned sinister and malicious, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. He took out his cell phone, found a number he hadn't contacted for a long time, and dialed it. The call was connected, and a hoarse voice came from the other end. "Hello? Who is this?" "Black Panther, it's me." Jaolong's voice was as cold as ice. "I have a business deal. Do you want to do it?" Black Panther on the other end of the phone seemed a little surprised, then he chuckled. "It turns out to be Master Zhao. What brings you here?" "Master Zhao ordered me to do it, so there is no reason not to do it." "Tell me, what is the job?" "I want to be alone, and disappear completely." Jaolong spoke each word with undisguised murderous intent in his voice, or, let him spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. "Money is not a problem." Black Panther was silent for a few seconds, and his tone became serious. "Master Zhao, this is no small matter." "Who is the other party?" "A man named Lin Feng opened a restaurant called Father-in-Law's Home Cooking. He has become a little famous on the internet recently." Jaolong's eyes flashed with contempt. "He doesn't have any background. He just got lucky and made some money. He doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Photos, address, and activity patterns, give them to me." Black Panther said decisively. "I'll send it to you. After it's done, the same old rules." Jaolong made a gesture, even though the other party couldn't see it. Black Panther whistled at the other end. "Mr. Zhao is really straightforward. Don't worry, I promise to do a great job for you. But you have to pay half of the deposit first." "No problem." Jaolong hung up the phone, and the crazy killing intent on his face became even stronger. He seemed to have seen Lin Feng's miserable appearance of having his limbs broken and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. "Lin Feng, let's see how arrogant you are. Let's see if Suan will still smile at a cripple." Thinking of this, he laughed morbidly, and the laughter echoed in the empty office, sounding particularly eerie. At the same time, in Lin Feng's mind, the vibration caused by the system's warning sound has not completely subsided. "Warning, strong malicious intent detected, please pay attention to your own safety." This is the first time that a warning of this level has appeared. The last time Jaolong was involved in the toxic soy sauce incident, the system only issued a warning, but the wording was far less severe than this time. Strong malice and crazy murderous intent mean that Jaolong is likely to resort to more extreme measures. "Honey, what's wrong with you? You've been absent-minded since just now." Suan came over with a plate of cut fruits and looked at him with some concern. Lin Feng came back to his senses, took the fruit plate, pulled Suan to sit next to him, and gently held her hand. "Nothing, just thinking about some business matters." Lin Feng didn't want her to worry too much, but he still needed to remind her, "Warner, Jaolong may have some abnormal behavior recently. We have to be more careful when we go out or in the store." Suan was very smart and immediately realized the deeper meaning of Lin Feng's words. He wants to do something bad again?" Her brows were slightly frowned, with a hint of nervousness and disgust towards Jaolong. "Well, he's just a clown who has run out of tricks," Lin Feng said lightly, with a soothing tone in his voice, "but it's unreasonable for a mad dog to bite people. We just need to be a little careful and don't let him get a chance to hurt you." He squeezed Suan's soft palm. "Don't worry, I'm here in one tea, let him succeed." Ding. The host comforts Suan, showing a strong desire to protect and a sense of responsibility. Suan's love value plus 10, sense of security improved, and the wife loving value plus 30 double the love. Suan looked at Lin Feng's determined eyes, and the uneasiness in her heart gradually dissipated. She nodded. "Well, I understand. You have to be careful too." "Me?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I am actually looking forward to him sending me some surprises. I feel like I am getting rusty in the basic fighting techniques recently, and I just need a sparring partner." If Jaolong knew that the physical attack he had painstakingly planned was just an opportunity for Lin Feng to practice with him and withdraw his wife-loving points, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Suan was amused by him and punched him lightly. "It's already this time, and you're still joking." Although she complained, she was relieved when she saw Lin Feng's confident look. She believed that her husband would be able to handle everything. Lin Feng was thinking in his heart. Since Jaolong had such an idea, it would definitely not be a small fight. He had crisis warning advanced, which could sense danger in advance, and basic fighting skills, could also deal with 3 or 5 ordinary people. But if the other party had more people or used weapons, he would need to be more cautious. It seems that it is time to go to the system mall to see if there are any new ways to save lives or props to improve the level of fighting skills. It's worth it to pamper his wife. Jaolong just generously donated a large sum of money, enough for him to splurge for a while. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Jaolong, since you were so eager to put your face forward, I don't mind slapping you a few more times to make you understand that there are some people you can never afford to offend. Chapter 59, Street Clash, Fighting Skills Demonstrated. As night falls, bright lights illuminate the bustling city. Lin Feng had just come out of a newly selected branch address and was about to pick up his car to go home. This street was relatively quiet, with few pedestrians, and the streetlights cast long shadows on the ground. The moment he unlocked the car door, the crisis warning advanced, in his mind suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, and a strong sense of danger mixed with violence and murderous intent poured down from his head like ice water. Target locked. It's him. Quick and decisive. Break both of his legs. In the shadows, 3 or 4 strong men holding steel pipes and baseball bats jumped down from an inconspicuous black van with a grin on their faces and surrounded us in a fan-shaped formation. They walked steadily and had fierce eyes, and were obviously veterans. The bald leader had a hideous scar on his face, and the steel pipe in his hand shone coldly under the street light. Boy, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Master Zhao asked us to loosen up your muscles. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and he understood. Jaolong, he had finally come to this point. He was not panicked at all, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The sparring partner has arrived. Just you guys? Lin Feng did not retreat but advanced, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. The bald-scarred man was enraged by his attitude. You don't know how to live or die. Come on. Break his legs. The nearest yellow-haired boy yelled and swung a baseball bat to hit him on the head. Lin Feng's body slightly tilted, and the baseball bat brushed past his ear with the sound of wind. Almost at the same time, his right foot kicked the yellow-haired man's shin accurately like a venomous snake coming out of a hole. Crack! A slight sound of bone fracture was accompanied by Huang Mao's shrill scream. The baseball bat in his hand flew out of his hand, and the whole person rolled on the ground holding his legs and wailing. The reaction speed and precise strikes granted by basic fighting skills were fully demonstrated at this moment. When the other 2 strong men saw this, a trace of astonishment flashed in their eyes, but then they pounced on him even more fiercely, attacking him from both sides with steel pipes and wooden sticks, blocking Lin Feng's retreat. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He took advantage of the cover of a parked car nearby, ducked down suddenly, dodged the swinging steel pipe, and at the same time hit a sturdy man's ribs with his elbow. Ugh! The sturdy man groaned, his face twisted in pain, and he couldn't hold the wooden stick steadily. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and used a standard grappling move to twist the opponent's wrist, snatched the wooden stick, and then swept it horizontally, hitting the arm of the other strong man holding the steel pipe hard. Dang! The steel pipe fell to the ground. The strong man felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if it was broken, and stepped back screaming. The bald-scarred man was horrified when he saw that Lin Feng had knocked down 2 of his men and seriously injured another in the blink of an eye. How could this guy look like a restaurant owner? His skills were clearly those of a martial artist. Who the hell are you? Scar shouted sternly, but he unconsciously moved back. Lin Feng swung the stick in his hand, flexed his wrist, and put on a relaxed smile on his face. A person you can't afford to offend. How much did Jaolong spend to invite you? It seems that his taste is still as bad as before, and the people he hired are so weak. Ding! Received fear and shock from Scarface, wife loving value plus 50. Ding! Received the severe pain and regret from yellow hair, wife loving value plus 45. Ding! Received pain and fear from the rib injured person, wife loving value plus 40. Ding! Received fear and hatred from the injured arm, wife loving value plus 38. A series of system prompts made Lin Feng feel even happier. Damn it! Let's attack together. Kill him. Scarface knew that he had run into a tough opponent today and had to fight hard. He roared and rushed forward again, waving the steel pipe. The remaining man with the injured arm also endured the pain and cooperated from the other side. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Since you are in a hurry to deliver the food, don't blame me for being rude. He shuttled between the 2 men like a ghost, wielding the wooden stick in his hand with all his might, yet just avoiding the vital points and focusing on the opponent's joints and sore spots. Bang! Snap! Ouch! The dull sounds of hitting and screaming continued. In less than 2 minutes, all the thugs, including Scarface, were lying on the ground groaning, unable to resist. Some were holding their broken wrists, some were covering their deformed knees, and they looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of fear. Lin Feng dropped the stick in his hand and clapped his hands, as if he had just done something insignificant. He walked up to Scarface and looked down at him. Now, can we have a good chat? I think you should know better than me who sent you here. Scarface was sweating profusely from the pain and gritted his teeth without saying a word. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He took out his phone and said slowly, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I'll call the police right away. It's attempted assault, and with your looks, you should be in jail for a year or two. Oh, by the way, I have a dashcam in my car. Your heroic actions just now should have been recorded." When he heard the words "call the police" and dashcam, Scarface's face turned pale instantly. People like them are most afraid of dealing with the police. Don't call the police. Scarface finally gave in. I said. It was Brother Black Panther who asked us to come. He said a young man named Zhao paid for us, asked us to break your legs. Jaolong. Lin Feng uttered these two words calmly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Very good, the chain of evidence is almost complete. He called the police and briefly explained the situation and location. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked at the thugs wailing on the ground, without any mercy in his heart. These people dared to do anything for money. If he didn't have the system to rely on, his end would be miserable today. Ding! The host successfully fought back against the villain, protected himself, and demonstrated extraordinary skills. He will be rewarded with 500 points of wife-loving value. Charm value plus 30. Skill, basic combat, proficiency increased. Ding! The host is both intelligent and brave, and can easily resolve the crisis. If Suan finds out, she will be deeply attracted to him. Advanced love value plus 10, wife-loving value plus 30, double love. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Jaolong, you've gone too far this time. Since you like to give surprises in this way so much, I should give you a big gift in return. The sound of police sirens came closer and closer, and Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile again. This scene has just begun. Chapter 60, Call the police and follow the clues. The sound of sirens came from far away, and soon, two police cars with flashing lights stopped at the intersection. Several policemen quickly got out of the car and saw the thugs lying on the ground groaning, and Lin Feng holding a wooden stick with a calm expression. Their expressions were somewhat solemn. What's going on? Asked the experienced old policeman in a deep voice, scanning the scene with sharp eyes. Lin Feng put down the stick in his hand and took the initiative to greet him. Comrade police, I was attacked. These people are the attackers. He succinctly recounted what had happened, including the fact that the other party claimed to be sent by Master Zhao and wanted to break his legs. I have a dashcam in my car, which should have captured the entire process. Lin Feng pointed to his car. The police immediately split up, some controlled the thugs on the ground, and the others checked the dashcam on Lin Feng's car. Scarface and others were already feeling guilty, and coupled with the pain, their psychological defenses quickly collapsed when faced with the police's questioning. Police comrades, we are also paid to do this. Scarface was the first to lose his temper and cried out in tears. It was Brother Black Panther who took the job. He said that a young man named Zhao paid for it and asked us to teach him a lesson. Which Mr. Zhao? The police asked. It's Jaolong, the young Master Zhao from the Zhao group. Another thug who was a little more sober rushed to speak, hoping to get lenient treatment. The police officer in charge of checking the dashcam also came over and nodded to the old policeman. The record is complete. It clearly captured the process of them besieging the car owner with weapons. It also recorded their conversation, which mentioned Jaolong. The old policeman frowned. Jaolong of the Zhao group was a well-known figure in Ninghai City. How could he hire someone to hurt someone? Take these people back to the police station first and interrogate them in detail. Also, notify the criminal investigation team that this case may involve hiring a killer to injure someone, and it is of a rather serious nature. The old policeman gave the order decisively. Lin Feng cooperated with the police to make a detailed record and provided a backup of the dashcam video. Before leaving, the old policeman looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, "Young man, you are quite skilled. However, if you encounter such a thing in the future, you should call the police immediately. Your own safety is the most important." Thank you for the reminder, police comrade. I will. Lin Feng nodded. He certainly understood that if he didn't have the basic fighting skills, the outcome of tonight would probably be completely different. After seeing the police off, Lin Feng looked at the police car that was taking the thugs away with a cold look in his eyes. Jaolong, do you think everything will be fine if you just push these minions out? When he got back to the car, Suan called him immediately, her tone anxious. Husband, are you okay? I called you just now but no one answered. I was so anxious. It's okay, Wanner, it's just a small trouble and it has been solved. Lin Feng's voice returned to his usual gentleness, not wanting to make her worry. A little trouble? It doesn't sound like that to me. Are you in danger? Suwan's intuition is very sharp. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't hide the truth from her, so he gave her a brief account of the situation, hiding the thrilling details of his own action. He only said that the other party was looking for trouble, that he had called the police, and that the police had handled the matter. Jaolong. How dare he? Suan was so angry that her voice trembled. He is breaking the law. Husband, are you not hurt? What can happen to me? Those few ugly guys are not even enough for me to warm up. Lin Feng said easily, don't worry, the police will handle it. You should rest early, I will be back soon. After comforting Suan, Lin Feng hung up the phone, and the relief on his face instantly disappeared. He knew that it would be difficult to convict Jaolong based solely on the testimony of those thugs. A man like Jaolong would definitely try his best to distance himself from the matter. But this doesn't mean that Lin Feng can't do anything to Jaolong. Doesn't Jaolong like to play dirty tricks? Doesn't he like to attack with public opinion? Lin Feng curled his lips into a cold smile and opened his vlog account. It's time to let Mr. Zhao have a taste of being watched by the entire network. What he wanted was not only legal sanctions, but also to bring Jaolong to ruin and completely deprive him of the capital to show off his power in Ninghai City. When she got home, Suan was still awake. She was completely relieved to see that Lin Feng was safe and sound. However, she still pulled him up and down to check him, with red eyes. Alright, I'm really fine. Lin Feng held her in his arms and patted her back gently. Don't worry, this little guy can't hurt me. Ding! The host successfully appeased Suan, showing strong protective ability. Suan's love value plus 15, sense of security improved, wife loving value plus 45 double love. But Jaolong is so bad, Suan said sullenly in his arms. Bad people will naturally get bad consequences. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The next morning, Lin Feng did not go to the restaurant or inspect the branch as usual, but locked himself in the study. He reorganized and edited the video captured by the dashcam last night, as well as the related materials of the previous toxic soy sauce incident and the opening ceremony disturbance. He did not directly name Jaolong as the mastermind, after all, the police were still investigating. However, he cleverly pointed all the clues to a young man named Zhao who has a deep background and has repeatedly targeted father-in-law's home cooking. The title of the video is also very provocative: Emergency. I was beaten up in the street in broad daylight. Who is the mastermind behind this? A tearful accusation from an ordinary entrepreneur. In the video, Lin Feng changed his usual light-hearted and humorous style in his previous vlogs, and instead described the series of malicious attacks he had suffered with a solemn expression and a sad tone, from the initial online rumors, to the malicious framing at the opening of the business, to the toxic soy sauce incident, and finally the street beating last night. He clearly presented the ferocious faces of the thugs in the dashcam, as well as key recordings such as their own words: young Master Zhao asked us to cut off your legs. I don't know who I have offended to deserve such cruel revenge. Lin Feng faced the camera with a hint of helplessness and anger. I just want to run a small business peacefully and let my family live a good life. Why is it so difficult? I implore the relevant departments to thoroughly investigate this matter, give me justice, and give justice to all law-abiding people. At the end of the video, Lin Feng changed the subject, with a hint of self-mockery and tenacity. Of course, I also want to thank those who secretly care about me. Every time you suppress me, it will only make me stronger. Father-in-law's home cooking will not be intimidated. I will use my own way to protect my family and my career. In this vlog, Lin Feng did not include any elements of showing off his wife or displaying his affection. Instead, he portrayed himself as a tragic hero who was repeatedly oppressed by the powerful but still fought tenaciously. The release of the video was like dropping a bombshell on a calm lake. Fuck. Boss Lin got beaten? Is there any law here? I watched the video. Those thugs were too arrogant. They dared to commit murder in broad daylight. Young Master Zhao? Isn't it obvious that he is talking about Jaolong? He must have been the one who did all those bad things before. This is too much. What did Boss Lin do to offend anyone? Isn't it just that his business is better and his wife is prettier? The mastermind behind this must be severely punished. Support boss Lin in defending his rights. Reposted. Let more people see this evil act. Internet opinion exploded instantly, with countless netizens expressing sympathy and indignation for Lin Feng's experience and strongly condemning the despicable behavior of the mastermind behind the scenes. Keywords such as Jaolong, Zhao Group, and hiring someone to hurt someone quickly topped the hot search lists on major social platforms. When Suya saw this vlog, the coffee cup in her hand fell to the ground. Although Lin Feng did not say it clearly in the video, all the accusations were directed at Jaolong. Her face turned pale, and an ominous premonition came to her heart. As for Jaolong, when he saw this vlog and the overwhelming condemnation on the internet, he was completely stunned. He thought that what he did last night was flawless, and even if the thugs were caught, he would not be implicated. But he never expected that Lin Feng would fight back in this way. Overnight, he went from being the high and mighty Master Zhao to being a despicable villain hated by everyone. The Zhao Group's public relations department was bombarded with calls, and the company's stock price plummeted. The police station, due to pressure from public opinion, stepped up its investigation into the case and soon summoned Jaolong to assist in the investigation. Jaolong was in a state of panic and embarrassment. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of falling from the clouds into the mire. Ding! Vlog emergency. I was beaten up in the street in broad daylight. Successfully triggered public opinion on the entire network. The host successfully guided public opinion and severely damaged the reputation of the opponent. The reward is 1,500 points of wife-loving value. Reputation value plus 300. Wisdom value plus 80. Ding! The skill, intermediate crisis PR, experience value has been greatly increased, and it is only one step away from the advanced level. Ding! Received extreme anger, fear and despair from Jaolong, wife-loving value plus 680. Ding! Received shock and panic from Suya, wife-loving value plus 150. Lin Feng looked at the generous rewards on the system panel, as well as the massive amount of wife-loving value that Jaolong had contributed again, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Jaolong, this is just an appetizer. I will get back what you owe me, little by little, with interest. This scene is getting more and more interesting.